Supreme God Emperor Chapter 1501 to Chapter 1557. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation 9 Revolution Spirit Enlightening Pill. How much was 190,000 Xingyang pills? The entire Su clan could only earn tens of billions of pure yang pills, which was equivalent to 1,000,000 Xingyang pills. However, Mu Yun had spent almost 200,000 Xingyang pills. It's fine. Mu Yun said with a smile, I need these pills to nourish my flesh. I can always refine more Xingyang pills. You know how to refine pills? Suyu exclaimed. Just a little. Hearing this, Suyu felt that Mu Yun must have come from some hidden family clan. All right, mister. The receptionist handed the pills to Mu Yun after she was done with the preparations. After checking them, the two left the Purple Pole Tower together. Mister, if you need anything, you're welcome to come again. If you have any herbs to recover your flesh, feel free to look for me. I'm in the Su clan, so the pills won't be a problem. All right. Suyu was still heartbroken after leaving the Purple Pole Tower. Over 100,000 Xingyang pills for 3 herbs. Mu Yun was simply throwing money around like it was dirt. Is there any good place in the Purple Pole City? I'll treat you to a meal as a reward for your hard work. All right. As the two left the Purple Pole Tower, they did not realize that 2 pairs of green eyes were staring at them from behind. Boss, did you see that? He spent 190,000 Xingyang pills just like that. He's definitely not from the Purple Pole City. He must be a disciple of a powerful clan from another realm. A skinny cultivator said in a low voice, should we? Don't worry. The leader said with a smile, it's not too late to take action after we find out more about this guy. We'll suffer a great loss if we stumble into a tough guy. Mu Yun returned to the Su clan after having a meal with Suyu and did not come out. 9 Suns Jade Lotus, Blood Spirit Flower, Jasper Clover, these 3 herbs would be more effective when refined into an emperor-grade pill. However, only his left hand was intact. It would not be effective to refine pills with his left hand. In the end, Mu Yun decided to swallow it directly. The 9 Yang Jade Lotus was directly crushed into powder by Mu Yun and sprinkled on her smooth jade bones. The scorching aura felt as if flames were roasting his bones. However, Mu Yun did not stop. His entire body stretched out at this moment. Xiaochen crushed the blood spirit flower into powder again and scattered it on his bones. Next was the jasper clover. The 3 types of medicinal herbs were overbearing and nourished the flesh. However, Mu Yun's bones were tough enough now. He believed that he could withstand these medicinal herbs. The scorching aura instantly increased by several times. His bones became bright red like soldering iron. Activating the indestructible blood codex, he didn't stop to reconstruct his flesh and blood. But this time, the first thing he did was his own arms. Using his left arm as a starting point, his blood continued to flow out through his soul power. At the same time, his right arm was gradually condensing. Gradually, the power in his body began to flow. Sizzling sounds could be heard. Blood flowed into his bone marrow and reconstructed his flesh and blood. His body began to tremble. The pain from this process was no less than scraping bones to heal injuries. Because the blood flowed, it opened up his pulse, then condensed into blood vessels, and flesh grew again. This process could be said to be very painful. However, Mu Yun had never been a person who liked to give up. He had endured 500 years of reconstructing his bones. This bit of pain was indeed nothing to him. Time passed bit by bit. Mu Yun gradually became a little confused. However, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Dressed in silver-white armor, he looked majestic. His long hair was tied up in a bun, and a strand of hair fluttered in front of his forehead. You know how? Seeing this person, Mu Yun said, why do you always appear in my dreams? Who am I? I am you. The white-clothed young general smiled and said, you are me, and I am you. However, we are not in the same space-time. I am me, and you are you. What do you mean you are me, and I am yours? Mu Yun was puzzled. Hee. You are me, and I am you. The white-clothed young general smiled and said, no matter what, you and I are the same person. Moreover, you now have your own hands and your own heart. These are all yours. They belong to the you of the past. What the hell? Mu Yun muttered. Hee, you are the chosen one. In the future, you will definitely unify the myriad worlds. Now is the beginning of everything for you. You will find your body back then. Step by step, you will be the complete you then. The white-clothed young general smiled and said, what you couldn't do in your previous life, you can do after 3 lifetimes. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-clothed young general completely disappeared. At this moment, Mu Yun shuddered and woke up. His body trembled, and he shuddered. Seeing that he was still sitting on the bed, his entire person was slightly dazed. What was this? During this period of time, he had been having this kind of strange dream. Some were about the battlefield, some were about memories, but those did not seem to belong to him. That person always appeared in his mind. Could it be that I'm mentally deranged? Mu Yun muttered to himself. But suddenly, looking at his arms, Mu Yun nodded in satisfaction. His left hand grew along his wrist, elbow, and arm. Moreover, his connected right hand was as complete as before. Mu Yun lifted his black robe and looked at his pair of arms. He was so excited that he almost cried. After 500 years, he had finally condensed a pair of arms. His skeleton arms every day made him feel uncomfortable even when he slept. Just as Mu Yun was secretly rejoicing, angry voices rang out from within the Su family's mansion. Damn it! Su Zhan roared, the Chu family and the Ma family want to destroy our Su family. Even if I, Su Zhan, die, I will drag them down with me. Su Zhan's angry voice was already heard clearly by Mu Yun, who was walking in the corridor. Su Qian hurriedly advised, Father, your injuries have not healed. It's not good to be angry. Haha, if this continues, I will die of anger sooner or later. Your second uncle is the top immortal alchemist in our Su family. This time, we have to rely on him to complete the mission given by the purple-patterned demonic wolf clan. Now, he was injured in the demon forest. If it wasn't the Chu family and the Ma family, who else could it be? Hearing this, Su Qian's face turned pale. Of course, she knew that it was the Chu family and the Ma family who did it, but they had no evidence at all. The Su family was already in a precarious situation this time, and now it was no different from adding fuel to the fire. However, the Chu family and the Ma family were determined to deal with the Su family this time and did not give them a way out at all. If they don't let our Su family live, I, Su Zhan, will perish together with them. Su Zhan shouted. Father! In the hall, the sound of blood coughing sounded, and Su Qian's expression suddenly changed. With a swoosh, a figure immediately appeared in the hall. Mu Yun came in front of Su Zhan and saw that he was panting heavily with blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he seemed to have lost his soul. Mu Yun checked Su Zhan's body and immediately said in surprise, Your father has been hit by the purple-patterned demonic wolf clan's purple-patterned blood demon seal. Yes, last time, our Su family did not complete the mission. Ziyu was furious and injured my father. Let me take a look. Mu Yun nodded and said, I am an alchemist. Yes. At this moment, Su Qian anxiously looked at her father's breathless appearance with a worried expression. Mu Yun checked Su Zhan's body at this moment and discovered that this person's bones and blood vessels were tightly entangled by a purple seal in his body, and he was unable to condense immortal qi at all. This was probably the reason why the Ma family and the Chu family bullied the Su family so brazenly. Prepare a cauldron for me. The higher the grade, the better. Prepare some medicinal herbs, blue sea shark's horn, jade emerald fruit, scarlet flame spirit eye. Mu Yun listed more than 10 medicinal herbs in one breath. Seeing Su Qian in a daze, Mu Yun shouted, Go quickly. Do you want your father to die? Oh. Su Qian immediately went to prepare. Mu Yun stretched out her palm and patted Su Zhan's body a few times. Gradually, Su Zhan began to wake up. Patriarch Su, if you die from anger, then the Chu family and the Ma family will be proud. At that time, your daughter will be consigned to eternal damnation. So now, lie down obediently and wait quietly. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she turned around and left. When she arrived at the alchemy chamber, Mu Yun rolled up her sleeves, revealing a pair of white arms. At this moment, Mu Yun's arms were full of flesh and blood, and they were as delicate as a newborn baby. The feeling she gave off was even more seductive. No one would have thought that this pair of arms would grow on a person who only had a lifespan of 500 years. It was unknown how Guai defied the heavens and changed his fate, allowing him to have a lifespan of 1,000 years. However, half of his 500 years of bitter cultivation had already been consumed. Therefore, there was not much time left. If he could not break through to the second stage Immortal King realm within 500 years and gain another lifespan, his soul would truly dissipate. Even if the gods came, they would not be able to save him. Get ready. At this moment, Su Qian led a few people into the alchemy chamber. When she saw Mu Yan's exposed arms, she only felt that her skin was delicate and delicate. She did not expect Mu Yan's hands and arms to be so fair and delicate. One could imagine that the owner of this pair of arms must be extremely beautiful. She did not know that if she really lifted the veil, Mu Yan would probably scare her half to death. I will refine a 9-revolution spirit awakening pill for your father. This pill can remove the injuries left behind by the purple-marked demonic wolf in your father's body. However, if your father finds trouble and dies first, I can't do anything about it. Okay. Su Qian immediately turned around and left the room. At this moment, Su Yu walked in. Are you really an immortal alchemist? Yes. Su Yu looked at Mu Yun with a look of admiration in her eyes. Even second uncle said that there was no way to cure her father's hidden illness. Second uncle was a sage-level immortal alchemist and could refine sage-level immortal pills. Could Mu Yun do anything about it? Why? Don't you believe me? Mu Yun smiled and said, no matter how bad the situation is, can it be worse than now? Hearing this, Su Yu was stunned. Yes, no matter how bad the situation is, can it be worse than now? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Then make your move. Under the wide black robe, it was still difficult to hide Mu Yan's thin figure. However, it was precisely this skinny figure that had saved the two of them from the hands of Chu Yushan and Ma Dongxing. It even made Chu Qiaoshan suffer in front of the Su family. So you really wanted to know what kind of face was under the black robe. Gradually, Mu Yan started to get busy. The 9-revolution spirit enlightening pill used the power of the pill to activate the vitality of the bloodline in Su Zhan's body and break the seal of those purple seals. He checked Su Zhan's body. This was the only way to prevent Su Zhan from dying. Time passed bit by bit. 3 days passed in a flash. Mu Yun was busy in the pill room for 3 days. Su Yu stood at the side and watched for 3 days. She discovered that Mu Yun's movements were different from her second uncle's in many subtle ways. In fact, Mu Yun even made some experimental moves that were different from the others. But in the end, the pill was still refined. Mu Yun took out the 9-revolution spirit enlightening pill and said, let your father take it. I can't guarantee success. However, if your father is strong enough, he should be able to recover and even improve. But if he can't, thank you. Su Yu said gratefully. What are you thanking me for? Aren't you afraid that I'm a spy sent by the Ma and Chu families? Deliberately saving you and then plotting to kill your father? I'm not afraid. Su Yu raised her head and looked at Mu Yun. Our Su family doesn't have the power to resist the Ma and Chu families. If they want to destroy our Su family, they don't have to go through so much trouble. Also, I believe in you. After Su Yu finished speaking, her face turned red and she turned to leave the pill room. After doing all this, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. His hands had recovered their flesh and blood. The dexterity of refining pills had finally returned. This time, he could collect any spiritual materials himself. There was no need to directly use medicinal materials to recover his body. That would be too wasteful. After doing all this, Mu Yun turned and walked out of the pill room. He came to the front yard of the Su family, found a rattan chair, and sat down. It had been a long time since he felt so comfortable. How long? For about 500 years, he had been suppressed in Death Valley. It felt good to enjoy the sunshine. Late in the morning, Mu Yun was lying on a rattan chair with his eyes squinted. He looked completely at ease. Dong dong dong. However, at this moment, a series of dull thumping sounds was heard. Outside the Su family's gate, a group of figures suddenly rushed in. What are you doing? This is the Su family, what are you doing? All of a sudden, a group of figures barged in. "Get your patriarch Su Zhan out." At this moment, Chu Xiaoshan's arm had already recovered. Leading a team of elites, he appeared in the Su family's front yard. Ma was also ma was also ma. Translations to "What are you doing?" Right at this moment, a delicate shout resounded. Su Qian stepped forward bravely and stood outside the Su family's main hall. Seeing Chu Xiaoshan and Ma Buiyun's aggressive aura, she immediately shouted. "To what? Su, you. Was, you. Su. You. You Su. By Su. By you." As Chu Xiaoshan spoke, he stepped aside. Behind him were two stretchers with two corpses on them. "You killed my son, didn't you?" Chu Xiaoshan said angrily, "You deserve to die. Tell your father to come out. The Chu clan will not let this matter rest." "Chu Xiaoshan, Ma Buiyun, don't go too far." Su Qian's eyes were red as she shouted, "What does your son's death have to do with us? My father is not feeling well right now, please go back." "Sick? I think he was struck by young Master Ziyu's palm and died, right?" Ma Buiyun scoffed, "Su Qian, without your father, the Su family is like a plate of loose sand. Hand over Mr. Mu, or the Ma family will flatten the Su family." After Ma Buiyun finished speaking, a few figures behind him stepped forward. A sharp aura spread out at this moment. Su Qian angrily shouted, "Do you really think that there is no one in my Su family?" Swish swish swish, at this moment, figures came out to surround them. The three sides faced each other with equal harshness, and their auras instantly soared. "Su Qian, if you don't hand over Mu Yun, the Su family will be destroyed." "Are you sure?" Chu Xiaoshan spoke again. "Mr. Mu is the Su family's distinguished guest. Hand him over to you? Dream on." Su Qian sneered, looked at the crowd, and said, "If you want to destroy the Su family, you have to at least skin yourself." "All right, little girl, you're courting death." Chu Xiaoshan shouted and took a step forward. "Why are you looking for me?" However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the Su family's mansion. At the side of the courtyard, the voice sounded and immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Mu Yun." At this moment, Ma Buiyun and Chu Xiaoshan immediately surrounded him cautiously. "Kid, it's very comfortable to stand here and bask in the sun." Chu Xiaoshan looked at Mu Yun and did not go near her. Thinking of the defeat he suffered last time, he was a little afraid. Mu Yun's strength was unfathomable, and he was not confident. "It's indeed much more comfortable than fighting and killing. I haven't basked in the sun like this for a long time." Mu Yun rolled up her sleeves and looked at the two of them. She said, "Do you two want to try together?" "You." Hearing this, Chu Xiaoshan was about to fly into a rage, but Ma Buiyun immediately pulled him back. "Mu Yun, you killed our two sons, and you admitted it. You have to give us an explanation for this matter, right?" "Explanation?" Mu Yun stretched and said, "I've already given it. I said that I killed them. If you're in a difficult position, you came to me. Why? Now that you've decided to come to me, are you prepared to kill me?" As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, the two of them immediately tensed up. "Mu Yun, don't be too arrogant." Chu Xiaoshan shouted, "Do you think that you can do whatever you want in Ziji City just because you're strong enough?" "That's right. If you admit your guilt now, we can consider letting you die a better death." Ma Buiyun said again. "Oh." Mu Yun nodded and said, "Then you two can do it." As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. The two patriarchs had already said this time and time again, but why didn't they do it? How could they know that ever since Mu Yun revealed her skills last time, the two of them were afraid of Mu Yun from the bottom of their hearts? Looking at Mu Yun's appearance, they did not dare to attack forcefully. "What? You're not going to attack?" Mu Yun shook her head, sat on the rattan chair, and said with a smile, "If I had a cup of fragrant tea now, it would be really comfortable." "You're courting death." At this moment, Chu Xiaoshan was furious. He was already on the verge of anger. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xiaoshan took a step forward and attacked with a palm print. That palm print directly attacked Mu Yun. However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not move at all. She sat on the rattan chair, and there was not a trace of expression on her face under the black hat. How dare you? But at this moment, a roar suddenly sounded. A sound of air being torn apart sounded at this moment. A figure appeared in front of Mu Yun and directly blocked that palm. Bang! Chu Xiaoshan's figure suddenly retreated, and his expression changed. This force was too powerful. Su Zhan. When he saw the person who came, Chu Xiaoshan was completely dumbfounded. You've reached the Immortal King realm. Chu Xiaoshan said in shock. That's right. Su Zhan snorted and said, Chu Xiaoshan, you've repeatedly attacked my Su family. This time, I definitely won't let you escape. As soon as Su Zhan finished speaking, he took a step forward, and a crazy aura crushed towards Chu Xiaoshan. Bang! With a simple punch, Chu Xiaoshan had no chance of blocking at all. His chest directly collapsed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he crashed into the wall. Immortal King Realm, who called himself a king, was an overlord. In this Purple Pole City, immortal kings were overlords. Ma Buoyan's eyes widened as he said in disbelief, how could you have broken through to the Immortal King Realm? How is it impossible? Su Zhan clenched his hands and turned around to look at Mu Yun. He cupped his hands and said, Mr. Mu, thank you for your 9 revolution spirit and lightning. Pill. No need to thank me. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, your own efforts were also involved in this. If you didn't have such great determination, you wouldn't have succeeded. Hearing this, Su Zhan bowed again. He had already guessed. Mu Yun was probably a powerful alchemist. Perhaps she had offended some powerful figure outside the demon realm and came to the demon realm to hide. Or perhaps she was a big shot from some aristocratic family or sect who came here to look for the medicinal herbs she needed. In any case, no matter what it was, Mu Yun was incomparably powerful. Because even if he had reached the Immortal King realm now, he was still unable to see through Mu Yun's cultivation. Qian Su Zhan said, I didn't hear it. Mr. Mu said that you want to drink a cup of fragrant tea? Yes. Su Qian was so excited that tears were about to fall. Not only had her father's injuries recovered, he had even broken through to the Immortal King realm now. What kind of concept was the Immortal King realm? In Ziji City, immortal kings were the top overlords, and no one could stop them. Both of you. Su Zhan suddenly looked at the door and said, where are you going? At this moment, Chu Xiaoshan and Ma Buoyan were preparing to leave dejectedly. But Su Zhan obviously would not let them leave. This had nothing to do with Mu Yun. At this moment, he was really too lazy to make a move. These people were really not enough. Hee hee. Brother Su, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Ma Buoyan smiled obsequiously and said, our Ma family and Chu family just want to ask Mr. Mu to understand this matter clearly. Misunderstanding? Su Zhan sneered and said, today, if my illness enters my body and I still don't get better, are the 2 of you going to slaughter our Su family? Today, no one can leave. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions immediately changed. Su Zhan, do you think that our Chu family and Ma family are really afraid of you? We just don't want to make a big deal out of this. Otherwise, it won't be good for anyone. Is that so? At this moment, Su Zhan completely ignored them. With a flick of his palm, he directly took a step forward, and the aura of his entire body rose from head to toe. Today, I'll kill you too. Let's see if young Master Ziyu will punish me, Su Zhan, because of you. As soon as his words fell, Su Zhan stretched out his palm. Between his hands, 2 powerful immortal chi auras burst out, condensing into 2 powerful and domineering palm prints that swept out. Boom! Almost instantly, Ma Buoyan and Chu Xiaoshan both directly fell to the ground, their bodies twitching and spitting out blood. Die! Su Zhan took a step forward and directly grabbed at the 2 of them with his palm. Stop! Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Why should I tell you? With a loud shout, a figure suddenly appeared between the 2 of them and grabbed Su Zhan's palm. Su Zhan, what are you doing? That figure looked to be in his 60s. He had a head full of gray hair, was full of energy, and had a deep aura. Chu Yuanshan. Seeing the person who came, Su Zhan's face turned cold, and he took a step back. No wonder Chu Xiaoshan is so confident. It turns out that he has your support. Su Zhan's aura didn't lose out at all. He sneered and said, "What? You, the ancestor of the Chu family, can't help but come out? Su Zhan, you've advanced to the immortal king realm and are powerful. Do you think you can do whatever you want?" "I can do whatever I want." Su Zhan sneered and said, "Your Chu family and Ma family have come to my door, but you say that I can do whatever I want. Chu Yuanshan, do you still have any face? You're courting death." Chu Yuanshan was a figure of the older generation of the Chu family. He had been in seclusion and had never appeared. This time, he actually appeared as an immortal king realm martial artist. With a flick of his palm, Chu Yuanshan directly charged towards Su Zhan. Since he was in the wrong this time, he would solve the problem by force and save himself the trouble. Humph. However, now that Su Zhan had broken through to the immortal king realm and controlled the rules, he wasn't afraid of Chu Yuanshan at all. He directly took a step forward, and his palm was decisive. "Get lost." The two figures immediately exchanged blows. However, as the two of them exchanged blows, everyone discovered that although Chu Yuanshan had entered the immortal king realm earlier, he was actually unable to suppress Su Zhan. On the contrary, Su Zhan revealed even more powerful strength and chased after Chu Yuanshan step by step. Gradually, Chu Yuanshan seemed to be unable to bear it. "I'll help you." But at this moment, another figure shuttled out from the crowd. Ma Xiangtian. Seeing the person who came, Su Zhan's expression changed slightly. This person was the ancestor of the Ma family. It was said that he had also reached the immortal king realm, but he had always been in seclusion. Who would have thought that he would appear too? At this moment, Su Zhan, who was facing two immortal kings, was immediately overwhelmed. Su Qian and Su Yu were extremely anxious. But how could they interfere in the battle of the immortal king realm? On the other side, Mu Yan's, the teacup in her hand, the teacup, and the faint tea fragrance of tea's fragrance teas. He acted as if this matter had nothing to do with him and he didn't care about it at all. However, even if Mu Yun did not participate, it did not mean that others were willing for him to not participate. Ma Buiyun and Chu Qiaoshan swallowed a pill and looked at each other. Then, they slowly walked toward Mu Yun. "Kill him." Suddenly, the two of them charged towards Mu Yun at almost the same time. Since they couldn't fight head-on, they could only take advantage of the chaos to kill Mu Yun. However, the two figures approached Mu Yun, but Mu Yun remained unmoved. She sat on the rattan chair, looking as if the matter had nothing to do with her. "Be careful, Mr. Mu." But right at that moment, Su Qian rushed over and stood behind Mu Yun. "You're courting death." Seeing Su Qian trying to stop them, Ma Buiyun and Chu Qiaoshan immediately glared at each other. Immortal Qi surged as they charged forward. But right at that moment, Mu Yun moved. Like a gust of wind, Mu Yun appeared in front of Su Qian. She waved her hand, and a ray of light appeared. In an instant, Mu Yun reached out with both hands. Crack crack, almost at the same time, Chu Qiaoshan and Ma Buiyun were subdued by Mu Yun. They had no ability to resist at all. At that moment, the two of them were lifted up by Mu Yun. Their necks were like water pipes that were being strangled, and they could not breathe. "Are you stupid?" Mu Yun looked at Su Qian and said, "How can you stop the two of them if they charge over?" Su Qian's eyes froze. Seeing Mu Yun's actions, she felt a sweetness in her heart. "Didn't the two of you tell me that if you want to kill me, you have to die?" Puff puff. The sound of two people vomiting blood could be heard. Chu Qiaoshan and Ma Buiyun's bodies turned into corpses and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Su Qian's heart thumped non-stop, and it sped up. Dead, Mu Yun really made a move and killed Ma Buiyun and Chu Qiaoshan. This fellow really dared to do it. Waving her hand, Mu Yun looked at the two corpses and shook her head. It's important to know one's own limits. At this moment, three figures were entangled in the sky. Explosive sounds rose and fell one after another. It was as if a storm was about to arrive in Ziji City. So noisy. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she looked at Su Qian and said, "Lend me your sword." "Huh? Oh." Su Qian was stunned and immediately handed her sword to Mu Yun. "Who do you think we should kill first?" Mu Yun looked at the sky and said, "Is it that Chu Yuanshan or that Ma Xiangtian?" "You, forget it." Mu Yun grasped the sword in her hand. Her left hand secretly accumulated strength, and the sword in her hand was directly thrown out. Whoosh, with an unparalleled aura, the long sword slashed out. Puff. Puff, suddenly, the sword drew a line of fire in midair. 2 puffs sounded out, and 2 punches landed with a bang. Instantly, 2 figures fell from the sky and smashed into the Lin clan estate, causing dust to splatter. Ma Xiangtian and Chu Yuanshan directly fell to the ground and spat out mouthfuls of blood. A large bloody hole appeared on their chests, and blood flowed out. At this moment, Su Zhan landed, and he glanced at Mu Yun and nodded. Ma Xiangtian, Chu Yuanshan, the 2 of you have gone too far and wanted to destroy my Su clan. Today, your 2 clans will be removed from Ziji City. After Su Zhan finished speaking, killing intent appeared as he looked at the 2 of them. Hehe, Patriarch Su, you're so arrogant. Do you think you can remove anyone's name just because you say so? But suddenly, a soft voice sounded out, and a figure walked over at this moment. The person who came wore a light purple robe, and his long hair was braided into small braids. There was a charming smile on his face. Young Master Ziyu. Seeing the person who came, Su Zhan cupped his hands and immediately stood to the side. Young Master Ziyu, uphold justice for my Chu clan. Young Master Ziyu, uphold justice for my Ma clan. Instantly, Chu Yuanshan and Ma Xiangtian immediately stood up and looked at the young man before them and cupped their hands. Su Zhan said, Young Master Ziyu, the Ma clan and Chu clan have gone too far. They brought people to kill my Su clan. Young Master Ziyu, please uphold justice for my Su clan. The 3 of them each had their own opinions and looked at Ziyu. But at this moment, Mu Yun was still sitting on the rattan chair and didn't move. It was as if the matter just now had nothing to do with him. Patriarch Su. Ziyu said, I want to ask, has your Su clan prepared the medicinal pills for this month? Not yet. Su Zhan said helplessly. Hehe, hearing this, Ziyu directly took a step forward. Slap, a clear slap sounded out, and Su Zhan's cheek immediately swelled up. Trash. Ziyu scolded, I don't care why you're fighting, but the medicinal pills that should be handed over every month can't be missing. Now that we're fighting with the Blood Realm, not only the Howling Moon Wolf King needs medicinal pills, but the 9-tailed Celestial Fox clan and the Golden-horned Heavenly Ox clan also need a large amount of medicinal pills. You're still fighting among yourselves? If the Wolf King is defeated, then your blood will definitely flow for thousands of miles before the Blood Realm arrives. As soon as these words came out, the few people present suddenly fell silent. Ziyu looked at the few of them and silently walked over to Mu Yun step by step. Who are you? Looking at Mu Yun, Ziyu said coldly. This is Mr. Mu, a guest of our Su clan. Su Qian hurriedly said. I didn't ask you. Ziyu glared at Su Qian and said to Mu Yun, I asked him. Do I need to answer you? Mu Yun glanced at Ziyu and lowered her head, I don't know you. Haha, Ziyu laughed coldly, you're really arrogant. Let me tell you, no matter where you're from, whether you're a dragon or a tiger, this ZG city belongs to our purple-marked demonic wolf clan. It belongs to the Howling Moon Wolf clan. You have to sit tight and don't cause trouble. I'll ask you again, who are you? The scene instantly became tense. Su Zhan, Su Qian, and the others were extremely worried. Ziyu was the son of the purple-marked demonic wolf clan's patriarch, Ziding Tian. Moreover, he was the most outstanding one. He had always been proud and arrogant. Not to mention Mu Yun, even if it was his own brother, he would still kill without hesitation. Mu Yun was no different from pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. To be precise, she was pulling the wolf's hair. I don't know you. Mu Yun said again, why should I tell you? Why should I? Ziyu's face turned cold. He directly stretched out his palm and shouted, because of my sharp claws. The moment he waved his palm, rays of light directly pierced through the air. Sharp claws, carrying a bloody light, directly grabbed at Mu Yun's neck. Clang, however, just as the claws were about to reach Mu Yun suddenly waved her palm and directly blocked it with her left hand. With a clang, Ziyu's sharp claws firmly clamped down on Mu Yun's arm. However, it was only firmly clamped down and did not advance an inch further. Seeing this scene, everyone was instantly stunned. Even Su Zhan was secretly shocked. Ziyu was the crown prince of the purple-marked demonic wolf clan. Even if it was him, his arm would definitely be immediately broken by this claw. However, Mu Yun seemed to be completely fine. This fellow was really not to be underestimated. You have some skills. Ziyu looked at Mu Yun and sneered. With a wave of his palm, he directly took a step forward. Bang, a low explosion sounded. His other palm directly crushed towards Mu Yun. Get lost. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun shouted in a low voice. She directly took a step forward and kicked out. The two figures directly engaged in battle. Su Zhan, your Su family is finished. Qu Yuanshan shouted in a low voice. Offending young Master Ziyu, no matter what background this person has, the result will be difficult to escape death. I'm waiting to see your Su family destroyed. Ma Xiangtian said coldly at this moment. The two looked at the corpses of Chu Qiaoshan and Ma Buiyun not far away, and the hatred in their hearts grew even stronger. Bang, however, right at this moment, a bang sounded. Suddenly, a figure fell down. Young Master Ziyu. Young Master Ziyu. Seeing the figure that fell down, everyone's faces immediately changed in shock. Bang, however, before they could step forward, suddenly, another bang sounded. Mu Yun's figure fell and directly stepped on Ziyu's chest. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking sounded again. Division of the Demon Region. Mu Yun, you're courting death. At this moment, Ziyu was being stepped on by Mu Yun, yet he didn't hold back at all. You're still being stubborn? She kicked out, and cracking sounds resounded once more. At this moment, Ziyu's face was ghastly pale, and blood gurgled out from the corners of his mouth. Mu Yun. Qu Yuanshan shouted, watch your actions. Young Master Ziyu is the young patriarch of the purple-marked demon wolf clan. If you're rude to him. You, what about me? Mu Yun turned around and glanced at Qu Yuanshan. Even though he didn't see Mu Yun's eyes, Qu Yuanshan was unable to continue speaking. Mu Yun stepped on Ziyu's chest and ridiculed, let me tell you, I'm not familiar with you, and I don't know you at all. So, why should I tell you my name? As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun directly waved her hand with the intention of blasting Ziyu's head apart. No. No. Two exclaims sounded out at the same time, and Su Zhan and Su Qian's expressions changed drastically at this moment. If Mu Yun really killed Ziyu, then the Su clan would be in a hopeless situation, but how could they stop Mu Yun? How presumptuous. But right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Mu Yun. That figure wore a violet-colored leather skirt, and the leather skirt only covered a slight curve. Her slender legs were exposed to the air, and her upper body was only covered in a short cloth that covered her alluring figure. The skin that was exposed was like wheat, and it carried a strand of wild beauty. Sister! Ziyu immediately shouted when he saw the person that arrived. Young Miss Ziqiang. Everyone immediately bowed respectfully. However, Ziqiang didn't care at all, and she directly slapped her palm towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun took a step back and let go of Ziyu, but she firmly grabbed Ziqiang's arm with one hand. Mu Yun stroked her arm with both hands. And said with a faint smile, young miss, your skin is so delicate. Fuck off. Being ridiculed by Mu Yun like this, Ziqiang's face became even angrier. She took a step forward and waved her hand. However, Mu Yun bent her arm and held Ziqiang in her arms. Mu Yun gently stroked Ziqiang's beautiful face with her fingers. She smiled and said, you're still so beautiful even when you're angry. Ziqiang was embarrassed and angry. She took a step forward and her hand turned into a wolf's claw, directly grabbing at Mu Yun's cheek. A swishing sound could be heard as Mu Yun fell back, looking at Ziqiang with a faint smile. Take your brother for treatment. Otherwise, don't blame me if he dies. Mu Yun said, besides, you purple-marked wolves can do whatever you want. In this purple pole city, if you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you either. So, get lost. Hearing this, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Get lost, simple and brutal. However, Mu Yun was talking about Ziqiang and Ziyu. These two were the children of the purple-marked wolf clan's patriarch. Their status could be said to be the highest in the purple-marked wolf clan. But now, Mu Yun was actually telling them to get lost. Was this guy tired of living? Good. Ziqiang snorted and said, Mu Yun, right? I'll remember you. If you still dare to stay in Purple Pole City, just wait for death. With that, Ziqiang pulled Ziyu up and immediately left the Su family. Chu Yuanshan and Ma Xiangtian immediately chased after them. Stop. Mu Yun said at this moment, you want to run? Did I say you could leave? Hearing those words, the two's expressions changed. Even Ziqiang, a second-grade immortal king, was played by Mu Yun. They were no match for her at all. What else do you want? Chu Yuanshan's voice was trembling. What? You just said. I'm dead for sure. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, from today onwards, the Chu and Ma family's properties will all belong to the Su family. Both of you, get out of Purple Pole City immediately, or die. Mu Yun, who do you think you are? You dare. Bang, before Ma Xiangtian could finish speaking, Mu Yun's figure suddenly appeared behind him and directly clawed out. With a bang, his entire head completely exploded. What about you? Looking at Chu Yuanshan, Mu Yun said, I immediately withdraw from Purple Pole City. Chu Yuanshan left the Su family scared witless. This scene caused Su Zhan and his daughter to be completely dumbfounded. Mr. Mu. Su Zhan cupped his hands and said, thank you, Mr. Mu. What are you thanking me for? I'll solve the trouble I caused. You send people to clean up the Ma and Chu families. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, if anyone comes from the purple-striped demonic wolves, I'll step in. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun returned to the recliner again and lay down quietly without saying anything. At this moment, Su Zhan was abnormally excited. Without Ma Xiangtian and Ma Boyun, the Ma family was like a plate of loose sand. If they took over the Ma family's properties, then who could resist the Su family in Purple Pole City? This was an opportunity. Su Zhan immediately gathered the Su family disciples and began to move out. In the small courtyard, Su Qian stood in front of Mu Yun and kept pouring tea in silence. Say what you want to say. Mu Yun said. Su Qian hesitated for a moment and said, I originally thought that you might have the strength of a peak golden immortal. I didn't expect you to be at the immortal king realm. But looking at your strength, it's probably between the first, second, and third grade immortal kings, right? First grade immortal king realm. Hiss, hearing this, Su Qian only felt a chill in her heart. She thought that Mu Yun was at least a second grade immortal king. She didn't expect her to be a first grade immortal king. But a first-grade immortal king human was able to play with Ziqiang of the purple-patterned demonic wolf clan in the palm of her hand. Mu Yun's strength was indeed somewhat terrifying. Mr. Mu, you may not know that Ziqiang is a second-grade immortal king, and Ziyu is a first-grade immortal king. But their father, the leader of the purple-patterned demonic wolf clan, Zidingtian, is a fifth-grade immortal king. The purple-patterned demonic wolf clan is the king of this area. They are powerful and very protective. Oh? Mu Yun said with interest, protective, is it? When he sees me, he won't let him be protective. I have something to do and need to cooperate with him. I think he will agree. Mu Yun said with a smile, otherwise, Ziyu would have died long ago. Cooperate for something? By the way, Su Qian, can you tell me about the division of the territories of the three king demon clans in the southern part of the demon forest? Of course. Su Qian nodded excitedly. With a wave of her hand, a map appeared in front of the two of them. The map marked out the vast world of immortals. The entire immortal realm looked like a circular area. The upper north was the territory of the Zhao domain and the Yun domain. The lower south was the territory of the Levitation Heavenly Palace and the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. And the west was the Jiuyuan domain, the Demon domain, and the Buddhist domain. The Demon domain was located in the middle of the Jiuyuan domain and the Buddhist domain. As for the east, it was the Blood domain, the Demon domain, and the Spirit domain. And in the center, there was an extremely chaotic land that occupied a rather large area of space. The chaotic land seemed to be divided into 4 areas by 2 horizontal and vertical swords. The northern half was the 2 superforces, the Fenchen Valley and the Evil Wind Pavilion. The southern half was the western half near the Demon domain. The Extermination Swordsmanship sect and the Tai Chi sect equally divided the eastern half. The entire immortal realm was like this. In the demon domain, there were mountains, rivers, and forests. The north was the spirit domain with the spirit mountain as the boundary, and the south was the blood domain with the demon forest as the boundary. But if one looked closely, they would find that the entire demon domain was larger than the spirit domain and the blood domain combined. Su Qian pointed at the demon domain, and the map immediately enlarged. The demon domain expanded several times and appeared in front of them. "Mr. Mu, look." Su Qian pointed at the map. At this moment, 9 bright spots flashed around the map. In the southern part of the demon domain, there are 3 major demon tribes in the demon forest: the moon-howling wolf, the 9-tailed immortal fox, and the golden-horned sky bull. Su Qian explained, these 3 demon tribes have a good relationship. Because they are close to the blood domain, they often fight with the blood fiend divine sect. As for the west of the demon domain, there are the 9-winged golden eagle and the silver-moon snow eagle. The 9-winged golden eagle and the silver-moon snow eagle are the overlords of the bird-type immortal beasts. It is said that the 2 immortal beasts are the descendants of the divine beast phoenix, so they formed their own lineage and merged into one to rule over the bird-type immortal beasts. And in the spirit mountain range near the spirit domain, there are the tiger tribe, the viper tribe, and the spirit flame heavenly flood dragon tribe. In the tiger tribe, there are 5 tiger kings, and all of them are elite immortal kings. In the east of the immortal burial sea, there are the sea tribe. The demon king is the sky-devouring shark tribe. And the long-armed immortal monkey tribe on the Tongtian mountain. Su Qian explained everything to Mu Yun, trying her best to explain everything clearly. "Wait." Mu Yun suddenly said, "The 5 tiger kings of the tiger tribe are the 5 tiger tribes, right? Is there a blood-striped heavenly tiger? What is the tribe? Leader's name? There is a blood-striped heavenly tiger, but I don't know what the tribe leader's name is. After all, I grew up in the Purple Pole City and know very little." "Alright, go on then." Su Qian nodded and continued, "The moon-howling wolf tribe is in the east of the demon forest. Their main tribe members are on the moon-howling peak. The 9-tailed immortal fox tribe is in the middle and lives in the Fox Immortal Valley. The golden-horned sky bull is in the Sky Bull Mountain in the west. The 3 demon kings, the Sky Bull King, the 9-tailed immortal fox fairy, and the moon-howling wolf king have a good relationship with each other. In the demon domain, they are the elite immortal kings." Mu Yun nodded. "This is where we are, the Purple Pole City." Su Qian said again, "The Purple Pole City, along with a few nearby human cities, is under the jurisdiction of the purple-striped demon wolves." "Oh, right, under the moon-howling wolf, there are 5 major wolf tribes: the purple-striped demon wolves, the one-horned green wolf, the black jade-winged wolf, the ink-feather-winged wolf, and the bone demon wolves. Under the 5 major wolf tribes, there are many other immortal beast tribes." Mu Yun understood. In the wolf tribe, the moon-howling wolf was the emperor. The purple-striped demon wolves, the one-horned green wolf, the black jade-winged wolf, the ink-feather-winged wolf, and the bone demon wolves were equivalent to the 5 assistant ministers. Under these assistant ministers, there were many courtiers and local officials. The Moonhell Heavenly Wolf was the leader of the Wolf Clan and one of the 9 great Demon King clans. Naturally, he would bring the members of his wolf clan with him. The same applied to the demonic beasts. The other clans were all enslaved. For example, the few cities under the jurisdiction of the purple-striped demon wolves had a population of over 100 million. They were equivalent to slaves. These slaves were imprisoned in the demon forest. Because the forest was large enough, if anyone wanted to escape from this city, they would have to pass through the forest. The result was certain death. Therefore, a city like the Purple Pole City was not a safe place for humans. Instead, it was a prison for humans. The bigger prison was the demon forest. Shameless act, Su Qian, you've been in the beast realm for so long. Have you ever heard of the legends of the beast emperors in the immortal emperor realm? Mu Yun could not help but ask. Su Qian shook her head hearing this. Forget it, I'll take a look at the map. You go ahead with your business. Mu Yun waved his hand. He sat on the rattan chair and looked at the map before him. The Moonhell Wolf is at war with the Blood Realm. I wonder who the experts of the Blood Realm are. Mu Yun thought as he looked at the map. He was planning his next move in his mind. The nine-tailed immortal fox tribe was one of the 9 great tribes of the beast realm of the immortal realm. He wondered if Jiaoer was with them. And Jiaoer? He had not heard from her since the beginning. How was she doing after her spirit awakened? Most importantly, there was still their child. Mu Yun was getting more and more irritated. He gradually forced himself to calm down. The war between the demon realm and the blood realm is good news for me. As long as I seize the opportunity, the blood realm won't be able to resist the attacks of the demon realm. Unfortunately, the 9 clans of the demon realm aren't united. However, I should be able to make Shui Yun suffer and exhaust some of his strength. Mu Yun began to plan in his mind. For 10 days in a row, the entire Purple Pole City was in chaos. The Su clan attacked aggressively and took all the assets of the Chu clan and the Ma clan for themselves. The news of Ma Xiangtian's death and Chu Yuanshan's escape also spread within Purple G City. The cultivators living in Purple Pole City knew that the sky of Purple Pole City was about to change. There were no longer 4 great clans, but only 2 great clans. The Han clan initially wanted to reap some benefits, but after learning that even Chu Yuanshan had fled in a panic, they gave up on the idea. Meanwhile, the Su clan began to purchase herbs that could restore flesh and blood at a high price in Purple Pole City. They did not refuse any of them, only the medicinal properties of the herbs. On this day, the fragrance of pills spread in the Su clan's residence. In the main square of the mansion, 10 pill furnaces were set ablaze, causing the temperature to soar. A figure stood in the middle of the 10 pill furnaces, bustling about. Amazing! My heavens, I've never seen such a way of refining pills. 10 furnaces at once. That's not all. This is a low-grade king-level immortal pill. That's for immortal king realm cultivators to consume. This is simply unbelievable. Even celestial kings have to treat king-grade celestial alchemists with respect. Some of the immortal alchemy masters around the Su residence's martial field were shocked when they saw this scene. This was simply too extravagant. It was truly inconceivable. Father. Mr. Mu is amazing. He's a king-grade celestial alchemist. Su Qian's mouth was wide open. Yeah. Only now did Su Zhan understand that Mu Yan's alchemy skills were absolutely top-notch in the violet-marked demon wolf domain, not to mention the purple-marked demonic wolves. Even in the entire Moonhell Heavenly Wolf clan, he was considered one of the upper echelons. A king-grade low-grade celestial alchemist, in the celestial realm, where would he not be able to make a name for himself? Su Zhan was increasingly convinced that Mu Yun was a hidden powerhouse. However, he did not know what his motive was. Whoosh, at this moment, a medicinal fragrance wafted from the 10 furnaces. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the figures of immortal pills appeared in each of the furnaces. 10 furnaces were opened at the same time, and 100 immortal pills appeared. Take them. Mu Yun said. Good, good. Su Zhan's eyes lit up. 100 low-grade king-level immortal pills were worth 1,000 Xingyang pills each. These 100 immortal pills were worth 100,000 Xingyang pills, which was 1 billion pure yang pills. This was the power of an immortal alchemist. He did not even need to prepare the medicinal ingredients, and 1 billion pure yang pills were in his hands. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Mu. Su Qian walked up and enthusiastically handed him a towel. Today, Su Qian was wearing a dress with her chest open. Her long legs were straight and elegant. When Mu Yun lowered his head, he could see her snow-white cleavage. Suddenly, a different kind of emotion arose after tiring himself out. Mu Yun coughed and wiped his sweat. Thank you. After saying that, Mu Yun returned to his room. Mu Yun took off his clothes and looked between his legs. He heaved a sigh of relief. It's okay, it's okay. After reconstructing my body, my good brother still has a reaction. If I had known earlier, I would have lengthened my body when I cultivated the corpse divine technique. However, this is enough. After all, this thing is innate. Mu Yun nodded in satisfaction. He was not weak innately. Now, he had lengthened it. Today, when he saw Su Qian's seductive dressing, he felt that it was still effective. In the past 10 days, not only did he refine immortal pills in the Su family, but he also relied on the Su family to collect many heavenly treasures that could restore flesh and blood. In Ziji City, some immortal alchemists could not use these heavenly treasures to restore flesh and blood. Instead, they benefited him. Now, flesh and blood had already grown from his legs to his waist. Only his chest was still a skeleton. However, in the future, when he gathered more flesh and blood herbs, it would not be difficult for him to restore it. At that time, he would not have to wear black robes all day long like a ghost. And these days, Mu Yun was able to refine saint-level immortal pills easily and help the Su family complete their mission. As for these king-level immortal pills, he stored them for future use. Closing his eyes and pondering, Mu Yun swallowed an immortal pill and began to recover. Now that his hands and feet were stable, he was no longer restrained. Refining pills was even easier. In the entire immortal world, in the path of alchemy, only his master, Meng Zimo, could compare to him. He couldn't concoct celestial destinies. As for king-class celestial pills, regardless of whether they were low-grade, mid-grade, or high-grade, he could easily concoct them. That was why, despite having offended Ziyu and Ziqiong, he was still able to act so fearlessly. Moreover, even if the purple-patterned demonic wolf clan came, he would not be afraid. In the 500 years in the Death Valley, he was not the only one who had improved. The 300 blood guards were members of the Bone Clan. In the face of corpses, they were even more interested and improved faster. Swoosh. 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 However, just as Mu Yun was sitting in the room, a series of air-piercing sounds suddenly rang out in the sky above the Su family. At this moment, waves of tyrannical aura swept across the sky. They're here. Mu Yun opened his eyes and stepped out, leaving the room. Bang, a loud bang sounded. At this moment, outside the Su family's door, a figure walked straight in. This person had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His eyes had a touch of demonic purple, which made people shudder. The two people beside him were a man and a woman. They were Ziqiong and Ziyu. The man walked over with a majestic gait. He was imposing without being angry. Patriarch Z. Su Zhan had been standing outside the hall for a long time. At this moment, he walked out step by step to welcome the middle-aged man. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun roughly knew that this person should be the patriarch of the purple-patterned demonic wolf clan, Ziding Tian, a fifth-grade immortal king. Su Zhan, long time no see. Ziding Tian spoke, but his tone was slightly cold. Eh? However, at this moment, after hearing Ziding Tian's words, Mu Yun was stunned. There seemed to be something wrong. Ziding Tian's tone wasn't right. It was slightly insufficient. He needed to hear another sentence to confirm it. Mr. Mu. At this moment, Su Qian hurried over and said, Mr. Mu, you'd better go into the room first. Although we've destroyed the Chu and Ma families this time, clan leader Z won't target us. As long as we hand over enough pills, Ziyu will definitely look for you here. Let's find a place to hide first. Su Qian said hurriedly while panting. She seemed very nervous. That scene swayed in front of Mu Yun. Mu Yun had just recovered her second brother's body. Now that she was agitated, she was easily impulsive. After comforting her brother, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, It's fine. I won't cause trouble. If they continue to pester us, I don't mind killing them. Kill. Su Qian's expression was gloomy as she said nervously. However, at this moment, the people that Ziding Tian brought over all landed. Su Qian didn't have time to explain and directly pulled Mu Yun back into the room. Shoo. She signaled Mu Yun to be quiet. Su Qian held onto Mu Yun's arm tightly and leaned against the door. She looked outside through the crack of the door. Those guards were scattered all over the Su residence and were standing still with swords in their hands. Compared to Su Qian's nervousness, Mu Yun had a strange expression. Su Qian bent over slightly and stood in front of him. She looked behind the door. Her beautiful back and snow-white skin could be seen through her gauze skirt. Most importantly, this woman was bent over, and her back was facing his front. Their current posture was really strange. Mu Yun looked down at Su Qian's figure. A different emotion rose in his heart. His good brother was dissatisfied again. Damn it. Behave yourself. Mu Yun cursed in his heart. However, during the reconstruction of his body, the flesh from his legs to his waist was somewhat uncoordinated and didn't listen to his body's orders. Su Qian was leaning against the crack of the door and looking outside. She was worried. It was impossible to send Mu Yun out now. However, at this moment, she suddenly felt a hot aura coming from behind her. Su Qian immediately understood what was going on. However, Su Qian didn't turn around immediately. It was as if she didn't notice. Instead, she stood there and continued to look outside the door. A strange aura spread in the room. Gradually, Mu Yun felt that something was amiss. This woman didn't feel anything. That shouldn't be the case. If she felt something, why didn't she react? The two of them were silent. Mu Yun felt that ever since his body was reconstructed, his entire person seemed to have changed. He couldn't explain or see these changes clearly, but he could feel them. If it were in the past, he might have retreated on his own accord. However, he was shamelessly getting close to her now. He was even enjoying it. This change made Mu Yun feel terrified. His body was reconstructed and his flesh was reborn. Was he going to become another person too? This was truly a shameless act. With a shudder, Mu Yun suddenly moved. Kneel and apologize. Ah. Cough cough. That. I'm sorry. Mu Yun was slightly embarrassed as she said, I've eaten too many medicinal pills that nourish the flesh and blood these past few days. It might be because of some side effects. It's fine. Su Qian lowered her head at this moment, and her face flushed red as she stammered, if you want, you can come to my room at night. What? Mu Yun didn't hear clearly. Bang, however, right when the two of them were in the room, a bang suddenly resounded at this moment. A roar instantly resounded outside the room. Su Zhan, how audacious of you! Su Qian's expression instantly changed when she heard this shout, and she directly dashed out. At this moment, an explosion resounded outside the hall, and then a figure suddenly flew out. The figure that flew out was precisely Su Zhan. Su Qian directly broke through the door when she saw the scene. Father! Qian. Su Zhan saw Su Qian and immediately said in a low voice, quickly leave. Take your younger sister and leave the Su estate. Su Qian shook her head and said, I'm not leaving. Leave? Go where? Ziyu took a stride out from the hall, and then he looked at the two of them and said with ridicule, quickly ask that Mr. Mu of your Su clan to come out. Since when did you lose your arrogant and despotic attitude from before? Why are you looking for me? As soon as Ziyu finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. He was instantly stunned, and then he jumped up and almost cried out as he looked at Mu Yun and said, You're willing to come out? Why would I not be willing to? Mu Yun said with amusement, but young Master Ziyu, your injuries seem to have recovered? Don't mess around. My father is here. Ziyu grunted as he looked at Mu Yun and spoke fearlessly. You're that Mr. Mu? When he saw Mu Yun, a figure in the hall stood up and walked to the corridor. A pair of dark green eyes stared fixedly at Mu Yun, and it seemed as if he wanted to see through Mu Yun. It's me. Mu Yun spoke frankly. You're the one who hurt my son and helped the Su clan swallow up the Ma clan and the Chu clan? Your Majesty, it's him. Chu Yuanshan nodded. I didn't ask you. Ziding Tian frowned as he looked at them and said, Su clan, what audacity. You even dare to swallow the Ma clan and the Chu clan. Sooner or later, are you going to swallow my purple-marked demon wolf clan as well? Su Zhan was astounded when he heard this. Your Majesty, I, Su Zhan, was also forced into a corner. The Ma clan and the Chu clan didn't give us a way out. Alright, let's not talk about those useless things. Ziding Tian looked at them and said, all of you, pay with your lives. Within Purple G City, I, Ziding Tian, still have the final say. There's a scar 3 inches below your abdomen. No matter what you do, you won't be able to get rid of that scar. Instead, it's because you haven't reached the peak of your cultivation yet. Mu Yun spoke calmly as she stood in the courtyard. Stinking brat, you're still spouting nonsense. You're courting death. Ziyu snorted and ordered his men to step forward. Wait. But right at this moment, Ziding Tian waved his hand. How did you know? He looked at Mu Yun with astonishment in his eyes. The dull pain 3 inches below his abdomen had persisted for thousands of years, but he had never paid attention to it. Haha, Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, "You're the purple-marked demon wolf clan's patriarch, right? This Ziyu should be your successor, right? Then I advise you to nurture him well during these 100 years." "What do you mean?" "You'll definitely die after 100 years. Impudent!" Ziyu shouted, and the two guards beside him immediately charged out. The two of them were extremely fast and arrived in front of Mu Yun in the blink of an eye. But Mu Yun didn't mind at all as she stood on the spot without moving. Bang bang, suddenly, two bangs resounded. A black figure suddenly appeared in front of Mu Yun and sent the two of them flying. Seeing this scene, Ziyu's face turned cold. The black-cloaked man who suddenly appeared seemed to be even more terrifying than Mu Yun. Those two personal guards of his father were both third-grade immortal kings, but they couldn't even put up a fight against the black-cloaked man. Wasn't it too terrifying? Mu Yun didn't bother about it and said, "If you have the time to capture him now, why don't you go back and enjoy your last 100 years? These words could be said to be extremely disrespectful. Who was Ziding Tian? Within a radius of 1,000 miles, there were a few cities that were all under the jurisdiction of the purple-marked demon wolf clan. Ziding Tian was the overlord of this region. For so many years, who dared to speak to him like this? "You're playing with fire, do you know that?" Ziding Tian said coldly. "Playing with fire?" Mu Yun smiled and said, "I don't think so. Instead, you're the one playing with fire. If you address me as Mr. Mu respectfully and treat me as a distinguished guest, I might consider treating your injuries and removing the sequelae in your body." "Oh, that's right. Your son better kneel down and apologize to me." "Dream on." Ziyu roared. "Haha, for your father's safety, you won't die if you kneel down and apologize." Mu Yun spoke again, "If you're not respected, the purple-marked demon wolf clan would probably be devoured by the other 4 clans after your father's death, right? Are you threatening me? So what if I am?" Mu Yun smiled and said, "You can't kill me. Then let's try." As Ziding Tian spoke, he took a step forward and threw out a punch. Boom, there was an explosion. Luo Tianqing's figure appeared in front of Mu Yun and threw out a palm. The two figures instantly collided, but in the blink of an eye, they separated again. Ziding Tian had an unpleasant expression. "What's wrong?" Mu Yun said, "Is it because this servant of mine attacked your weakness and suppressed your ability to unleash your full strength?" Ziding Tian's face turned pale. Everyone was astonished when they saw this scene. Could it be that Mu Yun wasn't talking nonsense? This kid was really something. Ziding Tian was really injured? "Father. I'm fine." Ziding Tian could feel that the puppet's strength was inferior to his. However, under Mu Yun's instructions, the puppet had been attacking the area 3 inches below his abdomen. That wound had indeed not dissipated for thousands of years. Furthermore, the weather was hot and the air was hot. When he was irritable, the wound would ache faintly, hindering his cultivation progress. However, only he knew about this. How did Mu Yun know about it? You don't have to be surprised. I'm a king-level alchemist. If I can't even see through this, I would have lived in vain for so many years. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, "How is it? Have you been tempted? If you regret it now, it's still not too late. Otherwise, if you really force me to kill someone, you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life." Mu Yun said again, "I don't have much time to wait for you. I'll count to 10. If you don't agree, then don't blame me. 10. 9. 8. Everyone felt incredulous when they saw Mu Yun's serious expression. A few of the purple-marked demon wolf clan's higher-ups looked at Ziding Tian. "All right." Ziding Tian suddenly spoke, "I can agree to your condition. However, if you can't complete it, you can kill me." Mu Yun smiled and said, "The purple-marked demon wolf clan has a rather high status in the entire wolf clan. I think it might be troublesome for you to go to the Moon-Hell Heavenly Wolf clan and ask a 9th-grade immortal king to kill me, but it shouldn't be impossible. You still dare to be so arrogant after knowing all this? Because I know that everyone yearns for their own lives. No one is willing to gamble on anything that concerns their lives. All right. This time, I'll believe you." Ziding Tian said. "Father. Come forward. Kneel down and apologize to Mr. Mu." Ziding Tian said proudly. Father. Ziyu shouted, kneel down to him? He's just a lowly human. Are you kneeling or not? Ziding Tian's eyes were filled with indifference. Ziyu was extremely aggrieved. Kneel down. Yes. Ziyu knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Mr. Mu, I was in the wrong previously. Please forgive me. Haha, alright. Mu Yun smiled faintly. Ziyu immediately stood up and looked at Mu Yun with cold murderous intent in his eyes. Mr. Mu, can you tell me how to heal the injuries in my body now? Ziding Tian asked. Of course. However, are you sure you want to say it here? This, Ziding Tian said, withdraw all of you to the City Lord Mansion. There was a City Lord Mansion in every city where the purple-marked demonic wolf stayed when the clan head came down to check. Su Zhan walked forward with a pale face. Mr. Mu, don't worry. It's fine. Mu Yun smiled and said, Ziding Tian won't kill me or deal with your Su clan. Sorry for the disturbance these days. Don't mention it, Mr. Mu, Su Zhan. Ziding Tian suddenly said, since the Su clan has annexed the Ma clan and Chu clan, in the future, the amount of elixirs submitted will be 3 times more than before. Su Zhan, do you have any objections? No, no objections. Su Zhan felt like he was pardoned and let out a sigh of relief. My king, then my Chu clan, crack. Before Chu Yuanshan could speak, Ziding Tian grabbed Chu Yuanshan's neck and shouted, you can't even look after your own clan. What's the use of having you? Send them to the battlefield. Your life and death will depend on yourself. Send them to the battlefield. That was the battlefield with the blood region. They had been living in the demon region and were ruled by the demon race. Humans had hated them. If they were sent to the battlefield, they would be the vanguard. They would be the first to die. Chu Yuanshan was completely stunned. It's all because of you. Because of you. Looking at Mu Yun, Chu Yuanshan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I'm going to kill you. Without another word, he charged towards Mu Yun. However, at this moment, Mu Yun couldn't be bothered with him. Luo Tianqing took a step forward and killed Chu Yuanshan with a palm. Sorry. Mu Yun nodded and said, this person wanted to kill me, so I killed him. Her words were calm and ordinary, but when Mu Yun said it, it sounded like she was showing off. However, Ziding Tian didn't care at all. Even if Chu Yuanshan was at the Immortal King realm, he was just a livestock reared by Ziding Tian. The death of a livestock was nothing to him. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Easy as Pie. Among the 4 great clans of ZG City, the Ma and Shu clans were finished, and the Han clan was in a constant state of anxiety. The one that benefited the most was the Su clan. A trace of disappointment flashed past Su Qian's eyes as she watched everyone leave. Qian. Su Zhan spoke at this moment, have you fallen for Mr. Mu? Father, I didn't, don't deny it. It's not like father hasn't been young before. Su Zhan smiled and said, like is like. What's wrong with that? However, father needs to tell you that this Mr. Mu is absolutely not a fish in a pond. He's not someone you can subdue. So, father, I know. A trace of gloominess appeared on Su Qian's face. She naturally knew that Mu Yun was absolutely not a fish in a pond. Her alchemy skills were sufficient to allow Mu Yun to be like a fish in water in the demon region. In addition, Mu Yun was at the Immortal King realm. In the future, she would surely be an indomitable figure in the immortal world. She was merely the young miss of ZG City's Su clan. The future Mu Yun would surely be worlds apart from her. Alright. Recently, I've subdued the Chu and Ma clans. Some people are still stubborn. Father might have to deal with a lot of things. At the same time, on the other side, within the ZG City's City Lord's mansion. Although Ziding Tian rarely came here, the entire City Lord's mansion was still bustling with activity. There was an endless stream of servants, and every place was clean to the point that there wasn't a speck of dust. Mr. Mu, can you tell me now? After dismissing his subordinates, Ziding Tian spoke, I've done everything you asked me to do. Of course. Mu Yun smiled and said, you should have been severely injured by the immortal beast, Spirit Flame Sky Dragon, and almost lost your life. Since then, the scar on your body has been unable to be removed, and the pain has accompanied you. How did you know? Ziding Tian was more and more astonished by Mu Yun. Don't bother about how I know. If I'm not wrong, then go and prepare the medicinal herbs. Mu Yun's hand waved, and a list appeared. It would be best if you could gather all of the medicinal ingredients listed here. The more, the better. I will personally refine an immortal pill for you. Mu Yun said confidently, take my elixir, and your injuries will be healed. It's even very likely that your strength will improve. Another step. Hearing this, Ziding Tian's face lit up. All these years, he had always been troubled by his injuries, and it had been many years since he had improved his cultivation. This was because he was simply unable to calm down and carefully comprehend the improvement of his cultivation. But now, Mu Yun actually told him that not only would his hidden injuries disappear, he could even raise his cultivation level. How could he not be surprised? Don't be happy too early, the prerequisite is that you can find these herbs. According to what I know, these herbs are not common in the 10,000 demon forest. Mu Yun nodded and said, if you can gather as many of these medicinal herbs as possible, I have about 70% confidence that you can advance to the next level. 7 points. Hearing this, Ziding Tian was extremely excited. Even if it was a normal breakthrough, no one could say that they had a 70% chance of breaking through to the next realm. Mu Yun's words were like a shot in the arm for him. All right. Ziding Tian nodded and said, if you can cure the poison in my body, I will hand this purple pole city over to you to manage. I don't think so. Mu Yun waved her hand and said casually, all right, I am going to rest. Once you find these medicinal herbs, bring them to me one by one. If there is nothing else, don't call me. No problem. Ziding Tian smiled and left the main hall. Father. Outside the main hall, Ziyu came forward and said, do you really believe in this Mu Yun? His origin is unknown. What if he is trying to harm you? Haha, Ziding Tian looked at his most beloved son and smiled. To tell you the truth, for the past 100 years, I have indeed felt that my body is not as good as before. The injury on my waist is aching faintly. I feel that I might not be able to live on, so this time I am willing to take a gamble. If I lose the gamble, whether our purple marked demon wolf clan can stand firm under the moon howling heavenly wolf royal clan will depend on you. Father, when Ziyu heard this, he was instantly stunned. It won't happen. Ziyu suddenly said, Father will definitely recover. If this fellow is lying to Father, I will definitely dismember him into pieces. Don't be in a hurry to come to a conclusion. Ziding Tian said again, I think this fellow has a strong origin. Furthermore, his alchemy skills are exceptional. Previously, didn't Ziqiang say that the Su clan can't take out elixirs? I have seen the Su clan's elixirs, and they are all top-notch. They are definitely not something a sage-class alchemy master can refine. They are at least a king-class alchemy master. You are saying that this fellow might really be a king-class alchemy master. Perhaps. If he is really a king-class alchemy master, then our purple-marked demon wolf clan might be able to raise our status in front of the moon-howling heavenly wolf royal clan by treating him as a guest. Ziding Tian said with great ambition. Father, you mean, to rope him in? Ziyu was shocked. But he made me kneel. What's wrong with kneeling? Ziding Tian said arrogantly, back then, when I received the Wolf King, I knelt on the ground and allowed him to step over my body. In this world, what matters is the strong and the weak. If you are weak, who would care about your face? You must understand this point. Only then can you become an expert worthy of your name. I understand, Father. For the next period of time, Mu Yun stayed in the city lord residence. He didn't step out of the main door or take a step out. He completely looked like an otherworldly expert. Speaking of which, with his attainments and alchemy skills, he was indeed an otherworldly expert. Back when he was in the Sword Gate, he urgently needed to raise his strength. Hence, he rarely refined elixirs and only focused on raising his cultivation base. Now, he needed to recover his physical body. However, with his strength, it was too difficult to find many good medicines to recover his physical body. Ziding Tian could help him a lot. As for Zidingtian's injuries, he only needed to coordinate with the heavenly fire and mutated water to be able to heal him. Then, he would give him 2 immortal elixirs to consolidate his foundation. In addition to the 1,000 years of accumulation, his injuries would be healed. As long as Zidingtian wasn't an idiot, he would have a 70% chance of breaking through. 1 month later, Zidingtian finally made a move. He ordered people to send over many medicinal herbs that nourished his physical body. Mu Yun was busy in the room all day long. She even set up an array. It was hard to fathom what she was doing. Gradually, month after month passed. Finally, after 1 year, Mu Yun finally walked out of the room. Ziyu, call your father over. Mu Yun instructed. Ever since he listened to Zidingtian's words, Ziyu's attitude towards Mu Yun had also improved. However, Mu Yun also knew that this kid was waiting for him to fail to cure Zidingtian and was prepared to kill him with a single slash. However, he might be very disappointed. After the news was sent out, Zidingtian flew over in less than half a day. Mr. Mu. Zidingtian cupped his hands and said, I rushed over as soon as I heard the news. It has been hard on you for this 1 year. I will start to treat your injuries now. Mu Yun said, let's do it in the courtyard. Oh? What do I need to do? Swallow 3 elixirs. Of different colors. Then, just sit there. Mu Yun nodded. Zidingtian did as he was told. Everything began. Mu Yun stood in the middle of the field and waved her hands. Suddenly, the heaven flame and strange water rushed out in succession. Seeing this scene, Ziyu was completely shocked. In this world, the heaven flame and strange water were the hardest to subdue. Subduing the heaven flame and strange water didn't depend on one's strength. It depended on one's ability. Some people had top-notch strength but might not be able to absorb the heaven flame. However, some people with weak strength could subdue the heaven flame even if they were in the lower realm. He didn't expect that Mu Yun possessed the heaven flame. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult for the heaven flame and strange water to appear in a person's body. However, Mu Yun did it. However, Ziyu realized that he was surprised too early. Mu Yun waved her hand again. Another stream of heaven flame and strange water appeared. Not just one, Ziyu was dumbfounded. His eyeballs were about to pop out. Zidingtian, you just have to consume the elixir's energy in your body and cultivate quietly. Alright. As Mu Yun's words fell, Zidingtian did as he was told. Gradually, a scorching power began to burn within his body. However, before it could even begin, an ice-cold power began to spread from his body. Zidingtian was shocked. However, when he thought of Mu Yun's words, he did as he was told. Time passed by slowly. The night moon had descended. Mu Yun was still standing beside Zidingtian. The heaven flame and strange water had wrapped Zidingtian's body tightly. Buzz, however, right at this moment, there was a buzzing sound all of a sudden. Zidingtian, who was wrapped up, let out a long howl. His entire body was emitting waves of tyrannical energy. I broke through. Ziyu was extremely excited. After reaching the immortal king realm, every grade of cultivation was extremely difficult. The fusion of the spatial and temporal laws, the alternation of these 2 levels, condensed into the immortal king law, he had been stuck in the first grade immortal king realm for more than 300 years. Until now, there were no signs of improvement. Haha, right at this moment, there was a hearty laughter. Zidingtian walked out. His entire body was filled with vigor. He looked completely different. Congratulations, father. Congratulations on breaking through to the 6th grade immortal king realm. The Howling Moon Heavenly Wolf King will also be happy for you. Ziyu said excitedly. Zidingtian turned around and looked at Mu Yun. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Master Mu, for your help. You're welcome. You provided the herbs and I provided the energy. Moreover, those herbs weren't used up. Consider it my reward. Mu Yun waved her hand and wiped off the sweat on her face. She said, I have consumed a lot of energy and need to rest. I will take my leave for now. Alright. Take care, Master Mu. Zidingtian waved his hand. Looking at Mu Yun's departing figure, Ziyu said coldly, "Father, should we take this opportunity to, no?" Ziding shook his head and said, "This child is very useful to us. You have to broaden your horizons. Let me ask you. How many king-level immortal alchemists are there in the entire demon region? Less than 100. What about our wolf clan? Less than 10. Therefore, Master Mu must be a king-level immortal alchemist. Keeping him in our purple-striped demonic wolf clan will definitely bring more benefits than disadvantages. If we can get him to refine the forgetting immortal pill for our purple-striped demonic wolf clan, how many more immortal kings will we have in our clan? Father, do you really mean to rope him in?" Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Gambling Game. Ding Tian smiled and said, "The moon-howling heavenly wolf is the king of the wolf tribe now. Our bloodline is not inferior to the moon-howling heavenly wolf at all. It's just that the moon-howling heavenly wolf tribe has the most experts. With Tian Fengxiao, we have a peak immortal king. Father, I understand your ambition. I know what to do," Ziyu said firmly. "All right. Serve Mr. Mu well these days. If he needs anything, try your best to satisfy him. Recently, the battle with the Blood Realm is getting more and more intense. I can't stay here for long." "I understand." After sending Ziding Tian off, Ziyu looked in the direction of Mu Yan's room, pursed his lips, and left the courtyard. The night was as quiet as water. Mu Yan sat in the room. He took off his long gown and stood in front of the mirror to look at his own body. His facial features did not change obviously, but they were sharper and looked sharper. The most important thing was the change in his body. His body was no longer thin and delicate. Instead, it was perfectly curved with clear lines. His skin was snow white and had the texture of a baby's skin. Mu Yan was very satisfied. Over the past year, he had been using the flesh and spiritual herbs collected by Ziding Tian to nourish his body and condense his bloodline. Finally, he had succeeded. At the same time, when his blood, flesh, and immortal soul were in perfect harmony, he broke through another level and reached the second great immortal king realm. At this moment, he was very excited about the improvement. In the end, he was alive again after 500 years. However, Mu Yun was not in a hurry to leave the demon realm. There were too many natural treasures, ores, and crystals in the demon realm. Unfortunately, the immortal kings in the demon realm did not know how to make use of them. They just took them casually. It was a waste of natural resources. He was planning to improve his cultivation with the help of the natural resources here, so that his strength would grow stronger. The failure to besiege the 33 Heavenly Sword sect made Mu Yun know that he was not strong enough now. Only when he reached the 9th Great Immortal King, a peak Immortal King, or even an Immortal Emperor, could he completely destroy the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Knowing this, the only thing in Mu Yan's mind was to become stronger. Thump. Thump. Thump, there was a knock on the door. Mu Yun knew that the servant had come to deliver water. With a creak, the door opened, and Mu Yun walked into the bathtub naked. With a splash, buckets of hot water were poured into the pool. This was not ordinary hot water, but spirit dew collected from a valley in the Thousand Monsters forest. Under the special climate of the valley, the water temperature of the spirit dew was scorching hot, but it also contained powerful spirit chi. Not to mention bathing, even drinking it would nourish the body. Mu Yun lay in the pool as usual and closed her eyes. Her entire body was stretched out, and even her hair was moaning in pleasure. Right at this moment, a pair of arms appeared on Mu Yun's shoulders, squeezing them. Mu Yun narrowed her eyes and enjoyed this moment. However, Mu Yun gradually felt that there was something wrong with this pair of arms. As he stroked it with his palm, he gradually felt a little restless. His body couldn't help but tremble. With a splash, a figure came directly in front of him and sat on him. When he opened his eyes and saw the person in front of him, Mu Yun was stunned. "Su Qian, why are you here?" Mu Yun quivered. I'm here to help Mr. Mu wash up." When she saw Mu Yun's lineup for the first time, Su Qian even thought that Mu Yun was a middle-aged or an old man with a veil over his face. However, she didn't expect that Mu Yun was actually so young. "Did Ziyu threaten you?" Mu Yun's voice turned cold. No. I did it willingly." Su Qian raised her head and looked at Mu Yun. I willingly served you. Su Qian was wearing a white gauze dress. She was soaking in the pool and it was sticking to her body. Seeing this scene, although Mu Yun was tempted, he knew that he couldn't act rashly. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Su Qian, perhaps the alchemy skills I displayed or the scene of me saving you made you like me, but, if you follow me, you will be in big trouble. I'm not afraid of trouble. Hearing this, Mu Yun only smiled bitterly. If you follow me, not only might you die in the future, but even your sister and father will die. After hearing this a few times, Su Qian was stunned. She could ignore her own safety, but she couldn't ignore the safety of her father and sister. Then you can stay in ZG City. With your current identity, your enemies definitely won't be able to find you. Moreover, Ziding Tian and his son respect you as a distinguished guest. You're the city lord here. Su Qian said naively. Impossible. Mu Yun shook his head. Even if my enemies don't come looking for me, I will still go look for them. It's not that they don't come looking for me, but I don't come looking for them. If I can't accomplish it in this life, what's the point of my cultivation? Hearing this, Su Qian nodded as if she understood. Alright, you can go out first. I won't go out. I'll just serve you. Don't worry, I won't do anything. Su Qian said resolutely. Hearing this, Mu Yun's expression turned strange. You won't do anything, but it doesn't mean that I won't do anything. A bath that made Mu Yun's blood boil lasted until the latter half of the night. Mu Yun could be said to have a stomach full of anger, but this anger couldn't be vented. Although he was sentimental and had Qin Mengyao, Wang Xinya, Xiao Yuner, and Yi Sueki by his side now, he wasn't fickle in love. These women were all fated by chance and coincidence. As for the rest, it was better to have less love debts. He still remembered that in his previous life in the immortal world, he had almost been chased to death by love debts. The night passed by slowly. The next day, Mu Yun changed into a long black robe, a belt around her waist, and a pair of black boots as she walked out of the room. Master Mu. Seeing that Mu Yun didn't cover her face this time, Ziyu was immediately surprised. What's wrong? Oh, no, nothing. I just didn't expect you to be so young. Ziyu said in surprise. Who made the rule that a king-level celestial alchemist must act like an old man? Mu Yun smiled as she walked into the courtyard. She lay on a chair and basked in the sun happily. Master Mu. Ziyu trotted over and looked at Mu Yun. How did you feel last night? Last night? Mu Yun glared at Ziyu and said, next time, it's best not to do this. Yes, yes, yes. I did something unnecessary. Ziyu hesitated for a moment and said again, Master Mu, there's nothing fun in this ZG city. How about I bring you to a good place? Where? Mr. Mu, as you know, we, the purple-striped demonic wolves, are one of the 5 major wolf tribes under the jurisdiction of the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf tribe. This ZG city is just one of the cities of the purple-striped demonic wolves tribe. In addition, there are the single-horned green wolves, the black jade-winged wolves, the ink feather-winged wolves, and the bone demon wolves. Because our 5 major wolf tribes are close to each other, we are very familiar with each other. We often gather together to compete. Each branch will take out treasures of equal value to gamble. Just now, Gu Lufeng informed me to go. I wonder if Master Mu is interested to go with me. Oh. The disciples of your 5 tribes are gambling? That's right. The elders have been busy dealing with the people from the Shui realm recently. It's rare that we have time to gather together, Ziyu said with a smile. What are the treasures for gambling? Ziyu replied, there's a lot. Not long ago, during a gambling match, the crown prince of the single-horned green wolves tribe, Bu Tingfeng, took out a section of the tailbone of a viper dragon. It was said that it was taken from a top-level celestial king viper dragon. Interesting, Mu Yun didn't have a suitable long sword in her hand now. If there was something she was interested in, she didn't mind participating. Anyway, we have nothing to do. Let's go. Okay. Ziyu's face lit up. With a wave of his hand, a figure descended from the sky. It was a flying-type immortal beast. The internal strife of the demon clan was also endless. For example, the nine-winged golden eagle tribe and the silver-moon snow eagle tribe often captured demonic beasts from the wolf tribe and the tiger tribe as mounts. The tiger tribe also often captured the nine-tailed immortal fox tribe as concubines. Each of them had their own factions. Ziyu was obviously prepared. He called a few guards, as well as Su Qian and the other attendants, and boarded the eagle's body. They set off immediately. After flying for half a day, the group descended into a vast mountain forest. In this mountain forest, the trees and mountains within a radius of about 100 miles had been cleared and a formation was built. When the group entered the formation, they saw a tall building in the middle of the vast mountain forest square. At this moment, there were already hundreds of figures standing on the tall building. Ziyu, what's wrong with you? Why are you so late? At that moment, a young man with a skinny figure that could be said to be as thin as a match walked over. Gu Lufeng, it hasn't started yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Ziyu chuckled and said, Come, let me introduce you. This is Mu Yun, Mr. Mu. Greetings, Mr. Mu. Gu Lufeng looked at Mu Yun and said in a low voice, Why did you bring a human here? Don't underestimate Mr. Mu. He's a king-grade celestial alchemist. Upon hearing this, Gu Lufeng looked at Mu Yun and cupped his fists again. He said politely, Greetings, Mr. Mu. Although a king-grade celestial alchemist was a human, he had a high status in the demon realm. The demon realm was lacking in alchemists. If there were more alchemists in the demon realm, the entire celestial realm would become the demon realm's territory. Gu Lufeng, Ziyu, what are the two of you whispering to each other over there? At this moment, a high-pitched voice rang out. An arrow pierced through the air and landed in front of them with a swoosh. Mo Yuanyang, I think you're itching for a beating again. Gu Lufeng laughed and said, What are you going to bet this time? Translator, trans and editor, trans in the killing game. Mo Yuanyang, what good stuff do you have? At this moment, a young man walked over with two women in his arms. He sneered and said, Don't tell me it's one of those beauties you mentioned last time, only to find out that she's already been broken. Wu Yu, how many times are you going to mention this? Mo Yuanyang said impatiently, I already explained it very clearly. I was also deceived. Later, I didn't kill that person in front of you. How many more times do you want to say it? You're unhappy already? That youth called Wu Yu smiled and said, Looking at your little tolerance, how can your father be at ease when handing the ink-feathered twin-winged wolf clan to you in the future? Whether my father is at ease or not has nothing to do with you, right? Mo Yuanyang chuckled and said, But this time, you mustn't lose the gambling fight. Don't worry, even if you lose, I won't lose. With that, they walked to the center of the arena. Young Master Bu. Young Master Bu. Looking at the young man sitting on the main seat in the middle of a martial arts field, the few of them cupped their hands and bowed. Everyone, please take a seat. The young man sitting at the head of the table wore a long green robe and had an imposing appearance. His eyes flashed with a green light from time to time, and there was a touch of coldness and arrogance between his brows. This is the young master of the Unicorn Green Wolf clan, Bu Tingfeng. Among the 5 clans, he's the most terrifying one. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. Ziyu, you brought a friend with you. Bu Tingfeng's eyes landed on Mu Yun, as if he wanted to see through Mu Yun from head to toe. Young Master Bu, this person is my friend, Mr. Mu Yun. He is an immortal alchemist. Ziyu said. He did not mention what level of alchemy Master Mu Yun was. If Bu Tingfeng knew that Mu Yun was a king-level alchemy master, he would definitely have some evil thoughts. At that time, he would not be able to compete with Bu Tingfeng for Mu Yun. If Mu Yun were to be roped in by Bu Tingfeng, then father would definitely chop him into pieces. Oh. Bu Tingfeng looked at Mu Yun but did not say anything. Gu Lufeng also saw through Ziyu's intentions. However, the two of them had been good friends since they were young, so they didn't say anything. As for Mu Yun, she did not care at all. Alright. Now that everyone is here, let's start the bet. Tell me, what do you all want this time? Wu Yu chuckled and said, I'll say this first. I'm not willing to take out anything bad. When he said that, the 5 people all laughed. Bu Tingfeng was the first to step out. I'm betting on the serpent tendon of the Heavenly Dragon clan. By the time Buting Feng finished speaking, someone had already taken out the dragon tendon. It was about 10 meters long and as thick as an arm. Strands of immortal chi flowed around it. Even though the spiritual flame sky serpent I killed wasn't fully grown yet, its tendons are more than enough to refine an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Buting Feng said confidently, now that I've made the first move, I'm sure no one will be reluctant to take out anything good, right? The spiritual flame sky serpent was one of the 9 major demon clans in the immortal realm. The heavenly dragon tendon was tough and was suitable to be refined into long whips or ropes. When Mu Yun saw the serpent tendon, she nodded to herself. In his hands, the serpent tendon could become a low king-grade celestial weapon. Since young Master Bu has taken out such a good item, we naturally won't be stingy. Mo Yuanyang stepped forward and said, I'm taking out a Dharma treasure. This Dharma treasure was obtained by my father in a previous battle. It's called the Dispersing Flame Thunderbolt Bomb. As Mo Yuanyang spoke, a thunderbolt bomb appeared in his hand. It was covered with patterns that looked like a demonic flower. It was about the size of a baby's fist, but its aura made one's heart palpitate. Mo Yuanyang, you're still so stingy. Wu Yu sneered. Young Master Bu has already taken out the spiritual flame sky serpent's tendon, and you're only taking out this? Wu Yu, can you shut your stinky mouth if you don't understand? Mo Yuanyang clicked his tongue and said, imprint your soul power on this dispersing flame thunderbolt bomb. At a critical moment, place it beside your opponent. Once you're far away, use your soul power to detonate it. Even a 3rd-grade celestial king will die. When he said that, everyone present was shocked. They had seen many thunderbolt bombs. Most of them were refined by human celestial equipment masters. Once they were detonated, their power was enormous. When the Demon Realm and Blood Realm fought, many Demon Realm warriors had died under thunderbolt bombs. Unfortunately, there was a shortage of celestial equipment masters in the Demon Realm. There were even fewer people who could refine thunderbolt bombs. It's worth it. Buting Feng nodded. Although this thunderbolt bomb isn't like the serpent tendon, it can save one's life at a critical moment. It's worth a lot. Hearing that, Mo Yuanyang nodded proudly. A serpent tendon and a dispersing flame thunderbolt bomb. Both items were extraordinary. What's next? Mo Yuanyang looked at Wu Yu and smiled. Wu Yu, didn't you say that you're worth the most? Take it out and show it to us. Let's broaden our horizons. Why are you in such a hurry? Wu Yu scoffed. Bring it up. As soon as he finished speaking, a few figures walked up carrying a stone tablet. The stone tablet was about 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide. It looked very heavy and was covered by a red cloth. See? Wu Yu smiled proudly and removed the red cloth. The stone tablet's original appearance was revealed before everyone's eyes. It was in celestial technique. Extreme spiritual spear technique. Mo Yuanyang could not help but walk up and take a look. There was a rustling sound, but Wu Yu covered it with the red cloth again. What about me? Wu Yu said proudly. I paid a huge price for this extreme spiritual spear technique. I lost several celestial kings to obtain it in an ancient land. I found an expert to appraise it. It's at least a middle-grade king celestial technique. Moreover, it's a rare spear technique. I don't think I need to tell you how much it's worth, right? Middle-grade king celestial technique? They were stunned. What Wu Yu took out this time was indeed very valuable. Gu Lufeng, where's the thing you took out? Wu Yu looked at the skinny Gu Lufeng and smiled. Mine pales in comparison to everyone's. Gu Lufeng waved his hand and a bone appeared. This is a bone I obtained. It's as hard as iron, but I can't tell what kind of bone it is. However, I tried to hit it with a middle-grade king celestial weapon. It's still intact. As soon as he said that, Mu Yun looked at it curiously. Dragon bone. Mu Yun was shocked. He used to be with Xie Qing all day long. Now that he had Xiaoqi by his side, he naturally knew that it was a dragon bone. However, it was obvious that these people did not know. However, if a middle-grade king celestial weapon could not break it, one could imagine that the white bone was not simple. Make do. Where's Ziyu? Wu Yu smiled and said, this time, you better not drop the ball. Ziyu's face was pale. He hadn't expected that everyone would play so big this time. Even the white bone that flowing wind had taken out seemed to be quite valuable. What could he do? Ziyu looked embarrassed. He stood up and was about to step out when a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Young Master Ziyu's item is a divine pill. It's a middle-grade king-grade celestial pill, the Three Orifices integration pill. Ziyu was shocked when he heard the voice. When did he prepare a divine pill? However, when he saw the person who spoke, he heaved a sigh of relief. Mu Yun walked out with a divine pill in her hand. She said, the Three Orifices integration pill combines a martial artist's celestial soul, physical body, and bloodline. When consumed at a critical moment, it can refine energy that is usually neglected by the body and condense it into a powerful force. It can help a martial artist raise his cultivation level in a short time. It can raise his cultivation level by at least 1 grade. Moreover, it will not cause any harm to the martial artist's body. Instead, it will make the martial artist's body feel more refreshed. Once these words were spoken, the people present immediately looked at each other with shocked expressions on their faces. The Three Orifices integration pill, it could be said to be a life-saving pill. Think about it. If one was forced into a desperate situation and swallowed this pill, one's cultivation level would increase in a short time. Moreover, after the effects of the pill, the martial artist's body would dissipate the energy that could not be consumed normally. To a martial artist, it was like cleaning up the cumbersome energy in the body. After the effects of the pill, one would not suffer any backlash. Instead, one would feel more refreshed. This divine pill was a middle-grade king-grade celestial pill. Ziyu, I didn't expect you to put in so much effort. Hearing this, Wu was not surprised. Middle-grade king-grade celestial pills and middle-grade king-grade celestial techniques were equal in value. However, it was obvious that Ziyu's divine pill was more valuable. Ziyu smiled awkwardly. He did not know why Mu Yun was helping him. Consider this divine pill as a gift from me, Mu Yun said in a low voice. However, you have to help me get that spear technique. Mu Yun's swordsmanship in her previous life was not powerful. Her main weapon was a long spear. However, spear techniques were rare in the immortal world. There were many stored in his mind that were not suitable for him in this life. Now that he was in the demon realm, if he used the sword too frequently, it would arouse suspicion. However, he had not used the spear much in the immortal world. I'll try my best. It was not difficult for Mu Yun to see that Ziyu did not have much confidence. However, other than the divine pill, he liked the other 4 items. There was no harm in it. All right. Bu Tingfeng spoke at this moment. Everyone has taken out similar items this time. Since that's the case, we'll stick to the old rules. We'll determine the winner and the ranking. The first place will have the right to choose. The few of them nodded. Young Master Bu, what are we playing this time? Mo Yuanyang asked with a smile. Wu Yu chuckled and said, of course, it's a game of killing. A game of killing? Mu Yun frowned. Bu Tingfeng smiled and said, that's right. Recently, Wu Yu has recruited many disobedient humans. Among them, there are human immortals and immortal kings. This time, we'll compete to see who can kill more people in the end. As soon as he said that, everyone was immediately interested. They had never played this game before. Bu Tingfeng waved his hand. In an instant, figures were driven out from below the arena. Upon closer inspection, those figures were in rags. Their faces were filled with fear and they were trembling. Under the leadership of the Wolf Clan warriors, they gradually dispersed. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 people. Seeing this, Mo Yuanyang laughed and said, Wu Yu, you're really well prepared. Of course. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio, what's your name? Alright, get ready. Let's begin. Bu Tingfeng said. Mo Yuanyang said excitedly, this time, I'm going to show my skills. Wait. Wu Yu chuckled. This time, we're not going to fight on our own. We're going to choose our guards. Huh? What are you talking about? Wu Yu laughed. Hurry up and choose your capable guards. Otherwise, I'm going to take away your dispersing flame thunderbolt bullet. In your dreams. The two of them started to get busy. The rules were simple. Each of them would choose 5 guards to fight. There would be a total of 25 people. Whoever's guard killed the most humans would be the winner. The winner would be determined by the number of humans killed. Mu Yun was very displeased to see such a disregard for human life in this wager. However, when he thought about it, humans hunted demonic beasts, and demonic beasts hunted humans. There did not seem to be any justice in this world. There was only one word for it, strength. Mu Yun did not feel good about it, but he did not stop them. If he was not an immortal alchemist and was brought here by Ziyu, these people would not even look at him. Mu Yun could not help but look at the crowd below. There were men and women, old and young. Their eyes were filled with fear. Suddenly, Mu Yun saw anger in a pair of eyes. It was a woman. She was more than 1.7 meters tall. She was tall and slender, and her legs were straight. She was dressed in ragged clothes, but they could not hide her fair skin. Her eyes were clear and pure without any impurities. However, there were 2 scars on both sides of her face. The 2 scars removed all of her beauty, giving people a feeling of extreme destruction. However, for some reason, Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat when he saw the woman. He could not help but walk out. He walked to the bottom of the arena and into the crowd. Mr. Mu. Ziyu was shocked when he saw this. The people present were the elites of the Wolf clan. They would most likely join the Howling Moon Wolf clan in the future. However, Mu Yun turned a deaf ear to his shouts. He walked step by step into the crowd. The slaves looked at Mu Yun in horror. They did not dare to breathe loudly. Mu Yun walked to the woman. She was dressed in rags that could not even cover her chest. He felt sorry for her. He took off his robe and put it on the woman. I think I've seen you before, Mu Yun said. You look like someone I'm familiar with. There's a crafty look in your eyes. The woman raised her head and looked at Mu Yun. Tears suddenly appeared in her eyes. Mr. Mu Yun. Z. Calm Mr. Mu Yun, Mr. Mu Yun, Mu Yun, the competition is the competition is studio? Mu Yun, the competition competition. Mu studio. As to studio to. What studio to you name studio you? The woman looked at Mu Yun as tears streamed down her cheeks. Her entire body trembled and her face was instantly covered in dirt. Master, the woman walked forward and looked at Mu Yun. She crossed her arms and said in a hoarse voice, I'm Xianyu, buzz. Mu Yun's head buzzed. Xianyu, he only had one disciple. Her name was Xianyu. She was Miao Xianyu. Xianyu, Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded. He touched the woman's cheek and looked at her face. A wisp of soul breath entered the woman's mind. That familiar aura suddenly returned. Mu Yun did not expect that it was really his disciple. Wha? Master. I miss you so much. Master, Miao Xianyu cried out loud. She was completely covered in tears. Xianyu, be good. Why are you here? And your face? What happened to your face? Miao Xianyu could not stop crying. She hugged Mu Yun and refused to let go. The two of them caused a commotion in the crowd. Bu Tingfeng and the others were obviously impatient. Ziyu, what is this friend of yours doing? Mo Yuanyang could not help but say, don't spoil everyone's mood. These are just lowly humans. Although your friend is a human, she should know how many of our fellow demons they killed. We're just killing some humans. It's not too much, right? Ziyu felt even more awkward after hearing this. Please wait a moment. Ziyu looked at Mu Yun and said in a low voice, Mr. Mu, I'll take this person away. Let's leave the hunting ground first. Get lost. However, as soon as Ziyu finished speaking, Mu Yun shouted in a deep voice. With this shout, Ziyu was instantly stupefied. Wu could not help but say, are you done? If your friend doesn't leave, we'll start. Ziyu's face was gloomy. How could Mu Yun be controlled by him? Wu Yu's anger rose when he saw Ziyu and Mu Yun ignoring him. Bow and arrow. Wu Yu snorted. He took out a bow and arrow, knocked it, and shot an arrow. Swoosh, the long sword cut through the air and went straight for Miao Xianyu. However, the long sword suddenly stopped behind Mu Yun. It could not move and was fixed in place. Xianyu, why are you here? Miao Xianyu finally calmed down. However, she still hugged Mu Yun and did not let go. I came to the immortal world after I came out of the forge and fief. I offended a young master of an aristocratic family in the spirit domain and fled to the demon domain. However, I didn't expect to be captured as a slave. Miao Xianyu became more and more agitated as she spoke. She burst into tears again. Master, Xianyu thought I would never see Master again in this life. It's okay. Mu Yun rubbed Miao Xianyu's messy long hair as usual and said, look, you've seen Master now, haven't you? I'll take you back. It's okay. Mu Yun tried to make her tone as calm as possible. Mu Yun stood up and carried Miao Xianyu in her arms. Then, she turned to leave. With a clank, the long arrow fell to the ground. Mr. Mu, oh, right. Mu Yun ignored Ziyu and looked at Miao Xianyu in her arms. She said again, Xianyu, take a good look at these people. Tell them who captured you. Then, she walked up to the arena with Miao Xianyu in her arms. She looked at them. Hey, Ziyu, is Mr. Mu going to stand up for this human? Wu Yu sneered when she saw this. What? Mr. Mu, how can you do that to a woman with a scar on her face? It seems like you have some other interests. Wu Yu, you're wrong. I think this woman has a great figure after washing up. I think she'll enjoy herself even if she turns off the lights. Mo Yuanyang laughed. Enough. Gu Lufeng interrupted and said, Mr. Mu, if you like this person, you can take her away. We won't stop you. Gu Lufeng knew that Mu Yun was a king-level celestial alchemist. As a king-level celestial alchemist, as long as Mu Yun wanted to, she would have a place in the Moon-Howling Wolf's headquarters. Therefore, he did not want to offend Mu Yun. Of course, I'll take her away. Mu Yun said indifferently, but who captured her? Please step forward and die. As soon as she said that, a cold wind blew, and the arena fell silent. Ziyu's face turned bitter. Mu Yun was fearless. She was not even afraid of her own father. These young masters were all the best in their clans. Of course, they would not be afraid of Mu Yun. If they made a fuss, it would be an explosion. How arrogant of you. Wu Yu sneered. Mr. Mu, right? Seeing that you're Ziyu's friend, we won't hold it against you. But you have to know that you're nothing compared to Ziyu. This is the demon realm, the territory of our wolf clan. It's not a place where you humans live. Are you trying to show off your power here? Mu Yun ignored Wu Yu. Xianyu, take a look. Who captured you? Did they hurt you? Mu Yun said, tell Master that with Master here, everything will be fine. It's him. Miao Xianyu pointed at Wu Yu with her finger. That's right, it's me. Wu Yu said arrogantly, this little girl was originally an celestial alchemist. I saw that she was still useful, so I planned to keep her. I didn't expect that she would kill a few of my clan's guards. She's simply courting death. Nonsense. Miao Xianyu snorted. Those guards wanted to force themselves on me, so I accidentally killed them. Force themselves on you? Based on what? Based on the 2 scars on your face? Wu Yu sneered. Can you at least have some self-awareness? So it was you who did it? Mu Yun said coldly. Mr. Mu. Ziyu hurried forward at this moment and said nervously, Wu Yu doesn't know either. This is your disciple. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have done this. Spare him this time, please? Ziqiang now knew that Mu Yun was not even afraid of her father. How could she be afraid of Wu Yu and the Wind Wolf clan? If she was not careful, she would definitely kill Wu Yu. Haha. Ziyu, what are you doing? Wu Yu laughed and said, you are a member of the Purple Pattern Wolf clan. Pleading for mercy for a human? I need him to plead for mercy. He should be worried about his own safety, okay? Wu Yu shouted, we are Wu Yu Wind Wolf clan's wolf cubs. Let this guy see whose territory this is. Wu Yu's voice rang out, and swooshing sounds could be heard. Dozens of figures rushed out at this moment and surrounded Mu Yun, Miao Xianyu, and Ziyu. Wu Yu, what are you doing? Ziyu hurriedly shouted, "Do you want to die?" "It's not me who wants to die, it's him." "Ziyu, come here. I won't touch you. If you want to die inside, then don't blame me when you die." "Stop it." Ziyu roared, "As long as you admit your mistake, this matter can be resolved. Mr. Mu won't kill you." Hearing this, Wu felt as if he had heard a big joke. "Your Mr. Mu wants to kill me? Can he really kill me?" Wu sneered and said, "This is the territory of the wolf clan, not the territory of humans. Boy, you are still too inexperienced to be so unreasonable here." As soon as these words came out, Ziyu's heart was about to explode. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Master Mu likes to keep a low profile. Seeing Ziyu so anxious, Wuyu's lungs were about to explode. "Ziyu, you are the crown prince of the purple-patterned demonic wolf clan. What is this? Bowing and groveling to a human, you are just short of kneeling and begging for mercy, right? Wu, don't talk too much." This was a small gathering of the few of them here, and no experts from the demonic wolf clan came. If Mu Yun wanted to kill Wu here, no one would be able to stop her. He was aware of Mu Yun's strength. Coupled with that elusive puppet, who could stop Mu Yun? The more Wu spoke, the more likely he would die. "I'll speak less?" Wu looked at Ziyu. He was so amused that he did not know what to say. Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? "Men, kill this woman for me. Kill Mr. Mu as well." Wu ordered, "Ziyu, if you don't get lost, I'll kill you too." "How dare you?" Ziyu shouted angrily, "Wu, don't forget who you are. You can try and see if I dare or not." Wu took a step forward and spoke again, "What are you waiting for? Kill him." As soon as he said that, dozens of figures charged out. "Xianyu, wait, Master will kill him." No, Master, don't leave me." Miao Xianyu was like a frightened deer at this moment, pulling Mu Yun. "Okay, I won't leave." Mu Yun patted Miao Xianyu's back and said, "Don't worry, I won't leave this time." Then, "Luo Tianqing, you do it." Mu Yun said casually, "Remember, don't let him die too easily." "Yes, Master." Luo Tianqing's figure flashed, and he took a step forward. At the same time, swoosh 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 sounds could be heard. Figures suddenly appeared in front of Mu Yun. 100 blood guards stepped out in unison at this moment. Oh my god, at this moment, Ziyu was dumbfounded. That day, when he saw Luo Tianqing appear beside Mu Yun, he felt from the bottom of his heart that Luo Tianqing was more terrifying than Mu Yun. He thought there was only one. But now, 100 of them had appeared. Even though these 100 puppet warriors were not as powerful as that one, judging from their auras, they were at least at the immortal king realm. This was simply too terrifying. "Mu Yun, don't mess around." Bu Tingfeng spoke as well. "This is the wolf clan, not your human realm. You're offending the entire wolf clan by doing this." "Really?" Mu Yun looked at Miao Xianyu in her arms and muttered, "By doing this, you have offended me, Mu Yun. That is even more terrifying than offending the wolf tribe. Kill." As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun waved her hand. Swoosh! 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 Luo Tianqing charged towards Wu Yu. Wu Yu was only a rank 2 immortal king. As for Luo Tianqing, he had stayed in the Death Valley for a total of 500 years. 500 years ago, he was already an immortal king. And now, he was a rank 5 immortal king. Previously, even when facing Ziding Tian, Luo Tianqing wasn't afraid. This was Luo Tianqing, a bone race warrior. Similarly, at this very moment, the 300 blood guards had also risen to different levels, but all of them were at the immortal king realm. To them, the Death Valley was a huge spiritual vein that could allow them to improve themselves to the maximum. Especially when Mu Yun found out that the 300 blood guards were not simple puppets, but bone race warriors of the god race. Mu Yun put in more effort to nurture them. Since the bone race was part of the celestial race, they would be terrifying once they grew up. 100 blood guards charged out at this moment. Each of them held and surged forward with a murderous aura. At this moment, Wu Yu was completely dumbfounded. Bu Tingfeng, Mo Yuanyang, Gu Lufeng. If I die, all of you will be in trouble. Hurry up and help. Me. Wu Yu shouted. Whoever helps him will die. Mu Yun said softly. Everyone was completely dumbfounded when they heard this. Whoever helps him will die. Mu Yun's words sounded like a threat, but it was more of a warning. 100 immortal king experts. Although the few of them were the princes of their respective wolf clans, they only had a few immortal kings following them. Even their fathers were only rank 5 or rank 6 immortal kings. Mu Yun's stance was too terrifying. Ziyu looked at Wu Yu and shook his head bitterly. I already told you not to provoke him. When he goes crazy, even my father is afraid of him. Ziyu muttered to himself. This time, there was no way to undo the situation. Mu Yun was determined to kill, and the rest of them couldn't stop her. Not long after, Wu Yu was beaten up by Luo Tianxing, and he was no longer able to do much. He lay on the ground like a dead man. Let's end this. Mu Yun ordered. Yes. Wait. However, at this moment, Miao Xianyu stood up, looked at Wu Yu, and said, I'll deal with him. Miao Xianyu said fiercely, my friends were all killed by him. I want revenge. All right. Mu Yun signaled Luo Tianxing to be careful in case Wu Yu resisted before death. Miao Xianyu walked forward and said hatefully, Wu Yu, you killed my sisters. Have you ever thought that this day would come? Haha, at this moment, Wu Yu could only breathe in but not out. He sneered and said, don't worry, I'll wait for you in hell. I'll wait for you to come and die. Go to hell. Miao Xianyu slashed down with her sword and directly hit Wu Yu. Her whole body trembled. Her body went limp and fell to the ground. Mu Yun hurriedly supported her and looked at the rest of the people. I killed them. Tell Wolf King Wu Yu to come to Purple G City and find me, Mu Yun, if he wants revenge. As his words fell, Mu Yun picked up Miao Xianyu. I'll take these things. With a wave of his hand, he took the spiritual flame dragon tendons, the extreme spirit spear technique stone tablet, the scattered flame thunderbolt bullet, and the dragon bones. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure rose into the air and disappeared with the blood guards. Only a crowd of demented people was left behind. Ziyu. Bu Tingfeng said coldly, you'd better explain to me where this Mu Yun came from. I don't know either. Ziyu said with a bitter face, I only know that he walked out of the Death Valley and appeared in Purple G City, which is under the jurisdiction of the demon wolves. Moreover, he's a king-level celestial alchemist. He refined pills to help my father recover from his injuries and even raised my father's cultivation by 1 grade. What? Mo Yuanyang and Bu Tingfeng's faces turned pale when they heard this. A king-level celestial alchemist, in the demon territory, where celestial alchemists were scarce, a king-level celestial alchemist was terrifying. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a VIP. Currently, the most powerful celestial alchemist in the entire demon territory was Master Chenbei. Back then, the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf King, Tian Fengshao, had paid a huge price to invite this person. Even now, he was still a VIP. If the Heavenly Wolf King knew about a king-level celestial alchemist, he would be a rare treasure in the demon territory. Why didn't you say so earlier? Master Mu likes to keep a low profile. Ziyu said faintly. Keep a low profile? Killing Wu Yu is keeping a low profile? There's going to be a good show coming up. Bu Tingfeng hurriedly left. He had to tell his father about what was going to happen next to avoid making a mistake and getting into big trouble. At the same time, Mo Yuanyang also hurriedly left. Ziyu did not know whether to be happy or sad. For a moment, he did not know what to do. With a sigh, he left the arena and hurried back to Purple G City. At night, in the city governor's mansion in Purple G City. In a room. Xianyu, I've ordered someone to prepare the water. Go wash up first. If there's anything, we'll talk after you've rested. Mu Yun comforted her. Master, don't go. Miao Xianyu pulled Mu Yun and whispered, I'm scared. It's okay, I'll be outside. I'm scared, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, alright, I won't go. You stay in the pool, I'll stand outside the curtain. Miao Xianyu nodded and entered the gauze curtain. A breeze blew. Inside the gauze curtain, Miao Xianyu took off her clothes and slowly stepped into the pool. Master. I thought I'd never see you again in this lifetime. I didn't expect to see you again. Miao Xianyu smiled bitterly and said, I still remember that you used to teach us in Baiyun Academy. At that time, Moyang was the most troublesome. Master, do you still remember that day? That day, I asked Master a question. Why did you add withered leaf grass when refining the 100-spirit pill? I always remember. Because when I saw Master's eyes at that time, I felt that I'd never be able to walk out of it in this lifetime. The sound of water splashing could be heard. Miao Xianyu continued, at that time, I still didn't understand. Master seemed to have changed into a different person at that time. She became confident and mighty. Later, I left Baiyun Mountain Range with grandfather and returned to the small world. When I saw Master again, I didn't expect Master to be so powerful. Then, when I came to the immortal world, I found out that there was also a Mu Yun in the immortal world. She was the leader of the Cloud Alliance, but she died 10,000 years ago. I kept collecting information about immortal King Mu Yun. Legend has it that this person is very similar to you, Master. I still remember what Master said at that time. What era is it now? Is that old thing Heavenly Lord Misery Sea still managing the 3,000 small worlds? I thought about it carefully later, but I didn't understand. Only when I came to the immortal world did I know. You are immortal King Mu Yun. In other words, immortal King Mu Yun is you. You've just changed your body. I learned too much about you. You have an inseparable good brother called Xianxia. He's a divine dragon. You established the Cloud Alliance. The #1 alchemy immortal in the immortal world, Meng Zimo, oversees it. You have 4 great guardians, cloud guards, and various famous experts that you subdued. Splash, the sound of water splashing could be heard again. The gauze curtain was lifted, and a perfect body was displayed in front of Mu Yun. Compared to hundreds of years ago, when she was in the small world, the current Miao Xianyu could be said to be slender and elegant. Her figure was tall and straight, with perfect curves and a pair of ferocious eyes. It was a magnificent sight. At this moment, the scar on Miao Xianyu's face disappeared. Your face? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Trouble again. It's my disguise. Miao Xianyu smiled slyly, and her crescent-shaped dimples appeared. The young girl from back then had now become a more beautiful woman. Master, look. A pair of round balls appeared in Miao Xianyu's hands. This is my disguise. These 2 little immortal beasts are very cute. Miao Xianyu said as she stretched out her hand. Little immortal beasts? Mu Yun stretched out her hand, and a slurping sound suddenly rang out. The little immortal beasts directly entered Mu Yun's palm and disappeared. Mu Yun was stunned. Master, don't worry. Miao Xianyu's face flushed. She lowered her head and said, these 2 little immortal beasts are called twin-furred beasts. These 2 little immortal beasts are the angels of love. As long as the 2 little immortal beasts enter the bodies of a man and a woman respectively, the 2 little immortal beasts will reach the end of their lives. Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. Xianyu, don't be rash. Mu Yun said, I already have 3 wives. Although I'm a man, and I admit that I'm more attracted to women, if I accept you, I'll be irresponsible to others. There must be a way to solve it. Of course there is a way. The little immortal beasts in Miao Xianyu's hand suddenly disappeared. She looked at Mu Yun and said, although you're my master, you've only taught me for a short period of time. In the future, I want you to teach me for the rest of my life. Suddenly, Mu Yun's eyes turned red, and her breathing became heavy. She felt all the strength in her body being drained, and all of it was gathered on her brother. Looking at Miao Xianyu's perfect body and her sly smile, Mu Yun could no longer hold back. With a low roar, she rushed forward. With a plop, the 2 figures fell into the pool. With a splash, the curtain fell and covered the 2 figures. Under the hazy light, a man and a woman intertwined with each other. In the room, low voices called out to each other. Big brother Mu. Take me as much as you want. Miao Xianyu's nails dug into Mu Yun's back. In the pool, sounds gradually rose. The 2 figures were completely entangled together. Throughout the night, the room was filled with noises. The next day, Mu Yun only woke up when the sun was high in the sky. He felt a pressure on his chest. When he opened his eyes, a perfect body appeared in front of him. That pressure came from the owner of this body. Mu Yun exhaled slightly. Looking at Miao Xianyu's sleeping appearance and her posture, the evil thoughts and self-reproach in her heart became more prominent. This time, he was in trouble again. Qin Mengyao, Xiao Yuner, Wang Xinya, Yi Sueki, and now Miao Xianyu, who was his disciple, although he did not teach Miao Xianyu much. However, they were still master and disciple. Thinking of this, Mu Yun suddenly thought of a figure. Meng Zimo. If he returned to the Cloud Alliance again, Meng Zimo would be the one who owed him the most. How would he face Meng Zimo then? Mu Yun lay on the bed, naked. Worried that he would disturb Miao Xianyu, he simply closed his eyes and looked at his body. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he did, he was shocked. Mu Yun suddenly discovered that his flesh and bones were even more closely connected in his entire body. One had to know that previously, when he cultivated the corpse bone divine technique, his bones were formed first, and his flesh and blood were condensed step by step later. Therefore, the connection between his bones and flesh was not that close. However, after communicating with Miao Xianyu, he discovered that a unique immortal qi flowed in his body, causing his bones and flesh to be even more closely connected. Mu Yun suddenly thought that Miao Xianyu's body contained the spirit of the nine spirits lotus. In this world, everything had a spirit. Those that could transform into human form and move freely were demonic beasts, and some powerful immortal flowers also had this ability. However, this kind of ability was too difficult to put on a plant. To be able to condense an immortal flower into a soul body, not only did it require extremely high cultivation and time, it also required the power of laws between heaven and earth. The probability of this was less than 1 in 10 million. Therefore, even if it was a high-grade spiritual material, generally speaking, it only had spirituality and rarely transformed into a human form. However, the nine spirits lotus in Miao Xianyu's body had this ability. This time, it was rare that it was not his profound qi that helped Miao Xianyu, but the power of the nine spirits lotus in Miao Xianyu's body. It seemed that this nine spirits lotus had endless wonders. Generally, all existences that had passed the test of the laws of heaven and earth were extremely powerful. However, over the years, Miao Xianyu probably did not know how to use it. I still need to ask Guai. This guy is experienced and knowledgeable, so he probably knows. Mu Yun pondered carefully. However, the combination with Miao Xianyu made his flesh and bones even more closely connected, which was also something that Mu Yun did not expect. Twin-furred beasts, it seemed that Miao Xianyu, this girl, had long had a bad idea. He still remembered that Miao Xianyu looked like a 16 or 17-year-old girl at that time. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed, and now Miao Xianyu had already become a beautiful woman. Moreover, the size of her body was incomparable to Xiao Yuner and the others. Thinking of this, Mu Yun suddenly scolded himself inwardly. It seemed that since he consumed his lifespan and reconstructed his flesh and bones, his whole person had become completely different. That strange dream seemed to be splitting his thoughts. What did the young patriarch of the shepherds mean? Was it his previous life? Where was his father Mu Qingyu? He had to ask his father about this matter, so that he could finally know the answer. His thoughts stopped, and Mu Yun wanted to get up. However, Miao Xianyu was lying in his arms at this moment. Her lazy sleeping posture made him daydream endlessly. Mu Yun looked at her, and very awkwardly, his male instinct appeared. Scolding himself inwardly, Mu Yun patted her and was about to get up. Miao Xianyu suddenly opened her eyes at this moment. The moment she saw Mu Yun's eyes, Miao Xianyu's pretty face turned red. Miao Xianyu lowered her head and said, I was wrong, I won't do this again in the future. You still want to do it in the future? Mu Yun rubbed Miao Xianyu's head and scolded with a smile, You are pushing your master into the abyss. How could that be? Miao Xianyu said unconvinced. In this immortal world, the lifespan of immortals is tens of thousands of years. How many master and disciple have become lovers in the end? Moreover, you were the leader of the Cloud Alliance at that time. I think Meng Zimo must be interested in you. How do you know? Miao Xianyu raised her head and lay on the bed, saying, That's natural. Back then, Sister Wang Xinya waited for you for a full 3 years. If she didn't really love you, how could she wait for you for 3 years? It's the same for Meng Zimo. This number one alchemy immortal abandoned her identity as the princess of the spirit domain and ran to the cloud domain with you to establish the Cloud Alliance. She even persisted in the Cloud Alliance for 10,000 years after your death. Why? It's not because she likes you. That's really strange. Moreover, she is still the acting leader and hasn't deprived you of your identity. Moreover, I also know that Meng Zimo is the daughter of the spirit domain's domain lord, Ling Qing Tian. Because she left the spirit domain, she took her mother's surname. As soon as these words came out, Mu Yan scratched her head awkwardly. Master has seen countless women in your previous life, how can you be so muddle-headed? Cough cough, Mu Yan coughed awkwardly and said, pay attention to your words. If you talk nonsense again, I'll hit you. Master can't bear to. Look, I can't bear to. Mu Yan's palm fell, and a slap sounded. Miao Xianyu's face immediately turned as red as an apple. She looked at Mu Yan, her eyes full of lust. I can't bear it anymore. Mu Yan flipped over and got up at this moment, pressing Miao Xianyu under her body, and said, following master is dangerous. There will be no regret in the future. Xianyu will never regret. In the room, there were low panting sounds mixed together. This scene of spring was not enough to be told to outsiders, the sun rose and set. Miao Xianyu had a taste for the first time and was reluctant to part with Mu Yan. Mu Yan felt that every time they combined, her body was greatly improved, and she was never tired of it. The night moon filled the sky, and the two figures quieted down again. Master is so powerful. Mu Yan said with a naughty smile, how is it powerful? It's powerful everywhere. Miao Xianyu was wearing a gauze dress and sitting on the bed. How could a gauze dress cover her body? She put her hands on her knees and began to cultivate. Gradually, a completely different aura slowly rose. Almighty Immortal. A ray of light flashed in Miao Xianyu's eyes. For hundreds of years, she had been cultivating hard, looking forward to meeting Mu Yan again. However, her talent was limited in the end, and her realm improved slowly. She had only reached the 9th stage golden immortal realm. But this time, she broke through easily. A day and a night of profound chi turned into strength in her body, tempering her body. Master, you're very powerful, right? Mu Yan said with a smile. Yes. Miao Xianyu did not expect that profound chi could have such a magical power. She knew that this was not the magical effect of profound chi, but the uniqueness of Mu Yan's body. There will be more magical effects in the future. You will gradually understand. Mu Yan said with a smile. Oh, by the way, Xianyu, I think the 9 spirits green lotus soul in your body should have accumulated a lot of strength over the years. You are also an immortal alchemist, so you will definitely be able to improve greatly. Your 9 spirits green lotus soul is different from Yaoer's ice phoenix soul. I am not too sure about its specific effects. When I understand it in the future, I will tell you. I believe your progress will be greatly improved. Yes. Miao Xianyu leaned on Mu Yan's chest and said, I am already very happy to see Master alive again. Little rascal, not only do you have to live, but you also have to give birth to my children in the future. You have to accompany me through the endless years. Hearing this, Miao Xianyu's heart was filled with sweetness. By the way, there is something I need to tell you. Mu Yan's tone became a little heavy. She said, your grandfather is dead. He had thought of not telling Miao Xianyu about this, but after all, he was her grandfather. Mu Yan thought about it and said it. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Husband and wife follow. After half a day, Miao Xianyu leaned on Mu Yan's shoulder and burst into tears. I knew. Miao Xianyu sobbed. I knew something would happen to him. Back then, he made the wrong choice, and he had to pay the price. I was powerless back then. At that time, I had yet to reach the heaven immortal realm, so, I don't blame you. Miao Xianyu shook her head. Grandfather, he's too utilitarian. After all, Miao Xianyu was raised by Miao Qing. Although she resented Miao Qing for not helping Mu Yan back then and making an enemy out of Mu Yan, she was still sad. Only after midnight did he fall into a deep sleep. She was exhausted after a day and night. The next day, Mu Yan woke up early in the morning. When she opened the door, she saw a figure pacing back and forth in the small courtyard in front of the house. Clearly, he had been waiting for a long time. Ziyu? Mr. Mu. Ziyu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Mu Yun. He cupped his fists together and said, Mr. Mu, something bad has happened. Please stay away for a while. Something bad has happened? What's the matter? Ziyu looked at Mu Yun. He knew he had fed Miao Xianyu well in the past 2 days. However, he could not forget what he had done before, right? The leader of the Black Jade Wind Wolf clan, Wu Dan, has returned. He knows that Wu Yu has been killed, and he's looking for you everywhere. My father has stalled for some time, so you should go somewhere else to hide. Wu Dan is the most protective of his people, and Wu Yu is his favorite son. Ziyu said anxiously, my father and Wu Dan are both working for the Wolf King, so they can't stop him. I'm fine. Mu Yun waved her hand. Ziyu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard her words. Fortunately, Mu Yun did not feel wronged. Otherwise, if Mu Yun left in a fit of anger, where would the purple-striped wolf clan find another king-level celestial alchemist? However, Mu Yun's next words left Ziyu dumbfounded. I have no intention of leaving. Why would I feel wronged? As soon as Mu Yun's words, Ziyu was translation he didn't intend to leave at all. What did he mean? That was Wu Dan, a 6th-grade immortal king like his father. The one who died was his son, his most outstanding son. Wu Dan would never let it go. Mr. Mu, master. Ziyu still wanted to say something, but at that moment, the door opened and a figure walked out. A breeze blew past, and a faint fragrance spread out. Within that fragrance, there seemed to be another smell. However, when he saw the woman who suddenly appeared before him, Ziyu was completely stunned. She was tall, slender, and elegant. Her long hair was tied up casually with a straw rope, and there was a wisp of bangs in front of her forehead. Coupled with her crafty eyes, delicate nose, and small mouth, her face was impeccable. What shocked Ziyu even more was her figure. This woman's figure was really, really hot. Ziyu looked at Miao Xianyu and then looked at Mu Yun's hands. Although Mu Yun's hands looked wide and thick, could she hold it? This is my disciple and also my wife, Miao Xianyu. Mu Yun introduced, if you don't move your eyes away, shall I help you move it? Ziyu suddenly reacted at this moment. He looked at Mu Yun and bowed, Mr. Mu is really lucky. I'm afraid you can't find more beautiful women in this world. At this moment, Ziyu realized that it was no wonder that Mu Yun was so angry yesterday. It turned out that Miao Xianyu was disguised to protect him, he didn't expect her to be such a stunning beauty. Ziyu looked at Miao Xianyu and cupped his hands, Miss Miao is so lucky to have met Mr. Mu. I don't know if it's good fortune or not. There are 4 more in front of me. I don't know how many more there will be in the future. Miao Xianyu looked at Mu Yun and smiled craftily. Hearing this, Ziyu was stunned. There were 4 more? All right. Mu Yun smiled and stretched out her hand. Miao Xianyu ran to Mu Yun's side like a little bird, and the two of them shook hands. Go ahead and do your work. I'll take Xianyu for a stroll in Ziji City. Okay, go ahead and do your work. Ziyu bowed and sent Mu Yun away. There are 4 more. According to Mr. Mu's taste, they are absolutely beautiful. After all, he is a king-level celestial alchemist. If he wants women, he just needs to wave his hand and scatter the celestial pills. There will be a lot of beautiful women, tsk tisk, Ziyu sighed. On the other hand, although the women around him looked beautiful, they didn't have any temperament at all. He couldn't bear to look at them. Oh right? What am I here for? Ziyu was stunned. Then, he slapped his head and cursed, I'm here to tell Mr. Mu that it's dangerous. Father asked me to take Mr. Mu out of Ziji City. Mr. Mu is even going out for a stroll. As soon as he finished speaking, Ziyu immediately called for the guards and prepared to catch up with Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun was strolling in Ziji City with Miao Xianyu. Miao Xianyu had been living in fear all these years in the celestial world. It could be said that she was in a constant state of anxiety. Today, she was completely relieved. However, as they walked, Mu Yun looked at Miao Xianyu's smiling face. She was as beautiful as a celestial being. She was very happy. However, when she carefully sensed behind her, there was a trace of anger between Mu Yun's eyebrows. "You're haunting me, master, I'm tired, then I'll take you to eat." "Okay." The two of them came to the largest restaurant in Ziji City and sat down in the corner of the hall. Miao Xianyu was very happy. She began to order dishes excitedly. The two of them ordered more than 10 dishes. These dishes were not ordinary dishes in the lower realm. They were made from the meat of some immortal beasts, which could improve the cultivation of warriors. In the demon realm, it was still the law of the jungle. The powerful demon clan enjoyed the weak. Therefore, the restaurant was still as crowded as a marketplace. Not only the demon clan, there were also many humans. Not long after, the dishes were served. Miao Xianyu ate heartily and was very happy. Mu Yun had also not been so happy for a long time. When she saw Miao Xianyu, she was like a happy fruit and was very happy. "Xianyu, there might be something that will make people lose their appetite later. Don't mind it. Order after you finish eating." "Okay." Miao Xianyu nodded. For the first time in so many years, she was so happy. Not long after the two of them finished eating, a few figures came over. There were about 3 to 5 figures. The leader was a tall man with an imposing appearance. His eyes had a special light as he stared at Miao Xianyu. Especially his eyes, they seemed to want to dig out Miao Xianyu's murderous aura. What a beautiful human woman. She has such temperament and beauty. I can't help but be tempted. The man sat down directly and looked at Miao Xianyu. "Beautiful lady, may I know your name?" "Miao Xianyu." At this moment, Miao Xianyu picked up a piece of chicken and ate it in one bite. She said with a smile. It seemed that the disgusting thing that master said had come. "Miao Xianyu, wonderful, wonderful." The man clapped his hands and said, "I wonder if I have the honor to invite Miss Miao to my residence to enjoy the beautiful scenery together?" I'm not free." Miao Xianyu said straightforwardly, "I'm eating with my husband. After the meal, there are still many things to do." "Him? Forget it." The man glanced at Mu Yun contemptuously and said, "Do you think he's as handsome as I am? I think you must be tired of being with him every day." "Not tired, not tired." Miao Xianyu shook her head and said, "I just met my husband. This kid is not as handsome as me, and his status is not as noble as mine. If you follow me, no one in this demon realm will dare to bully you. Why are you so obsessed with a dying man?" Haha, hearing this, Miao Xianyu suddenly laughed. She turned to look at Mu Yun and said, "My good husband, he said that you are not as handsome as him, and he said that you are a dying man. Even if you die, you have to feed me tonight. Otherwise, if you die, I won't let you off." Miao Xianyu said with a smug smile on her face. It was even a little strange. "You won't let me off even if I die. Are you also interested in corpses?" Mu Yun rubbed Miao Xianyu's head and said with a faint smile. Seeing this scene, the man's face darkened. This man and woman did not put him in their eyes at all. "You're courting death." A guard beside the man could not stand it anymore and said, "This is Lord Wu Mingyu of our Black Jade Wind Wolf clan. If the two of you kneel down and beg for mercy now, he might spare your lives." "Black Jade Wind Wolf clan?" Miao Xianyu frowned and said with a bitter face, "Husband, I don't want to see anyone from the Black Jade Wind Wolf clan." "Okay, if you say you don't want to see them, then don't." Mu Yun turned around and looked at the few people. "Luo Tianxing, bring a few people and clear them out. If they don't leave, then kill them." Hearing this, Wu Mingyu was dumbfounded. What was going on? Was this guy stupid? Who was he talking to? But then, with a swoosh, 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 5 figures suddenly appeared behind them and lifted them up without saying a word. "Who are you? Take them out." Luo Tianxing said stiffly. "Get lost." At this moment, Wu Mingyu threw out a palm and broke free from the restraints. He looked at the few people. "Mu Yun, you're dead. Our clan leader Wu Dan is already on his way. If you don't want to die, hand over this woman, tie yourself up, and apologize to him." Hearing this, Miao Xianyu suddenly laughed out loud. "Husband, this person's words are so interesting. If you don't want to die, tie yourself up and apologize to him. Isn't that still death? It's quite interesting." Mu Yun smiled and said, in that case, just kill him. Kill me? You're still lacking. Wu Mingyu's aura erupted. He was a third-grade immortal king. Mu Yun glanced at him and looked at Luo Tianxing. Don't smash this place too ruthlessly. Yes, master. As soon as Luo Tianxing finished speaking, he took a step forward and came in front of Wu Mingyu. With a wave of his hand, a vast aura surged out. Wu Mingyu knew that he had met an expert. Without saying a word, he threw out a palm to meet the attack. There was a loud bang. Wu Mingyu's palm twisted 18 times in an instant and turned into a fried dough twist. Sweat dripped from his face and he screamed. Luo Tianxing did not say a word and lifted Wu Mingyu up with one hand. Kill him. Yes. Luo Tianxing turned around and wrapped his arms around Wu Mingyu's neck. With a crack, Wu Mingyu lost all signs of life. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio let him go, killing a third-grade celestial king as he pleased. This Mu Yun was a complete madman. Moreover, they had already revealed their identities and said that they were from the Black Jade Wind Wolf clan. However, Mu Yun did not care at all. You, Lord Wu Mingyu is clan leader Wu Dan's trusted aide. How dare you kill him, you talk too much. After Mu Yun said that, the blood guards immediately attacked. Screams were heard, and the other guests in the hall turned pale. Who was this person? He dared to be so ruthless to the Black Jade Wind Wolf clan in the Demon region. Was he tired of living? Mu Yun waved her hand and signaled the blood guards to clean them up. She looked at Miao Xianyu and said, you're not frightened, right? No, it's worse than this. I've experienced it before. In order to survive, I didn't have any elixirs or immortal qi. I even ate human blood buns. Miao Xianyu did not mind. Hearing this, Mu Yun understood. Miao Xianyu must have suffered more than this in the past few hundred years. You said that you were hunted down and escaped from the spirit region to the demon region? Mu Yun said, who is the person who hunted you down? Mu Yun was not unfamiliar with the spirit region. Miao Xianyu was originally his disciple. Now, she had become his woman. He couldn't just let this matter slide. Let's talk about this later. Now, let's solve the crisis in front of us first. Miao Xianyu pouted and looked outside the door. Boom. 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 At this moment, outside the door, a group of figures strode in. Their footsteps were neat, and it was obvious that they were well trained. There were two middle-aged men in the lead. One of them had a strong aura. He was the purple-striped wolf clan leader, Ziding Tian. Ziding Tian, who had broken through to the 6th-grade immortal king, had restrained his aura. It was obvious that he was much stronger than before. Mu Yun had never seen the dark-skinned man standing beside Ziding Tian before. Weren't you very good at singing a couple's tune just now? Why are you eating so quietly now? Seeing Miao Xianyu lowering her head and ignoring her, Mu Yun said with a smile. That's different. He's very powerful. I'm scared. Miao Xianyu giggled and ignored Mu Yun. Wu Dan, listen to me, things are not what you think. Ziding Tian stood in front of Wu Dan and said, there must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Wu Dan shouted, Ziding Tian, the one who died is my son, not yours. There were so many people present at that time, what misunderstanding could there be? That Mu Yun killed my son. I'm going to kill her. Wu Dan, at this moment, Ziding Tian was constantly persuading her, but Wu Dan didn't listen. When Ziding Tian saw that Mu Yun was still leisurely drinking tea and eating in the restaurant, Ziding Tian had a helpless expression. Ziyu was an idiot. He asked him to take Mu Yun away and hide first. Why did Mu Yun come out to eat now? Wu Dan was in a fit of anger now, and Mu Yun was a proud and arrogant person. If they didn't agree with each other, they would fight. It would be troublesome then. It's him, right? Wu Dan pointed at Mu Yun and asked a follower beside her. It's him. He killed young Master Wu Yu. Good. Wu Dan walked forward, looked at Mu Yun, and shouted, Mu Yun? Master Mu? You killed my son, right? I don't dare to call myself Master Mu, but who is your son? You, my son's name is Wu Yu. You killed him, right? Oh, it's me. Mu Yun nodded. Hearing this, Ziding felt that he was in big trouble. Good, you dare to admit it. Very good. In that case, choose a way to die. Wu Dan said. Choose a way to die? Why? Mu Yun didn't understand. I haven't lived long enough. You killed my son. If I let you live, how am I going to rule the wolf clan in the future? Where is my dignity? Not to mention that you're a king-level celestial alchemist. Even if you're an emperor-level celestial alchemist, I'll still kill you. Oh, Mu Yun nodded and said, then what are you waiting for? What? Then why aren't you making a move? Kill me. What are you waiting for? Oh my god, Ziding was having a headache. Not only did Mu Yun not run, but she also wanted to fight with Wu Dan. He knew that Mu Yun had 100 puppet death warriors by her side, but the entire Black Jade Wind Wolf clan had more than 500 Immortal King experts. This time, Wu Dan brought 100 guards, and all of them were Immortal Kings. You're courting death. Wu Dan felt that no matter how much she could tolerate, she couldn't tolerate Mu Yun's arrogance. Wu Dan took a step forward, and a terrifying aura burst out from her body. She had reached the 6th grade Immortal King realm. But just as she rushed towards Mu Yun, Luo Tianxing appeared and blocked her with a punch. A mere 5th grade Immortal King wants to stop me? Wu Dan sneered and took a step forward. Her aura spread out from her body, and she wished she could kill Mu Yun. But Luo Tianxing's strength had obviously exceeded her expectations. For a 5th grade Celestial King to stop him was a piece of cake. What are you guys waiting for? Kill this bastard. Under Wu Dan's command, her followers rushed out one by one. Seeing such a scene, Ziding didn't know whether to help or not. Moreover, he didn't know who to help. He stood on the spot and didn't know how to handle it. But at this moment, the Black Jade Wind Wolf clan's warriors had already rushed out. Seeing such a scene, Mu Yun sneered. Comparing numbers? Then you have to call all the warriors of your Black Jade Wind Wolf clan over. After she spoke, Mu Yun took a step forward. Blood guards, kill. Swish. 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 Inexplicably, the space fluctuated, and 200 blood guards suddenly appeared. This time, Wu Dan only brought over 100 people. The 200 blood guards were all in the Immortal King realm, ranging from the 1st grade to the 4th grade Immortal King realm. The entire restaurant was in a mess. The guests had already run far away in fright, and the innkeeper had shrunk under the counter, not daring to utter a word. But those who were far away were puzzled. Who was this person that dared to go against the Black Jade Wind Wolf clan? Although the Purple Pole City wasn't the territory of the Black Jade Wind Wolf clan, the Demon region was the territory of the Immortal Beasts. It wasn't worth it to offend the Black Jade Wind Wolf clan here. When the 200 blood guards rushed out, Wu Dan's expression instantly changed. The entire restaurant was practically torn down into pieces. At this moment, everyone didn't know what to do. Mu Yun smiled faintly when she saw such a scene. Luo Tianxing, what's wrong with you? Is there a need to go through so much trouble to capture a 6th grade Immortal King? Yes, Master. Luo Tianxing responded, and a blood glow appeared on his palm under his sleeve. Without saying anything, Luo Tianxing condensed the power in his hand, and the power instantly increased by several folds. At this moment, Wu Dan was shocked to discover that he actually wasn't Luo Tianxing's opponent. He actually wasn't a match for a mere 5th grade human. Even my subordinates aren't a match for you, and you still want to fight with me? Mu Yun sat down and sipped a mouthful of tea. Time ticked by, and the battle range gradually expanded. But it was obvious that not only was Wu Dan at a disadvantage, but the subordinates he brought along were also being killed and captured. Ziding couldn't help but have a higher opinion of Mu Yun due to the unexpected outcome. According to Ziyu's information, Mu Yun had 100 puppets as her subordinates, but from the looks of it, it wasn't just that. Moreover, the ordinary puppets that were refined mostly consumed a huge amount of ores and contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But Mu Yun's puppets didn't seem to need it. Bang, with a bang, Wu Dan was thrown in front of Mu Yun by Luo Tianxing like a dead dog. Master. Looking at Mu Yun, Luo Tianxing cupped his hands and bowed. All right. Mu Yun nodded, looked at Wu Dan, and said, "Your son kidnapped my woman and wanted to kill me, so he died. Now, you want to kill me, so." Hearing this, Ziding Tian had a strange expression. Mu Yun seemed to have said these words to him before. "Humph, Mu Yun, kill me if you can." Wu Dan said tyrannically, "Let's see if the moon-howling heavenly wolf king will kill you if you kill me." "He won't." Mu Yun smiled and said, "At most, I'll just kill you, and I'll leave the demon region. Will he chase after me for a mere sixth-grade immortal king like you? Isn't the demon region still at war with the blood region recently? The wolf clan, tiger clan, and ox clan are extremely lacking in elixirs, right? I'm sure the moon-howling heavenly wolf king will welcome me, a king-level immortal alchemist, right?" Hearing this, sweat dripped down Wu Dan's face. This time, he wanted to kill Mu Yun directly. On the way here, Ziding Tian also told him that if they could become friends with Mu Yun, a king-level immortal alchemist, then the two clans would definitely advance by leaps and bounds in the future. However, he could not swallow the anger of his son being killed. However, he did not expect that not only would he not be able to avenge his son, but he would also be walking the same path as his son. "Clan leader Wu Dan, how is it?" Mu Yun drank a cup of tea and smiled faintly. "Go down and tell your son not to provoke others." Mu Yun waved her hand, and a sword ray slashed down. Clang, the sword landed, and a clang suddenly sounded. Wu Dan's head, which should have fallen, was intact at this moment. A light shield appeared in front of Wu Dan, blocking Mu Yun's attack. Mu Yun frowned and looked to the side. On the other side of the hall, in the corner, two figures were sitting opposite each other. One of them was wearing a white dress and a hat on her head. Gauze covered the brim of the hat, and her true appearance could not be seen. The other person's back was facing everyone. He was wearing a green robe, and his long hair was tied behind his head. "It seems like you're well prepared today?" Mu Yun looked at Wu Dan and said. At this moment, Wu Dan was dumbfounded. He did not know those two people at all. "Where it is possible to make mistakes, let them off." The green-robed man stood up and looked at everyone. "You killed his son and then him. Even if you're a king-level immortal alchemist, the moon-howling heavenly wolf king will not be able to convince everyone if he lets you go. Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang." Seeing this person, Ziding Tian and Wu Dan were both shocked and bowed respectfully. It seemed like this person had a strong background. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio 3 questions. Ziding Tian's forehead was sweating profusely. Mu Yun still didn't understand the situation. This was Mr. Yang. Didn't he see how respectful he and Wu Dan were? To this person, the green-clothed man frowned. Just as Ziding Tian was about to defend Mu Yun, Wu Dan yelled out, "Lord Yang, this person isn't a member of our wolf race. He has committed all sorts of crimes in Purple G City. I hope that Lord Yang will punish this person. Otherwise, where will the dignity of our Moonhell Wolf tribe be?" Mu Yun sneered. "You're just from the Black Jade Wind Wolf tribe. Can you represent the Moonhell Wolf tribe? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" Wu Dan couldn't be bothered to argue with Mu Yun. He only looked at Mr. Yang. Now, his life was in the hands of this Lord Yang. If he didn't make a move, he would be dead for sure. "Kid, do you know who you're talking to?" Mr. Yang looked at Mu Yun and said indifferently, "Even Tian Fengxiao wouldn't dare to be so arrogant when he sees me." "Is that so?" Mu Yun smiled. "I also want to tell you that even Tian Fengxiao wouldn't dare to be so arrogant when he sees me. You're courting death." As soon as the man finished speaking, he charged towards Mu Yun. Seeing this, Wu Dan was secretly delighted. After offending Lord Yang, Mu Yun was doomed. This time, Mu Yun would be finished without him making a move. "Wait." However, at this moment, a light voice was heard. The woman who had been sitting in front of the table silently all this while suddenly opened her mouth. Mr. Yang's figure suddenly stopped. "Yuqing, why are you still so hot-tempered?" The woman's voice was light as she said, "Friend, since you're also an immortal alchemist, why don't you take a seat and have a chat?" Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. That's how a person should talk. Mu Yun pulled Miao Shanyu up and sat in front of the woman in the white dress. "Your wife is really beautiful. No wonder Mr. Mu is so angry for her. I can't say that I'm angry, but this Yang Yuqing is very imposing. Mu Yun looked at Yang Yuqing and said with a smile. Brat, speak properly if you want to. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Yuqing glared at Mu Yun. The woman in white waved her hand, signaling Yang Yuqing to shut up. The three of them sat down, while the rest of the crowd stood where they were, not knowing what to do. The woman in the white dress stood up and poured a pot of tea for Mu Yun and Miao Xianyu. Then, she said with a faint smile, I heard that Mr. Mu is also a king-level celestial alchemist. I'm also a celestial alchemist. Coincidentally, I have a lot of questions and would like to ask Mr. Mu. Speak your mind. Mu Yun sipped a cup of tea and said. All right. Wait. However, Mu Yun interrupted him and said, I still don't know your name. I'm Yu Ruyu. Yu Ruyu? Miao Xianyu looked at the woman in the white dress, as if she wanted to see through the white veil to see her real face. She said in surprise, Master Yu Ruyu, one of the three celestial alchemists in the demon realm? Hearing this, Yu Ruyu could not deny it. Yang Yuqing snorted and said, At least you know your place. I'm not talking to you. Miao Xianyu snorted and said, Besides, I heard that Yu Ruyu is only a low-grade king-level celestial alchemist. The celestial pills that she can refine are only of the low-grade king level. She's far inferior to my husband. In the entire celestial realm, only the first alchemy celestial, Meng Zimo, can be compared to my husband. Yang Yuqing sneered when she heard this. Little girl, I think you came from some mountain valley, right? Yang Yuqing sneered and said, You only know Meng Zimo. Master Yu, Master Qiu Shanxue, Master Chen Bei, and Master Xianxia are the three top guest celestial alchemists of the Wolf Clan. In the entire demon realm, the three celestial alchemists are the top. The celestial alchemist Meng Zimo you mentioned is undeniably the first alchemist in the entire celestial realm. However, it seems that 10,000 years ago, only the leader of the Cloud Alliance, Meng Zimo, surpassed him. However, except for Meng Zimo, most of the celestial alchemists in the entire celestial realm are concentrated in the spirit realm. You said that your husband can be compared to celestial alchemist Meng Zimo? I'm afraid that those top celestial alchemists in the spirit realm are enough to challenge your husband. Forget it, the ignorant are fearless. I'm too lazy to talk to you. At this moment, Miao Xianyu waved her hand and said impatiently after hearing these words. Forget it. Mu Yun comforted Miao Xianyu and smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. He knew Miao Xianyu's temperament. She was quick-witted and mischievous. Although she appeared to be very pure like Wang Xingya was truly pure. As for this little girl, she was full of mischief. You can ask your question. After that, I still have to do my own thing. Mu Yun nodded and said, However, I hope you understand that I'm willing to talk to you because you're a king-level celestial alchemist. You can ask 3 questions. After answering them, you can do your own thing and I'll do mine. We won't interfere with each other. Brat, be more polite. Okay. The moment Yang Yuqing shouted, Yu Ruyu nodded her head. Master Yu, it's okay. Yu Ruyu didn't mind at all. The first question. Since Mr. Mu is a king-level celestial alchemist, you should know about the 3 elements cauldron gathering pill. It's one of the easier mediocre king-level pills to refine. Yu Ruyu's face lit up and she continued, This pill requires a total of 81 ingredients. However, only 2 of them are the core ingredients. They are the white jade heart crystal and the falling flower heavenly snake gallbladder. These 2 main ingredients are mild in nature. However, the 3 elements cauldron gathering pill is a strong pill. If the main ingredient is too mild, it will weaken the pill's efficacy. What should I do? Upon hearing this, Mu Yun immediately smiled. You're really smart. Mu Yun said directly, This is a problem that all celestial alchemists in the celestial realm will encounter when refining the 3 elements cauldron gathering pill. You want to solve this problem because you want to use the 3 elements cauldron gathering pill as an opportunity for a breakthrough. Yu Ruyu didn't reject this. Mu Yun was right. That was indeed the case. This question is more valuable. Let me tell you. If you spread it, I'll have one less secret. Brat, it's fine if you don't know. What do you mean by one less secret? Yang Yuqing snorted. Mu Yun glanced at Yang Yuqing and said, "What does it have to do with you?" "You." "Yuqing." Yu Ruyu looked up and glared at Yang Yuqing. "Master Yu, I'm just afraid that you'll be deceived. This brat is pretending to know when he doesn't. Stand down first." Okay. I won't speak anymore. I won't speak anymore." Yang Yuqing stood up and retreated behind Yu Ruyu. She glared fiercely at Mu Yun. Yu Ruyu finally spoke. "Teacher, please speak your mind. If I spread it, I'll never be able to be an alchemy emperor." After hesitating for a moment, Mu Yun said, "Actually, the intensity of the 3 elements crucible gathering pill's medicinal effect has nothing to do with these 2 herbs. It's mainly due to one herb, the emerald root fruit core. This fruit core grows in the earth's core and contains the heat of the earth's fire. Therefore, to refine the 3 elements crucible gathering pill, you just need to add more emerald root fruit core. As for how much to add, if I remember correctly, it's 9 grams. Mu Yun's words seemed casual, but she knew that this method was the method that Meng Zimo finally found after repeated failures. The 3 elements crucible gathering pill required strong medicinal effect. However, the pill formula that was publicly recognized in the immortal world had always been mild and not strong enough. Therefore, Meng Zimo had been researching and finally found this method to perfectly solve this problem. Moreover, 3 elements crucible gathering pill needed more emerald root fruit core. It was 9 grams. Not a single bit more. Alchemy also had to pay attention to the balance of heaven and earth and the method of yin and yang. Meng Zimo could be said to be ahead of everyone on this point. After such a change, this pill formula could be said to have undergone a complete makeover. When Yu Ruyu heard this, she secretly noted it down. Whether Mu Yun was right or not, she needed to go back and try it out to know. Second question, regarding the method of alchemy, does Mr. Mu know that there is a method called the Ancient Wonder Pill? Yes. Yu Ruyu was shocked to hear this. Very few people knew about this method. It seemed that Mu Yun was not speaking without thinking. The Ancient Wonder Pill explains the method of cleaning medicinal herbs. The higher the level of the pill, the more attention one has to pay to cleaning the medicinal herbs. Yu Ruyu said, but the Ancient Wonder Pill has a trick. It says that when cleaning the skin of some spiritual fruits of heaven and earth, one can only break the skin and not the whiskers. The whiskers are connected to the body, so breaking the whiskers is breaking the body. However, I have tried many times. It is too difficult to break the skin without breaking the whiskers. It is almost impossible. Is that so? At this moment, Mu Yun picked up a bright red-purple fruit on the table. With a wave of her hand, a layer of skin fell off the purple fruit in her hand. Finally, the fruit landed on the plate in front of Miao Xianyu. However, upon closer inspection, the whiskers on the fruit were intact and not damaged at all. Seeing this scene, Yu Ruyu's heart was like a stormy sea. She had been learning this method in the past, but it always ended in failure. She always thought that this was an error in the ancient records because it was impossible. However, she did not expect Mu Yun to do it so easily. How familiar must one be with every kind of spiritual fruit of heaven and earth to be able to do this? The whiskers are connected to the body, so some medicinal herbs will indeed lose their medicinal effects if the whiskers are broken. However, most immortal alchemists do not care at all. Therefore, this is also why they are unable to become top-notch immortal alchemists. How did Mr. Mu do it? Simple, repeated practice. Hearing this, Yu Ruyu looked a little disappointed. Alright. Actually, the best way to communicate is not this. Instead, put the fruit in ice water and practice. You will realize that you will be able to grasp it very quickly. Remember, what you need to grasp is the trajectory of the medicinal herbs. In this world, all medicinal herbs follow the Tao of heaven and earth. Mu Yun finally said, go back and familiarize yourself with it. You will know if I am right. Alright, the third question. Mu Yun urged. The third question is, I would like to ask Mr. Mu to watch me refine pills and give me some pointers. Yu Ruyu said. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, do me a favor. Yu Ruyu smiled awkwardly. This is beyond the scope of the problem. Mu Yun narrowed her eyes and said, I can promise you, but you need to do me a favor. No problem. Yu Ryu said straightforwardly. I haven't said what the problem is, I know. Kill Wu Dan, right? Yu Ryu smiled and said, that's easy. Yuqing, kill him. Yu Ryu said directly. Master Yu. Yang Yuqing was stunned. What? You won't listen to me anymore? Yu Ryu said indifferently, or do you think you should make the decision for me? I don't dare. Yang Yuqing stepped out and looked at Wu Dan. Before Wu Dan could speak, she waved her arm and a tyrannical power of law enveloped Wu Dan. At this moment, he couldn't say a word. His face was flushed red, and he finally breathed his last. Enough. Yu Ryu said indifferently. That's not what I'm talking about. Mu Yun said in surprise, my condition is, can you remove your veil and let me see who you are? Ziji City, City Lord's residence. At this moment, Zi Dingtian's expression was cold as he led Mu Yun, Yu Ryu, and the others into a huge alchemy room. He immediately left and started to prepare the medicinal herbs. Quickly bring me the 9 spirit dew that I collected 100 years ago and the purple sprout tip. Patriarch, it's not written in Ziji City. Can't you go and get it if it's not here? Zi Dingtian scolded. Yes, yes, yes. The personal guard immediately left in a sorry state. Father, why are you back? Ziyu hurriedly ran back and said, Father, Mr. Mu is missing. You trash. Zi Dingtian scolded, I asked you to watch Mr. Mu, but you can't even do it. What's the use of having you? Father, Mr. Mu doesn't listen to me, alright. Zi Dingtian waved his hand and said, this is none of your business. Go and deal with the guards tonight in case anyone disturbs Master Mu and Master Yu. Master Yu? Ziyu was stunned and said, it's Master Yu Yue? In the entire wolf clan, how many Master Yu are there? Zi Dingtian scolded, look at how useless you are. I asked you to look after Mr. Mu, but you didn't and caused Wu Dan's death. If this matter isn't handled properly, our purple-striped wolf pack will become enemies with the Black Jade Wind wolf clan in the future. Ah? Wu Dan is dead? Hearing this, Ziyu was even more shocked. Ah, what else do you know other than that? Zi Dingtian scolded, hurry up and strengthen the City Lord Residence's security tonight to prevent anyone from causing trouble. We will not meet any outsiders. Hurry up and go. What are you waiting for? Yes. Although Ziyu did not understand what happened, he knew that it was absolutely not a bad thing. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have made such detailed arrangements. Grandmaster Yu Ryu was here. Who was Yu Ryu? They were the 3 strongest immortal alchemists in the entire wolf tribe. Even the Wolf King, Tian Fengxiao, treated them like VIPs. Coming to the Purple Extreme City managed by the purple-patterned demonic wolf clan, her father's head should be hanging on his belt, and he should be 120% alert. Ziyu immediately started to make preparations. At this moment, Su Qian, who was standing at the side, had a gloomy expression. Just as her father said, she and Mu Yun were not from the same world. Today, when she was cleaning Mu Yun's room, she discovered the bloodstains on the bedsheets in the room and was astonished. It wasn't hard to imagine his relationship with Miao Xianyu. However, Mu Yun rejected her. After all, the two of them were not from the same world. At this moment, in the alchemy room, Mu Yun and Yu Ryu were drinking tea and discussing the Tao. Mu Yun realized that some of Yu Ryu's views were very bold and could be tried. Since ancient times, the predecessors planted the trees, and the descendants enjoyed the shade. The current elixir formulas were all from the predecessors. Immortal alchemists who had reached their level already represented the top standard in the immortal world. Why couldn't they refine elixirs by themselves? They created their own elixir formulas and fumbled their way forward. What was an immortal alchemist? What grade of elixir could be called an immortal emperor elixir? Who made this distinction? They could also be pioneers. In Mu Yun's heart, what had been broadened was her state of mind and thoughts. And what had been broadened was Yu Ryu's horizons. She thought that she was a king-level immortal alchemist and could refine king-level immortal pills. Although they were inferior grade, there were less than 100 people in the entire immortal world who could surpass her, and now, she saw Mu Yun in the small Ziji city. Only then did she understand that there was always someone better than her. It was not nonsense. In this world, there would always be times when one would inadvertently discover someone who was better than them. Mu Yun was such a person. And most importantly, Mu Yun was willing to hide in Ziji City. Xian. Master Mu. Yu cupped her hands and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Master Mu. However, this small Ziji City is not enough for Master Mu to display your talent here. Why don't you go under the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf King? The Moonhell Heavenly Wolf King is a formidable person. I think Master Mu should know the status of the Wolf clan among the 9 major demon clans. I like freedom and don't like being forced." Hehe, Yu smiled and said, "You're wrong, Master Mu. Tian Fengxiao loves talents very much." Now, the 3 king-level immortal alchemists of the Wolf clan are all guest elders. They have very high authority in the Wolf clan's territory. "Oh, I'm still not interested." Mu Yun smiled and said, "I said that I like freedom. It's indeed uncomfortable to have a status tied to me." Yu smiled faintly as she looked at Mu Yun. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you. Master Mu, I hope to see you again in the future." Yu bowed and left the city lord's mansion. TSK. Such a powerful immortal alchemist. Why didn't Master go with her to the Heavenly Wolf King as a guest elder? "Those black pills and blue pills are all Wu Yun," Miao Xianyu's words sounded behind her. "Little girl, you're different from your sisters in other aspects, but you're the same in this aspect." "What's the same?" "Jealousy." Mu Yun laughed. "You're asking for a beating." Miao Xianyu's fist landed, but it was caught by Mu Yun. "I see that you're arrogant now, but you won't be arrogant later." Mu Yun laughed strangely and said, "Moreover, when you need to meet your 4 sisters in the future, I'll see how you deal with them when you see them." "Ah. Big baddie." Although Miao Xianyu was playful, she still couldn't let go of this kind of thing. For sisters, Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat when she thought of this. Qin Mengyao, Xiao Yuner, Wang Xingya, Yi Sueki, and now Miao Xianyu. In the future, if they could sleep together, how exciting would that be? The big baddie is starting to play tricks. A big battle was happening in the room. Outside the room, Ziding Tian and Ziyu immediately rushed back after sending off Yu and Yu. They were about to enter the room when they suddenly felt that it was inappropriate and retreated separately. At this moment, Yang Yuqing was walking in Ziji City with a gloomy expression. "What's there to be unhappy about?" Yu asked. "I'm just unhappy about that kid. He's just a 2nd-grade celestial king, but he's so arrogant. Just looking at him annoys me." Yang Yuqing snorted. "Hee." Yu laughed and said, "You're a 9th-grade celestial king. Why can't you keep your cool?" Yang Yuqing snorted and said, "No matter what, I just don't like him." Yu smiled and said, "According to my judgment, this Mr. Mu isn't just a low-grade king-grade celestial alchemist. I'm afraid he can easily concoct middle-grade and upper-grade king-grade celestial pills." "Impossible," Yang Yuqing was dumbfounded. "Why is it impossible?" Yuruyu's lips curled up and said, "His understanding is far beyond mine. I vaguely feel that he's a grandmaster who can establish his own sect." "It can't be," Yang Yuqing was completely stunned. "Why not?" Yu smiled faintly and said, "I want to try his method. If it really works, it means that this person is definitely not simple." "Master Yu." Yang Yuqing spoke again, "If he's really that powerful, he can definitely compete with Chen Beixian. If you can recruit him to the Wolf King's side, he'll be a great help to you. At that time, let's see how that old bastard Chen Beixian can bully you." "Forget it," Yu said bitterly. "This person's state of mind is extremely high. He won't care about the Wolf clan at all. I think he has bigger plans." "And to become my help?" "Even if I become his help, I don't think he'll be interested in me." Yu looked ahead and said slowly, "However, if he's really an upper-grade king-grade celestial alchemist, no one in the entire demon realm can compare to him. At that time, Tian Fengxiao will probably invite him to the Wolf clan even if he has to. If this kid still doesn't know what's good for him, I'm afraid Tian Fengxiao won't be able to get him and will kill him." "He won't," Yu said confidently, Do you know how powerful an alchemist's charisma is? 500 years ago, Fenchen Valley, Evil Wind Pavilion, Zhao, and the Nine Elements Celestial Sect joined forces to attack the Cloud Alliance. Even if the Cloud Alliance's Cloud Guards took action this time, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist. So this time, Meng Zimo's charisma as the #1 alchemist celestial is reflected. It's said that Meng Zimo didn't bring a single soldier from the Cloud Alliance, but she forced Fenchen Valley out of the Fenchen mountain range. What did she rely on? Her connections. Never underestimate the connections of an alchemist celestial alchemist, especially a king-grade celestial alchemist. This is the top existence in the celestial world. Meng Zimo is known as the #1 alchemist celestial. Even her father, Ling Qingtian, can't compare to her. It's said that 500 years ago, because of Mu Yun, Meng Zimo wholeheartedly studied alchemy. In 10,000 years, she created 872 kinds of alchemy formulas. Now, she's studying emperor-grade celestial pills. Once this woman really successfully develops emperor-grade celestial pills, then the hidden old monsters in the entire celestial world will definitely be willing to be controlled by her. Hearing this, Yang Yuqing was shocked. Meng Zimo's strength had already reached such a level, emperor-grade celestial pills, emperor-grade celestial alchemist. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Refining pills and seclusion. Emperor-level pills aren't that easy to refine. No emperor-level pills have been born in the immortal world for so many years. Otherwise, those hidden immortal emperors would have broken through the void and reached the divine world. Yu Ruyu said slowly, in the last war, the Palace Lord of Levitation Heavenly Palace died, and Shan Tianyu showed up. Jian Luyun of the Sword Gate and Shui Yun of the Blood Realm, 3 immortal emperors came. The immortal world won't be peaceful. It's said that there are some immortal emperors hiding in the land of extreme chaos. I don't know if that's true. Those old fogies only want to break through and become gods. They don't care about these things at all. Only the old fogies of the major sects can't bear to see the efforts of their ancestors dissipate, so they still show up. Yu Ruyu said slowly, just wait. The immortal world will be in chaos eventually. I heard that the Cloud Alliance activated the Cloud Array. It's been 500 years. Who knows what will happen when they come out? Moreover, the Heaven-Destroying Sword sect has always had the upper hand in the battle against the Taiji sect with the help of the Biluo Huangquan school. If not for someone secretly intervening, the Taiji sect would be gone. Yang Yuqing sighed. I didn't expect Master Yu to know about the world even though she stays at home all day. I told you, don't underestimate the connections of a king-level immortal alchemist. Yu Ruyu smiled. What's more interesting is that the Buddhist realm, which has been quiet for tens of thousands of years, is said to have made a move. Coincidentally, the demon race is also on the move. Right now, the spirit realm is the most peaceful place. However, that old fox Ling Jiutian has cultivated the great destiny art and is trying to see through the heavenly secrets. That old man is the most cunning. He's the most stable and scheming one. The immortal world looks peaceful, but when has it ever been? More than 10,000 years ago, immortal King Mu Yun didn't die. He appeared 500 years ago and was confirmed to be him. 500 years later, who knows if he's dead or not? If he's still alive, the immortal world will be interesting. Yu Ruyu smiled and pursed Yu Ruyu. Yang Yuqing smiled and said, this Mr. Mu might be immortal King Mu. Who knows? Yu Ruyu froze when she heard this. What? Nothing. Nothing. Do you really think he is immortal King Mu? If he really is, he should have returned to the Cloud Alliance long ago. Even if he didn't return to the Cloud Alliance, he should have gone to the Heaven-Exterminating Swordsmanship sect. How could he be in the demon region? Yu Ruyu, Yu translation. No. What don't you know? You said translation Yu translation Yu translation Yu translation Yu translation. It's just like how he didn't return to the Cloud Alliance after arriving in the immortal world. If it's really him, as a second great immortal king, it's impossible for him to return. Immortal realm translation immortal king immortal. You sect, he, and the cloud art, he. Translation and union, Oriwe Yu. There were many people who wanted to protect Mu Yun. The famous sword saint of Green Mountain, Lu Qingfeng. The sword of immortal sealing with a sword. The first pill immortal, Meng Zimo. Including the four guardians, Dragon God Xia Qing, Cloud Guard, Yi Jingyun, Yi Sueki, and so on, but there were more who wanted Mu Yun dead. Sword Sect, Levitation Heavenly Palace, 9 Elements Immortal Sect, Zhao, all of them were top forces in the immortal world. Immortal King Mu Yun is quite a character. Unfortunately, she was too impulsive. She wouldn't have done that if she didn't want to destroy Heavenly Flame. She might have become an emperor by now. Yu Ryu smiled. Interesting. Mr. Mu and Immortal King Mu Yun are both top alchemy masters. I'm curious if they are the same person. Unfortunately, my good sister is in the spirit realm. Otherwise, I would call her over to confirm. Second miss? Yang Yuqing smiled bitterly. She and her husband are always together. She won't come even if you call her. If I want to confirm the difficulty, I'll make a trip to the sword domain and ask a disciple. Don't. Yu Ryu shook her head. The sword realm has been like a madman for hundreds of years. Anyone suspicious will be killed without mercy. Biluo Huangquan school is too sinister. 7 of the 33 peak masters are from the Biluo Huangquan school. When I found out, I thought it was a fantasy. There are many spies in the inner disciples. If it were me, I would have gone mad. Yang Yuqing smiled bitterly. Well, these things have nothing to do with us. It's not difficult to confirm. But this person's knowledge is far beyond mine. I don't want to expose him, as you wish, eldest miss. Don't call me Mississippi. In this demon realm, call me Master Yu. Yes. The two figures disappeared completely. In the following period, Mu Yun was like a retired emperor in the city lord's mansion. She didn't ask him about anything and only taught Miao Xianyu in the room. Miao Xianyu was now a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal and could begin to learn how to refine sage-level immortal pills. Moreover, the 9 Spirits Green Lotus was the soul of an immortal flower. It was 100% beneficial for Miao Xianyu to learn alchemy. In addition, Miao Xianyu's disciples were not bad. Mu Yun was especially diligent in teaching. It was difficult for her to improve slowly, time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Mu Yun had been teaching Miao Xianyu for the past half a year. She had also collected a large number of medicinal herbs. In the demon realm, there was no lack of medicinal herbs in the Thousand Demon Forest. Ziding Tian and the others didn't know about some of them. She drew a map for them to find. In the past half a year, there were a lot of spiritual materials piled up in ZG City. There were more than 10,000 kinds of spiritual materials piled up. In the beginning, Ziding Tian and Ziyu ran until their legs broke. They gradually hated it. But when they saw Mu Yun's alchemy, sometimes successful, sometimes unsuccessful, they became more diligent. Mu Yun would directly throw the successful pills to them. They didn't know what Mu Yun wanted to do. However, those pills that Mu Yun didn't want were King Grade Low Grade, King Grade Mid Grade, and even King Grade High Grade. King Grade High Grade immortal pills meant that they were the top immortal pills in the immortal realm, but Mu Yun didn't want any of them. He seemed to be doing some experiment. On this day, after teaching Miao Xianyu her homework, Mu Yun directly went to her own alchemy room. It's really not easy to refine an emperor-grade immortal pill. Mu Yun said in distress, I don't know if beautiful master has succeeded in all these years. An emperor-grade immortal pill contains an emperor aura. But what kind of aura does this emperor aura belong to? If it's not a mortal aura or spiritual aura, then what does it belong to? Mu Yun was puzzled. In the entire immortal realm, no one knew the effects of an emperor-grade immortal pill. But some people knew that when an emperor-grade immortal pill happened, a 7-colored rainbow would descend from the sky. This was because hundreds of thousands of years ago, an emperor-grade immortal alchemist had appeared in the immortal realm. This was the only record. After all, immortal emperors were rare in the immortal realm. An emperor-grade immortal alchemist was even rarer. If there were many emperor-grade immortal alchemists, even the reclusive immortal emperors would turn pale with fright. It was impossible to break through to the immortal realm with just hard work. King-grade immortal pills were even less effective. Mu Yun's initial plan was to rely on his identity as an emperor-grade immortal alchemist to do something in the demon realm. However, after communicating with Yu Ruyu, Mu Yun realized that he had gained too much by relying on what he had learned in his previous life. Gradually, he stopped progressing. Why couldn't he take a path that no one else had taken? Creating an emperor-grade immortal pill by himself was also a path to take. What he didn't know was how to refine an emperor-grade immortal pill. Since an emperor-grade immortal pill can cause a change in heaven and earth and cause the seven-colored light to appear, doesn't that mean that this pill is not only a combination of medicinal herbs, but also a combination of the laws of heaven and earth? The combination of an immortal pill and the laws of heaven and earth is the application of the laws of time and space. An immortal pill can contain heaven and earth. Space and time, yes, that should be it. Mu Yan's mind spun faster and faster. He stood in front of the medicine rack and looked at the various items in front of it. His palms moved quickly. Time passed day by day. After a full month, Mu Yun stayed in the alchemy room and didn't step out. Even Miao Xianyu went in a few times and came out without saying anything. On this day, the entire Purple G city was as usual. Mu Yun was still in the city lord mansion, quietly refining pills. However, at this moment, a figure appeared outside the city lord mansion. The person who came was dressed in a black robe. His hands were behind his back and he had an extraordinary bearing. A strand of silver hair fluttered behind his ears. He stood there as if he wasn't standing there. Behind this person was a young man. The young man was handsome and dashing. He looked at the huge city lord mansion and said, "Father, this Zidingtian city lord mansion is still very extravagant." The middle-aged man said slowly, "Us demons have always been in the mountains and forests. The harsh environment has made us stronger." Father is right. Jikong, we're only here to see that master. You'd better put down your overbearing attitude. Your son understands. Two figures walked into the door. Who are you? A servant walked up and asked. Ask your mansion master to come out. The young man waved his hand and said, You'll know when he comes out. Our mansion master is refining pills in seclusion and is not seeing guests. Refining pills in seclusion? The young man said in surprise, when did Zidingtian learn how to refine pills? The servant smiled and said, Our mansion master is now Mr. Mu. Lord Zidingtian has already given the mansion to our Mr. Mu. Then ask him to come out. The young man said impatiently, Tell him that Tianjikong is here to visit. No. The servant shook his head and said, Our Mr. Mu hasn't gone out for several months and has been staying in the alchemy room to refine pills. Even our madam rarely goes in. Rarely goes in, doesn't that mean he went in? If that's the case, why can't you ask your Mr. Mu to come out? The young man said with some anger, No matter what he's doing, call him out immediately. Who's being presumptuous here? The monarch pill. Following the words, a tall figure wearing a long dress with a bulging chest appeared. She had a childlike face and a giant figure. It was none other than Miao Xianyu. Miao Xianyu stepped forward and said, Who are you? I'm Tian Jikong. Tian Jikong? I don't know you. Miao Xianyu shook her head. Don't know him? Tian Jikong was infuriated hearing this. What do you mean you don't know him? Who in the wolf tribe's territory did not know his name? Not to mention the wolf tribe, he was one of the top geniuses in the entire beast tribe. This woman actually said she did not know him. I advise you to ask Mu Yun to come out. I'm too lazy to waste my time with you. Tian Jikong said impatiently. I'm too lazy to waste my time with you. Mu Yun is refining pills in seclusion. She won't be seeing anyone. Don't you know that as a pill alchemist, it's taboo to be disturbed while refining pills? Tian Jikong was about to lose his temper when the middle-aged man waved his hand and said to Miao Xianyu, Miss Miao, we won't disturb Mr. Mu. I'm just wondering when Mr. Mu will come out. It's hard to say. Miao Xianyu shook her head and said, It might be a few months, or a few years. A few years? Little girl, are you messing with us? Tian Jikong was completely infuriated. Since he's not coming out, we'll ask him to come out. Tian Jikong harumphed and stepped forward. His aura spread across his body, resulting in a loud explosion. What are you doing? Miao Xianyu stepped forward and yelled, Can you bear the responsibility if you disturb my husband while he's refining pills? Your husband? I don't care who he is. It's fine if he doesn't come out to welcome my father, but you're still trying to stop him. Why can't he come out now? Tian Jikong snapped furiously. I'd like to see how capable this so-called Mr. Mu is. Tian Jikong waved his hand and stomped his foot on the ground. Bang, a muffled sound rang out, followed by a series of rumbling sounds. The earth cracked inch by inch. Seeing this, Miao Xianyu waved her hands and shot out a stream of immortal qi. She wanted to stop the cracks on the ground from spreading and affecting Mu Yun. However, she was only a perfected golden immortal. It was impossible for her to stop a casual attack from an immortal king. Miao Xianyu spat out a mouthful of blood from the backlash, and she retreated in a sorry state. Her face instantly turned ghastly pale. You overestimate yourself. Tianjikong snorted, you better get out of the way, or else I'll kill you. His calm words were not overbearing, but they made Miao Xianyu's head buzz, making it hard for her to breathe. You will pay the price. Miao Xianyu snorted, stood up, turned around, and walked away. Father, let me invite Mu Yun out. As soon as Heaven Extreme Kong finished speaking, he took a step forward. Buzz, however, right at that moment, a buzzing sound was suddenly heard. Immortal qi and spiritual qi seemed to be trembling between heaven and earth. The entire earth shook at this moment, including the city lord's mansion, Purple Pole City, the entire demon realm, and the entire immortal world. In an instant, a crazy whistling power spread out completely at this moment. In the immortal world, many people did not feel it, but those peerless experts who were hiding in the immortal world were shocked. In the Levitation Heavenly Palace, Yu Shantian was dealing with the internal affairs of the sect. Suddenly, her heart trembled, and her figure flashed, disappeared on the spot, and appeared 10,000 feet above the Levitation Heavenly Palace. Emperor Great Immortal Pill. Yu Xuantian's face was completely shocked. She put down everything in her hands, and her figure suddenly disappeared. In the sky-bearing pagoda of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, Jian Luyun was cultivating with his eyes closed. A majestic aura rushed over, and he suddenly opened his eyes, which were suddenly filled with shock. Auspicious signs from the heavens, 7-colored halos, this is the birth of the Emperor Great Immortal Pill. Jian Luyun's figure flashed out without saying a word. At the same time, in the blood realm, Shui Yun raised his head and looked at the sky. Others might not feel that invisible fluctuation, but as an immortal emperor, it was impossible for him not to feel it. You are just as I expected. Shui Yun did not move. He stood in front of the blood palace, looking at the demon realm with a smile on his face. At the same time, in the land of extreme chaos, a tyrannical aura erupted. Some places that were normally undetectable suddenly erupted with a burst of tyrannical aura, causing one's heart to surge. Those auras were all searching for something. However, those auras appeared suddenly, and disappeared even more suddenly. The tyrannical auras that had been hidden in the immortal world tried to find the source of the aura at this moment, but they disappeared without a trace. In the setting sun mountain range, Yu Shantian and Jian Luyun met. You felt it too? Yu Shantian looked at Jian Luyun and asked. Didn't you feel it too? Jian Luyun smiled and said, it seems that the immortal world is really going to be in chaos. The birth of the Emperor Pill proves that someone has stepped into the Emperor realm. I thought it would be that woman from the Cloud Alliance, but I didn't expect it to not be her. If this person can be recruited to my Levitation Heavenly Palace, I can even pass on the position of Palace Lord to him. Yu Shantian said calmly. Yu Shantian, you are very generous. However, an Emperor Pill Master might not be interested in a mere Palace Lord, right? Jian Luyun waved his hand and said, I think this person hid the aura of the Emperor Pill so quickly. I'm afraid he doesn't want others to know. Let's not worry about it. After Jian Luyun finished speaking, he looked into the distance and remained silent. Yu Shantian slowly said, Jian Luyun, are you sure that Mu Yun is dead? Are you sure? Jian Luyun replied with a question after hearing Yu Xuantian's question. If you are not sure, how can I be sure? When he self-destructed 10,000 years ago, we all thought he was dead. But in reality? He is still alive. What do you think this time? Jian Luyun said bitterly, the great life confiscation technique, the great heaven derivation technique, and the great underworld divine art that you and I cultivate are all supreme Daos. Mu Yun has cultivated the great life confiscation technique for 10,000 years. Do you think he will die just because he self-destructed? Moreover, have you forgotten about the chart of celestial extermination that disappeared with him? Yu Shantian was stunned when he heard this. That's right, the chart of celestial extermination. They had been thinking about Mu Yun all this time. They had completely forgotten about the chart of celestial extermination. Where was the chart of celestial extermination now? Both of them were silent. They still did not know how the situation would change in this chaotic autumn. At the same time, some restless auras in the various realms of the immortal world gradually calmed down after the news from the Emperor Pill disappeared. However, everyone knew that the person who could refine the Emperor Pill would definitely be sought after by everyone. Just like how celestial kings liked king-grade celestial alchemists, celestial emperors would treat the rare Emperor Pill masters as guests of honor. No matter who this person was, they must find him. At this moment, everyone had already made up their minds. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion in Purple G City. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man and Tian Jikong were completely dumbfounded. Father, is this the Emperor Pill? Nonsense. The middle-aged man waved his hand and looked at Tian Jikong. Don't talk later. The man walked forward and looked at Miao Xianyu. He cupped his hands and said, Miss Miao, my son was rash just now. I'm Tian Fengxiao, and I apologize to you. Apologize now? Miao Xianyu snorted. When my husband comes out later, you'll apologize to him personally. Miao Xianyu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She looked at Tian Fengxiao and Tian Jikong and turned to leave. At this moment, Tian Fengxiao stood there awkwardly. As the king of the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf clan, even the other 8 demon kings of the demon realm would not dare to give him such an attitude. However, this little girl of the perfected golden immortal realm dared to give him such an attitude, and he could not return the favor. What did the heavenly anomaly and the 7-colored light represent? The birth of the Emperor Pill, an emperor-grade celestial pill. In other words, there was an Emperor Pill master sitting in the room. There was only one such person in the immortal world. If they could recruit an Emperor Pill master from the Wolf clan, it would increase the strength of the Wolf clan by several times, and the strength of the entire Wolf clan would increase rapidly. Unifying the demon realm was not just a legend. With a creak, the door was opened, and a figure in a black robe walked out. It was Mu Yun. Husband. Seeing Mu Yun appear, Miao Xianyu went up to her. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so pale? Mu Yun touched Miao Xianyu's cheek and asked with concern. Someone is looking for you. I said you were refining pills, but they insisted on barging in and even attacked. Oh? Who is it? It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Tian Fengxiao walked out and cupped his hands with a smile. Mr. Mu, I've long heard of your name. It was really a misunderstanding. Tian Fengxiao turned to look at Tian Jikong and shouted, Jikong, come here. Father. Apologize to Mr. Mu and Madam Mu. Yes. Tian Jikong walked to the two of them, cupped his hands, and bowed. Mr. Mu, Madam Mu, I was wrong just now. I was too impulsive. I'm sorry. Oh, Mu Yun nodded and said, I've apologized. I won't see you off. Empyrean Extreme Empyrean was taken aback. Tian Fengxiao chuckled and said, Congratulations, Mr. Mu. Congratulations. You're the first person to refine an Emperor-level immortal pill. With the title of the #1 alchemy immortal in the immortal realm, I think it's time for you to change positions. You're too polite. See the guest out. Mu Yan's expression was calm as she turned to leave. Mr. Mu, aren't you being too disrespectful? Tian Jikong's expression was ugly as he said, even if you're an Emperor-level immortal pill master, my father is the Wolf King of the Moon-howling Heavenly Wolf. Aren't you being too presumptuous to treat him like this? Oh? Then according to you, I'll kill you and apologize to your father. Then, I'll be done and talk to you nicely? What else do you want? I've already apologized. Tian Jikong snorted. As the most outstanding son of the Wolf King of the Moon-howling Heavenly Wolf, Tian Fengxiao, he never knew what it meant to bow and scrape. From your current appearance, I can see that your apology was just a pretense. Mu Yun sneered. I said, see the guest out. You're courting death. Then kill me. Mu Yun sneered. If you can't kill me in an instant, I guarantee that when I leave Purple Pole City, your moon-howling heavenly wolf clan will be removed from the demon realm. Are you threatening me? Try me. Alchemy Emperor Pavilion kneel. Right at that moment, a shout was suddenly heard. Xianxia stood behind Tianjikong and kicked him. Tianjikong's face turned pale as he fell to his knees with a thud. Apologize to Mr. Mu. Xianxia yelled, if he doesn't forgive you, you'll kneel here. If he asks you to die, you'll die. Father, PA, Xianxia slapped Tianjikong and snapped, shut up, did I say you could speak? From today onward, you'll be in charge of protecting Mr. Mu. If Mr. Mu loses a single hair, you'll have to cut your own throat. Senior Wolf Emperor, what are you doing? Mu Yun blurted out in astonishment, since when did I say I need him to be my guard? I'm not talented, but I'm confident that I can protect myself in the immortal world with my alchemy skills. Yes, I've been too rude. Xianxia brought his fists together and said with a smile, Mr. Mu, my son is a general of the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf tribe. He has a bad temper and doesn't know the rules. I apologize for offending Mr. Mu. If Mr. Mu needs anything in the future, feel free to let me know. I'll treat you well. There's no need for that. If I offend you one day and you kill me, I'll die of injustice. Mu Yun went to the garden and sat on a rattan chair. She looked at Xianxia and said, may I know why the patriarch of the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf tribe has come to my rundown temple? I'm not worthy of the title. Xianxia brought his fists together and said, I've heard that Mr. Mu is an emperor-level celestial alchemist, so I've come to invite Mr. Mu to be a guest alchemist of the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf tribe. Of course, once Mr. Mu becomes a guest alchemist, you won't be restricted. I only hope that Mr. Mu can give the alchemists of the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf tribe some pointers and help us refine some immortal pills. Of course, the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf tribe is responsible for Mr. Mu's safety. If anyone dares to offend Mr. Mu, they're going against the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf tribe and Xianxia. Hearing Xianxia's words, Mu Yun smiled in her heart. Xianxia was one of the 9 kings of the demon region. Although he was not one of the 10 great immortal kings, he was not much weaker than Yu Huafeng, Jian Nantian, and the others. Back then, Mu Yun also wanted to fight with him, but she did not get her wish. In the immortal world, apart from the immortal emperors, the top experts were definitely the 10 great immortal kings. Now, without him and Yu Huafeng, there were only 8 great celestial kings. The second tier was made up of peak-tier immortal kings. However, there were still differences between peak immortal kings. However, Xianxia was definitely at the peak of the peak. Based on his current feeling, his eldest senior brother Lu Qingfeng and Jian Fengxian were definitely qualified to be ranked among the 10 great immortal kings. Guest elder? Mu Yun looked at the sky and said, do you think it's possible? Don't worry, Mr. Mu. I will definitely tame this kid. The others are even less of a concern. Hearing this, Mu Yun tapped her fingers on the rattan chair and remained silent. Time passed bit by bit. Gradually, the sun rose and set, and the stars lit up. I will not become the guest elder of your moon-howling heavenly wolf clan. Mu Yun finally spoke. As soon as these words came out, Xianxia was stunned. At this moment, Xianxia, who had been kneeling for a day with his legs broken, suddenly looked shocked. Father, he is playing with you. Kill him. Xianxia shouted. Shut up. Xianxia directly slapped Xianxia and sent him flying. Lord Wolf King, your son seems to want me dead. Mu Yun's expression was cold at this moment, and she slowly said, I haven't finished speaking yet. This king will definitely discipline him. Don't worry, Mr. Mu. Xianxia looked at Xianxia with hatred. Mr. Mu, please continue. Mu Yun knew that she could not go overboard. She said, I want to build a force in Purple G City. It will be called Alchemy Emperor Pavilion. I will oversee the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion. Of course, you can't expose my information. You can just call me Master Mu. I am a king-grade celestial alchemist. I can easily refine low-grade, middle-grade, and high-grade celestial pills. The Pill Emperor Pavilion is built within the Violet G City. The City Lord Manor is the headquarters. In the future, if your wolf clan has any medicinal ingredients, feel free to give them to me. I will concoct suitable immortal pills for you. You can choose for yourselves. However, I have to say this first, I will only concoct king-grade immortal pills. As for saint-grade immortal pills, I will let my wife concoct them. The Alchemy Emperor Pavilion will work closely with the Moon-Howling Heavenly Wolf clan. If you need any celestial pills, I will refine them for you. However, there is a limit. In a month, I will not refine more than 10 king-grade celestial pills, regardless of whether they are low-grade, middle-grade, or high-grade. Moreover, the selling rights of the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion's pills will be handed over to the Moon-Howling Heavenly Wolf clan. I will take 90% of the profits and you will take 10%. By the way, the Moon-Howling Heavenly Wolf clan will also be responsible for the safety of the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion. Mu Yun said so much in one breath. Then, she took a deep breath and said, if you agree, I will stay in Purple G City. If you don't agree, I will not disturb you. When we meet in the future, we will not know each other. Tian Fengxiao immediately nodded his head. It did not matter if the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion was under Mu Yun's jurisdiction. At the very least, it was within the Moon-Howling Heavenly Wolf clan's territory in Purple G City. As long as Mu Yun was here, it would be enough. Moreover, 10 king-grade celestial pills a month. Regardless of the grade, he could ask Mu Yun to refine 10 high-grade celestial pills. After all, the Moon-Howling Heavenly Wolf clan did not have any high-grade king-grade celestial alchemists. These 10 high-grade king-grade celestial pills were more valuable than the 3 celestial alchemists. There is one more thing, Mu Yun said, the fact that I have refined Emperor-grade celestial pills cannot be leaked. Of course, of course. Tian Fengxiao said, only the heavens and earth know about this. You know about it, we know about it. No one else will know about it. What a joke. Even if Mu Yun asked him to reveal it, he would not do so. In the entire celestial world, there was only one Emperor-grade celestial alchemist. The high-grade king-grade celestial pills that he had refined were probably better than Ming Zimo's. If others knew about it, the entire celestial world would come to snatch it. Moreover, even if the other forces in the celestial world did not come, the other 8 demon kings of the demon region would definitely come to snatch it. Alright, I only have these conditions. If we have a good cooperation, I will continue to work with you. Otherwise, mister, don't worry. As long as you don't do anything harmful to my wolf clan, I, Tian Fengxiao, guarantee with my life that I will not interfere with your matters. Tian Fengxiao only left the city lord's mansion after midnight with Tian Jikong as if he was dragging a dead dog. Ziding Tian and Ziyu only dared to enter Mu Yun's courtyard at this moment. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that the Wolf King, Tian Fengxiao, would actually visit Mu Yun personally. It seemed like the two of them had reached an agreement. Mu Yun looked at Ziding Tian and said, Clan Head Z, find a plaque. No, find 5 plaques. Yes. Ziding Tian had already learned how to do whatever Mu Yun said without asking for the reason. This was what Tian Fengxiao told him before he left. 5 plaques were found very quickly. When Mu Yun saw the 5 plaques, she immediately used her hand as a pen. Immortal Qi gathered, and a blood-colored pen mark appeared. Alchemy Emperor Pavilion. 3 large words appeared vividly. After she finished writing, Mu Yun said, from today onwards, Purple G City is no longer Purple G City, but Alchemy Emperor Pavilion. 5 plaques. Hang 1 at each of the 4 city gates, and 1 at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Yes. After he finished speaking, Ziding Tian turned around and left with Ziyu. Father, Mr. Mu is going to, I reckon he has reached an agreement with Tian Fengxiao. Alchemy Emperor Pavilion, could it be that today? Ziding Tian's expression changed slightly and said, you have to build a good relationship with Mr. Mu. If he is happy, he will reward you with a king-class immortal elixir. Wouldn't it be easy for you to break through your cultivation? Yes. Ever since father instructed me previously, this child has been serving Mr. Mu wholeheartedly. Ziding Tian nodded and said, I think even Tian Fengxiao has yielded this time. Didn't you see? Tian Jikong is his most cherished son. He nurtured him heavily to become the next clan head. Today, he was beaten up so miserably by him. Although I don't know what happened, I reckon that Mu Yun is probably more terrifying than what we know. Ziyu agreed and said, "Today, Lord Wolf King has instructed that our purple-marked demonic wolf clan doesn't need to care about the other cities. We only need to care about Purple G City. All orders are to listen to Mr. Mu. It seems like this Alchemy Emperor Pavilion is what Mr. Mu wants to do." Hearing this, Ziding Tian also nodded. The father and son duo understood that this time, they had really caught Mu Yun. Her strength was beyond their imagination. Just think about it. Even Tian Fengxiao and Tian Jikong had to obey Mu Yun. It was enough to see how extraordinary Mu Yun's alchemy skills were. Even thinking about the seven-colored radiance that appeared today, Ziding Tian suspected that Mu Yun had probably reached the terrifying legendary level. At the same time, Tian Fengxiao dragged Tian Jikong away from Purple G City and returned to the Moon-Howling Heavenly Wolf's headquarters, Howling Moon Peak. "Do you know your crime?" Tian Fengxiao looked at Tian Jikong and shouted, "Mu Yun is able to refine an emperor-grade immortal elixir. Do you know what this means? Any immortal emperor who has reached the immortal emperor realm and is nearing the end of their lifespan would be willing to help her and exterminate our Moon-Howling Heavenly Wolf clan. Do you understand? Father." Furthermore, she quickly withdrew all her aura after refining the emperor-grade immortal elixir. "This proves that she wants to negotiate with us. You are so young and impetuous. How are you going to inherit my legacy in the future?" "Father, I know my mistake. It's useless for you to say this to me. You have to make it clear to Mr. Mu. Let him know that you are sincerely apologizing and ask him to forgive you. Do you understand?" "Yes." Tian Jikong cupped his hands. "Limitless heaven-seizing pill this time. I wanted to visit Mr. Mu and invite him to be our guest elder. Although it didn't happen, Mu Yun isn't a king-grade celestial alchemist. He's an emperor-grade celestial alchemist, an emperor-grade celestial alchemist. Even if he didn't agree, as long as he stays in the territory of our Moonhell Heavenly Wolf clan, he's a treasure of our clan. From today onward, Mr. Mu's position in the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf clan will be the same as mine. If anyone dares to look down on him, Mr. Mu can punish them however he wants. If anyone disagrees, I, Tian Fengxiao, will be the first to kill them." "Yes." Tian Jikong cupped his hands and said, "But father, if this person has other intentions, Jikong, why don't you understand?" Tian Fengxiao said again, "Why did Mu Yun establish the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion today? This person is ambitious. Not only does he want our Moonhell Heavenly Wolf clan to obey him, but he also wants the entire demon realm and even the entire immortal realm to obey him. Do you understand? Establishing the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion is only his first step. He wants to strengthen the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion to the point that it's comparable to the spirit realm. Therefore, the stronger he is, the stronger our wolf clan will be. Because he said that we'll sell all the pills, even if it's just 10% of the profits. Can you imagine how terrifying that is? Moreover, this is a gamble. Moreover, cultivation is a gamble. If you're afraid of everything, how can you achieve great things?" "Father is right. I understand." Tian Jikong said, "I'll ask Mr. Mu to forgive me." Tian Fengxiao looked at Tian Jikong and said, "Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. For hundreds of thousands of years, our demon realm has been in chaos. We lack a capable person to unify the demon realm. Otherwise, how could there be 10 realms in the immortal realm? Apart from the demon realm and the Buddhist realm, which other realm would be a match for our demon realm?" Hearing this, Tian Jikong nodded happily. "All right, go and do it. Father believes you can do it well." "Yes." After Tian Jikong left, Tian Fengxiao sat in the center of the hall with his head lowered. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion in Purple G City, Mu Yun and Miao Xianyu lay on the bed and chatted after a while. "Brother Mu, why did you agree to stay here?" Miao Xianyu was puzzled. "With your current identity as a pill monarch, aren't you treated as a distinguished guest wherever you go? Returning to the Cloud Alliance is just around the corner." Mu Yun pinched Miao Xianyu's nose and said with a smile, "If only it were that simple." This time, the Cloud Alliance has activated the cloud formation. That cloud formation was created by me using the power of the nine heavens Milky Way. That's why it can completely envelop the entire cloud alliance. Once this formation is activated, I don't even know when it will close. Therefore, when the cloud alliance will be opened should depend on the time set by Master and the others. 500 years have already passed, but it seems like there's still some time left. My current strength isn't that strong. It was a fluke that I managed to break through to the third great immortal king realm after gaining some enlightenment. But it's impossible to return to the Cloud Alliance. In the immortal world, countless people were watching the Cloud Alliance. If he went back now, it would bring trouble to the Cloud Alliance. Then why did Master stay in the demon realm? I think Tian Fengxiao is up to no good. Hehe, Mu Yun laughed. Tian Fengxiao is a very ambitious person. If he agrees to me establishing the Pill Monarch Pavilion here, it means that he and I have reached an agreement. Moreover, in the entire demon realm, other than the Thousand Demons Forest, there's also the Immortal Burial Sea and various famous mountain ranges. It can be said that it's a treasure trove of heaven and earth. The herbs here are extremely cheap and are rare in other places. I'm using the herbs here. Mu Yun thought for a long time and decided to stay here because he couldn't think of where else he could find so many cheap herbs. Moreover, since Tian Fengxiao had reached an agreement with him, he would be very safe in the Purple Pole City of the Wolf Tribe. After all, the Moon-Howling Wolf, Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox, and Golden-Horned Celestial Ox clans were at war with the Blood Realm. They would need a lot of pills. He also needed an alchemist. Moreover, there were many warriors in the Wolf Tribe who needed upper-grade celestial pills. However, the Wolf Tribe didn't have any upper-grade king-grade celestial alchemists. No matter how he looked at it, Tian Fengxiao needed him. If he didn't need Tian Fengxiao in the future, he wouldn't need to work exclusively with Tian Fengxiao. In the entire demon realm, he could work with the 9 tribes. Mu Yun was very happy to do so. I'm going to be busy tomorrow. Mu Yun laughed heartily, his heart filled with joy. Brother Mu, how did you refine the emperor-grade celestial pills? Miao Xianyu asked, puzzled. Hehe, Mu Yun smiled faintly, I didn't expect that even you would be fooled. It's not an emperor-grade celestial pill. Ah? Miao Xianyu was stunned when she heard this. If I have to say, it should be a supreme-grade king-grade celestial pill that's more suitable for a top-tier celestial king. Then how? I don't know. Mu Yun said hesitantly, because I'm now a third-grade celestial king. My comprehension of the celestial king law is still lacking. However, when I reach 6th-grade celestial king, I should be able to refine emperor-grade celestial pills. I've already found the way. As for why the 7-colored light appeared, I can't figure it out. Perhaps it's because of my bloodline. Mu Yun said as she took out the pill she had refined. Limitless Heaven Seizing Pill. Mu Yun said, I was the one who thought of this pill. It's refined by combining the body, heart, soul, and blood of a 9th-grade celestial king. Therefore, I added my own blood essence. This pill can't be considered an emperor-grade celestial pill. The power of law that I infused is too weak. However, it has triggered a change in heaven and earth. However, it doesn't matter. I just need to scare Tian Fengxiao temporarily. He doesn't need an emperor-grade celestial pill. I just need to refine some king-grade celestial pills for him. I'm afraid he'll be overjoyed. Miao Xianyu was surprised. Mu Yun's change was astonishing. There's one more thing. Your 9-spirit mystic green lotus was born from the heavens and earth, and was created by the rules of the world. It contains an unparalleled and mysterious transformation. After so many years, it must have accumulated a lot of power. If you were able to use that power, your strength will definitely skyrocket. Moreover, the soul of this 9-spirited green lotus is in your body. If you don't die, it won't die. It can even fuse with an even stronger power for you. It will definitely be amazing in the future. It's just that I don't know how to activate it now. However, I think I'll know soon. Mu Yun had absolute confidence in this. The limitless heaven seizing pill that he refined this time could greatly help a peak stage celestial king enter the immortal emperor realm. This peak stage king-grade celestial pill was enough for him to protect Tian Fengxiao. Tian Fengxiao was now a peak stage celestial king. If he wanted to enter the immortal emperor realm, he had to take another step forward. The limitless heaven-seizing pill that Mu Yun created by herself fused a martial artist's heart, soul, body, and blood. It was exactly what a celestial king needed to do to enter the immortal emperor realm. Mu Yun was sure that this pill was enough to cause an upheaval in the entire celestial world. In the celestial world, there were many peak-stage celestial kings, but there were only a few immortal emperors. Who didn't want to become an immortal emperor, stabilize the supremacy, step through the void, reach the legendary divine realm, and extend their lifespan? However, he could only control this limitless heaven-seizing pill. This medicinal pill was his greatest asset right now. After making up his mind, Mu Yun summoned Ziding Tian early in the morning the next day. "Greetings, Mr. Mu." When Ziding Tian saw Mu Yun, he immediately bowed and said, "There's no need to be so courteous." Seeing that Ziding Tian wasn't like before, Mu Yun waved her hand and said indifferently, "Of course." Ziding Tian bowed again and said, "Last night, the Wolf King had already given the order that our purple-patterned demonic wolf clan will be under Mr. Mu's jurisdiction in the future. We will listen to Mr. Mu's orders. Moreover, the Wolf King has already informed everyone in the Wolf Clan's territory. From today onwards, seeing you is the same as seeing him. Hence, this kind of etiquette is unavoidable." "All right." Mu Yun was secretly surprised. She didn't expect Tian Fengxiao to act so quickly. It seemed like the two of them had reached a tacit understanding. If he stayed in the demon region, Tian Fengxiao would treat him like an honored guest. It was good that they didn't invade each other's territory. Mu Yun said, "Since that's the case, go to every city now. Not only the human cities ruled by the purple-patterned demonic wolf clan, but also the cities ruled by the wolf clan. Spread the news. Everyone who is willing to become an immortal alchemist can report to me." Mu Yun emphasized again, "Remember, everyone who is willing to become an immortal alchemist can come to me. Of course, if you don't have any foundation, don't come. This subordinate understands." "Oh, that's right. Also, it's the same in the Wolf Clan's territory. You can also spread the news in the other territories ruled by the Demon Clan. Just say that the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion has opened its doors and is accepting immortal alchemists. Moreover, they are also teaching. Anyway, spread the news as much as possible. I want the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion to become a powerful existence that surpasses the spirit region and nurture more immortal alchemists. This way, the demon region's elixir problem will no longer be a problem." "Understood." Ziding Tian didn't ask any more questions and left with his hands cupped. "Haha. Mr. Mu, look at what I have brought for you." Right at this moment, a hearty laughter echoed outside the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion. Tian Fengxiao descended from a flying immortal beast. When he saw Mu Yun, he walked over and patted on Mu Yun's shoulder affectionately. "Mr. Mu, I don't know if these herbs are precious or not. I have brought them all over for you. But since you want to build the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion, you will definitely need subordinates. When the time comes to recruit and nurture immortal alchemists, you will definitely not lack herbs. I have brought them all over for you." When Mu Yun saw the herbs that were packed and stored on the flying immortal beasts, she smiled slightly. "Is Mr. Mu not satisfied?" "Not really. They are just so. These herbs are still alright, but I need better herbs." "Alright, I will definitely help Mr. Mu collect them next time. The 10,000 Demons Forest is lacking in everything but herbs." There might not be any expression on the surface, but Mu Yun's heart was bursting with joy. If these herbs were placed in other regions, they would definitely be priceless. Miao Xianyu was standing behind Mu Yun and was extremely puzzled. These herbs were obviously very precious, right? Mu Yun looked at Tian Fengxiao and said, "Lord Wolf King, Mr. Mu is too polite. If you don't mind, you can just call me Brother Tian." "Brother Tian, there is something that I need to discuss with you." Mu Yun spoke. "Just say it." Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios lecturing. It's a bit strenuous for me to refine king-grade celestial pills with these herbs. In order to find better herbs, I'm prepared to refine human-grade celestial pills to saint-grade celestial pills. As long as anyone on your side can find good herbs, I'll give them pills as a reward. I think they'll definitely do their best. Alright. Hearing this, Tian Fengxiao immediately nodded and said, "Of course I agree to such a good thing. This is what I should do. Now that Mr. Mu is helping me, of course I'm very grateful. I just hope that we can cooperate better. Good herbs are necessary for refining celestial pills." Tian Fengxiao looked at Mu Yun, his heart full of admiration. This person wanted to do what he wanted. He was really willing to pay a price. However, he had to give up something to gain something. His cooperation with Mu Yun had just begun. "Brother Tian." Mu Yun bent his hand and a brocade box appeared. He said, "This pill is called the Limitless Heaven Seizing Pill. It's extremely beneficial for a top-tier celestial king to step into the immortal emperor realm. I know that it's extremely difficult for the demon clan to break through to the immortal emperor realm. This pill might be able to help Brother Tian. It's not an emperor-grade celestial pill, but it's much better than a superior king-grade celestial pill. Therefore, I named it the Peerless King-grade celestial pill. Brother Tian, you'll be able to comprehend its benefits after consuming it." Peerless King-grade celestial pill. Hearing this, Tian Fengxiao's eyes almost popped out. He was now a top-tier celestial king. However, after the 9th grade, it was the top-tier celestial king. It was just that the top-tier celestial kings were also divided into first-rate, second-rate, third-rate, and mediocre. He was now at the second-rate level. The 10 great celestial kings of the celestial world were all top-tier celestial kings. Naturally, there were other third-rate and mediocre celestial kings. Looking at Mu Yun, Tian Fengxiao cupped his hands and said, "Mr. Mu is so sincere. I think the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion will definitely become stronger. No matter how strong it becomes, the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion and the Wolf Clan will always be friends." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. After sending Tian Fengxiao off, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. One limitless heaven-seizing pill should be enough to let Tian Fengxiao know his sincerity. With the future cooperation, he didn't want to occupy the Wolf Clan. He just wanted to establish a human pill emperor pavilion in the demon realm and become a powerful backing for the Cloud Alliance in the future. Back in the room, Mu Yun's eyes lit up as she looked at the pile of medicinal herbs. These medicinal herbs were all money. Since I've already figured out the Peerless Grade Limitless Heaven Seizing Pill, I want to try and see if I can open up other pill formulas. After making up her mind, Mu Yun looked at the pile of herbs. Her eyes shone brightly. On the other side, Tian Fengxiao obtained the Limitless Heaven Seizing Elixir and returned to the Howling Moon Peak to cultivate in seclusion. "Father, do you really believe in Mu Yun?" Tian Jikong said, "One must always be on guard against others. Jikong, don't worry. This elixir will definitely be very useful to me. Mr. Mu won't lie to me." Tian Jikong looked at his father's confident smile and was puzzled. Why did his father trust Mu Yun so much? Mu Yun was a human. Humans couldn't be trusted so easily. However, Tian Fengxiao had already walked into the secret chamber and was preparing to cultivate in seclusion. The recruitment began in a grand manner. Mu Yun purposely let Ziding Tian spread the news. Not only Purple G City, but all the human cities under the Wolf Clan's jurisdiction also received the news. Not long later, a long queue appeared outside the Pill Emperor Pavilion. This was also what Mu Yun had expected. The humans living in the demon realm had a low status and were bullied. Even if they were immortal alchemists, unless they were at the level of Chen Beixian, Xiao Shanxue, and Yu Ruyu, or sage-grade immortal alchemists, the other immortal alchemist status was still low. But what kind of place was the Pill Emperor Pavilion? It was the place where Mu Yun was. This was a place where even Tian Fengxiao had to treat with respect. As such, those immortal alchemists who didn't want to be oppressed by the demon realm and only wanted to focus on refining elixirs would definitely choose to join Mu Yun. Most importantly, everyone was a human. They couldn't possibly side with outsiders. "Mr. Mu, Mr. Mu," Ziyu excitedly came to Mu Yun's small courtyard and rushed to open the courtyard door. Just as he was about to open the door, he hastily stopped and stood outside the door. He shouted loudly, "Mr. Mu." Slowly, a creaking sound could be heard. Mu Yun, who was wearing a long robe, walked out. Her face was still sweaty, and her face was flushed. "Brat, what's the matter?" Knowing that he had disturbed Mu Yun, Ziyu cupped his hands and said, "Mr. Mu, the recruitment is about done after a month. This time, we are recruiting 1 Sage Grade Immortal Alchemist, 16 Gold Grade Immortal Alchemists, 32 Heaven Grade Immortal Alchemists, 100 Earth Grade Immortal Alchemists, and a few hundred Human Grade Immortal Alchemists. Upon hearing this report, Mu Yun was startled. So many people? Although there was only 1 Sage Grade Immortal Alchemist, there were still quite a number of other Immortal Alchemists. All right. Mu Yun nodded and said, ask them to come to the residence to find me. I have something to tell them. Wait for me. Yes. As soon as Ziyu finished speaking, he looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, Mr. Mu, you have to work hard to get a minor immortal alchemist. Get lost. After scolding Ziyu jokingly, Mu Yun turned around and entered her room. Ziyu immediately left the small courtyard and rushed out of the residence. After following Mu Yun for the past few days, Mu Yun had casually given him 3 inferior king-grade immortal elixirs. It was too easy for him to run errands and get 3 inferior king-grade immortal elixirs. After gathering the hundreds of immortal alchemists, Ziyu obediently waited for Mu Yun in the front hall. After 2 hours, Mu Yun and Xianxia finally appeared. Seeing that Xianxia was like a ripe peach, Ziyu could not help but be impressed by Mu Yun's strength. Strong, great. Sorry for the long wait, everyone. Mu Yun looked at everyone and nodded with a smile. You're too kind. Yes, it's our honor to wait for Master Mu. That's right, that's right. It was not a problem for them to wait for a top king-grade immortal alchemist. Alright, back to the main topic. Mu Yun looked at everyone below and said, from today onwards, you're all immortal alchemists of the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion. In the future, if anyone bullies you in the territory of the Wolf Clan, just mention my name. Of course, if others bully you, you can come to me. However, if you provoke others, don't blame me for being rude. Secondly, I'll personally guide those who enter the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion. Therefore, I have a rule, no betrayal. Mu Yun said seriously, if anyone betrays the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion, I promise that I'll find you even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth. As soon as she said that, everyone kept quiet out of fear. The threat of a top king-grade immortal alchemist was still frightening. Whether they knew each other or not, as long as Mu Yun took out a few king-grade immortal pills, which immortal king in the entire immortal world would not shed blood for her. You can take it as a threat. However, this is a threat from the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion. As immortal alchemists of the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion, I won't restrict you too much. I'll even guide you. However, since you've chosen to betray me, I'll definitely kill you without mercy. Mu Yun did not have any so-called gentle methods this time. If they betrayed, they would die. If they left, they could turn into corpses first before leaving. After all, this was the demon domain and not the human world. She had only established the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion for a short period of time. It was impossible for her to win over the hearts of the people in a short period of time. She could only do this. Now that we're done talking about the rules, let's talk about what you can get from me. Mu Yun nodded and said, first, a huge number of pill formulas. I'll list out all the pill formulas that I know and place them in the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion. You can browse, learn, and refine them according to your cultivation level. Second, I'll give you guidance regularly. In other words, I'll choose a time to teach you in the alchemy room. When I'm refining pills, you'll remember my every move. After you've successfully refined the pills, I'll explain them to you. Third, status. You're all immortal alchemists of the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion. Whoever dares to humiliate you is the same as humiliating me, Mu Yun. I'll definitely not let them off. Mu Yun looked at everyone and paused for a moment after she finished speaking. Everyone was stunned at this moment. Pill formulas, guidance, status. These 3 things were exactly what they were lacking now. However, Mu Yun handed them all over at this moment. This was equivalent to removing all the burdens in their hearts. Do you have any objections? Mu Yun looked at everyone and asked. No. An immortal alchemist smiled and said, where else can we find such a good place? What objections can we have? That's right, we couldn't ask for more. That's great. Mu Yun nodded and said, next, you'll follow Ziyu to make records. Remember what you said. I'll investigate it. I don't want someone to sneak in as a spy when we just opened the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion. Yes. Everyone nodded. From today onwards, the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion will be established. The Wolf Clan will provide the herbs. What you need is to refine pills to improve your grade and strength. From today onwards, I'll be the Pavilion Master of the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion. Miao Xianyu is also a sage-grade immortal alchemist. She's also my disciple and will be the Deputy Pavilion Master. Ziyu, who's that sage-grade immortal alchemist? Reporting to Pavilion Master, I'm Lin Qing, a sage-grade immortal alchemist. Alright. Muyun nodded and said, it'll be you. From now on, you'll be the Chief Deacon of the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion. These people will be under your management. As for the arrangements for lectures, pill formulas, and other issues, you and Ziyu will discuss them together and report to Miao Xianyu. Finally, report to me. Yes. Lin Qing cupped his hands and left. Alright, today is the first day. I'll teach you the first lesson. Muyun waved her hand and said, this time, watch carefully. You can't doubt my pill refining methods. You can only be puzzled. Remember, if it's different from yours, it's where you're wrong. There's no reason why you're wrong. Because I'm the most correct. As Muyun's words fell, everyone was secretly amazed. Those who said such words were either arrogant and conceited or had real skills. Obviously, Muyun belonged to the category of real skills. Everyone was instantly elated. They wanted to see Muyun's performance. Master Mu. However, at this moment, an excited voice suddenly sounded. Outside the main hall, a figure strode in. His aura was overbearing, causing everyone present to feel oppressed. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The Howling Moon Peak collapsed. Tian Fengxiao walked up to Muyun, ignoring the shocked gazes of the others. He brought his fists together and said, Master Mu, please accept my bow. Tian Fengxiao placed his hands in front of him and bowed at a 90-degree angle. Brother Tian, what are you doing? Muyun quickly helped Tian Fengxiao up. Thank you, Master Mu, for your peerless immortal pill, Wuji Heaven-Seizing Pill. With this pill, my strength has improved greatly. Tian Fengxiao was extremely excited. Previously, he was only a second-rate immortal king. He was still a far cry from the first-rate immortal kings. However, Muyun had given him a pill. After he returned, he immediately swallowed it and went into seclusion. He finally realized that the pill was not a peerless king-grade immortal pill, but a half-emperor-grade immortal pill. Tian Fengxiao said, Master Mu's Wuji Heaven-Seizing Pill has far surpassed a high-grade king-grade immortal pill. In my opinion, it should be a half-emperor-grade immortal pill, or even higher. The hundreds of immortal alchemists in the hall were dumbfounded upon hearing the words. Half-emperor-grade immortal pill. Tian Fengxiao had swallowed an immortal pill, so he knew how effective Muyun's immortal pill was. If he said so, it must be true. The crowd looked at Muyun with fanatical admiration in their eyes. As immortal alchemists, they would naturally be envious or jealous when they saw someone stronger than them. However, when this person was several times stronger than them, they could not feel jealous at all. They only felt admiration and admiration. Brother Tian, you're being too courteous. Muyun said with a smile, the Wuji Heaven-Seizing Pill is very difficult to refine. It's true that this pill is expensive, but since Brother Tian and I are cooperating, I must show my sincerity. Alright. Tian Fengxiao laughed and turned around. Tian Jikong, come here. Tian Jikong appeared in the hall. Tian Fengxiao said, Mr. Mu, from today onwards, my good-for-nothing son will be your bodyguard and protect you. When you find a strong enough bodyguard, I will dismiss him as an apology for offending you before. The immortal alchemist's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they heard Tian Fengxiao. Who was Tian Jikong? That was the crown prince of the entire wolf clan. He was only below 1 person and above 10,000 demons. Tian Fengxiao was given to Muyun as a guard just like that. A guard? This isn't appropriate, right? Muyun said helplessly. Mr. Mu. Tian Jikong clasped his hands. Previously, I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai, offending Sir Mu and Madame Mu. This is my apology, and I hope that Sir Mu will give me a chance. Tianjikong fell to his knees with a thud and prostrated himself on the ground, not saying a word. Get up, I'll agree. Mu Yun nodded and said, then it's settled. If I can find a suitable guard, then your noble young master won't have to stay by my side to protect me. All right. Tian Fengxiao pulled Mu Yun and said, Master Mu, I've prepared a feast. Master Mu, why don't you have a good drink with me? Immortals did not eat, but when they said they ate, it meant that they ate extraordinary food. The feast that Tian Fengxiao mentioned was naturally even more luxurious. I just told them that I want to demonstrate pill refinement for them. If that's the case, then it's fine. Everyone can follow along. It can also be considered a welcoming feast for Mr. Mu. Tian Fengxiao was extremely happy at this moment. A limitless heaven-seizing pill allowed his strength to be infinitely close to the 10 great immortal kings. As long as Mu Yun gave him another 1 to 3 limitless heaven-seizing pills, he would definitely be able to step into the first-rate level. At this moment, Tian Fengxiao wished that he could worship Mu Yun as his grandfather and ask him to refine more limitless heaven-seizing pills. However, he also knew that refining the limitless heaven-seizing pill was complicated, and Mu Yun would probably not refine it for him in a short period of time. However, he could wait. Even if it was decades or centuries, he could wait. A group of people were dragged to the Howling Moon Peak by Tian Fengxiao to participate in an unprecedentedly grand feast. Howling Moon Peak was the largest mountain peak in the territory ruled by the Wolf Clan. It was located in the east of Purple Pole City and was also the core of the entire Wolf Clan's territory. When Mu Yun entered Howling Moon Peak, she sensed that there were at least 1,000 demon wolves above the immortal king realm on the entire Howling Moon Peak. This was only the strength that was displayed. Including the strength that the Wolf Clan had participated in the battle at the front line and hidden, she did not know how much strength they had. Master Mu, this is the main peak of my Howling Moon Wolf Clan, Howling Moon Peak. It is also the place where my father usually holds important events. It is the core of our Howling Moon Wolf Clan. At the foot of the mountain, Tian Jikong led Mu Yun towards the peak. Eh? What's this? Mu Yun could not help but ask as she looked at an iron tablet at the foot of the mountain. Oh, this iron tablet has always been here. When we built Howling Moon Peak, we found that this place seemed to be a mine that was connected to the ground. The iron tablet was not made of iron, so I don't know what it is. However, it is quite mysterious. Swords and sabers cannot break its foundation. So, we simply left a protrusion as a cordon of Howling Moon Peak. Anyone who comes here must walk up the peak to show respect to the Wolf King. Oh, Mu Yun nodded in understanding. She walked forward and touched the iron tablet with her palm. Buzz, suddenly, a strong desire with a strong will was transmitted into Mu Yun's mind from the picture of extermination of deity. This was Guiyi's will. When he self-detonated and burned his life, he was supposed to die. However, Guiyi used some unknown method to increase his strength by leaps and bounds. However, because of this, Guiyi also fell into an endless deep sleep. There was no news from him for 500 years. However, he was now giving him a look of desire while he was in a coma. Could it be a treasure that contains the aura of desolation? Mu Yun was stunned. She stood on the spot and touched the iron tablet. Tian Jikong was puzzled. Why did Mu Yun care so much about an iron tablet? Mr. Mu, is there anything strange about this iron tablet? Tian Jikong could not help but ask curiously. Yes. Mu Yun said directly, I want it. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun waved his hand and a majestic aura emanated from his body. At this moment, Tian Jikong felt that Mu Yun, who was standing in front of him, was no longer a third-grade celestial king. Instead, she had a strength that was even more terrifying than a celestial emperor. Tian Jikong felt that this feeling was ridiculous, but it was so real. As that tyrannical aura spread, Tianjikong could only watch helplessly as the metal tablet suddenly disappeared. It disappeared, boom, at this moment, a roar descended from the sky. The Howling Moon Peak, which was 10,000 feet tall, suddenly trembled at this moment. Gravel crackled as it rolled down. The Howling Moon Peak was going to collapse. Seeing this, Tian Jikong could no longer care about Mu Yun. He flew up and immediately began to mobilize the Wolf Clan army to maintain order. At this moment, Mu Yun stood on the spot and was in a daze. As he was in a daze, the ground under his feet gradually cracked. However, Mu Yun was unmoved. At this moment, there was a strange change in the celestial extermination painting. The iron tablet was directly enveloped by the celestial extermination painting. The huge iron tablet seemed to be filled with a supreme blood aura and strong essence chi of heaven and earth. At this moment, a greedy aura rose within the picture of extermination of deity, causing a loud explosion. Haha, suddenly, an ear-piercing laughter sounded. Brat, you made me sleep for 500 years. You're smart enough to find this iron tablet. I can absorb some of the aura of desolation and finally wake up. Guiyi's familiar voice sounded in his mind again. Bastard, you gave me a fright. Mu Yun scolded. You old thing, you slept for 500 years. If you still don't wake up, I'm going to smash your skull. TSK, TSK, TSK. Can you find my skull? Guiyi scolded. At most, I'll lose the celestial extermination painting. Can you bear to? The two bickered. Mu Yun stood in the soul power condensation painting and felt Guiyi's return. It was as if he saw an old friend who had been separated for many years. For a moment, he did not know whether to be happy or worried. What's with your expression? Grandpa Guiyi is back. Shouldn't you be grateful, crying, kneeling down, hugging my legs, and shouting that I missed you so much? Bullsh *T. Mu Yun scolded. Is it useful to say this to you? Also, do you have legs? Guiyi was speechless. He looked ahead and suddenly said, Kid, where are you? You seem to have caused a huge disaster. F***ck, I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. What is this metal tablet? It contains a primordial aura? Why did it collapse Howling Moon Peak? Mu Yun woke up in shock and was stunned when she saw the collapsed Howling Moon Peak in front of her. Tisk. Guiyi snorted and said, I didn't have time to see it. The metal tablet was huge and seemed to be used to seal something. I only absorbed half of its power and woke up. I didn't have time to digest the other half. But where is Howling Moon Peak? I don't have time to explain to you now. I'll tell you later. I think Tian Fengxiao wants to kill me after I destroy his nest. Mu Yun looked ahead and smiled bitterly. Why would he want to kill you? You helped him destroy Howling Moon Peak and found a treasure for him. He will probably kneel down to thank you. What? Mu Yun was even more dumbfounded when she heard that. Treasure, where was it? Hee. Guiyi chuckled and said, it should be a good place under the stone tablet. The Howling Moon Wolf clan's base camp is simply guarding a mountain of gold but living the life of a beggar. Is that so? Mu Yun was shocked. If it was a good place, it would not just benefit Tian Fengxiao. Such a good place, I have to go in and check it out. A smile appeared on Mu Yun's face. At this moment, the mountain peak collapsed. Tian Jikong, Tian Fengxiao, and the other Howling Moon Wolf Clan warriors hurriedly guided the members of the Wolf Clan on the mountain peak. However, the mountain peak continued to collapse. The rocks were shattered and figures were scattered everywhere. They were shocked and furious when they saw their home being destroyed. Tian Fengxiao flew down at this moment with Tian Jikong following behind him. When the two figures landed, Tian Fengxiao gave Tian Jikong a slap without saying anything. You better give me an explanation. Tian Fengxiao said coldly. I don't know either. Tian Jikong was slapped for no reason and felt wronged. The mountain peak collapsed after Master Mu took the metal tablet. Where is Master Mu? Demon Moon Ancient City, I'm here. Mu Yun braced himself and walked forward. Tian Fengxiao was obviously suppressing the anger in his chest. He looked at Mu Yun and said with a pleasant expression, Master Mu, can you tell me what's going on? Our Moonhell Heavenly Wolf tribe has lived here for tens of thousands of years. This is our route. Sure. Mu Yun nodded and said, earlier, I accidentally touched upon a trick in this place. That's why it caused such a change. I'm the one who indirectly destroyed the Howling Moon Peak, but, Mu Yun paused. Tian Fengxiao suddenly felt that Mu Yun had other intentions. But what? But I'll help you rebuild the base of the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf tribe to make up for my mistake. Is that okay? Build? The Howling Moon Peak is the work of generations of the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf tribe. Even if you're an emperor-level celestial alchemist, you don't have the ability to do that, right? An elder of the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf tribe harumphed. If Tian Fengxiao did not think highly of Mu Yun, he would have slapped Mu Yun to death. Who says I can't do that? Mu Yun said confidently, if the peak is destroyed, we can just rebuild it on the spot. Besides, I guarantee that the new Howling Moon Peak will be more magnificent than the original one. It'll be more beneficial to the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf tribe too. Tian Fengxiao was startled by the words. What was Mu Yun up to? Mr. Mu, please speak your mind. This is a serious matter. I, Tian Fengxiao, don't have the final say. Tian Fengxiao's intention was obvious. Mu Yun had destroyed the Howling Moon Peak without giving an explanation. Even if he wanted to protect Mu Yun, he would not be able to do so. I've already chosen the new base of the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf tribe for everyone. It's under your feet. Mu Yun said. Under their feet? What was under their feet? It was a ruin. Was Mu Yun joking? Mr. Mu, what do you mean? Tian Fengxiao asked. You don't believe me? Mu Yun smiled and took a step forward. Her aura floated from her entire body and she rose into the air. With a wave of his hand, all the rubble on the ground floated into the air. Rumbling sounds could be heard. The waste rocks were suspended in the air. Without a word, Mu Yun threw a punch. Boom, the ground cracked inch by inch. Mu Yun's punch had completely shattered the ground. Then, one punch after another, the sound of wind whistling through the air. At this moment, Mu Yun had already smashed the ground 1,000 meters deep. However, Mu Yun did not stop there. She threw punch after punch. Gradually, the ground began to change. The earth was no longer yellow, but red. The soil was dyed the color of blood, and an aura appeared. Seeing this scene, Tian Fengxiao was shocked. Mr. Mu, please take a break. Let me do it. Tian Fengxiao took a big step forward, his hands clenched into fists. With a wave of his palms, his arms swung out. In an instant, the ground within a radius of dozens of miles was uprooted. The soil flew away, and a majestic scene appeared in front of everyone. It was a city that stretched for dozens of miles. The city was divided into two parts, east and west. The buildings on both sides seemed to be symmetrical. Many palaces stood under the ground. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was also stunned. It's an ancient city? Mu Yun did not expect it either. It seems that this ancient city has a close relationship with the Moonhell Wolf clan. Guai chuckled at this moment. What do you mean? Mu Yun was puzzled. You'll know when you look at their eyes. Guai did not explain. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at Tian Fengxiao and the others. He discovered that Tian Fengxiao and the clan chiefs of the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf clan all had their mouths wide open. The astonishment on their faces gradually turned into astonishment, excitement and disbelief. What was going on? Mu Yun was also somewhat puzzled. At this moment, Tian Fengxiao opened his hands and laughed at the sky. Ha ha ha, the heavens want to help my wolf clan to dominate the demon territory. The heavens want to help me. A look of ecstasy appeared in Tian Fengxiao's eyes. After laughing, he took a step forward and hugged Mu Yun in his arms. Master Mu, Mr. Mu, you are definitely a god sent by the heavens to our Moonhell Wolf clan. Cough cough, being hugged by Tian Fengxiao like this, Mu Yun was really a little breathless. Sorry, I was too excited. Tian Fengxiao let go of Mu Yun and turned to look at the people of the Wolf clan. He shouted, everyone, this is the legendary Demon Moon ancient city of my wolf clan. Disciples of the Moonhell Wolf clan, this is our real home. What, Demon Moon ancient city? Mu Yun suddenly felt like a dog. How could he not know Demon Moon ancient city? In the immortal world, there were countless legends. Legends were spread in the immortal world about the top human immortal emperors who stepped into the void and became gods. There were also powerful figures of the demon clan in the demon territory who achieved great feats. Demon Moon ancient city was a legend. It was rumored that in the past, there was a mutated demon wolf in the wolf clan. In just a few hundred years, he became an emperor. Hundreds of thousands of years ago. He had once unified the demon territory. Then, he stepped into the void and disappeared. That peerless immortal emperor left behind countless rumors, so many that gradually people could not tell whether they were true or false. Demon Moon Ancient City was one of them. Demon Moon Ancient City was built by the immortal emperor of the Wolf Clan. At that time, this city was the core of the entire demon territory. However, as time passed, the location of the ancient city gradually became unknown. And now, it appeared here. How could Mu Yun not be surprised? Mr. Mu, do you know that this is the legendary Demon Moon Ancient City of my demon clan for hundreds of thousands of years? I didn't expect it to be here. Tian Fengxiao laughed loudly and said, Mr. Mu, do you know what Demon Moon Ancient City means? As long as the demon clan cultivates in the ancient city, they will improve 1,000 miles a day. A day in the ancient city is more terrifying than a month outside. Moreover, this place is protected by an extremely powerful array. If my demon wolf clan doesn't come out and cultivate for 100 years, it will be more powerful than the demon clan outside who cultivated for hundreds of years. Tian Fengxiao was obviously too excited at this moment. Although Mu Yun wanted to stop him and tell him something, seeing how excited Tian Fengxiao was, he didn't want to do so. Mr. Mu. Tian Fengxiao looked at Mu Yun and said, this city occupies an extremely large area. Just my demon wolf clan alone can't occupy it. It's too dangerous for your Pill Emperor Pavilion to be in Purple Pole City. If someone finds out that you are an Emperor Pill Emperor in the future, I'm afraid they will think of ways to rob you. Why don't you move to this Demon Moon Ancient City? I will divide a quarter of the area for your Pill Emperor Pavilion. It will also be convenient for me to protect you. Tian Fengxiao said proudly, our Moon Howling Heavenly Wolf clan's powerful strength, together with Demon Moon Ancient City and Mr. Mu's powerful alchemy skills, in less than 1,000 years, it will be easy to unify the demon realm. All right. Mu Yun nodded at this moment. Of course he knew that Demon Moon Ancient City was expensive. Tian Fengxiao invited him here to tie him up with the Moon Howling Heavenly Wolf clan. No problem, in the future, he would wantonly announce in the immortal world and tie Tian Fengxiao to him. At that time, Tian Fengxiao wouldn't be able to break them apart even if he wanted to. Let's go, I will bring Mr. Mu to take a look inside the city. Tian Fengxiao led Mu Yun and walked towards Demon Moon Ancient City. Father. At this moment, Tian Jikong ran over with a panicked expression and cupped his hands, this Demon Moon Ancient City can't be opened. What? Hearing this, Tian Fengxiao immediately took a step forward and stood above the ancient city. With a wave of his palm, a crescent moon immortal chi attack directly attacked. Boom, in an instant, when the attack landed 1,000 meters above the ancient city, it was suddenly blocked by an arched space fluctuation and disappeared without a trace. The entire ancient city was motionless. Seeing this scene, Tian Fengxiao's face darkened. What's going on? Tian Fengxiao did not give up and blasted out dozens of attacks in a row. However, there was no effect at all. Not to mention him, in the entire demon realm, the 9 great demon clans, the legend of Demon Moon Ancient City had spread. Everyone had never given up looking for Demon Moon Ancient City. But, now that he found it, he couldn't open it. What a great irony this was. Tian Fengxiao's face was filled with disbelief at this moment, unwillingly widened his eyes and looked ahead. Such an excellent place, but he could only look and couldn't enter. Mu Yun also sighed at this moment. I didn't say it just now because I couldn't bear to disturb your excitement. Mu Yun muttered to herself in her heart. Hee, this time, didn't you make a big profit? Guai laughed. Me? How did I make a big profit? Guai sneered. You still brag every day that you're some top immortal king. I think you're really stupid. This place is wonderful. It can't be opened because of the array. If I'm not wrong, this ancient city was also left behind by a moon-howling heavenly wolf. However, when this person built this ancient city, he had an extra thought. What? This great city protection array can only be broken through by the joint attack of immortal emperors. It is indeed very sturdy, but because of this, it is difficult to break through with brute force. Guai explained. That's because this array contains the Divine Beast Blood Essence. Divine Beast Blood Essence? Mu Yun was stunned. That's right, the divine beast blood essence. Therefore, if you want to open this array, you also need the divine beast blood essence as a primer. Ah? Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. Using the divine beast blood essence as a primer. Little Seven, Mu Yun's eyes lit up. Little Seven was the best candidate. How do we do it? Mu Yun immediately asked. If he relied on Little Seven's blood essence to open the Demon Moon Ancient City, then the Demon Moon Ancient City would be under Little Seven's jurisdiction. It would belong to him. He had really picked up a huge bargain. Mu Yun was overjoyed. Looking at Tian Fengxiao's gloomy expression, Mu Yun hesitated for a moment before walking forward. Brother Tian. Mu Yun cupped his hands and said, this place is called the Demon Moon Ancient City. Since it was created by thousands of demon clan members, I'm afraid that brute force is not enough to open it. Mr. Mu, do you have a way to open it? I heard a rumor about the Demon Moon Ancient City. If you want to control this city, you not only need the demon clan, but also the bloodline of a divine beast. Bloodline of a divine beast. Hearing these words, Tian Fengxiao smiled bitterly. Of course, he had heard of this rumor. However, in the immortal world, other than Xianxia, he had never heard of the existence of a divine beast. Where could he find the bloodline of a divine beast? No, Tian Fengxiao suddenly looked at Mu Yun. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio haggling. Tian Fengxiao looked at Mu Yun in surprise and said, Mr. Mu, don't hide it from me. Do you have the bloodline of a divine beast? With that said, Mu Yun decided to take a gamble. That's great. Then you can help me open the demonic Moon Ancient City. Tian Fengxiao was extremely excited. Hearing this, Mu Yun shook his head. What's wrong? Hearing this, Tian Fengxiao was rather puzzled. I don't have the bloodline of a divine beast, but I have a divine beast, the seven-colored dragon. As soon as Mu Yun's words came out, it was as if it was earth-shattering. It could be said that it set off stormy waves in Tian Fengxiao's ears. Mu Yun had a divine beast. What did that mean? Mr. Mu, are you saying that you have a divine beast? Tian Fengxiao suspected that he had heard wrongly and asked again. The moment he said that, Tian Fengxiao's gaze towards Mu Yun completely changed. In the entire immortal world, he only knew of one divine beast, and that was Xianxia. The divine dragon Xianxia was a divine dragon of unknown attributes. However, Mu Yun said that he had a divine dragon. How could he not be surprised? Seven-colored dragon. I have heard of this divine dragon before. It is rumored that it has seven-colored scales that are smooth and beautiful. It has the power of seven-colored lightning and is extremely powerful. Fengxiao Tian looked at Mu Yun and said, Master Mu actually has a divine dragon. If it is nurtured, it will dominate the immortal world. It will be easy. Hearing this, Mu Yun could only smile bitterly. It was easy to say, but nurturing a divine dragon was not that easy. In the past 500 years, Xiaoqi and Ji Feng had earned a lot from him. When he opened the good treasures in the divine void treasure cave, the two of them would wait for him with their mouths wide open. Now, there were obvious changes in the two of them. If that's the case, then we can open the demonic Moon Ancient City ruins. Tian Fengxiao could not help but say. Brother Tian, you might not understand what I mean. Mu Yun continued, if Little Seven opens the ancient city, then this ancient city will be hers in the future. In other words, she can change all the control mechanisms inside at will. Hearing this, Tian Fengxiao was stunned. How could this be? Tian Fengxiao looked at Mu Yun and asked, is there no other way? No. Of course, there was another way, and that was to kill Xiaoqi. Once Xiaoqi died, the Demon Moon Ancient City would open, and its owner would die, making it an ownerless object. However, this method obviously wouldn't work. Brother Tian, it's up to you to decide whether to open it or not. My Pill Emperor Pavilion and your Wolf Clan share weal and woe together. If you trust me, Xiaoqi will be in charge of the Demon Moon Ancient City, and you and I will be in charge. Mu Yun's meaning was very clear. If Xiaoqi used the dragon blood to activate the Demon Moon Ancient City, Xiaoqi would become the overseer. In the future, the Pill Emperor Pavilion and the Moon Howling Heavenly Wolf Clan would be on good terms. However, if that were to happen, the Moon Hell Heavenly Wolf Clan would be under Mu Yun's control. By then, wouldn't Mu Yun be able to do whatever she wanted? Tian Fengxiao hesitated. Brother Tian, think about this matter. Mu Yun no longer spoke at this moment. He knew what Tian Fengxiao was hesitating about, but there was no point in saying it out loud. The final decision was still in Tian Fengxiao's hands. Mu Yun looked at Tian Fengxiao and was not in a hurry. Time passed bit by bit. Mu Yun was very careful at this moment. At the same time, Tian Fengxiao walked towards the elders. This matter concerned the entire Moonhell Heavenly Wolf clan. Although he was the patriarch, he still had to discuss with the elders. Mu Yun knew that there were only two results. One was that everyone agreed, and Xiaoqi would become the city lord of the entire Demon Moon ancient city. The second was that if everyone disagreed, they would kill him, force Xiaoqi to open the ancient city, and then kill Xiaoqi. It was probably these two results. Therefore, if everyone's discussion did not succeed, the result might be very bad. Slowly, finally, Tian Fengxiao slowly walked over. How is it? We agree to let Xiaoqi open the ancient city. Tian Fengxiao nodded and said, but Mr. Mu, you also know that the ancient city is controlled by Xiaoqi. To put it bluntly, it's controlled by you, so we need a guarantee. Guarantee? Yes, the elders of my clan hope that you can refine a few limitless heaven-seizing pills. Limitless heaven-seizing pills? When Mu Yun heard this, he frowned. Of course, he could easily refine the limitless heaven-seizing pills, but in order to let Tian Fengxiao feel the preciousness of this pill, Mu Yun still hesitated for a moment. Of course, but I need to refine this kind of half-emperor level pill, and it will take a long time, so, you may have to wait. No problem. Tian Fengxiao said straightforwardly, in that case, please bring Xiaoqi here, Mr. Mu. No need. Mu Yun waved his hand, and a ray of light flashed. A man and a woman appeared in front of Mu Yun. The two of them looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. The woman was dressed in a seven-colored immortal robe, and her face was exquisite, like a budding flower, giving people a feeling of beauty. The young man was dressed in a green-gray robe, and his figure was slightly thin, but between his eyebrows, there was a heroic spirit. Xiaoqi, Daddy wants to ask you for a favor. Mu Yun said with a smile. After 500 years, Xiaoqi and Ji Feng had grown. In addition to Mu Yun's nourishment of heaven and earth treasures, they were now at the immortal king level, and their strength was not bad. Daddy, say it. Xiaoqi skipped and came to Mu Yun with a smile, grabbed Mu Yun's shoulder, and said with a smile, Hey, who is this? His gaze fell on Miao Xianyu, who was beside Mu Yun, and Xiaoqi said in surprise, Daddy, did you find another mother for me? Ahem, Mu Yun coughed awkwardly, looked at Miao Xianyu, and explained, this is your fifth mother. Hello, fifth mother, hee. Xiaoqi laughed and said, fifth mother was deceived by my daddy again, right? Daddy has a lot of women around him, and he doesn't reject any of them. He's not a good man. Ahem. Mu Yun coughed again and said, enough, little girl, why are you so talkative? Don't ask me for food next time. Haha, Xiaoqi stuck out her tongue and said, Daddy, you haven't said what it is yet? It's to open the Demon Moon ancient city. This city was left behind by an immortal emperor, and it needs the blood of a divine beast as the key. So, I need some of your blood essence. Ah? Xiaoqi said with a pained expression, Daddy, my blood essence is extremely difficult to condense. I'll compensate you. Mu Yun said speechlessly, little girl, I've raised you for nothing all these years. Isn't it natural for a father to raise his daughter? Xiaoqi said unhappily. Io, you've grown up and changed. Mu Yun patted Xiaoqi's head and said, just tell me, are you going to give it to me or not? No, unless you give me some elixirs to eat. Xiaoqi snorted. Hearing this, Mu Yun looked at the others awkwardly. Finally, he took out a few king-grade immortal elixirs and placed them in Xiaoqi's hands. Daddy, you're too stingy. Do you think I'm a beggar? Xiaoqi took a bite and swallowed an immortal elixir into her stomach. Upon seeing this sight, everyone was dumbfounded. She was really eating immortal elixirs like jelly beans. She was simply crazy. A king-grade immortal elixir was worth a city, and this little girl ate it so casually. Okay, 100 king-grade immortal elixirs, no more, 500, 200. Mu Yun gritted her teeth and said. 300. Xiaoqi said again. Deal. Muyun laughed and said, 300 then, stop bargaining. Ah, I've been fooled by you, daddy. Xiaoqi said angrily. Okay, let's start quickly. Muyun urged. When we open Demon Moon Ancient City, our Alchemy Emperor Pavilion will be here. At that time, we'll give you as much as you want to eat. It's a deal. I'll keep my word. Xiaoqi nodded proudly. She walked forward and looked at the ancient city. At this moment, Gale walked to Muyun's side and cupped his hands. Master, if you let Xiaoqi go, will it consume too much blood essence and affect her cultivation? Hearing this, Muyun looked at Gale from head to toe. You stinking brat, I was the one who brought you out of a dangerous place. I worked hard and raised you up. Now, you actually care about Xiaoqi and don't care about me? Muyun was speechless. Do you like Xiaoqi? I don't, it's best if you don't. Muyun snorted. Follow me and you'll have a bright future. If you follow her, you'll be killed sooner or later. I'm willing to be killed by her. Gale muttered to himself. What did you say? No, nothing. At this moment, Xiaoqi was already preparing to open Demon Moon Ancient City. She pointed her finger and blood spurted out from Xiaoqi's palm. As the blood flowed out, it emitted a faint seven-colored light. Seven-colored blood. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart skipped a beat. According to the ancient records in the celestial world, there was a divine dragon in the sky called the seven-colored divine dragon. This divine dragon had seven-colored lightning and its bloodline was seven-colored. Now, it seemed to be true. I'm going to start. Xiaoqi shouted and a line of blood spurted out. The seven-colored blood turned into specks of starlight and flickered in the sky. Rays of light slowly descended and turned into strands of colorful silk that landed on the ancient city. Gradually, there seemed to be a tyrannical aura in the ancient city. However, the moment Xiaoqi's blood essence landed, it gradually weakened. That inexplicable force was constantly fusing with Xiaoqi's body. The force expanded and condensed into a tyrannical aura above the ancient city. The aura gathered and formed a light pillar that directly exploded. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The light pillar directly soared into the sky and completely disappeared. And at that moment, the crowd only saw that the formation that even Tian Fengxiao was helpless against was gradually dissipating. Demon Moon Ancient City, open, Xiaoqi's figure swayed and fell. Muyun was about to rush out but before she could move, a figure was faster than her. Gale rushed out at this moment and hugged Xiaoqi in his arms. He asked with concern, Are you okay? I'm fine. It's just that opening this array consumed too much blood essence. Moreover, there are too many cores in this array. Fusing them consumes a lot of soul power. I can't support it. Xiaoqi explained. Are you okay? Muyun looked at Xiaoqi and said with heartache, This time, father will give you a bargain. 500 immortal pills. Okay. Xiaoqi immediately jumped down from Gale's arms and was extremely excited. You lied to me? All is fair in war. Xiaoqi said proudly. 7 colors descending from the heavens. When he turned around, he discovered that the disciples of the Wolf clan had already swarmed towards the ancient city. This was the Moon Demon Ancient City, built by the monarch of the Beast tribe. Now that the Moonhell Wolf tribe had obtained it, it was a gift from the heavens to the Moonhell Wolf tribe. Mr. Mu, thank you. Tian Fengxiao could not hold back the excitement in his heart. He led the crowd into the ancient city. Not long after, a series of exclamations could be heard from the ancient city. It was obvious that someone had discovered a lot of good stuff. When Muyun saw this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Father, why did you help them open the ancient city? Xiaoqi said unconvinced, It's a thankless task. How is it a thankless task? Muyun said with a smile, It's a great deal. It was indeed a great deal. An ancient city was in his hands, which meant that the Moonhell Wolf tribe was in his hands. Come, let's go in and take a look. Aren't you bored cooped up in the sky underworld pattern every day? It's so boring to be with Gale every day. Xiaoqi said with a smile, Let's go, father, let's go and take a look. All right. A few figures headed toward the ancient city. The warriors of the wolf tribe were so excited that they forgot everything when they saw the ancient city. Xianxia and the others were overjoyed too. The moon-hell peak that they had managed for over 100,000 years was destroyed, but the moon demon ancient city that appeared was a few hundred times more precious than the moon-hell peak. It was equivalent to exchanging a copper coin for a piece of gold. Who wouldn't be happy? Buzz. However, just as they were about to move, a powerful aura descended from the sky. It was a 7-colored ray of light that fell straight down, as if it was going to fall into the moon demon ancient city. The scene was too shocking. No one had expected it. However, it was obviously not the time to think about it. Back off, everyone, back off. Xianxia was really emotional today. Initially, they thought that the collapse of Howling Moon Peak would be a calamity for the Howling Moon Wolf race. However, they did not expect that Demon Moon Ancient City was hidden beneath Howling Moon Peak, an ancient land that the Fey race had been searching for hundreds of thousands of years. He originally thought that he could enter the ancient land, but he needed the blood of a divine beast to activate it. With the blood of a divine beast, the master of the ancient land became someone else. Now that the ancient land had been opened with great difficulty, what was this that had fallen from the sky? What happened, Little Seven? Mu Yun was also stunned. How did these things come down? I don't know either. Little Seven was also surprised. However, the speed at which the 7-colored ball of light was descending was simply too fast. Furthermore, the tail of the ball of light that descended from the sky carried a pillar of light that lingered for a long time. From the looks of it, it looked more like a passageway. The passageway to the immortal world. Mu Yun was stunned. At this moment, Tian Fengxiao hurriedly ordered his clansmen to withdraw from the Demon Moon Ancient City. However, before he could do so, the ball of light had already arrived. Buzz, however, just as the ball of light was about to touch the Demon Moon Ancient City, a buzzing sound was heard, and the ball of light stopped at this moment. Seeing this, Tian Fengxiao could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it did not fall. However, the ball of light suddenly bloomed at this moment. The 7-colored light was like a demonic immortal flower blooming. This is the immortal realm? In the center of the ball of light, 2 figures stood still. One of them had long 7-colored hair and a handsome expression. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s. However, it was not difficult to tell that when he was young, he was definitely a handsome young man who attracted tens of thousands of people. Beside the man, a middle-aged man bowed and stood still, looking extremely respectful. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man cupped his hands and smiled. Tian Wuya, I'll have to trouble you this time. You flatter me, you flatter me. The middle-aged man immediately bowed again. Seeing this, Tian Fengxiao was completely dumbfounded. Mu Yun was also completely dumbfounded. Tian Wuya, he had heard of this name before. The former patriarch of the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf clan, the legendary great emperor who led the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf clan to unify the entire demon realm. He was also the legend of the entire Moonhell Heavenly Wolf clan, the legend of the entire demon realm. As early as hundreds of thousands of years ago, this person had reincarnated and became a god, leaving behind endless legends. Now, why would he appear here? It was not strange for him to appear here. What was strange was why this person was so respectful to this 7-colored haired man. It was simply, like a servant. Who was this person? At the same time, the corner of Tian Fengxiao's mouth twitched. He took a step forward, looked at the middle-aged man, and bowed. May I ask if this Sir Tian Wuya is the Sir of my Moonhell Heavenly Wolf clan, Tian Wuya? Hearing this, the 7-colored haired man frowned. The middle-aged man immediately smiled and said, I'm sorry, sir, this is a member of my queen's clan, I'm a bit talkative. The middle-aged man directly waved his hand. An invisible slap sounded, and a palm print appeared on Tian Fengxiao's face. A top celestial king was directly sent flying by a slap. Who allowed you to speak? The man shouted. This is Sir Kailing Tian, all Wolf clan disciples, kneel and salute. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt an invisible pressure from the middle-aged man. Thump, thump, thump. The figures of the Wolf clan disciples knelt on the ground. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was stunned. It was really Tian Wuya. Then, who was the rainbow-haired man? Tian Wuya, why are you so irritable towards your juniors? The rainbow-haired man frowned and said, I said, this time I'm only looking for someone. Once I find it, it's fine. I won't kill you, nor will I kill them. Yes, 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 this lowly one has been rude, rude. Tian Wuya bowed and squeezed out a smile on his face, which was uglier than crying. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was stunned. Tian Fengxiao was even more stunned. What was this? Tian Wuya, the ancestor of the Wolf clan, the #1 demon emperor of the immortal world, the leader of the Wolf clan who left behind endless legends in the past, was actually prostrating himself in front of this man of unknown origin, like a dog. Was this still Tian Wuya, the Tian Wuya that all the demon clan disciples yearned for? At this moment, the rainbow-haired man walked down, step by step, towards Mu Yun and the others. At this moment, Mu Yun felt an ominous premonition. The man turned around and said to Tian Wuya, it's rare for you to come down. You should have a lot of things to instruct your descendants, say a few more words. Yes, sir. Tian Wuya received the order and landed. He walked in front of the Wolf clan elders and Tian Fengxiao, bringing everyone far away. At this moment, the rainbow-haired man walked in front of Mu Yun and the others. His gaze fell straight on Little Seven. It's you who opened Demon Moon Ancient City, right? The man said with a faint smile. Little Seven was a little afraid of the pressure on the man's body. Her body trembled, and she leaned towards Mu Yun, hiding in Mu Yun's arms. Father, this person is so scary. In front of him, I find it hard to breathe. Little Seven said, her body trembling. Hearing this, the man's eyes fell on Mu Yun. At that moment, Mu Yun only felt her entire body trembling, and even the extermination immortal painting was almost seen through. And that gaze carried a hint of killing intent. Little Seven, don't be afraid. It's okay. Mu Yun comforted Little Seven. In her heart, she had already come to a conclusion. Father? He's your father? The man looked at Little Seven and asked. Yes. Little Seven nodded and said, Father raised me and treated me very well. Father gave me all the food and drinks I ate and didn't let me work. Every day, I would eat and sleep, and when I'm full, I would eat and sleep. Hearing this, the man looked at Mu Yun, and the killing intent in his eyes dissipated. He's not your father. I'm your father. The man said, according to your human preferences for naming, my name is Kailing Tian. You're my daughter. You're not called Little Seven. You're called Kai Weiwei. Your mother and I came up with this name together. My mother? What about my mother? Little Seven asked. Your mother was harmed. 30,000 years ago, I lost all news of her. I've been looking for you for 30,000 years, Weiwei. Kailing Tian was very emotional. He walked forward and wanted to hug Little Seven. However, Little Seven tugged on Mu Yun's sleeves tightly and said anxiously, Father, this person is so scary. Hurry up and chase him away. He's not your father. I'm your father. Weiwei, your mother was killed. We want to take revenge. I want to bring you back. I want to bring you back to the dragon tribe. That's your home. No, wherever father is, that's my home. Little Seven argued with reason. He's not your father. Kailing Tian seemed to be a little angry at this moment. Cough, cough, Mu Yun saw that the two of them were about to quarrel. She coughed and said awkwardly, Senior. What? The man shouted at Mu Yun. This shout caused Mu Yun's internal organs to shift. She almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What are you doing? Why are you so fierce? Okay. I won't be fierce. Kailing Tian looked at Mu Yun and said as calmly as possible, Kid, what do you want to say? My father has a name. His name is Mu Yun. He's not called Kid. Little Seven snorted. Okay, Mu Yun. What do you want to say? Kailing Tian held back his anger again. Senior, I didn't give birth to Little Seven. I met her in the 100,000 mountains of the sorcerer tribe in the Middle State. There was a dragon skeleton there. As soon as she said that, Kailing Tian's aura surged. In an instant, Mu Yun and the rest turned pale. They couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Just by venting his anger, this kind of coercion made them unable to fight back. However, as time passed, the skeleton had already decayed. Only some dragon soul and a trace of dragon blood were left. Mu Yun hesitated for a moment and said, "Then, I refined it and combined it with my power to form a dragon's body." As soon as she said that, Kailingtian's aura surged. A murderous aura rushed towards Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun only felt that her breathing was tight. She seemed to be out of breath and couldn't muster up any strength. "Go to hell!" Kailingtian shouted. Just as he waved his hand, a figure stood in front of him. "You can't kill my father. If you want to kill my father, you have to kill me first." Little Seven stood in front of Mu Yun. A seven-colored lightning rushed out and blocked Kailingtian's attack. Seeing that Little Seven had attacked, Kailingtian immediately stopped. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Scythe of the Demonic Moon, you're the one who deserves to die. Xiaoqi harumphed. "If you're really my father, why didn't you protect my mother? If my mother didn't die, how could I have spent tens of thousands of years in the dark eggshell? If it wasn't for my father, I would have died in the eggshell. How dare you say that he deserves to die? You're the one who deserves to die." The moment these words came out, Kailingtian was at a loss for words. "Daughter, it was my fault. I was involved in an important matter, so I couldn't protect you and your mother personally. I'll take you back now. I'll make it up to you." At this moment, the father and daughter began to quarrel. Mu Yun, on the other hand, really wanted to curse in her heart. He roughly guessed that Kailingtian was Xiaoqi's real father. He was afraid that Xiaoqi's essence blood had attracted his attention. He didn't want to talk about Xiaoqi's mother, the seven-colored heavenly dragon. However, how could he hide it from Xiaoqi's father? "Then why are you blaming my father?" "It's your own fault," Xiaoqi argued. All right. It's my fault. Xiaoqi, come back with me now. We don't have much time. We can't waste it. Kailingtian said. "The Dragon Realm is where you belong. This isn't your place." "I'm not going," Xiaoqi said stubbornly. "Daughter, stop fooling around. I'm sorry, but you'll only hinder your growth if you stay here. Relying on the treasures of the immortal realm will only harm your future. So, you have to come back with me to the Dragon Realm," Kailingtian said firmly. "I'm not going back," Xiaoqi said firmly. "I know you hate me now, but I'm bringing you back." Kailingtian took a step forward and pulled Little Seven away from this place. Kailingtian, right?" Mu Yun said. "Xiaoqi isn't willing to go back. If you force her like this, she'll be in great danger even if she goes back." "What are you trying to say?" "I'm saying that I can persuade Xiaoqi." Mu Yun looked at Kailingtian. "I can help you persuade her." "Father, can you bear for me to leave?" Little Seven asked in a pitiful manner, unwilling to part with him. "Of course not." Mu Yun rubbed Little Seven's head and said with a smile, "But he is your real father. I think you should have felt it when he appeared, right? Only he can bring you great power, let you grow strong and healthy, and grow into a great beauty in the future." "I don't want that." Little Seven snorted and said, "I just want to be by father's side." "Little Seven, listen to me." Mu Yun said again, "Daddy has a lot of enemies now, so I can't protect you. How about this, you go to the Dragon Realm first. In the future, I will definitely look for you. Have you forgotten, Xiaqing, that shameless dragon? Daddy has to investigate the Dragon Realm for him." Hearing this, Xiaoqi remained silent. Although she looked 16 or 17 years old, her mind was still that of a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Mu Yun said seriously, "Moreover, your biological father came to look for you. I know that although you don't say it, you still miss your father very much. You won't suffer if you follow him." "Daddy, but I can't bear to part with you." "Silly girl, we will meet again in the future. Sooner or later, I will definitely go to the Dragon Realm to look for you. At that time, you might be the princess of the seven-colored heavenly dragon clan." Hearing this, Kailingtian snorted and said, "I, Kailingtian, am the clan leader of the seven-colored heavenly dragon clan. My daughter is naturally a princess." "Shut up." Little Seven snorted and said, don't think that just because I am willing to go back with you, I acknowledge you. In the future, Mu Yun will be my father, and you will be my father. Okay, okay. Kai Ling Tian didn't care about this at all. As time passed, his daughter would definitely get familiar with him quickly. As for Mu Yun, he would definitely forget about her. Senior, I need to ask you a few questions. Do you have time? Mu Yun saw that although little Seven was still angry, she had obviously accepted Kai Ling Tian. Mu Yun would have expected the day that little Seven would be taken away sooner or later. It was just that he thought it would be in the divine realm, but he didn't expect it to be at this moment. This day had really come, and he was the most reluctant in his heart. There's still time. What do you want to ask? On account of you taking care of my daughter, I won't kill you. I can even help you a little. Kai Ling Tian said proudly. Can't you speak properly? Little Seven said unconvinced. This is my father. Put down your clan leader attitude, okay? Okay, okay, okay. Kai Ling Tian was happy to see his daughter for the first time, so he did everything according to little Seven's wishes. Thank you for your trouble, Senior. Since Senior is the clan leader of the seven-colored Heavenly Dragon clan, you should know a lot of things about the divine realm. Mu Yun said, I want to know if there are any shepherds in the divine realm among the top 10 divine clans? Shepherds? No. Kai Ling Tian shook his head. No, how was that possible? You can't say that there aren't any. Kai Ling Tian said again, although I am in the dragon world, I have dealings with the dragon world and the divine realm that humans call the divine realm. I have heard some lousy things about you humans. In the divine realm, there are 10 divine clans. Among them, there are 2 new divine clans and 8 ancient divine clans. For example, the Blood clan is a very powerful ancient clan. The Shepherds were also one of the ancient clans. Unfortunately, it seems that 30,000 years ago, there was a genius among the Shepherds. He was known as the White-Cloaked General or White-Robed General. Kai Ling Tian said slowly, this person's name is Mu Yun. At that time, he was even more famous than his father. What is his father's name? The clan leader of the Shepherds, Mu Qingyu. Kai Ling Tian said casually. However, as soon as he said that, Mu Yun froze. Mu Qingyu, Mu Yun, Biluo Huangquan School was founded by his father. Could it be that he was Mu Qingyu's child in his previous life? No, the white-clothed general was the son of the shepherds of the divine clan. He grew up as a child in his previous life. Could it be the previous life of his previous life? Mu Yun's heart was filled with shock. Senior, please continue, this Mu Yun is very famous. Back then, the entire divine clan, including those old antiques, were very fearful of him. He was a god at birth and eventually reached the realm of the god ancestor. No matter what genius ranking in the divine world, it would only start from the second place. The first place would definitely be his. Kai Ling Tian continued, I'm not sure about the details, but later on, there was internal strife in the divine clan. It seemed that because of this kid, the ancient clans joined forces and destroyed the shepherds. In the end, I heard that Mu Yun died in battle and Mu Qingyu's whereabouts were unknown. Now, the name of the shepherds is no longer in the divine world. It seems that because of some legend, the other divine clans joined forces and destroyed the shepherds. The shepherds were destroyed? Mu Yun wanted to continue asking, but Kai Ling Tian's expression changed slightly at this moment. He said, there's not much time left. With my ability, this passageway can only last for a while. After a long time, the passageway will be destroyed. I can't survive in this place. Kid, what do you want to know? In the future, come to the dragon world and find me, Kai Ling Tian. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have the ability to do so. Thank you, Senior. Kai Ling Tian saw that Mu Yun was still respectful and nodded. He said, you seem to have done your best to take care of my daughter. You didn't damage her foundation. I'll give you a chance. I can see that your body has fused with the dragon soul and dragon blood. You can transform into a dragon. Since that's the case, Kai Ling Tian waved his hand. In an instant, Mu Yun felt a drop of blood essence dripping into her glabella. After refining this drop of dragon blood, your dragon body will have a foundation. In the future, if you want to improve further, you can come to the dragon clan to find me. When the time comes, you can transform into a divine dragon from a human body. Hearing this, Xiaoqi said happily, Kai Ling Tian, you've finally done something right. Oh, right. Kai Ling Tian, I'm controlling demonic moon ancient city. Do you have a way to pass it to my father? It's easy. Kai Ling Tian waved his hand and touched Xiaoqi's hand. A drop of blood essence that seemed to contain thousands of laws floated from Xiaoqi's body to Mu Yun's. In an instant, all the power was completely condensed. Mu Yun felt that the demonic moon ancient city below him was just like his cloud alliance. He understood everything clearly. Kid, I think you're not simple. You're at the end of your life and you still have such a strong blood chi. If you can reach the divine world, you should be able to achieve something. Kai Ling Tian smiled. When the time comes, you'll see a wider world. Take care of yourself. Thank you, senior. Tian Wuya. Kai Ling Tian shouted. Do you still want to leave? Let's go. Let's go. Tian Wuya immediately ran over, scared witless. This kid is not bad. He took care of my daughter. Tian Wuya, tell your people to treat him well. Do you hear me? Yes, 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 of course. Tian Wuya cupped his hands and looked at Mu Yun. Mr. Mu, thank you for your recent contributions to the Wolf Clan. This is the demonic moon scythe. It's useless to me, but it's a core part of the construction of demonic moon ancient city. Back then, it was a coincidence that I left, so I brought it with me. With this demonic moon scythe, you can command the people of the Wolf Clan. Senior, you're too polite. No, I'm ashamed. I'm bound by the laws of heaven and earth, so I didn't bring anything good with me. When Mr. Mu reaches the divine world in the future, I'll definitely invite you to my residence as a guest. Tian Wuya, are you done? If you don't want to leave, I'll leave. I'm coming. Tian Wuya looked at Kai Ling Tian and immediately acted like a lapdog. Suddenly, Tian Wuya turned around and waved his hand. Tian Fengxiao was grabbed by his hand. Mr. Mu, my junior will be counting on you. At this moment, Tian Fengxiao was in front of Tian Wuya like a child. He looked at Mu Yun and bowed. Tian Fengxiao, if I find out that you didn't listen to Mr. Mu, even if I'm in the divine world, as long as I have the chance to come down, I'll definitely kill you. Tian Wuya immediately said. I won't. Tian Fengxiao's face suddenly turned bitter. He originally treated Mu Yun like an empress. Now, there was no need to talk about it. Senior, you're too polite. You're too kind. Tian Wuya was very clear in his heart. A bold guess. Kai Ling Tian was the leader of the seven-colored heavenly dragon clan in the dragon realm. His status was more than 100 streets ahead of him. Today, Kai Ling Tian came to look for him and gave him a fright. After explaining the reason, he was immediately pulled here by Kai Ling Tian. He didn't expect that Kai Ling Tian was looking for his daughter. Mu Yun raised his daughter. Kai Ling Tian, no, this dragon, was fierce with his words, but his heart was clear with love and hate. Mu Yun helped him take care of his daughter. Kai Ling Tian must be grateful, so he would definitely pay special attention to Mu Yun. Not to mention Kai Ling Tian, just little Seven would definitely be a powerful person in the dragon clan when she grew up. She just had to talk about Mu Yun's good points. His small action now made Tian Fengxiao follow Mu Yun. In the future, Mu Yun would be grateful to him and have a good impression of him. Then, little Seven and Kai Ling Tian would also treat him better on account of Mu Yun. This would determine whether his path to God would be smooth or not. Remember my words. If Mr. Mu asks you to go east, if you dare to go west, I will definitely kill you. Even if he asks you to die, you have to listen and do as he says. Yes, Fengxiao understands. Tian Fengxiao was really dumbfounded at this moment. Today's matter was simply the ups and downs of life. Mu Yun opening the Demon Moon ancient city made the entire wolf clan excited. The return of the ancestor was simply a blessing from the heavens. But they didn't expect that the ancestor would return with a divine dragon clan leader. And this divine dragon clan leader was the biological father of little Seven, who was raised by Mu Yun. This was equivalent to Mu Yun unknowingly having a connection with the god realm. At this moment, the seven-colored light rose. Kai Ling Tian, Tian Wuya, and Little Seven gradually disappeared. Mu Yun looked at Little Seven, who disappeared in the light, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Little Seven had accompanied him for hundreds of years. It could be said that she was his daughter. Now that she left, it would be a lie if he wasn't sad. But even if he was reluctant, Mu Yun knew that whether it was reuniting with her biological father or entering the dragon realm, which she originally belonged to, this was the best for Little Seven. And the two would still have a chance to meet in the future. At that time, Little Seven would become another person. The princess of the seven-colored heavenly dragon. Alright, don't be sad. Miao Xianyu patted Mu Yun and said, Big brother Mu, you'll definitely be able to enter the divine realm in the future. At that time, you'll definitely be able to meet Little Seven again. Yes. Mu Yun nodded, and then he looked at Gale and said, Kid, don't be sad. She's a divine dragon. Sooner or later, she'll return to where she belongs. You're a viper with unlimited potential. If you can ascend to the 9 heavens and transform your bloodline into a divine dragon, it's not impossible. At that time, you can pursue her boldly. I didn't, stinking brat, your face is red. I've been through this before. Are you trying to lie to me? Mu Yun scolded and ignored Gale. At that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The elders of the Moonhell Wolf clan flew over. Tian Fengxiao looked at Mu Yun with more respect than when he saw his own father. Master Mu, Tian Fengxiao cupped his hands and smiled. Cancel all the previous words. In the future, you will be the city lord of Moon Demon Ancient City. Yes. Mu Yun did not decline. He could roughly guess Tian Wuya's intention. If he could use the Moonhell Wolf clan, it would be a huge deal. There would definitely be endless benefits. Holding the Moon Demon sickle, Mu Yun looked at the ancient city in front and shouted, All disciples of the Wolf clan, enter Moon Demon Ancient City. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately took action. The Demon Moon Ancient City was a place that they yearned for even in their dreams. Cultivating inside the Demon Moon Ancient City was several times faster than cultivating outside. From today onwards, you will still be the clan leader of the Moonhell Wolf clan. Gather the other 5 wolf clans in Moon Demon Ancient City to improve their cultivation. Anyway, this place is big enough for you to stay. Mu Yun ordered, as for the war with Shuiyu, stop it for now. Yes. Mu Yun was silent for a moment and said again, From today onwards, I will be the Grand Priest of the Moonhell Wolf clan. Mu Yun smiled and said, From today onwards, you can call me Grand Priest. As for my name, don't call me that anymore. Yes. Alright, go do what you need to do. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, Arrange for your wolf clan disciples to be in the west. My Alchemy Emperor Pavilion will be in the east. I will be in charge of these alchemists. Yes. Tian Fengxiao accepted the order and left. Mu Yun led a few hundred alchemists and entered Moon Demon Ancient City directly. The huge ancient city took up a few dozen miles and was enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. At this moment, there were only tens of thousands of Moonhell Wolf clan martial artists, so they were completely relaxed. Tian Fengxiao led his clan disciples to choose their residence and arrange matters. On the other hand, he ordered Tian Jikong to head to the 5 major wolf clans and instruct them to move. Mu Yun came to the east side of the city. Rows upon rows of houses and sturdy walls made of iron wood looked majestic. From today onwards, this will be the residence of the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion. You are all alchemists of the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion. I think you have all seen it. I don't need to say anything else. If you have family members, you can bring them here and receive the protection of the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion. Mu Yun said, Now, everyone can begin to choose their own residence. The hundreds of people gradually dispersed at this moment. Mu Yun walked along the street absent-mindedly. Xiaoqi's departure made him unable to recover for a while. Miao Xianyu and Jifeng followed behind and did not say much. Let's live here. Mu Yun looked at the manor in front of her and nodded. With a wave of her hand, a buzzing sound rang in front of the door. 2 big words suddenly appeared. Mu Estate. Mu Yun looked at the 2 big words and nodded her head before entering. As Mu Yun stepped out, 4 blood guards appeared outside the door. Entering the manor, there was a relatively large square in front of him. The furnishings were spread out and completely intact. Across the square was a hall. From both sides of the hall, there were two passageways that led to the backyard. In the backyard, birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. The atmosphere was pleasant. Rows of houses were arranged in rows. Muyun waved her hand, and 10 blood guards were assigned to the front yard, standing in 4 directions. The backyard was also assigned to 10 blood guards. This place was her Mu estate for the time being. Muyun looked around and said, "This place looks quite mysterious." The construction of the entire Demon Moon ancient city consumed the best materials in the world. Only Tianwuya can do it. These materials and the flowers and plants in the courtyard were all the best ores, immortal herbs, and immortal flowers. Other than the Thousand Demons Forest, which could support such a huge project, the other territories would have been emptied of all their resources. Muyun chose a house to live in. The furnishings inside were completely new, and there was not the slightest trace of dust. Back in the room, Muyun sat on the bed and lay down straight. He hugged his head with both hands. At this moment, he was not in a good mood. Xiaoqi's departure seemed to have dug out his heart. Kai Lingtian's words also shocked him. Mu Qingyu, the patriarch of the shepherds, Mu Yun, the young patriarch of the shepherds. In a great war in the divine world, this talented young patriarch, who shone brightly in the sky, died on the battlefield. Then, he, Mu Yun, a baby who walked out of the God Burial Mountain range, achieved the supreme immortal king realm and established the Cloud Alliance. Then, he was reborn in the Mu family in Baiyun City, became Mu Qingyu's son, and returned again. 3 lives, 3 generations. It seemed like a coincidence, but Mu Qingyu's care for him in this life was obviously to the extreme. Mu Yun couldn't help but recall carefully. Whether it was establishing the Blood Alliance in the lower realm or returning to the immortal world in the South Pole, Mu Qingyu's figure always surrounded him. Wherever he was, Mu Qingyu would be there. This time, the appearance of the Biluo Huangquan school deeply confirmed this point. Lu Qingfeng, Jian Fengxian, Yu Chungfeng, Wang Yufeng, these people had all become members of the Biluo Huangquan school, and they only had one order, to protect him. This made Mu Yun's heart complicated. Was he really the young patriarch of the shepherds? In his first life, he was the young patriarch of the shepherds. In his second life, he was the immortal king of the immortal world. In his third life, he was now. He had been a human for 3 generations and had seen the world, but why? If Mu Qingyu was really his father, if he was really the former young patriarch of the God clan, why did Mu Qingyu treat him like this? It shouldn't be difficult for Mu Qingyu to directly help his son to advance to the immortal realm. Why did he make him like this? In his previous life, if Mu Qingyu had helped him, he wouldn't have died and changed his body. Father, if I'm really your son, why did you let me live 3 lives? Mu Yun was very distressed at this moment. As he cultivated the indestructible blood codex, the memories in his mind seemed to be gradually nibbling back. The strange dreams he had before didn't seem to be dreams, but the memories of his first life. He needed to see Mu Qingyu to understand all of this. He needed to understand what was going on. Mu Yun let out a long breath. Now was not the time to think about these things, so he put them aside for the time being. Now, because of Tian Wuya's appearance, the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf clan, Tian Fengxiao, and the others were extremely respectful to him. What he needed was to develop the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion, and it was time to start. This time, Mu Yun decided not to rely on anyone. He wanted revenge on the 33 Heavenly Sword sect again. And this time, he wanted to make the entire 33 Heavenly Sword sect a forbidden place in the immortal world. Mu Yun wouldn't allow himself to fail again. He had already failed once. If he failed again, it would only lead to an even more tragic situation. What are you thinking about? Miao Xianyu, who was dressed in a long dress, walked over slowly and sat on the bed, looking at Mu Yun. I'm thinking about you. Mu Yun rested his head on his hands and looked at Miao Xianyu with a smile. You're not serious. Miao Xianyu tapped Mu Yun's head and said, Brother Mu, since you're in charge of the Wolf Clan and Master Guqing are under your control, you don't have to hide your identity anymore, right? Why do you have to change your identity as the High Priest to hide yourself? Hehe. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, because there are too many people in the immortal world who want to kill me. Not to mention the Levitation Heavenly Palace, 33 Heavenly Sword Sect, and Blood Fiend Sect, the 9 Elements Immortal Sect and Zhao on both sides of the Cloud Alliance also want to kill me. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A drop of blood essence, who knows? Maybe it's because I slept with their sect master's daughter or the patriarch's daughter. I'm being irresponsible, you're still joking. Don't be serious. Miao Xianyu scolded, don't hide it in front of me. I know that you've always been putting on a front, but you've been suppressing everything in your heart. Although you've obtained the loyalty of Demon Moon Ancient City and the Wolf Clan after Xiaoqi left, you still feel very upset. You can't bear to part with Xiaoqi. I really can't bear to part with her. Mu Yun said helplessly, but that's the best outcome. I can't do anything about it. Mu Yun spoke again, when I saw Xiaoqi and Kai Ling Tian, I thought of Yaoer. Yaoer is pregnant with my flesh and blood. But after so many years, I haven't heard any news about her. I don't know how the child is, she'll be fine. Miao Xianyu said, one day, we'll meet again. Just like back then, I wanted to see you again. No matter what, I have to contribute myself. Otherwise, I'll live in regret for the rest of my life. So, little girl, you collected those twin fur balls and used them to seduce your Mu Lang? Mu Yun sneered. No way. Miao Xianyu puffed out her chest and said proudly, I clearly remember that when Mr. Mu Yun saw me for the first time, your eyes were fixed on me. At that time, you wished you could dig out your eyeballs, right? Look, isn't it even more magnificent now? Indeed. Mu Yun laughed and pulled Miao Xianyu into his arms. Today, he already had 5 women. It seemed that this reputation of being a playboy would never be erased. Miao Xianyu was especially happy when she saw the smile on Mu Yun's face. All along, Mu Yun had been the best and perfect in her heart. Even if she had a flaw, it was still a perfect flaw. Brother Mu, do you feel better now? Miao Xianyu looked at Mu Yun and asked. It's all right. It's not the first time we've parted. We'll meet again in the future. Moreover, I know that little Seven is in the Dragon Realm and is very safe. I'm relieved. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Yes. Miao Xianyu looked at Mu Yun and suddenly said, my husband is not happy. Let this concubine solve this problem for my husband. As soon as Miao Xianyu finished speaking, she bent down. After a full month's time, the wolf tribe in Moon Demon Ancient City was completely settled down. The Pill Emperor Pavilion also began to operate. Everything went smoothly. On this day, Mu Yun finished dealing with the matters at hand and heaved a sigh of relief. Next, we have to start concocting pills. The reputation of the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion has to spread far and wide. Mu Yun nodded slightly. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Mu Yun closed her eyes slightly. Inside her body, the drop of 7-colored heavenly dragon blood essence from Kai Ling Tian emitted 7-colored lightning and crackled as it flowed through Mu Yun's body. So powerful. This was just the powerful power of a drop of Kai Ling Tian's dragon blood. Compared to a drop of Xiaoqi's dragon blood, the difference was like heaven and earth. However, Xiaoqi was still underage and the power of the dragon blood had yet to be displayed. There was no comparison. Mu Yun sat quietly and calmed down. She looked inside her body and gradually melted that drop of blood essence. Crackling sounds could be heard. There was a loud explosion. It was as if a thunderbolt bomb had exploded in her body. The crackling sound spread throughout the entire room. Pain, boundless pain filled his entire body. Her entire body seemed to be about to explode from the inside out. The pain almost broke Mu Yun's body. The power contained in this drop of blood essence has exceeded the limit of what her body can bear. Mu Yun said bitterly. My body is really too weak. After making up her mind, Mu Yun hurriedly operated the time and space laws. Immortal King laws condensed to protect her body. But even so, cracks gradually appeared on the surface of her body. After all, this body was gathered from spiritual materials during this period of time. Her bones were very tough, but the combination of her body and bones was full of flaws. And this drop of dragon blood obviously had a high requirement for a cultivator to fuse with it. The strength of the body was indispensable. At this moment, Mu Yun thought of this and became even more determined. He had to fuse with this drop of blood essence. Otherwise, the combination of flesh and bones would always be a hidden danger. Her current body was like a ripe fruit. The fruit skin was her body, and the fruit flesh was her bones. But the fruit skin would be separated from the fruit flesh with a gentle pull. This would not do at all. Cracks covered her entire body. At this moment, Muyun looked more like a broken porcelain. If she was not careful, her entire body would rot. Calm down. Muyun muttered to herself, thinking of a way to deal with it. Gradually, a strange thought appeared in her mind. Bloodline, she now had the power of the 3 bloodlines. She could just use her blood to fuse with the dragon blood. Why should she use her body to resist this drop of dragon blood? After making up her mind, Muyun immediately began to act. She adjusted her blood essence and fused it into a blood pearl. The blood pearl gradually expanded. Muyun slowly squeezed out the blood pearl, and a powerful aura spread out. At this moment, the dragon blood felt a power that did not obey it and gradually began to approach the blood pearl in Muyun's body. At this moment, the 2 blood essences collided. At this moment, Muyun felt an earth-shattering change, At the same time, within a 1,000-meter-tall cave, a 10,000-meter-long 7-colored dragon opened its eyes. The true body of the 7-colored dragon was Xianxia. This is the aura of the shepherd's bloodline? Xianxia was stunned. The 10 great divine tribes are all superhuman tribes that have given birth to supreme gods. Each tribe has a bloodline power, and the power of the bloodline is different. This is obviously the aura of the shepherd's bloodline. Could this kid be from the shepherds? And the question he asked me, could this kid be Muyun? Xianxia muttered to himself in shock. He turned into a shadow and immediately rushed to another passage. Seeing that his daughter was meditating, Xianxia could not bear to disturb her. What's the matter? Xiaoqi spoke at this moment. I have some questions about Muyun that I want to ask you. What does it have to do with my father? Xiaoqi immediately became nervous and began to explain to Xianxia. I see. If that's the case, then this kid might really be the former young patriarch of the shepherds. Xianxia laughed strangely. Hee, your father is really not simple. No, it should be said that his father, Mu Qingyu, is really not simple. What are you talking about? Xiaoqi said impatiently. I asked around. 30,000 years ago, the human tribe in the divine realm was in chaos. The 10 great divine tribes had a dispute and the shepherds were annihilated. The young patriarch of the shepherds was chased to death. Mu Qingyu disappeared and the shepherds completely disappeared from the divine realm. Why? Xiaoqi was stunned. Why are the 10 great divine tribes against the shepherds? It is said that there is a rumor. I don't know where it came from. Muyun is the 9th son of heaven. The 9th son of heaven is a rumor that affects the entire divine realm. Once a 9th son of heaven is born in the divine realm, everyone has the right to kill him. Why is that? Xiaoqi was even more puzzled. Is it because the 9th son of heaven is a peerless evil person? Wrong, it's the opposite. Xianxia explained. The 9th son of heaven is the son of heaven. It is said that all the 9th son of heaven have united the divine realm and become a peerless person. In the past, the person who was called the number 1 divine emperor in the divine realm, Yi Xiaoyao, is the 9th son of heaven. Hearing this, Xiaoqi's little mouth opened wide. He said in disbelief, doesn't that mean that father can also become the number 1 divine emperor? But the divine realm doesn't seem to have the distinction of divine emperor. Divine emperor is not a realm. It is a title. The supreme god, the supreme emperor, is the divine emperor. Xianxia laughed. You won't understand even if I tell you this. If this child is really the young patriarch of the shepherds, even I can't recognize his soul seal. It seems like Mu Qingyu put in a lot of effort to protect his son. Xiaoqi's head was a little dizzy. He only felt that his father's words were foggy. 3 lifetimes as a person. He changed Muyun's soul aura. When Muyun returns to the divine realm one day, no one will be able to recognize from his soul seal that he is Muyun, the young patriarch of the shepherds. This Mu Qingyu is indeed a famous big shot in the divine realm. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of storm Muyun will stir up if she really reaches the divine realm. Kai Lingtian laughed loudly and said, I finally know why your father would meet you. Father's words are so strange. Anyway, when father comes to the divine realm in the future, if he comes to the dragon world, I will definitely protect him. You have to protect him too. Haha, hearing this, Kai Lingtian didn't refute. He was very clear in his heart. If Mu Yun really reached the divine realm, there would be no need for the father and daughter to protect her. That fellow would probably be impatient to find this kid. In the room, at this moment, Mu Yun's entire body was indescribably relaxed. After the fusion of power, his entire body became completely different. Abundant power spread throughout his body. Moreover, his dragon form body was strengthened again. Previously, his dragon form body was stranded because the dragon aura in his body was not strong enough. However, Kai Lingtian's drop of blood completely changed everything. With a wave of his hand, his entire body made a rustling sound, and pieces of seven-colored phosphorescent light covered his entire body. At this moment, he looked like a monster. Those scales covered his entire body, and the seven-colored light made him look very strange. However, he was so excited that he almost fainted. This dragon form body was the combination of dragon blood and his blood essence. In the future, as the power of his blood essence and bloodline increased, it would definitely reach a terrifying level. Translator, Transin editor, Transin full force. Mu Yun suddenly thought of the legend of the gods. Wasn't this drop of Ling Tian's essence blood also a legend? Mu Yun clenched his fists as he removed the scales. This time, the power of law in this drop of essence blood was naturally absorbed by Mu Yun. After skipping the 4th grade Celestial King realm, he directly reached the 5th grade Celestial King realm. Moreover, he had not completely digested the power of law. Now, it was just a gradual improvement. Mu Yun clenched his fists tightly. His aura completely changed. Every breath he took carried a trace of dragon's breath. He could not wait to test his current strength. After walking out of the room, Mu Yun immediately summoned Tian Jikong. Now, many of the matters in the Heavenly Wolf clan were handled by Tian Fengxiao personally. As for Tian Jikong, he was arranged by Tian Fengxiao to be by Mu Yun's side to convey Mu Yun's opinions. This time, Tian Jikong was really intimidated. Everything that Mu Yun did even alarmed the Heavenly Wolf clan's ancestor. Tian Jikong was completely convinced by Mu Yun. Master Mu, what's the matter? Tian Jikong cupped his hands and asked. Follow me. Mu Yun smiled faintly. She brought Tian Jikong to a huge martial arts field in Demonic Moon Ancient City. Mu Yun looked at Tian Jikong and said with a faint smile, attack me. What? Tian Jikong was stunned. I said, attack me. Mu Yun said with a smile. I attack you? Tian Jikong immediately said with a bitter face, Master Mu, Mr. Mu, what did I do wrong? Tell me directly. My father will definitely kill me for this kind of punishment. Did something wrong? Mu Yun was stunned. She shook her head and said, no, no. Just attack me. It's fine. I want to see my current defense. Ah? Tian Jikong looked at Mu Yun and said, Mr. Mu, your strength has improved? That's right. I've reached the 5th grade Celestial King realm. Mu Yun said with a nod. 5th grade Celestial King realm. Hearing this, Empyrean Extreme Void was stunned. Mu Yun's improvement was really abnormal. Tian Jikong said with a smile, since that's the case, please be careful, Mr. Mu. I will use half of my strength to attack Mr. Mu. As soon as Sky Extreme Kong finished speaking, he sent out a punch. This punch of his was merely a release of his own strength, without any enhancement or attack from the immortal art. However, even so, with his cultivation of a 9th grade Celestial King, it was enough to make Mu Yun, a 5th grade Celestial King, suffer. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun did not hesitate in the slightest. She stood where she was and did not move in the slightest. However, with the power of her fist, she directly charged toward Chu Feng. Looking at this scene, Tian Jikong was dumbfounded. What was he doing? Mu Yun did not counterattack and only defended. Oh my god, if he had known earlier, he would have used 30% of his power. He originally thought that Mu Yun wanted to spar with him and experience the strength of a 5th grade Celestial King. However, he did not expect that Mu Yun was actually asking for a fight. Boom, a buzzing sound was heard, and Mu Yun's entire body instantly retreated. With a bang, he crashed into the wall behind him. Fortunately, the wall was sturdy enough. However, Mu Yun's body was injured when he crashed into the wall with a bang. Standing up, Mu Yun's qi and blood flowed even faster, and his entire body suddenly whistled. Awesome! The power of this punch directly surged into his body and injured his physical body. However, the bloodline formed by the combination of blood essence and dragon blood caused his body to gradually recover. Not long after, it completely dissipated. Very good. Now 60% of my strength. Come. Mu Yun spoke again. What? Nothing happened. At this moment, Xianxia was completely stunned. Mu Yun called out, "Come, why are you in a daze?" All right. Xianxia's heart was filled with astonishment. He also wanted to see how strong Mu Yun's body was. With a wave of his hand, a surge of power swept over. At this moment, Mu Yun's entire body exploded with power. Give me another punch. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, he directly threw a punch. Boom, the rumbling sound was incessant. This time, Mu Yun's body directly crashed into the wall. His entire body was blocked by the wall, and that surge of power instantly swept over. However, not long after, Mu Yun stood up again. 70%. Opening his mouth to spit out 2 words, Mu Yun directly looked at Xianxia with a determined gaze. 70%, alright, 70% it shall be. At this moment, Xianxia took a step forward. Boom, another punch was thrown. This punch condensed 70% of his strength as a 9th-grade immortal king, and the effect was indeed very powerful. The power was completely incomparable. Dong, a dull sound was heard, and Mu Yun's figure instantly crashed into the hard wall. This time, 70% of his strength. In the end, Mu Yun could not withstand it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Mr. Mu. At this moment, Xianxia was scared silly. Mu Yun could not withstand 70% of his strength. If this punch killed Mu Yun, then he would be a sinner of the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf clan. I'm fine. Mu Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said again. What, again? At this moment, Xianxia was completely scared silly. Again. Mu Yun said firmly, this time, use 80% of your strength. Mr. Mu, if I ask you to do it, then do it. Don't talk nonsense. Yes. Xianxia still wanted to argue, but when he saw Mu Yun's determined expression, he finally opened his mouth but did not speak. Mu Yun's determination made him feel helpless. This fellow was completely unafraid of death, 80% of his strength. Could it really work? However, at this moment, Mu Yun's eyes revealed a hint of determination. Mr. Mu, I'm ready. All right. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at Xianxia with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Go. Tianji Kong let out a low shout and took a step forward. Boom, the tyrannical power attacked again. However, at this moment, before the wind reached Mu Yun, the 7-colored dragon scales on the surface of Mu Yun's body flickered. With a clattering sound, the 7-colored dragon scales wrapped Mu Yun's body tightly. Bang, it was still the same as before. This time, Mu Yun's body directly crashed into the wall behind him. However, this time, after the roar ended, Mu Yun's figure stood up normally. I'm fine? A hint of ecstasy appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. His body and skeleton had completely merged. Just his body's resistance alone was enough to withstand 70% of a 9th-grade immortal king's strength. After using the dragon form, an attack with 80% of his strength was completely unscathed. Mu Yun exclaimed excitedly, Xianxia, 90%. At this moment, Xianxia obviously saw the change in Mu Yun. If those were not dragon scales, then what were they? Xianxia was extremely shocked at this moment. Alright, I'm coming. Xianxia directly punched out. Boom, 90% of his fist strength exploded. A fist force charged towards Mu Yun. Bang, this time, Mu Yun's body directly crashed into the wall. With a bang, the wall behind him finally could not withstand the force and exploded. The dragon scales dispersed. Mu Yun's face was slightly pale at this moment. However, it was obviously still within the range of endurance. Full force. Mu Yun shouted in a low voice. Yes. Tianjikong could not help but feel excited at this moment. Mu Yun was a 5th-grade immortal king. And he was a 9th-grade immortal king. However, Mu Yun could withstand his attack. What kind of concept was this? Not to mention a 5th-grade immortal king, even an 8th-grade immortal king's head would explode under his full-force attack. Mu Yun's total defense was comparable to a 9th-grade immortal king's. This was simply evil. Tianjikong was secretly looking forward to it. If Mu Yun could withstand his attack, it was enough to prove how powerful Mu Yun was. With just her defense alone, how many geniuses of the same realm could she crush? Here it comes. Tianjikong directly punched out. Boom, there was a loud explosion. Mu Yun was wrapped in dragon scales and once again withstood the punch. At this moment, the wall exploded with a bang. Mu Yun's figure disappeared in the smoke and dust. F***ck. Tianjikong was a little flustered at this moment. The difference between 90% of his strength and a full-force attack was huge. If Mu Yun could not withstand it, she would be finished. Bang, there was a low bang, and all the gravel exploded. A figure walked out from the gravel. It was Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun had a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. However, she did not look any different. In fact, the excitement in her eyes was getting stronger. At this moment, Mu Yun was extremely happy. Great! Laughing loudly, Mu Yun waved her hands and left the martial arts field. Tianjikong trembled even more when he saw this scene. Mu Yun, who was a 5th-grade immortal king, could withstand his attack. It was simply unbelievable. However, Mu Yun did it. Was that drop of dragon blood really so mysterious? How would Tianjikong know that apart from the drop of dragon blood, Mu Yun's bloodline power had reached 3 strands, which was also very powerful? After testing the strength of her physical body, Mu Yun was extremely happy. Although she was only a 5th-grade immortal king now, this was enough to prove that her physical strength had reached the extreme. Even a 9th-grade immortal king could not kill her instantly. After returning to the room, Mu Yun happily hugged Miao Xianyu, causing her to be confused. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In Moon Demon Ancient City, the Wolf Clan had improved rapidly. Everything was on the right track. The Alchemy Emperor Pavilion was also completely formed. Apart from Lin Qing, there were 3 more saint-level immortal alchemists. The Alchemy Emperor Pavilion could also provide the Moonhell Wolf Clan with immortal elixirs to human elixirs. As for the king-level immortal elixirs, they were all given to Mu Yun. On this day, in the Alchemy Emperor Pavilion in Moon Demon Ancient City. In the room, Mu Yun and Miao Xianyu were sitting opposite each other. Xianyu, the most important reason why your cultivation realm has been increasing slowly over the years is the soul of the 9 spirits green lotus in your body. The 9 spirits green lotus is an immortal herb, and it's a sophistry immortal herb. In order to condense its own soul, it needs to be nourished by energy. Therefore, the energy that you have accumulated over the years is only a small part in your body. Most of it has been digested by the 9 spirits green lotus. Today, I will help you to completely subdue this lotus and merge your soul with its soul. In this way, when you cultivate alone in the future, it will be equivalent to 2 people cultivating together. Your cultivation realm will be twice as fast as others. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Tongtian Mountain. Is that true? Of course it is. Mu Yun said confidently. Don't worry, the power in your body is not simple. After hundreds of years of accumulation, it is definitely enough for you to reach the Celestial King realm. As for what realm it is, I can't say for sure. For example, people like Miao Xianyu, Qing Mengyao, and Feng Yuer were born with strange phenomena in their bodies. As long as they could control it properly, they could discover it early. Their cultivation would go smoothly. This kind of cultivation was many times more powerful than his hard work. However, you need to be clean, so, pervert. Miao Xianyu scolded, but she still took off her clothes with a red face. The 2 of them looked at each other. Mu Yun looked carefully before he started. He put his palms together. According to the method that Guai told him, he began to circulate the divine qi in his body. At the same time, a part of the bloodline power in his body surged toward Miao Xianyu. Everything went smoothly. All Mu Yun needed to do was guide her. The Nine Spirits' green lotus was not like Qin Mingyao's spirit, which had a strong and overbearing power. On the contrary, the power of the Nine Spirits' green lotus was gentler. At this moment, Mu Yun was constantly guiding the divine meridians in Miao Xianyu's body. Gradually, she communicated with the Nine Spirits' green lotus. When the Nine Spirits' green lotus resisted, Mu Yun used his own spirit as the core to suppress it. A strong force slowly spread out, and the two merged their hearts and veins. At the beginning, he needed to stay by her side to watch over her, so Mu Yun did not leave. This went on for an entire month. After a month, Mu Yun left the room. As for outside the room, there were 100 blood guards left. In the entire Mu estate, 200 of the 300 blood guards were summoned to watch over them. The remaining 100 were thrown into the chart of deity extermination to absorb the power of the Nine Spirits' heaven-capturing tablet and continue to grow. Mu Yun suddenly had a feeling that the blood guards were like small saplings that were growing healthily, while the Nine Spirits' heaven-capturing tablet was the nutrients. If he wanted to improve the strength of the 300 blood guards, he had to increase the nutrients. He had collected 5 Nine Spirits heaven-capturing tablets. Logically speaking, there were 4 more tablets. However, he did not know where the rest of the Nine Spirits heaven-capturing tablets were. On this day, Mu Yun came to the crafting workshop of demonic Moon Ancient City. A celestial of deity. Last time, he got a dragon bone, and he got a dragon he had of deity extermination. In his previous life, other than Mu Yun not being very proficient in array formations, refining pills and refining weapons could be said to be at his fingertips. A deity of was a deity realm. He was currently a 5th-grade immortal king. Thus, his immortal sword had to be at least a high-grade king-grade immortal artifact. His bloodline and physical body were far stronger than a 5th-grade celestial king. Studio of studio. Is. Studio is. Fortunately, he had the heavenly flame. Otherwise, this dragon bone could only be used as a dragon bone and would not be able to be refined. In the crafting workshop, Mu Yun started to work. At this moment, some interesting news was spreading throughout the demon race. The moon-howling heavenly wolves, 9-tailed celestial foxes, and golden-horned heavenly ox clans had been at war with the blood realm for 500 years. Suddenly, the moon-howling heavenly wolves retreated. Their allies, the 9-tailed celestial foxes and golden-horned heavenly ox clans, were puzzled. What made them even more puzzled was that there was a human among the moon-howling heavenly wolves. Tian Fengxiao called him the High Priest. It was said that he could even refine superior king-grade celestial pills. Once the news spread, the entire demon region was extremely shocked. Tian Fengxiao was one of the 9 demon kings in the demon race. He was arrogant, especially since Demon Emperor Tian Wuyao was his ancestor. Therefore, he was arrogant. Now, he had a human as his high priest. Although no one knew what kind of position the high priest was, it was said that the entire wolf race respected him. They treated him like a god. This caused the outside world to be very surprised. Gradually, an even more explosive piece of news began to spread. The wolf race had discovered the Demon Moon Ancient City. The Demon Moon Ancient City was left behind by Demon Emperor Tian Wuyao. Tian Wuyao was the ancestor of the wolf race. Now that the moon-howling heavenly wolves had discovered this place, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Under such circumstances, some people could no longer hold back. The Tongtian Mountain was located north of the moon-howling peak. It was not part of the Thousand Demons Forest, but the Tongtian Mountain Range. It was the headquarters of the long-armed celestial monkeys. Between the mountains, there were 100-meter-tall trees from the bottom to the middle of the mountain. Those trees stood tall, as if the leaves were trembling, or as if there were shadows lurking. The Tongtian Mountain was extremely high above sea level. Ordinary people did not dare to come here. Naturally, those who came here were not ordinary people. At this moment, a middle-aged man in coarse hemp clothes walked out of the mountain and paced back and forth between the mountains. Not long after, ape cries could be heard from the mountain, attracting a flock of birds. This scene really made one's hair stand on end. The middle-aged man wore straw sandals and had a rough face. He swayed left and right as he walked, looking like a baby who had just learned to walk. Whoosh, just as the middle-aged man was walking in the mountain forest, a sound of tearing through the air suddenly sounded out at this moment. That was the core of a fruit. The fruit core directly tore through the air. One could see thick immortal energy wrapped inside. Seeing this scene, the man flicked his finger. That fruit core was directly flicked flying out. Bang, in an instant, a 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak directly collapsed. Heh, is this how you long-armed celestial monkeys treat guests? Everyone says that monkeys are the most rude and unreasonable. Looks like it's not false. The middle-aged man chuckled and said. Suddenly, a voice sounded out. My long-armed celestial monkey race is the ruler of the Tongtian mountain. Towards guests, we're naturally very courteous. But if it's not a guest, then it's hard to say. A giggling voice sounded out, spreading throughout the mountains and wilderness. Is that so? I'm the spirit flame heavenly flood dragon race's Jiao Wutian, specially here to pay a visit to the long-armed celestial monkey race's patriarch, Qi Tianwei. Is this considered a guest? When Mu Yan's words faded, she looked ahead and smiled faintly. Oh? Rumor has it that the patriarch of the spirit flame sky flood dragon race, Jiao Ben, has two capable assistants. One is called Wu Fa, and the other is Wu Tian. Since you're Jiao Wu Tian, then Jiao Wu Fa should be here too, right? That voice sounded again. Jiao Wu Fa went to the immortal burial sea to meet the patriarch of the heaven-devouring shark race, Hu Qinxing, to discuss important matters. So I came to the Tongtian mountain to meet Lord Monkey King. Discuss important matters? Hearing these words, the voice finally fluctuated a little. A buzzing sound sounded out, and that figure spread out. In an instant, figures suddenly appeared in the surrounding mountain range. Those figures, whether in human form or monkey form, were all jumping up and down. It was an extremely lively scene. Seeing this scene, Jiao Wutian stood on the spot and did not move at all. Whoosh, suddenly, at this moment, a figure charged out like a cannonball. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out. That figure directly rushed to Jiao Wutian's back. Bang, at this moment, Jiao Wutian raised his fist to counter. When the two figures collided, Jiao Wutian immediately took a step back. His face turned pale. On the other hand, that person stood firmly. He was wearing a long white robe. His figure was thin, and there was some hair between his temples. He was a very handsome young man, and he gave off a carefree and unrestrained feeling. Jiao Wutian greets Patriarch Qi. Jiao Wutian was not angry after receiving a punch. Instead, he respectfully greeted him. Hee, your spirit flame sky flood dragon race is really jumping up and down everywhere. Your minds are filled with sinister thoughts and tricks all day long. Tell me, what do you want this time? Qi Tianwei chuckled. There was no trace of seriousness in his appearance from before. I wonder if Patriarch Qi has heard about the matter of the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf race? Don't keep calling me Patriarch Qi. I prefer people to call me Monkey King. I'm clearly an immortal beast. Why do I have to learn from humans and give myself a surname? If I want to give myself a name, it should be Monkey King. Monkey King sounds better. Hee, Lord Monkey King, have you heard about this matter? No, I haven't. Qi Tianwei scratched his neck and said impatiently. Jiao Wutian was not angry. He said, this time, the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf race has obtained a human alchemist. I heard that this person's alchemy skills are unique. He's an Upper King Celestial alchemist. Moreover, it said that this person has refined a limitless heaven-seizing pill. It said that this pill can help a top Celestial King to enter the Immortal Emperor realm. That's strange. Then why don't you go and ask for a few pills? Why are you here? Qi Tianwei chuckled again. This person is now the Grand Priest of the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf race. His position is the same as Tian Fengxiao's. This pill. It's not that easy to ask for it. Oh? Qi Tianwei was shocked when he heard this. This Tian Fengxiao is always looking at others with his green eyes. Sooner or later, I'll make him a cuckold too. This guy is so obsessed with power. How can he be willing to give such great power to a human? It said that this person gave Tian Fengxiao a limitless heaven-seizing pill. Tian Fengxiao's strength has improved greatly. Now, he's a top second-rate celestial king and is advancing toward a top first-rate celestial king. Is that so? Qi Tianwei was shocked. The top celestial kings were divided into 4 levels: ordinary, third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate. These 4 levels did not mean that there was a difference in cultivation level. Instead, there was a certain gap in strength between the various celestial kings at the 9th level. Generally speaking, the strength of a first-rate celestial king was at the level of the 10 great celestial kings. As for the second-rate celestial kings, they were the kings of the monster race, the 18 devil kings of the devil race, the 4 great bodhisattvas of the Buddhist region, and so on. As for the third-rate celestial kings, they were the top elders of some sections. There were many ordinary celestial kings. In that case, the limitless heaven-seizing pill is very powerful? Of course. Jiao Wutian said. It said that it's not just the monster realm. Even the other realms of the immortal world have begun to move. They want to ask for a limitless heaven-seizing pill from this person. The 10 great celestial kings of the immortal world. At most, there were 10 of them. Apart from those celestial emperors who lived in seclusion, only the 10 great celestial kings were the top forces. And now, among the 10 great celestial kings of the immortal world, Celestial King Mu Yun was said to have come back from the dead. Yu Huafeng of the Yuhua Heavenly Palace was also killed by Mu Yun. 6 tribes, however, among the 8 immortal emperors, Shui Yun of the Blood Fiend sect was rumored to have achieved the immortal emperor realm. There were only 7 of them left. There was one in the realm of beast called Yao Shuaji. She was very elusive. No one knew what kind of beast she was, where she came from, or where she was currently staying. She was simply a weirdo. On top of that, there was Jian Nantian of the 33 Heaven Sword sect. The supreme monk of the Boundless Buddha sect was one of them. The Demon Highness of the Demon region, Mo Tian, was one of them. The Patriarch of the 9 Elements Immortal sect, Zhou Yuanqing, was one of them. The Patriarch of the Zhao tribe, Zhao Shanhe, and Ling Qing Tian of the Spiritual Pavilion of the Spiritual region were also one of them. The 7 of them were considered the 7 great immortal emperors of the immortal realm. No one doubted their strength. The 7 of them, including the dead Mu Yun, Yu Xiantian, and Shui Yun and the other 2 who had achieved the martial monarch realm, had earned their reputation by stepping on the corpses of the peak immortal emperors. Who wouldn't want to become one of the strongest cultivators in the immortal realm? Jiao Wutian added when he saw Qi Tianwei's reaction. On top of that, the Howling Moon Peak of the Moon-Howling Heavenly Wolf tribe has collapsed for some reason, but a great secret has been revealed. Oh? What secret? The ancient demon Moon City. Jiao Wutian could clearly sense the change in Qi Tianwei's expression. Jiao Wutian, stop beating around the bush. Tell me, what do you want? Qi Tianwei was a monkey after all. Jiao Wutian knew Qi Tianwei had taken the bait. He said, Senior Monkey King, the Spirit Flame Heavenly Dragon tribe wants to team up with the Heaven-Devouring Shark tribe, the Long-Armed Immortal Monkey tribe, the Lesser Dragon tribe, the Tiger tribe, the 9-Winged Golden Eagle tribe, and the Silver Moon Snow Eagle tribe to fight the Wolf tribe. Oh? Qi Tianwei came to a realization after hearing the words. After beating around the bush for such a long time, the Spirit Flame Heavenly Dragon tribe only wants to team up with the others to interrogate them? Qi Tianwei laughed heartily. His entire body flew non-stop, leaping between the mountains and forests. Jiao Wutian, go back. Qi Tianwei laughed loudly and said, when you're leaving, just tell me. At that time, I'll naturally bring my monkey clan's sons and ask for a few infinite heaven-seizing pills. Hearing this, Jiao Wutian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was a success. I wonder if Jiao Wufa has succeeded. Time flew by. 3 months passed in a flash. Naturally, to Mu Yun, who was in the midst of refining, this was fleeting. On this day, Mu Yun stood in the alchemy room and exhaled. A long bone sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The entire body of the sword was made of white bones, and it was completely white. Occasionally, a ray of light would circulate within the long sword. I'll call you Dragonbone Sword then. Mu Yun felt extremely relaxed. In 3 months, he had refined the Dragonbone Sword. The entire sword was made of that piece of dragon bone. In addition, Mu Yun, a celestial equipment master, had personally constructed the talisman. Of course, it was perfect. Moreover, most importantly, Mu Yun's dragonization had improved. Unexpectedly, it was very harmonious with this piece of dragon bone. He liked this sword very much. After keeping the dragon bone sword, Mu Yun walked out of the alchemy room. A figure was standing anxiously outside the alchemy room. It seemed that he had been waiting for Mu Yun for a long time. Master Mu. Tian Jikong walked forward and impatiently pulled Mu Yun. He said, Master Mu, something bad has happened. My father invites you to the main hall for a discussion. What's the matter? Let's talk about it when we get there. All the elders are already here. They're all waiting for you. Without any further explanation, Tianjikong immediately pulled Mu Yun and sped toward the western side of the city. Along the way, Tian Jikong was extremely anxious. Mu Yun did not ask much and followed Tian Jikong to the west side of the city. At this moment, there were 20 to 30 people in the main hall. All of them looked worried and seemed to be very worried. On the main seat above, Tian Fengxiao no longer had his usual calm expression. He looked worried. What's wrong? Seeing that their expressions were not good, Mu Yun was puzzled. Mr. Mu, please take a seat. Tian Fengxiao stretched out his hand and smiled. Mu Yun did not know what was going on. She went up and looked at the people below. She asked, what happened? Indeed. Tian Fengxiao said bitterly. I just received news that the spiritual flame dragon, sky-devouring shark, long-armed immortal monkey, as well as the alternative dragon tribe, tiger tribe, and bird tribe have joined forces. At this moment, they are preparing to come to Moon Demon Ancient City to question us. Question? Question what? It's about Moon Demon Ancient City and you, Mr. Mu. Tian Fengxiao sighed and said, the news has been leaked. Someone knows that Mr. Mu has the infinite heaven-seizing elixir and wants to seize it. Secondly, Moon Demon Ancient City was left behind by the Demon Emperor. As long as one is from the Demon clan, their cultivation speed will increase by several times after entering this place. They also want a share of the loot. Hearing this, Mu Yun immediately understood what these people were worried about. You're saying that the 6 major demon clans are preparing to join forces to pressure us. They want the infinite heaven-seizing elixir and a share of Moon Demon Ancient City? That's about it. In your dreams. Mu Yun immediately said, what do you think? Of course we don't agree. Although this demonic Moon Ancient City was built by the Monarch Beast, the Monarch Beast was originally from the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf tribe. It's only right for us to be in control of it. However, they insist on saying that the Monarch Beast is the Monarch Beast of the Beast tribe and not the Monarch Beast of the Wolf tribe. As for the infinite heaven-seizing elixir, it's up to you, of course. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded and said, it's fine. Go do whatever you need to do. What? Go do whatever you need to do. The 6 great armies of the demon clan were about to arrive. This was no joke. The patriarchs of the 6 major demon clans were all second-rate immortal kings. Even if Tian Fengxiao's strength increased, he was only slightly stronger than them. He could crush one of them, but if 2 came, he would not be able to hold on. Moreover, there were now 6 of them. What? You don't believe me, the High Priestess? Mu Yun saw that the crowd had not dispersed and sneered. No matter how many of them come, as long as there are no immortal emperors descending, I'm not afraid. So, do you understand now? After Mu Yun said this, the crowd still did not leave. Mu Yun looked displeased as she looked at the crowd and said, I said that there are no immortal emperors descending, so you don't have to worry. Is it true that I, the High Priestess, have no authority in your wolf tribe? Seeing that Mu Yun was angry, Tian Fengxiao hurriedly gave a look to the elders present. The elders left the hall one by one. At this moment, Mu Yun turned to look at Tian Fengxiao and said, you don't believe me either, right? I deliberately sent those people away just now to ask you some questions. You seem to be the only one who knows about my refining of the limitless heaven-seizing pill. You should think about who you told. These people are very likely to have sold out the news. Just now, those elders in the hall, I think there should be someone who knows something. You should investigate carefully. Mr. Mu is right, I understand. Mu Yun said again, you also saw that when Tian Wuyao left, he gave me the Demon Moon Scythe. I think you know better than me the importance of this Demon Moon Scythe to Demon Moon Ancient City. Yes, yes, yes. Tian Fengxiao nodded continuously, not daring to refute. What Mu Yun said was indeed the truth. Tian Wuyao had indeed given the Demon Moon Scythe to Mu Yun. However, the Demon Moon Scythe's effect was powerful. The problem was, could Mu Yun control it? Are you worried that I can't control it? No, 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 absolutely not. Mu Yun looked at Tian Fengxiao's hurried explanation and said, don't joke around. If you feel that I can't control it, I'll give it to you, okay? I don't dare, I don't dare. Tian Fengxiao's face immediately dripped with sweat. He cupped his hands and said, everything is up to Mr. Mu. Let me tell you the truth. Even without the Demon Moon Scythe, I can control this ancient city. Mu Yun said confidently, when Xiaoqi left, the control of this Demon Moon ancient city was already in my hands. So, do what you should do. If they dare to come, I will make them pay the price. Thank you, Mr. Mu, for putting in so much effort for my wolf clan. There's no need to say these words. Since your ancestor entrusted me, I will naturally help your wolf clan well. Moreover, if you become a god in the future and reach the divine realm, I don't know what it will be like. Mu Yun deliberated and said, at that time, we might need to be even more united. Yes, 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 definitely. Tian Fengxiao was not stupid. On the contrary, as the wolf clan leader, he was very smart. Kailing Tian was Xiaoqi's father. Mu Yun cared for Xiaoqi so much. In the future, when Xiaoqi grew up, as long as she remembered Mu Yun, then Mu Yun would reach the sky in a single step. That was a divine dragon, that was why Tian Wuyao spent so much effort to remind him again and again. Tian Fengxiao understood this point in his heart. Mu Yun was a stock with potential, in the future, she would definitely be of great use. Even now, Mu Yun was very popular. She was an alchemy emperor, there was only one person in the entire divine realm. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Mu Yun shook her head and said, you guys keep saying that this Demon Moon ancient city was left behind by your ancestor and is very powerful. When danger comes, why don't you believe it? Hee. Hearing this, Tian Fengxiao said in shame, we don't know if the rumors are true. Mu Yun was speechless. The matter was over. Mu Yun returned to the East City. After a few months of development, Mu Yun had also recruited a lot of humans in the East City. Being surrounded by wolf cubs every day, she also felt uncomfortable. These humans were also suppressed by the wolf clan. The current Alchemy Emperor Pavilion could be said to be their heaven. Here, they knew what the right to be human was. Mu Yun returned to the mansion and looked at a house in the backyard. Over there, 10 blood guards surrounded him from front to back, making it so that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Walking to the door, Mu Yun looked at a blood guard and asked, Madam hasn't woken up yet? No, As usual, Mu Yun left the room and came to the martial arts practice field behind the mansion. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios meeting Jiao again. He was now a 5th grade celestial king, but his physical body was strong enough to withstand the attack of a 9th grade celestial king. However, his attack power needed to be improved. If he only defended and could not attack, he would be no different from a turtle. Mu Yun finally chose 2 celestial arts. These 2 celestial arts were not the ones he was familiar with in his previous life. Instead, they were the 2 sword techniques that his eldest senior brother liked. Heavenly Sword Technique. Heaven and Earth Sword Technique. These 2 sword techniques were both upper-grade king-grade celestial arts. They were very powerful. What Mu Yun liked was to challenge himself. In his previous life, his sword technique was not good. It could even be said that after he reached the position of the 10 great celestial kings, his sword technique was not good enough. Therefore, he was not very enthusiastic about swords. Instead, he liked spears very much. In this life, he started from scratch. He did not choose spears, but swords. That was because he was too familiar with spears. He was so familiar that he did not need to practice. As long as he had a spear in his hand and his body was strong enough, He could perform all the spear techniques that he had practiced before. Mu Yun stood in the martial arts field and slashed out one sword after another, carefully practicing. He kept recalling the details of his eldest senior brother's practice of this sword technique in his previous life, hoping to break through. He knew Lu Qingfeng's sword technique. In his eyes, in the entire celestial world, only his master, exterminating heavenly flame, could defeat Lu Qingfeng in sword technique. Slash after slash, Mu Yun's figure was in the martial arts field day after day. A month later, in the entire Moon Demon ancient city, there was suddenly a series of urgent bell chimes. Mu Yun was interrupted and frowned. What's going on? Immediately, someone jogged over and said while panting, I heard that the warriors of the 6 great clans have already killed their way into the Wolf clan's territory from all directions. Clan leader Tian Fengxiao has gathered everyone to discuss a strategy. Oh. Mu Yun nodded and said, tell them to do what they should do. High Priestess, this. Didn't you hear what I said? Mu Yun said indifferently, everyone, just don't leave Demon Moon ancient city. I understand. That person immediately turned and left. Not long after, an ear-piercing sound was heard in the sky, and a figure directly landed on the martial field. Tianji Kong, you came at the right time. Practice with me. Mr. Mu, it's a matter of life and death. The 6 tribes are here. Even the golden-horned heavenly ox and the 9-tailed celestial fox tribe, who are on good terms with our Moonhell heavenly wolf tribe, have come. They're here too? Are you here to extort a confession? That's not it. They're just here to pay a visit. They hope that Mr. Mu can give them the limitless heaven-seizing pill. Emperor in Extreme said awkwardly, if you give it to them, they'll help us. If you don't, your Moonhell Wolf's friends aren't that great either. Mu Yun pursed her lips and said, shouldn't we help each other in times of crisis? Hearing this, Tianjikong could only bitterly smile. How would you know, Mr. Mu? Tianjikong said bitterly, the friendship between the demon clans is not much stronger than that between humans. Furthermore, the 6 tribes are invading us this time. Alright, I'll go with you. Mu Yun put away the dragon bone sword and left with Tianjikong. At this moment, in the main hall of the West City, Tian Fengxiu was wearing a long black robe. He was sitting on the throne, and he had an imposing appearance. However, at this moment, there was no trace of arrogance. There was one person sitting on each side of him. The person on the left was burly and had strong arms. He looked like a brute. The person on the right attracted the attention of everyone present. It was a woman. The woman's upper body was wrapped in a transparent white silk that was wrapped around her chest. As she breathed in and out, her ample bosom rippled. As she sat on the chair, her small waist that could not be grasped with one's hand moved casually was captivating. At a glance, even when she sat down, her curvaceous figure was fully displayed. Moreover, this woman's face was fair with a hint of rosy. She did not wear any makeup, but her posture was better than thousands of beauties. Her every frown and smile gave people a feeling of great charm. Most importantly, there was only one word to describe her, seductive, seductive to the bones. Wolf King, it's really hard to invite this Master Mu of yours. The burly man could not help but complain. Hee, Brother Jean, wait a little longer. There's still some distance between the West City and the East City. Tian Fengxiu said with a smile. I can wait, but I don't know if the warriors of the 6 tribes will be here soon. Can they wait? Jean Ben, as the patriarch of the golden-horned heavenly ox clan, is that all you have? The woman beside him smiled faintly and said, what's the harm in waiting a little longer? Moreover, he's also a king-grade celestial alchemist. Io, the Fox clan's patriarch is unhappy? Jean Ben chuckled and said, little girl, how long have you been the patriarch? Is it as long as a fraction of my time? Jean Ben, if you're not convinced, we can have a fight. Let's see. The woman said indifferently, unwilling to admit defeat. I'm not interested in having a fight with you. Jean Ben did not know why he was scared when he heard this. Tian Fengxiu, on the other hand, knew the reason. The woman's name was Jiao Shui'er. 500 years ago, the Fox clan had mysteriously announced that Jiao Shui'er would be the new patriarch. As for the old patriarch, Du Yulan, no one knew where he went. What was even more miraculous was that Jiao Shui's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Her current strength was probably on par with theirs. According to rumors, the old patriarch was killed and Jiao Shui had an expert guiding her. There were even rumors that the expert was one of the 10 mysterious celestial kings of the demon clan, Yao Shuiji. Of course, these were just rumors. No one knew if they were true or not. However, there was no doubt that Jiao Shui's strength and methods were top-notch. Although she was beautiful and charming, under her leadership, the Fox clan had been improving for the past 500 years. Among the 9 clans, the Fox clan, which was originally at the bottom, was improving day by day. Both of you, please wait patiently. Master Mu should be here soon. Xianxia had to be polite since he had a favor to ask of the two of them. I'd like to see what kind of superhuman abilities this kid has. How dare he make me wait for him here? I don't have any superhuman abilities. Moreover, I didn't ask you to wait for me. Moreover, if you want to wait, you can leave if you don't want to. At that moment, a voice was heard outside the main hall. Mu Yun followed Tianjikong into the main hall. Jin Ben and Jiao Shui looked at the entrance of the main hall. A figure strode in. He had a strong body and a handsome face. His long hair was tied up, and a strand of hair fluttered in front of his forehead. Eh? Jiao Shui was stunned when she saw the person. However, Mu Yun stood rooted to the ground in a daze. Slowly, step by step, he walked towards Jiao Shui and gently caressed her face. The next moment, he pulled Jiao Shui into his arms. Everyone was petrified when they saw this. Jin Ben's eyes widened as he stared at Mu Yun. There were only 6 words in his mind: this kid is dead meat. The others were completely stupefied. Xianxia was speechless. Even if Jiao Shui was beautiful, Mu Yun couldn't just hug her like that. Moreover, his wife was also very beautiful. Jiao it's really you. I feel like I'm dreaming. Mu Yun muttered. Jiao Shui was indeed Jiao Jiao was overjoyed. She looked at Mu Yun and said, "Little Yun, you're not dead yet. I thought you were dead." Jiao little Yun, what was going on? Everyone was stunned again. Ahem, Mu Yun coughed and said, "You remember now?" "Of course. I'm now the reincarnation of 9 tails. I naturally remember why I fell in the lower realm in my previous life. I was wondering why you looked like that when you saw me back then. It turns out that you're not dead either. You've changed your body and are much more handsome." Jiao said happily, "I heard that you killed Yu Huafeng in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect 500 years ago and then self-destructed. I thought you were dead again. I didn't expect you to be alive." "I didn't expect you to be alive." Why did it sound like she wanted him to die quickly? However, everyone was stunned when they heard Jiao's words. These two people simply wouldn't stop until their words shocked people to death. Xianxia only knew now that Mu Yun was Mu Yun and Mu Yun. This Mu Yun was the Mu Yun from 500 years ago and the Mu Yu from 10,000 years ago. Oh my god, he was completely dumbfounded. Immortal King Mu Yun had become the high priest of his wolf clan. Everyone was discussing animatedly at this moment. Their hearts were exploding. This was even more explosive than the attack of the 6 clans. Xianxia suddenly understood. He finally knew why Mu Yun's alchemy skills were so powerful. Since ancient times, Meng Zimo was indeed the #1 alchemy immortal. However, there was only one person who could surpass her, and that was Mu Yun. All of this was simply too inconceivable. In the main hall, heavy breathing sounds rose and fell one after another. Mu Yun looked at Jiao beside her and walked to the front of the main hall, standing together with Xianxia. "Brother Tian, I'm sorry. I've been hiding my identity before." It's okay." Xianxia didn't know what to say at this moment. Report. At this moment, a voice sounded outside the main hall. "The 6 clans' army has set off at this moment. I estimate that they will arrive at Demon Moon Ancient City in less than a quarter of an hour. Your Majesty, what should we do?" As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of panic appeared in the main hall. The Demon Clan army was coming. What should he do? At this moment, Xianxia looked at Mu Yun for help and said, "Mr. Mu, I don't care who you are. I won't disobey the Patriarch's orders. Everything is up to you." As soon as these words were spoken, Jiao and Jin Ben were stunned. When did Tai and Fengxiu become so obedient to Mu Yun and become Mu Yun's subordinate, and the patriarch? What was going on? It was just that Mu Yun didn't have the time to explain to them. Everyone, please follow me to the city to watch a good show. Mu Yun waved her hands and looked at everyone with a hint of confidence in her eyes. This time, since they dared to come, she would beat them until they couldn't take care of themselves. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The army suppresses the city. Mu Yun walked to Jiao side and said, Jiao, you're a top-tier immortal king now. You have to protect me well. Don't worry, little Yun, I won't let anything happen to you. Not bad, not bad. Mu Yun smiled and said, since that's the case, come to my room after this battle. I'll show you how I refine pills and help you refine the limitless heaven-seizing pill. I'll refine as many as you want. Oh? Really? How can it be fake? But you have to come to my room secretly at night. Bang, Jiao punched Mu Yun and snorted, why would I go to your room at night? Little Yun, you've been led astray all these years. Haha, Mu Yun didn't mind and laughed loudly. The two of them walked side by side and left the hall. Moon Demon Ancient City was under Howling Moon Peak. Originally, Howling Moon Peak was 1,000 meters above the surrounding ground. Now that Moon Demon Ancient City was exposed, it was exactly the same as the ground. At this moment, figures stood on top of the ancient city. Mu Yun was in the middle, and Jiao stood beside her. On the other side, the two patriarchs, Tian Fengxiu and Jin Ben, stood together. Tian Fengxiu, this Mu Yun is the leader of the Cloud Alliance. Didn't you know? Jin Ben asked in surprise. I really didn't know, you're really bold. Jin Ben shrunk his neck and said, 500 years ago, Mu Yun was rumored to be dead. The Cloud Alliance went crazy and wanted to attack the 33 Heavens Sword Sect. If it weren't for the 4 sects attacking the Cloud Alliance, the Sword Sect would have been in danger. You still dare to let him stay? I didn't abuse him. Why wouldn't I dare to let him stay? Tian Fengxiu said with certainty. Now that you know he's the leader of the Cloud Alliance, what will you do? What can I do? Tian Fengxiu said helplessly, there's a Saint Fate. It's hard to refuse it. Saint Fate? What Saint Fate? Seeing Jin Ben's expression, Tian Fengxiu said in a low voice. Demon God Emperor. When Jin Ben heard Tian Fengxiu's words, his entire person was thoroughly stunned. Shoo, Tian Fengxiu said agitatedly, will you die if you keep your voice down? Oh. Jin Ben said nervously, so the Beast Emperor really stepped through the void and arrived in the divine world. Tian Fengxiu, your luck is good. You managed to climb up the Beast Emperor's side, and the Beast Emperor climbed up the Dragon Race's side. When you enter the divine world in the future, you will definitely achieve meteoric success. That's what I thought too. But look, isn't this trouble coming? This is nothing. Jin Ben clicked his tongue and said, with Demon Moon Ancient City in hand, your wolf clan's strength advancing by leaps and bounds is nothing difficult. Moreover, there's this immortal alchemist here. Looking at Mu Yun, Tian Fengxiu's heart tightened. Slowly, she leaned on Jin Ben's ear and whispered something. What? Pill Master D, he is actually. Can you keep your voice down? Looking at Jin Ben, Tian Fengxiu was truly speechless. Oh my god. At this moment, Jin Ben suppressed the shock in his heart and whispered, Pill Master D, Mu Yun actually became an Pill Master D. At that time, I was very puzzled. When did such a powerful Pill Master appear in the immortal world? I've never heard of this name. Who would have thought that he was Mu Yun? Tian Fengxiu smiled bitterly and said, perhaps this is fate. If I don't listen to Lord Demon God's words and enter the divine world in the future, when that dragon god finds out, I'll probably die the moment I enter the divine world. Then you won't enter the divine world? If I don't enter the divine world, I'll wait for death here? Tian Fengxiu sneered and said, what are we pursuing? It's longevity, it's eternity, how can we stop and move forward? That's true. Jin Ben nodded. Tian Fengxiu looked at Jin Ben and said, Brother Jin, if it was you, what would you do? What would I do? Jin Ben laughed and said, if it were me, I would definitely listen to Mu Yun seriously. She's an Pill Master D. If I serve her well, I might be able to become an immortal emperor. At that time, who in the immortal world can stop me? Listen to a human? What's wrong with listening to a human? For longevity, for strength, I can even call him father. At this moment, the two of them were discussing with each other. On the other side, Mu Yun and Jiao were also chatting. When you arrived in the immortal world, how did you end up in the Fox clan? I'm originally from the Fox clan. When I came to the immortal world, I naturally entered the Fox clan first. Jiao smiled and said, but I didn't expect you to be able to endure for 500 years, hee. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, do you think I'm willing to endure? It's because I've been recovering for the past 500 years. Now, I'm only a 5th-grade immortal king. Look at you, you're already a 2nd-rate immortal king. You're chatting happily with Jin Ben and Tian Fengxiao, these big shots of the demon clan. Don't talk nonsense. I don't think you're chatting happily with them, but you're not afraid of them at all. That's true, Mu Yun nodded and said confidently, because soon, once I reach the 6th-grade immortal king, I might be able to refine emperor-level immortal pills. As soon as these words came out, Jiao's face turned solemn. Really? Who would I lie to? I won't lie to Jiao. Mu Yun smiled and said. Good, little Yun. I have someone to introduce to you. Perhaps it'll be of help to your revenge plan. Oh? Let's solve the problem in front of us first, then we'll talk in detail. All right. The two of them stood side by side on the city wall. In front of them, an imposing aura of dark clouds was slowly approaching. Seeing this scene, Mu Yan's heart stirred. An inexplicable aura spread out. The entire Demon Moon ancient city instantly appeared in a light screen, enveloping the ancient city. This is what you're relying on? Jiao asked curiously. Of course it's not just this. The 6 clans are attacking together. The 6 great demon kings were nothing to me in my previous life. This time, there's no need to mention them. Mu Yun said confidently. Hearing this, Jiao looked at Mu Yun with an even more dazzling gaze. Little Yun, you were a bit of a bastard in your previous life. But now, it seems that you're more mature than in your previous life. There's no other way. Mu Yun smiled and said, the more you know, the more burdens you have to bear. Jiao didn't understand what Mu Yun meant, but she didn't ask in detail. And at this moment, the army had finally arrived, the dark mass of the army rushed over. The entire Demon Moon ancient city was immediately surrounded on all sides. The demon clan warriors below were clearly divided into 6 groups. The spiritual flame sky dragon, the sky devouring shark, the monkey clan, the tiger clan, the alternative dragon clan, and the bird clan. At this moment, the warriors of the 6 clans were awe-inspiring. In front of the group, 6 figures stood still. Looking carefully, Mu Yun realized that the 6 of them were all familiar faces. Old friends, long time no see. The corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up. At this moment, a middle-aged man from the spiritual flame dragon clan walked forward. The man was dressed in a purple robe, and there was a touch of paleness between his eyebrows. He looked like he was malnourished. Tian Fengxiao, we came to your Demon Moon ancient city to take a look. Is this how you treat us? As soon as these words came out, Tian Fengxiao said, Jiao Ben, don't just stand there and talk. Let's not beat around the bush. What do you want to do? Are you embarrassed to say it? This person was the patriarch of the spiritual flame dragon clan, Jiao Ben. I don't want to do anything. Jiao Ben smiled and said, I'm just chatting with an old friend. Isn't it good to chat? You've seen the Demon Moon ancient city. You can leave now. Tian Fengxiao said indifferently. Tian Fengxiao, when did you become so timid? At this moment, the patriarch of the sky-devouring shark clan, Xianxia, walked out. He was dressed in a blue robe and had a burly figure. His mouth was split open to his ears, and his sawtooth-like teeth gave off an eerie feeling. Xianxia shouted, Tian Fengxiao, open the city gate and let us in. The Demon Moon ancient city is not only the Moon-Howling Wolf clan's Demon Moon ancient city, but also the demon clans. Moreover, since your Mr. Mu has the infinite heaven-seizing pill, we won't snatch it from him. How much is one infinite heaven-seizing pill worth? Just tell us, we'll pay. Sorry, not for sale. At this moment, Mu Yun stood out and said indifferently, "The infinite heaven-seizing pill is a half-emperor level immortal pill. You can't afford one. Your master Mu?" Monkey King Chi Tianwei stood out and said with a smile, "Not bad. You're quite fair, and you're good at alchemy. However, why are you not selling it? Could it be that you spread the rumor on purpose?" "That's right." Mu Yun looked at Chi Tianwei and said with a faint smile, "The rumor is false. There is no infinite heaven-seizing pill at all. So, what are you doing here?" Chi Tianwei's face turned sullen when he heard this. "Mr. Mu, we only want to buy a few infinite heaven-seizing pills. Give us the pills, and our nine-winged Golden Eagle clan and Silvermoon Snow Eagle clan will retreat immediately." "Oh," Mu Yun nodded and said, "Diao Yuan Zhua, Shueshi Yuan, you birds mean that if I give you the pills, you'll retreat. If I don't give you the pills, you'll kill me, right?" As soon as he said this, the two of them nodded without changing their expressions. "I'm a king-level immortal alchemist who can refine half-emperor-level immortal pills. I can even compete with Meng Zimo. Being threatened by you like this, do you still have the dignity of an immortal alchemist?" Mu Yun suddenly shouted, "If that's the case, then come and kill me. I don't have the pills, but I'll give you my life." "Kid, we've already given you enough face." "Given me enough face?" Mu Yun looked at the person who spoke. It was Zi Tianba, one of the 5 tiger kings of the Tiger clan. "Zi Tianba, I don't need you to give me face. If you want to kill me, just come and kill me," Mu Yun said without any trace of politeness. Hearing this, the few monster kings present were completely enraged. Mu Yun was simply a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. The hotter it got, the more reckless he became. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Okay, I beg you, quickly come to the ancient city and kill me." As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, Jiaobin was completely enraged. Swoosh swoosh, 2 figures suddenly rushed out at this moment. Those 2 people were his right-hand men, Jiao Wuwu and Jiao Wutian. These 2 people were also well-known top-notch immortal kings in the immortal world. They had the strength of a third-rate immortal king. At this moment, the 2 figures rushed out without saying a word and attacked Mu Yun on the city wall. "You're courting death." The 11 beast emperors whoosh whoosh. At that moment, 2 golden spears appeared on the city walls of Demon Moon Ancient City. Whistling sounds filled the air and 2 figures were instantly pierced through by the golden spears. Their life force dissipated. The 2 figures were impaled on the ground. Seeing this, the army at the front immediately burst into a roar. "That's Jiao Wutian and Jiao Wufa, right? Yeah, they both possess the strength of a third-rate immortal emperor. They are considered the top cultivators in the immortal realm." But how? The crowd burst into an uproar. The astonishment in their hearts had greatly surpassed their expressions. It was too terrifying, the crowd could not hide the astonishment in their hearts. Wufa, Wutian. Jiao Ben, the patriarch of the spiritual flame heavenly Jiao tribe, completely lost his mind. Mu Yun had killed Jiao Wutian and Jiao Wufa. It was the same as breaking his arms. More importantly, at this very moment, it was like a slap to his face. Who isn't afraid of death? Mu Yun looked at the crowd and waved her finger, "Keep it up." The demonic Moon Ancient City was left behind by the Beast Emperor, Tian Wuya. The city was as sturdy as metal. Not only was it good at defense, it was also good at offense. Mu Yun was only using the tip of the iceberg. If she were to use her full strength and open up the demonic Moon Ancient City, she could easily slaughter the Beast Emperors. It was not a joke. Mu Yun glanced at the crowd with a hint of disdain. These guys were still clueless about the situation, the Beast Emperors were dumbfounded. They were aware of Jiao Wufa and Jiao Wutian's strength, yet they were killed instantly as soon as the battle began. The demonic Moon Ancient City was already rumored to be a magical place, and now, in Mu Yun's hands, it was indeed as magical as it seemed. The Beast Emperors began to hesitate. What should they do now? The Beast Emperors exchanged glances with one another. They had no idea what to do. "Everyone, let's charge!" Jiaobin yelled, "This kid is trying to control the demonic Moon Ancient City on his own. He's overestimating himself. I don't believe he can control the entire city on his own. Let's charge!" As soon as this was said, it immediately received a response from the crowd. They had traveled thousands of miles to come here, and they would not be scared off by the death of 2 people. Spirit Flame Heavenly Flood Dragon Warriors, heed my command. Heaven Devouring Shark Warriors, heed my command. Grandsons of the Long-Armed Immortal Monkey, heed my command. Drakes, heed my command. Warriors of the Tiger Clan, receive the order. The 9-Winged Golden Condor Clan has received the order. Silvermoon Snow Eagle Clan, heed my command. All of a sudden, the 6 warriors of the Demon Clan stood solemnly. When Tian Fengxiao saw this scene, his eyelids could not help twitching. Other than the Demon Emperor of the past, he had never seen such a scene before. Kill! In an instant, an earth-shattering whistling sound rang out. Tens of thousands of elite monster race warriors from all around the demonic Moon Ancient City charged over. Seeing this, Mu Yun's lips curled into a cruel smile. Brother Tian, if I were to massacre these demon race warriors, you wouldn't be heartbroken, right? Mu Yun asked. Heartbroken? Tian Fengxiao hurriedly shook his head and said, these guys invaded my Moonhell Heavenly Wolf Clan and thought that my Moonhell Heavenly Wolf Clan is easy to bully. Mr. Mu should teach them a lesson. That will do. Mu Yun said indifferently, since that's the case, then let's show them red. When Mu Yun finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a vigorous aura spread out. A crazy aura spread out at this moment, one by one, one by one. The entire demonic Moon Ancient City seemed to be condensed with a soaring murderous aura. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in an instant, small holes appeared on the city wall. In those holes, weapons condensed from immortal chi shot out mercilessly. Slashing sounds rang out, and the entire city gate turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood at this moment. However, those monster race warriors were still charging forward without any regard for their lives. At this moment, Mu Yun stood on the city wall and looked at everything indifferently. He wanted to see how the monster kings of the 6 clans were going to deal with this. At this moment, the sky-devouring shark clan leader, Hu Qinsheng, shouted, charging like this will only exhaust our strength. Why don't we join forces and break through directly? If we join forces, I don't believe that this demonic Moon Ancient City can withstand it. Alright. Alright. Hu Qinsheng's idea immediately received everyone's support. Whoosh. 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 Whoosh, the spiritual flame heavenly dragon clan leader, Jiao Ben, the sky-devouring shark clan leader, Hu Qinsheng, the long-armed immortal monkey clan leader, Qi Tianwei, the 9-winged golden eagle and silvermoon snow eagle clan leaders, Diao Yuanzhua and Xue Shiyuan, the alternative dragon clan leader, Long Hongyu, in addition to the 5 monster tiger clan leaders of the tiger clan. At this moment, 11 extremely powerful monster kings, who were all at the peak of the second-rate immortal king realm, rushed out completely. Even Tian Fengxiao was shocked and a little flustered by such a situation. These 11 people, if placed in the past, were on par with him. Although his strength had increased now and he had the strength to fight against 1 or 2 of them, if he were to face these 11 people, he would definitely be killed. There was no possibility of escaping, however, seeing that Mu Yun was very calm beside him, Tian Fengxiao also calmed down a little. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. This Mu Yun was indeed worthy of being one of the 10 great immortal kings of the past. Now, she was still able to maintain such calmness. It was truly admirable. Mu Yun naturally wouldn't be afraid of such a scene. In his previous life, even when facing thousands of immortal kings, he could choose to self-destruct and let everyone die with him. That kind of situation was much stronger than now. Mu Yun watched as the 11 second-rate immortal kings rushed over and gathered together, wanting to break through the city by force. She sneered in her heart. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. As Mu Yun's words fell, her figure soared into the air. She was dressed in a long black robe, took off the hat on her head, and revealed her true appearance. Her figure slowly rose, and finally, she stood firmly a few hundred meters above Demon Moon Ancient City. Standing in the air and looking at the 11 demon kings who were only a few hundred meters away from her, Mu Yun said indifferently, "It's not too late for you to withdraw your troops now." Withdraw? Dream on. Jiaobin had lost 2 of his right-hand men, and he was already furious. Now, Mu Yun wanted him to withdraw his troops? What a joke. Since you don't want to withdraw your troops, then there's no other way. Mu Yun looked at the 11 of them and said, "Who among you wants to die first?" Wherever her gaze passed, Mu Yun saw a familiar figure. That figure was very familiar to her. Xianxia, you are one of the 5 tiger kings, the patriarch of the blood-striped heavenly tiger clan. If you withdraw from this matter, I won't kill you. Mu Yun looked at Xianxia and said indifferently. Can you kill me? Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled and said, Xianxia, if you have any guts, you should think about your former master and your good friend, immortal King Mu Yun. Without him, would you be able to become the patriarch of a clan? On account of your friendship with immortal King Mu Yun, I won't kill you. If you have time, you can look for your former master. He might still be alive. Xianxia was stunned when he heard this. He said, how do you know? Mu Yun did not know if he was referring to how he knew about the friendship between Xianxia and her in the past, or that she was not dead. Leave. I said that I won't kill you. Otherwise, once I use it, I'm afraid I won't be able to control it. Mu Yun scanned the crowd and said indifferently, you might all die. The 11 demon kings were completely stunned when they heard this. Xianxia shouted, my brotherhood with immortal King Mu Yun is between immortal King Mu Yun and me. It has nothing to do with you. If you know that Brother Mu is not dead, you can tell me. I will definitely find him. There are many people who want to kill him. I, Xianxia, will definitely protect him. Alright, I will spare your life based on your words. Mu Yun and Xianxia met in the demon realm in their previous lives. However, at that time, Mu Yun was only a small heaven immortal, and Xianxia was an ordinary clansman of the blood-striped tiger clan. The two of them met, got to know each other, and became friends. Later on, Mu Yun went to the land of extreme chaos, and Xianxia followed. Mu Yun established the Cloud Alliance in the immortal world, and Xianxia followed. Later on, when the Cloud Alliance was established, Xianxia said that he wanted to return to the demon realm and fight for the position of patriarch. Mu Yun gladly agreed. Later on, when Xianxia became the patriarch of the blood-striped tiger clan, one of the 5 tiger clans, Mu Yun was happy for him. The two of them kept in touch from time to time. Until Mu Yun died. Her feelings for Xianxia naturally could not be compared to Xiaqing's, but Mu Yun treated him as a friend from the bottom of her heart. Moreover, she knew that this friend would not stab her in the back. Mu Yun looked at the others and said slowly, it seems that you are eager to die. I will fulfill your wishes. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun slowly stretched out her right hand. In an instant, the demon moon scythe appeared in her hand. The demon moon scythe looked more like a scythe, the scythe of the Grim Reaper. The handle was nearly 2 meters long, and the scythe blade was half a meter long. It was placed horizontally at the top of the handle, and the sharp light emitted a terrifying aura. A violent aura surged. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura exploded from her entire body. This is the demon moon scythe. Long Hong Yu, the patriarch of the alternative dragon clan, shouted, wasn't the demon moon scythe taken away by Tian Wuya? Why is it in this guy's hands? As soon as he said this, the other demon kings were shocked. Who in the demon clan did not know about the demon moon scythe? This was the immortal weapon that the demon emperor used to kill everyone back then. It was a name accumulated from the blood of countless demon clans. However, why was it in his hands? Demon Moon Ancient City, open. Demon Moon Scythe, /. At this moment, Mu Yun did not care at all. She waved her hand, and the demon moon scythe in her hand directly exploded. Crackling sounds could be heard immediately. In the center of the ancient city, a dark green light directly rose into the sky. It was an eye that always had a green light. That eye was hundreds of meters wide. As it opened and closed, a dark green light shone down. Kill. At this moment, Mu Yun waved her hand and pointed in a direction. Whoosh, a ray of light shot out from the green eye. Puff, puff, puff. All the demon clans that were hit by the green light immediately turned into smoke and completely dissipated. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. Translator, Transin editor, Transin very powerful, right? Swoosh. 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 Swoosh, within the green eyes, it was as if a laser beam shot out. Almost none of the martial artists who were illuminated by it could survive. Upon seeing this, the 11 demon kings were completely horrified. What would happen if the green light shone on their bodies? However, at this moment, they were no longer allowed to think about it. At this very moment, those green lights directly shot toward the 11 of them. Xiaobin let out a low roar and transformed into a 1,000-meter-long flood dragon body. He did not fly into the sky, but his huge tail directly shot down. Boom, a loud explosion rang out, and the ground cracked inch by inch. Crackling sounds immediately spread out. However, when this voice spread out, it gave people an extremely ear-piercing feeling. Suddenly, a horrible shriek filled the air. Xiaobin's tail slammed into the Demon Moon Ancient City and a rumbling sound spread in the air. The Demon Moon Ancient City wasn't injured at all, but his tail had been cut off. If it wasn't for his flesh and blood, his entire tail would have fallen off. Seeing this, the other monster kings were also astonished. Even if the Demon Moon Ancient City's defense is overbearing, its attack is also fierce. Now, they had completely become Mu Yun's targets. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, ear-piercing sounds could be heard as beams of green light shot out continuously under Mu Yun's control. At this moment, the allied army could not resist at all. And at this moment, Mu Yun waved the Demon Moon sickle, hitting wherever she pointed. In the sky, the color of blood filled the air. On the ground, blood also converged to form rivers. Seeing this scene, the people from the Wolf Clan were completely dumbfounded. After all, the Demon Moon Ancient City was only a legend. They never expected that the legend would be so powerful. 11 Demon Kings. Are they very powerful? Mu Yun waved the demonic moon sickle in her hand. Streaks of blood-red light appeared and attacked. Puff puff puff, immediately, the 11 demon kings retreated in a sorry state. A few of them even had their limbs chopped off by the blood light. If news of this were to spread, it would shock the entire immortal world. A 5th great immortal king defeated the strongest demon king in the entire demon domain with a single attack. Retreat. Xiaobin had no other choice. If this continued, they would suffer disastrous losses. Many of their 6 clans' armies had already been killed. However, the Wolf Clan, the Golden-Horned Heavenly Ox Clan, and the 9-Tailed Celestial Fox Clan had yet to make a move. At that moment, Jin Ben and Jiao were clearly stunned by Mu Yun's performance. There was no need to mention Jiao. Before meeting Mu Yun, she and Jin too had planned that if the Moonhell Heavenly Wolf King was unwilling to hand over the infinite heaven-seizing elixir, their 2 clans would join the great army of the 6 clans. But now, there was no need for that. Even if they joined, they wouldn't be able to break through Demon Moon Ancient City. Instead, they would suffer heavy losses like the 6 great clans. Seeing the army retreating hastily, Mu Yun waved the Demon Moon Scythe in her hand again and again, killing over 1,000 people before stopping. Finally, the army disappeared from everyone's sight. Mu Yun walked down, looked at them, and said, "Brother Tian, clan leader Jin Pai, Jiao, there's no need to worry now. Everyone, go and do what you need to do. Jiao, come with me." Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, "How many infinite heaven-seizing elixirs do you want? Just tell me." "Thank you, Immortal King Mu." Hearing this, Mu Yun rubbed Jiao's head and said with a smile, "Even you know how to tease me now? Immortal King Mu." Jin Ben suddenly said, "Immortal King Mu, please give me an infinite heaven-seizing elixir." "Oh? On what basis?" Looking at Jin Ben, Mu Yun asked. This, Jin Ben cupped his hands and said, "Immortal King Mu, since you are the former leader of the Cloud Alliance, you will definitely return to the Cloud Alliance in the future. And the enemies of the Cloud Alliance are the 9 Elements Immortal Sect, Zhao, the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect, and the Blood Realm. In the future, if Mr. Mu can't take care of the 4 sides, my Golden-Horned Heavenly Ox Clan thought that Mr. Mu could hold the Blood Realm back." "Oh?" Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, "Clan leader Jin Pai, you mean, you are willing to join forces with me and form an alliance?" "That's right," Jin Ben said through gritted teeth. He had been stuck in the second-rate Immortal King realm for too long. If he could rely on the infinite heaven-seizing elixir to enter the first-rate Immortal King realm, he might even have a chance to reach the Arch realm in the future. At that time, he would be able to stabilize the immortal realm. It was too difficult to rely on his own strength alone. However, Mu Yun was an immortal alchemist. And she was not just a king-level immortal alchemist. In the future, if he could break through to the Arch Realm, he would need Mu Yun to help him refine an Emperor-level immortal elixir to help him break through to the immortal Emperor realm. An Emperor-level immortal alchemist like her was worth roping in. All right. Mu Yun nodded and said, I have an infinite heaven-seizing elixir here. If you want it, I'll give it to you first. If I see clan leader Jin Pai's sincerity in the future, I, Mu Yun, will definitely help clan leader Jin Pai break through to the Arch Realm, or even, the Immortal Realm. Mu Yun said faintly, I think clan leader Jin Pai should know that I have the ability to do so. Yes, yes, yes. Jin Ben received the infinite heaven-seizing elixir with a look of excitement. With that, Mu Yun pulled Jiao small hand and left the city wall. Tian Fengxiao laughed and walked over. Jin Ben, you've fallen into a trap. Tian Fengxiao laughed. Fallen into a trap? That's right. Tian Fengxiao laughed and said, if you eat this infinite heaven-seizing elixir, your strength will increase. You will definitely think of the second and third elixir. Even if you break through to the immortal Emperor realm, you will still yearn for Mu Yun to refine an Emperor-level immortal elixir for you. Aren't you trapped by her? TSK, I thought you were talking about something else. Jin Ben said in a low voice, since ancient times, which martial artist was not subdued by an alchemist? Back then, wasn't Mu Yun also bewitched by Meng Zimo? It doesn't matter if I'm bewitched. As long as I can enter the Arch Realm and reach the immortal realm, what's wrong with that? Hee, you have the same idea as me. Tian Fengxiao laughed and said, this kid's background is not that simple. In the future, if you can really enter the immortal realm, you will know. Oh? Jin Ben immediately became interested and said, tell me about it then. That won't do. Tian Fengxiao said mysteriously, this is a secret. I'm going to break up with you. I think you're a coward. Seeing the warriors of the 6 major clans coming, you want to break up with me, right? Old thing, Demon Moon Ancient City stood on top of the former Howling Moon Peak. From afar, it looked like a solemn castle. At this moment, the warriors of the 6 major clans had suffered great losses. They gathered in a forest 100 miles away from Demon Moon Ancient City to reorganize. The 11 monster kings of the 6 major clans had ugly expressions at this moment. Jiao Ben, you have seen the power of Demon Moon Ancient City. Do you have any ideas? Heaven-devouring shark clan leader Hu Qinsheng frowned and said. What ideas can I have? Jiao Ben said angrily. He had suffered the greatest loss this time. His 2 right-hand men were completely dead. Why are you angry at me? Hu Qinsheng snorted and said, Jiao Wufa and Jiao Wutian's death has nothing to do with me. Did I kill them? Alright, the 2 of you stop arguing. This time, none of us expected that the Demon Moon Ancient City would be so powerful. Long Hong Yu, clan leader of the Viper Dragon clan, sighed and said, however, who is that Mr. Mu? Did you see that Tian Fengxiao did not interrupt when he was talking today? Jin Ben and Jiao Shuer did not answer either. This guy seems to have a high status in the Wolf clan. Jiao Ben frowned and said, it seems like a human who suddenly appeared. His alchemy skills are very good. Tian Fengxiao has made him the high priest of the Howling Moon Wolf clan. His status is the same as his. Oh? Shui Xian, clan leader of the Blood-Striped Tiger clan, one of the 5 tiger clans, said, Tian Fengxiao is obsessed with power. Is he willing to give up his power like this? Who knows? Maybe it's an empty position. Empty position? Shui Xian frowned and did not say anything. Everyone. At this moment, Diao Yuanzhua, clan leader of the 9-winged Golden Condor clan, and Shui Shiyuan, clan leader of the Silver Moon Snow Eagle clan, stood up. Diao Yuanzhua said, I think everyone is helpless about this matter. The Bird clan has decided to withdraw. Brother Diao. Jiao Ben said nervously, this is a critical moment. How can you withdraw? Diao Yuanzhua said apologetically, I'm sorry, clan leader Jiao Ben. We just received news from the Honorable Envoy that we are withdrawing. Honorable Envoy, hearing this, the clan leaders were all dumbfounded. Since when did the Nine-Winged Golden Condor clan and the Silver Moon Snow Eagle clan have an honorable envoy? Jiaobin was stunned when he heard this. He said, Diao Yuanzhua, Shueshi Yuan, you are the clan leaders of the Nine-Winged Golden Condor clan and the Silver Moon Snow Eagle clan. Who has the authority to order you around? Furthermore, I have never heard of the honorable envoy position in your two clans. If you are afraid, just say it. I, Jiaobin, will not laugh at you. Diao Yuanzhua was infuriated when he heard this. Jiaobin, you were the one who suggested this, but there was no plan at all. Our bird clan has lost a lot of people and we have nothing to show for it. Do you still want us to waste our time here with you? You, everyone, if you are willing to die, then go ahead. Our bird clan will not be serving you anymore. Diao Yuanzhua and Shueshi Yuan brought their fists together and bade farewell. The two figures left the tent. Instantly, angry roars could be heard from within the tent. The two did not care. They led their clansmen and began to withdraw. Diao Yuanzhua said helplessly, I don't know what the honorable envoy is thinking. She asked us to follow her, but now she is asking us to withdraw. I thought the honorable envoy would do it herself. The honorable envoy's strength is too strong for us to fathom. Besides, I can feel a hint of pressure from her. It's really terrifying. That's right, you and I are the strongest immortal beasts in the immortal realm. We even have the bloodline of the divine beasts. No one would believe that a human is suppressing our bloodline. That's hard to say. Shueshi Yuan added, that Mr. Mu, didn't you notice a unique aura from him when he made his move? You noticed it too? Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios, you trust me that much? That's right. Shueshi Yuan nodded and said, that's Dragon's Breath. As far as I know, even the former leader of the Cloud Alliance, Mu Yun, who often hung out with Xie Qing, did not have a trace of Dragon's Breath on him. I'm afraid this Mr. Mu is not simple. The two of them continued to chat as they left the forest. The mighty army of the bird clan retreated. At the same time, in Moon Demon Ancient City, Mu Yun and Jiao arrived at a courtyard in the west side of the city. The two of them sat down and recounted their encounters over the years. Jiao smiled faintly from time to time. Her every frown and smile was captivating. On the other hand, Mu Yun was used to it and did not feel anything. However, some of the Wolf Clan members standing beside Mu Yun revealed awkward expressions. It was not that they had never seen enchanting and charming women, but a woman like Jiao Shui, who made people unable to bear looking at her, was truly worthy of the words femme fatale. However, when they saw Mu Yun and clan leader Jiao chatting happily, the Wolf Clan warriors all extinguished the delusions in their hearts. Master Mu's performance today could be said to be awe-inspiring. If their Wolf Clan wanted to survive and develop, they were now very dependent on Master Mu. The limitless heaven-seizing pill is not difficult for you, right? Jiao asked as they chatted happily. What do you think? Mu Yun smiled confidently. You're very confident. Jiao said again, in that case, give me 8 or 10 pills. Why do you need so many? Mu Yun was puzzled. It's not like I'm alone. There are so many people in our nine-tailed fox clan. Do you think it's easy for me to be the clan leader? Isn't it? Mu Yun smiled and said, all right. I know it's not easy for your fox clan to survive. Among the 9 clans, you're relatively weak. How about this, you can come and get it later, but don't be late. Why? You're leaving? Yeah. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, I've wasted a lot of time in the monster race. Now, it's time for me to leave this place. The 6 families won't dare to act recklessly now. You should stop fighting with the Shuiyu for now. There's no point for me to stay here. You want to go to the land of extreme chaos? Yes. Hearing this, Jiao smiled faintly. You really can't let go of the Cloud Alliance. What do you think? Mu Yun rolled her eyes at Jiao and said, for the past 500 years, I have been recovering my bones. It's not for the sake of looking good. For the past 500 years, every day, every bone grew out. It was as if someone had pulled out a bone from my body. Although this pain was painful, it was bearable. However, the most painful part was in my heart. I also heard about what happened to Tianga. Jiao walked forward and touched Mu Yun's ear. She comforted her, it's not your fault. Whether it's your master destroying heavenly flame or Mu Tiange's death, it's not your fault. It's my fault. Mu Yun said bitterly, it's my fault for not having the ability to change all of this. And there's one more thing that puzzles me. What is it? You should know about Xue Xiao and Yun Lang. The last time I saw Yun Lang, I couldn't understand what he said. Moreover, I have a feeling that Xue Xiao isn't dead. It can't be, right? Mu Yun shook her head and smiled. It could also be my illusion. I saw the last trace of her soul dissipating with my own eyes. This Yun Lang, I originally thought that he had just climbed onto the big ship of the 33 Heavenly Sword sects. It seems that it's not that simple. Don't think too much. Jiao said again, with your current ability, no one in the immortal world will be your match in the future. What ability? The ability of a 5th grade immortal king? Mu Yun said bitterly. Oh, right. Mu Yun said again, if I make another breakthrough and reach the 6th grade immortal king realm, I might be able to refine an emperor-level immortal pill. At that time I will try it. Jiao, you are also a 9th grade immortal king now. At that time I might be able to help you advance to the immortal emperor realm. Jiao was stunned when she heard that. However, the middle-aged woman standing behind Jiao was even more stunned. Mu Yun naturally noticed this detail. Okay. As if she had discovered something, Jiao smiled faintly and said, I knew it. You, who have surpassed your master, will definitely surpass your master. You trust me that much? Of course. Jiao stretched lazily, revealing her perfect figure. She patted her lips and said with a smile, it's been a tiring day. Lord Immortal King Mu, shouldn't you find a place for me to rest first? Sure. Mu Yun immediately gave the order. To be honest, if he spent too much time with Jiao, he would not be able to stand it. The Fox clan was born with a charming aura. Needless to say, Jiao was the queen of the Fox clan. This kind of charm was enough to make one's nose bleed from time to time. Fortunately, he and Jiao had known each other for a long time and were more familiar with each other. However, in his previous life, he truly treated Jiao as a confidant. Although his reputation was not very good, he did not make an example out of Jiao. Not a simple woman, Mu Yun muttered to herself as she watched the two figures leave. In that instant, the woman standing behind Jiao had lost her composure and revealed a trace of her aura, which gave Mu Yun great pressure. This kind of pressure made Mu Yun feel terrified. Even the upgraded Tian Fengxiao could not compare. Who was this woman? At this moment, in the room, Jiao closed the door and looked at the woman behind her. Master, why did you lose your composure just now? Jiao had a trace of anger. If a man was here, he would have lost his mind and pounced on her. Are you blaming me? The middle-aged woman twisted her waist and sat down. She said helplessly, Alchemy Master D. Anyone would be shocked after hearing this. Is Master tempted as well? Of course. Hearing this, Jiao smiled and said, with Master's beauty, as long as you lean toward Mu Yun, this guy will definitely be convinced. Little Jiao, I think you're asking for a beating. The woman scolded, at my age, I don't like this little guy. Moreover, this kid is really an unkillable cockroach. He didn't die 10,000 years ago, and he didn't die 500 years ago. His strength has improved greatly. He's really unpredictable. Mu Yun is different from ordinary people. He has his own uniqueness. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman smiled faintly and said, I think you've taken a fancy to him. No way. Jiao no longer had her previous charming posture. Looking at her master, she could not help but look at her with hidden bitterness. Oh? Is that so? The middle-aged woman said again, with your beauty, I think this kid will most likely not be able to resist lying on his bed. Master, you're teasing me again, Ioyo, look, your face is red, the middle-aged woman laughed. Jiao's face was flushed red at this moment. She was so beautiful that one could not help but want to kiss her. However, all of this could only be done in the room. At this moment, Mu Yun returned to the other side of the bedroom. Seeing that Xianxia had not woken up yet, he did not disturb her and went straight to the alchemy room. It was an accident that the limitless heaven-seizing pill was refined. He had stumbled upon this path while trying. And now, this path was completely opened, he could refine the limitless heaven-seizing pill immediately. This pill could not only be used to restrain people like Tian Fengxiao and Jin Ben. How many ninth grade immortal kings were there in the entire immortal world, and the path of the immortal emperor that they had painstakingly pursued was even more complicated. As long as he had the limitless heaven-seizing pill, this pill was enough to make a ninth grade immortal king do one thing for him. Mu Yun made up his mind and went straight into the alchemy room. Mu Yun did not list out the herbs needed to refine the limitless heaven-seizing pill. Instead, he only asked Tian Fengxiao to prepare all kinds of herbs, and he would choose them. If this pill formula was leaked, then the limitless heaven-seizing pill would not be so attractive. What he wanted to ensure was that in the entire immortal world, only one family had the limitless heaven-seizing pill. For the next few months, Mu Yun had been holed up in Moon Demon Ancient City. After being unable to break into Moon Demon Ancient City for a period of time, the remaining army of the 5 clans could only leave dejectedly. However, after the army retreated, wave after wave of visitors came to Moon Demon Ancient City. On this day, in Moon Demon Ancient City, in the Great Hall of the East District, Mu Yun stood in the middle of the Great Hall and looked ahead. When he heard that someone was visiting the city today, he had originally refused. However, after knowing who this person was, he accepted it. There was no other reason. The person who came was the clan leader of the blood-striped Heavenly Tiger clan, Xianxia. This time, Mu Yun decided to show his real face. In the Great Hall, a figure gradually walked up. As the figure walked into the Great Hall, a smile gradually appeared on Mu Yun's face. Xianxia, dressed in a blood-colored striped robe, walked into the Great Hall step by step. When he saw the figure in front of him, shock and disbelief flashed across his eyes. "You are the High Priest? Mr. Mu? Master Mu?" "That's right." Mu Yun said lightly, "Are you very surprised?" "No." Xianxia shook his head and said, "Not surprised, but shocked." With a thud, Xianxia kowtowed on the ground and said, "I, Xianxia, as the clan leader of the blood-striped tiger clan, have not let down the heavens and earth, but I have let down you, Mu Yun." Clang, a kowtow sounded. At this moment, Xianxia really knelt on the ground. "Why do you have to do this?" Although Mu Yun said so, she did not help Xianxia up. "It's my fault. I know you will blame me." Xianxia lowered his head and said, "I abandoned you for my clan. This is my fault." "Is that so?" Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, "You should know what kind of person I am. If I thought you were my friend, Xianxia, I would save you even if my Cloud Alliance was destroyed. But you are not. However, I know this, so I don't blame you. However, I'm afraid we will not be the same as before in the future. Brother Mu." Xianxia cupped his hands and kowtowed. "I was wrong before. I admit my mistake. Brother Mu, from now on, if you have any orders, I, Xianxia, will definitely not hesitate. The feeling of knowing that you were dead, but I did nothing because of the blood-striped tiger clan was too unbearable." "Is that so?" Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Leaving the demon region, Mu Yun said indifferently, "Since that's the case, you can go back first. This time only Jin Ben, Jiao Shui'er, and Tian Fengxiao know that I'm not dead. Now, there's you too. If this matter spreads, Xianxia, no one can save you. Do you understand? This is my test for you. It's also the last chance I'm giving you." "Yes." Xianxia nodded and said, "Brother Mu, then Brother Xia, don't worry. Xie was trapped by the Levitation Heavenly Palace and was saved by me. Now, he's in the Cloud Alliance. I'll tell him to spare your life." "Yes." Xianxia used to be Mu Yun's mount. After that, Mu Yun treated Xianxia as a friend. Later, Xianxia returned to the blood-striped Heavenly Tiger clan to become the clan leader. Mu Yun didn't stop him. However, when Mu Yun was in danger for the first time, Xianxia didn't help the Cloud Alliance. The second time was 500 years ago. Xianxia still didn't help. Both times, Xianxia was worried about his clansmen. However, Mu Yun forgave him these 2 times. However, if it was the third time, Xie would swallow Xianxia without him needing to do anything. The difference between a divine beast and an immortal beast was huge. Go. I'll call you if I need you again. Mu Yan waved her hand. At this moment, Tian Fengxiao was stunned when he saw the scene. As expected of immortal King Mu Yan, Tian Fengxiao saw Shuexian leave and said with a smile, Shuexian is one of the 5 tiger kings of the tiger clan. He's arrogant. The blood-striped heavenly tiger thrived in his hands. Now, I didn't expect this guy to, what do you think? Like a little kitten. Tian Fengxiao laughed. Actually, this person isn't afraid of me. Mu Yun said indifferently, he's afraid of Xiaqing. Back then, this person wasn't subdued by me. It was Xiaqing. Xiaqing almost killed him back then. From then on, Xiaqing's name was engraved in his head. When he saw me, it was like seeing Xiaqing. He was terrified from the bottom of his heart. I see. Tian Fengxiao laughed loudly and said, like I said, this guy is very arrogant. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Mu Yan waved her hand and said again, Tian Fengxiao, you said someone else wants to see me? Yes, it's Diao Yuanxua and Shueshi Yuan. Oh? Mu Yan was slightly surprised. Why do they want to see me? I'm not sure about that. Let them in. Yes. Not long after, 2 figures appeared in the hall. They were Diao Yuanxua and Shueshi Yuan. Mu Yan was no stranger to these 2 people. Diao Yuanxua was the patriarch of the 9-winged golden eagle clan. In the early years, he was very famous in the immortal realm. Moreover, the territory of the bird clan was close to the Tai Chi sect and the sinister wind pavilion in the chaotic land. However, they were able to guarantee that they would be safe and sound when interacting with these 2 sections. It was quite strange. What's the matter? Mu Yun did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Mr. Mu. Diao Yuanxua cupped his hands and said, this time, I'm here to ask Mr. Mu to refine an elixir for my honorable envoy. Oh? Mu Yun was quite surprised and said, since when did the 9-winged golden eagle clan and the silver moon snow eagle clan have a mysterious honorable envoy? Hee, Diao Yuanxua and Shueshi Yuan did not answer. Refine an elixir for your honorable envoy? That requires a lot of money. My honorable envoy said that if Mr. Mu can refine an emperor-level elixir for her in the future, my honorable envoy is willing to serve Mr. Mu once. As soon as these words came out, Mu Yun looked at the 2 people in front of her in surprise. Then your honorable envoy really knows how to do business. Tian Fengxiao smiled and said, Master Mu can now refine an emperor-level elixir. Is your honorable envoy an immortal emperor? Not an immortal emperor, but better than one. Diao Yuanxua said seriously. Oh? Mu Yun smiled and said, this is a good deal. An emperor-level elixir, and you owe me a favor. Is this the logic? Yes. Okay. Diao Yuanxua and Shueshi Yuan were stunned when they heard this. They thought it would be difficult to do, but they did not expect Mu Yun to agree so readily. This was something they did not expect. Master Mu, this stone sculpture is our honorable envoy's keepsake. If Master Mu is in danger, just crush this stone sculpture. Diao Yuanxua put down the stone sculpture and said with a smile, in that case, we'll take our leave. You haven't said what kind of elixir you want to refine. Our honorable envoy said that he will definitely tell you after Master Mu has the ability to refine this elixir. The 2 of them cupped their hands again and left the hall. Hearing this, Mu Yun shook her head. What an interesting person. After sending off the 2 groups of people, Mu Yun sat down obediently. Master Mu, Tian Fengxiao. Mu Yun said, I have 5 limitless heaven-seizing elixirs here. It should be enough for you to step into the first-rate immortal king realm within 100 years. During this time, let your wolf clan disciples cultivate well in the wolf clan. As for saint-level elixirs and below, your wolf clan will collect the herbs and the alchemy emperor pavilion will refine them for you. I've already discussed it with Master Lin Qing. As for emperor-level elixirs, if you need them, send someone to find me at any time. I'll refine them for you and get someone to send them back. Hearing this, Tian Fengxiao was stunned. Mister, where are you going? Chaotic Earth. Mu Yun said frankly, since you already know that I'm Mu Yun, you should know what I'm going to do. This isn't a place where I can stay for long. I can't rely on you demon clans to take revenge. If Mr. needs it, my wolf clan will definitely do our best and go through fire and water for Mr. Alright, there's no need. Muyun waved her hand and said, when I need it, I'll look for you. When the time comes, don't refuse. What are you talking about, Mr. Mu? I've never dared to forget the words of my ancestors. Hearing this, Muyun nodded. I wonder where Mr. is going this time. The northwest of the chaotic earth. Muyun nodded and said, that seems to be the territory of Fenchen Valley. I remember that Fenchen Valley was also one of the major forces that fought against the Cloud Alliance 500 years ago. Hearing this, Tian Fengxiao understood. Muyun was ready to make a move. Mr. Mu. Tian Fengxiao cupped his hands and said, it's better to have someone to take care of you along the way. Why don't you let my son follow you? As Tian Fengxiao spoke, he waved his hand and shouted, Tianji Kong. Father. From today onwards, you will follow Mr. Mu. If Mr. Mu tells you to go east, you can't go west. You have to protect Mr. Mu's safety. If he dies and you live, I'll kill you myself. Tian Fengxiao said firmly. Yes, father. Hearing this, Muyun was a little hesitant. He had returned secretly this time. It wouldn't be good if Tianji Kong was recognized by others. However, Tianji Kong's strength was a 9th-grade immortal king. Now, he had surpassed the ordinary level and reached the strength of a 3rd-rate immortal king. It was indeed safer to bring him along. Muyun looked at Tian Fengxiao and nodded. My wife will be in seclusion for the time being. I hope Brother Tian can take good care of her. I don't want her to be in any danger. Understood, understood. Now, the entire demonic moon ancient city was in the hands of Muyun. How could Tian Fengxiao not understand? In demonic moon ancient city, even if I'm not around, some arrays can be activated to guard against external enemies. Although they don't have strong offensive power, they have strong defensive power. Unless an immortal emperor attacks, it's impossible to break them. I'll teach you in the next few days. Good, good. Tian Fengxiao smiled and said, actually, the strength of our demon clan lies in the number of demon kings and 9th-grade immortal kings. There are no immortal emperors. Therefore, no one can break the demonic moon ancient city. After arranging everything, Muyun came to the West City and handed over everything to Lin Qing. The reason why he chose to leave now was because there was no need to stay in the demon domain. Moreover, Man Yuan, Zhu Li and Shui Yunqi were in the northwest region of the land of extreme chaos. He didn't know how they were doing now. He was now a 5th-grade immortal king and was about to break through to the 9th-grade immortal king. It wouldn't take long. In the meantime, he needed to build his own force step by step. This time, he could only succeed and not fail. Another reason was because of Miao Xianyu. She happened to be in seclusion now. If she woke up and reached the immortal king realm, she would definitely leave the demon domain with him. However, this time, the place he was going to was extremely dangerous. Therefore, he had to be careful again and again. With Miao Xianyu around, he couldn't do anything. Secondly, he sent Wang Xingya away in the past. However, he didn't know if Wang Xingya had reached the Cloud Alliance. Also, where was Moyang now? Moreover, he had been in the demon domain for so long. He didn't know what was going on in the immortal world. With the demonic moon ancient city, Pil Emperor Pavilion and Miao Xianyu here, he was absolutely safe. Muyun once said that he wasn't going to return to the Cloud Alliance and continue to be the alliance leader. He was going to open up a new realm in the immortal world, Reincarnation Palace, Reincarnation Realm. After everything was ready, Muyun was ready to set off. However, on this day, 3 figures stood outside the city gate. Muyun, Tian Jikong, and Ji Feng. However, just as he walked out of the city gate, 2 figures stood there, waiting for a long time. Jiaoer, why are you still here? Seeing Jiaoer, Muyun was puzzled. Aren't you going to leave the cloud domain? Coincidentally, I also want to go out for a walk, so I'm waiting for you here. Hearing this, Muyun was speechless. Stop fooling around. I'm going to do something serious. Me too. Jiaoer smiled. I'm waiting for you to become an Emperor Pill Master and I'm going to reserve an Emperor Grade Immortal Pill. Jiao said again, this is my follower, Aunt Shui. She's following me. What about your Fox clan? What can happen to my Fox clan? The Fox clan's Earth stage is between the golden-horned celestial ox and the moon-howling celestial wolf clan. If anyone dares to harm my Fox clan, the golden-horned celestial ox and the moon-howling celestial wolf clan won't let it go. Mu Yun looked at Jiao again and said, it's still not possible. Why? You're too beautiful. It's troublesome for me to bring you along on the road. That's true. Jiao smiled and said, I have a way. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiao waved her hand, and her face gradually began to change. Her originally beautiful and charming face had turned into a pure and innocent face at this moment. How is it? Jiao smiled and said, my face is condensed from the silk of the 10,000-year-old cicada. It can be close to the skin and no one can detect it. Unless it's an immortal emperor. Is this okay? It's still too beautiful. Ah? It can't get any uglier. Seeing Jiao's appearance, Mu Yun could only smile bitterly and shake her head in the end. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. So what if he made a move? At this moment, above Demon Moon Ancient City, Tian Fengxiao stood with his hands behind his back. He sighed when he saw this scene. The dragon returns to the sea. It's fine if it doesn't appear, but once it does, it will shock the heavens. This time, he let Mu Yun take care of his son. This was an opportunity. If Mu Yun succeeded, his son would definitely have unlimited potential in the future. So, he had to take a gamble. Even if Mu Yun lost, she could just return to Demon Moon Ancient City. At that time, even if an immortal emperor descended, he would not be able to break into the city. Tian Fengxiao remembered the words of his ancestor. Kailing Tian was the supreme divine dragon of the divine realm, the patriarch of the seven-colored heavenly dragon clan. If he could enter the divine realm in the future, he would definitely benefit a lot from his relationship with Mu Yun. The demon territory was vast. It was even larger than the spirit territory and blood territory combined. However, the demon territory was divided into 9 clans. So, the territory of each clan was much smaller. Even so, it did not hinder the demon territory from becoming a top force. At this moment, in the east of the demon territory, birds and beasts were flying around a mountain. On top of the tallest mountain peak, there was a lonely house swaying in the wind and snow. This mountain peak pierced through the clouds. From the bottom to the top, the weather gradually became colder. There were no hard rocks on the mountain peak. There were only icicles swaying in the wind and snow. The icicles were piled up to form the peak of the mountain. At this moment, there was only one house on the peak. It looked like it could collapse at any time. The whistling of the wind sounded at this moment. 2 huge figures with wings spread out over 1,000 meters flew over. The bird on the left had golden feathers. It shone in the wind and snow, looking very majestic. The bird on the right was silver-white. It looked like pieces of silver armor piled up together. These 2 figures turned into 2 figures 10,000 meters away from the mountain peak. They were Jiao Yuanxue and Xue Shiyuan. At this moment, the 2 of them were approaching the mountain peak. They slowed down. Finally, they quietly landed on the mountain peak. They stood on the icicles on the mountain peak in silence. Did you agree? Not long after, an indifferent voice could be heard from the room. Her voice was light and pleasant to the ears. However, there was an ice-cold feeling in her voice. It was an ice-cold feeling that kept people thousands of miles away. Agreed. Every time Jiao Yuanxue heard this voice, he felt his body tremble. All right, you may leave. The woman's indifferent voice rang out. The 2 of them felt as if they had been pardoned and were about to turn and leave. Wait. The woman asked again, have you found the person I asked you to find? Honorable envoy, we've been looking for him, but there's been no news. Xue Shiyuan cupped his hands and said. As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. Jiao Yuanxue couldn't help but say, revered envoy, we've spent too much manpower on this. That guy didn't die 10,000 years ago, but he didn't die 500 years ago. If I may be so bold, let's not waste our efforts anymore. Pa, as soon as Jiao Yuanxue finished his sentence, a loud slap could be heard. An icy palm print appeared on Jiao Yuanxue's face. I asked you to find him, but I didn't ask you to decide for me if it's worth it. The woman said indifferently, I want to see this person alive and dead, do you understand? Honorable envoy, please calm down. Shui Shiyuan cupped his hands and said, I will do my best to find him. There's more. The woman's voice sounded again. The Tai Chi sect seems to have expended a lot of energy with the heaven-destroying swordsmanship sect. They found an opportunity to destroy the Tai Chi sect with all their might and march into the land of chaos. As soon as the woman said this, Diao Yuanzhua and Shui Shiyuan immediately fell to their knees in the snow. Honorable envoy. Diao Yuanzhua said nervously, with your strength, it's not impossible to unify the demon realm. But the land of chaos. Shui Shiyuan continued, the land of chaos has never been our 10 major domains. If we rashly attack the Tai Chi sect, we'll definitely provoke the hidden immortal emperors of the land of chaos. At that time. What? The woman's voice sounded again. What? Diao Yuanzhua and Shui Shiyuan were stunned again. Even if they attack, so what? The woman said indifferently, if I become an immortal emperor, there will be no more immortal emperors in the immortal realm. First, use all your energy to find the person I asked you to find. Second, keep an eye on the Tai Chi sect. Once there's a chance, immediately destroy them. Yes. Yes. Hearing this, Diao Yuanzhua and Shui Shiyuan could only bow and retreat. The two figures retreated along the high mountain, and the ice gradually dissipated. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, dozens of figures flew over. Patriarch. Patriarch. Seeing the two of them, the dozens of figures bowed. How's the thing I asked you to do? Did you find the leader of the Cloud Alliance, Mu Yun? Diao Yuanzhua's face was ashen. Hearing this, the dozens of people fell silent. Trash. Diao Yuanzhua snorted, flicked his sleeves, and left. The people left behind looked at each other, and could only look at Shui Shiyuan in the end. Alright, all of you are dismissed. Shui Shiyuan said helplessly, if you can't do a single thing the honorable envoy asked you to do, if the honorable envoy is unhappy. As soon as these words came out, the dozens of people present immediately turned pale. In the past few hundred years, if it weren't for the honorable envoy, their bird clan's strength wouldn't have advanced so rapidly. If they angered the honorable envoy, alright, do what you have to do. Shui Shiyuan waved his hand, his face full of helplessness. Old Diao, why are you so angry with them? Shui Shiyuan walked into a hall and said with a wry smile. They're all trash. Diao Yuanzhua shouted, if the two of us want to enter the immortal emperor realm, with the honorable envoy around, it will definitely shorten the time by 10,000 years. But these idiots can't find any news at all. Shui Shiyuan said bitterly, it's not easy for the Tai Chi sect to develop, so they have always been very careful. And every time we find any clues, there seems to be someone helping them clean it up. As for that immortal King Mu Yun, who knows if she's dead or alive? The two things the honorable envoy asked us to do are really difficult. That's not what I'm worried about. Diao Yuanzhua said, the honorable envoy wants to attack the Tai Chi sect and use the Tai Chi sect to march to the land of extreme chaos. What kind of place is that? There are immortal emperors in the land of extreme chaos. If they are angered. I'm not worried about that. Shui Shiyuan said again, it's not that we don't know the honorable envoy's strength. If she reaches the immortal emperor realm and gets the emperor-level immortal pill from the Wolf clan's high priest to stabilize her realm, I'm afraid no immortal emperor in the immortal world will be her match. That may be the case, but that place is the land of extreme chaos. It's a piece of fat meat, but has anyone ever stirred up trouble there over the years? The two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The hall gradually fell into silence. The vast land belonged to the demon realm. Above the demon realm, there were vast plains, mountains, and rivers intersecting one another. Mu Yun's group of 5 walked among the mountains and rivers. Immortal beasts transformed into human forms and played in the mountains and rivers. Along the way, the 5 of them did not directly travel to the land of extreme chaos. Instead, they walked in the demon realm. Little Yun, you didn't let go of any dangerous places along the way. You picked so many immortal herbs and immortal herbs. Are you planning to empty the demon realm before you leave? Jiaoer sat on a horizontal branch of a tree and looked down at Mu Yun lazily. Am I such a person? Mu Yun retorted. On the contrary, it's the demonic beasts in your demon realm who pick these herbs one by one and uproot them. Some of the roots of the herbs are useless. If the roots are left, they can grow again. You guys are good. Sooner or later, the rich heaven and earth herbs in the demon realm will be emptied by you guys. It's good that they are emptied. It will save those humans from coming to our demon realm every day to do whatever they want. The demon realm was adjacent to the land of extreme chaos, the sinister wind pavilion and the Tai Chi sect. The martial artists of these two sects would enter the demon realm to hunt demonic beasts or capture them as slaves. They would also pick herbs in the demon realm. This made the demons in the demon realm hate humans even more. As the leader of the Fox clan, Jiao naturally hated this very much. Hearing this, Mu Yun did not refute. The feud between humans and demons had not been going on for a day or two. There was nothing to earn. However, he had indeed picked a lot of herbs along the way. He needed to try now. If he advanced to the 6th grade Immortal King realm, he would need to start refining Emperor-level immortal pills. Without the pill formula and without precedent, he would need to find his own way. The difference between Emperor-level immortal pills and King-level immortal pills was the powerful fusion of laws. It was easier said than done to fuse laws into herbs and pills. Mu Yun's comprehension of laws was not strong enough now, so he could not start refining Emperor-level immortal pills. However, once he advanced, this would not be a problem as his cultivation level increased. The problem was how to figure out the pill formula step by step. Guiyi's painting of Extermination of Immortality naturally had the pill formula for Emperor-level immortal pills. However, if he only relied on these, he was destined to not have much success in the future. He had already reached the level of comprehension of the past. In the future, greater challenges awaited him. How could it work if he only relied on his previous life? Mr. Mu, at our current speed, I'm afraid it will take a few years to reach the boundary of the chaotic land's Fenchen Valley. Tianjikong said with a bitter face. Then what's wrong? Mu Yun smiled and said, if we can collect more heavenly treasures in the demon realm, it's fine even if we are a little late. Previously, Mu Yun had left in a hurry. He did not expect that he was not in a hurry now. Look at you. Don't worry. After leaving the demon realm, we will go directly to Fenchen Valley. Okay. For a few months, Mu Yun could be said to have collected wantonly on the way out of the demon realm. Some of the older herbs were not recognized by the people in the demon realm, but he did. When he felt that it was about time, Mu Yun chose to leave the demon realm. The chaotic land had a long history. No one knew when it had existed. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Reincarnation City. In the vast land of extreme chaos, Fenchen Valley, Sinister Wind Pavilion, and Shocking Sky sect ruled nearly 3/4 of the land. The Heavenly Extermination Swordsmanship sect and Taiji sect restrained each other. Taiji sect had been very active since the battle between the Heavenly Extermination Swordsmanship sect and the 33 Heavenly Sword sect 500 years ago. But after the battle, the Heavenly Extermination Swordsmanship sect became stronger because of the addition of the Biluo Huangquan school. Taiji sect's original plan was completely overturned. Even so, the peace between the Taiji sect and the Heavenly Extermination Swordsmanship sect was only temporary. The land of extreme chaos never lacked battles. However, these battles were only in the land of extreme chaos. If cultivators from other realms of the immortal world interfered, they would be besieged by everyone in the land of extreme chaos. But there were exceptions. 10,000 years ago, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect attacked the Heavenly Extermination Swordsmanship sect. At that time, the land of extreme chaos was very peaceful. No other sect interfered. Instead, the Taiji sect became stronger because of the rapid defeat of the Heavenly Sword sect. On this day, in the northwest region of the land of extreme chaos, in the territory under the jurisdiction of Fenchen Valley. In front of a city, a few figures slowly walked over. This group of 5 was Mu Yun's group. Reincarnation City. Looking at the 3 words on the city gate, Tianjikong said, the land of extreme chaos is only SOSO. That's because you don't see the turbulent waves and undercurrents inside. Mu Yun smiled and entered the city. At that moment, figures were walking back and forth in the city. There were monsters, demons, and humans. This was the benefit of the land of extreme chaos. Most people who came here could not survive in the 10 realms. This was a paradise for desperados. Let's find a place to rest first, Mu Yun said. The few of them entered an inn, and the waiter greeted them in high spirits. Dear guests, what do you need? Accommodation and food. Mu Yun simply said, find a few good guest rooms and a private room while you're at it. Okay. The waiter led Mu Yun into the private room. Mu Yun said again, serve the best food and wine. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun flung a few Xingyang pills at the waiter. When the waiter saw the few Xingyang pills, his eyes lit up with excitement. He was only at the golden immortal state. These few Xingyang pills were worth tens of thousands of pure yang pills. Hundreds of millions of golden yang pills would be extremely beneficial to his cultivation. Please wait a moment, sirs. Wait. At this moment, Mu Yun spoke again. A spatial immortal ring appeared in her hand. Mu Yun smiled and said, there are 10,000 Xingyang pills in here. Answer some of my questions. If you answer them well, I'll give you a reward. Good, good. 10,000 Xingyang pills, the waiter's eyes were wide open. Let me ask you, how are the forces under Fenchen Valley in the northwest region now? The waiter immediately bowed and said, Sir, you've asked the right person. In the northwest region, the strongest force is naturally Fenchen Valley. Under Fenchen Valley, there are 3 major forces with strong foundations. They are Reincarnation Palace, Dark Shadow Sect, and Spiritual Dragon Sect. The 3 major forces, Dark Shadow Sect and Spiritual Dragon Sect, have been standing for thousands of years and have not fallen. It can be considered a miracle. Hearing this, Gale was puzzled and said, thousands of years? In the 10 major regions of the immortal realm, which sect doesn't have tens of thousands of years as a unit of measurement? Sir, you don't know this. The waiter smiled and said, this is the land of extreme chaos. There's only one word to describe it, chaos. In this place, it's really amazing for a sect to be able to exist for thousands of years. Of course, Fenchen Valley, Shocking Sky Sect, and Sinister Wind Pavilion are considered to have a firm foothold. There are top immortal kings in the sect, so it's difficult for there to be any changes. However, other than these top 5 sects, which of the other sects are not established today and may be destroyed tomorrow? Gale nodded when he heard this. Go on. The Samsara Palace is not simple. The Samsara Palace was established more than 500 years ago and developed rapidly. It originally only had more than 1,000 people, but in the past 500 years, it has gradually accumulated to more than 10,000 people. Moreover, the 3 palace masters are very powerful. It only took 500 years for the Samsara Palace to establish a tripartite balance with the 2 major sects, Dark Shadow Sect and Spiritual Dragon Sect. However, in my opinion, the Samsara Palace is almost at its end. Oh? What do you mean? Mu Yun said in surprise. Not long ago, the Samsara Palace, Spiritual Dragon Sect, and Dark Shadow Sect had a fight. They have fought many times. Recently, I heard that even Fenchen Valley has the intention to make a move. Oh? Mu Yun was shocked. The waiter walked nervously to the door of the private room, stretched his head out, and came back again. He whispered, I heard that the 3 palace masters of the Samsara Palace are the 3 demon kings of the Barbarian Bull Clan, Candle Demon Clan, and Snow Demon Clan. This news has spread. Therefore, this time, it seems that the Demon Clan is preparing to make a move to eliminate the 3 of them. Why is that? Strong Wind asked. I don't know, but the Demon Clan is not like us humans. For us humans, when the Emperor dies, the Crown Prince succeeds the throne. If the Emperor disappears and the Crown Prince succeeds the throne, then when the Emperor returns, the Crown Prince will still have to abdicate the throne. However, the Demon Clan is different. The Demon Clan only recognizes strength. Only those who are powerful can lead their clansmen. Therefore, the 3 new Demon Kings are worried that the 3 of them might take revenge on them when they recover their strength in the future. Strong Wind nodded when he heard this. He had grown up in the Heaven Fall Underworld diagram all these years, so he had very little contact with things. The waiter rambled on for a long time. Finally, after Mu Yun dismissed him, she sat down. This Samsara Palace is the force you created? Jiao could not help but ask. Yes. Haha. I didn't expect that the 3 demon kings could be used by you. It's a coincidence. Muyun smiled and said, but now it seems that these 3 guys are in trouble. After Muyun finished speaking, she looked at Tian Jikong and said, Jikong, go around and check what the relationship between the 3 major sects is like now. Yes. After Tian Jikong left, Muyun ate absent-mindedly. Are you going to take over Fenchen Valley? Of course. Muyun nodded and said, otherwise, why would I come here? Even if the Moonhell Wolves listen to me, they are not my confidants after all. Tian Fengxiao's majesty is still there, and they obey me. If Tian Fengxiao is not there, those wolf cubs will not mature. After all, I need to cultivate my own force. There was one more thing that Muyun did not mention. 500 years ago, the failure of the Heaven Extermination Swordsmanship sect and the Biluo Huangquan school made him aware. He could only rely on himself to take revenge. And this time, he wanted to do it. Everything was under his control. You're very ambitious. Jiao smiled faintly and said, however, this is very similar to you from before. I thought that the 1,000 years of cultivation had made you slack off. How could that be? Muyun chuckled, and the few of them began to eat. Masters, I was wrong, I was wrong. Bang, outside the private room, there was a series of banging sounds at this moment, as if there was a fight. You were wrong? How could a waiter have so many Xingyang pills on him? Hee, kid, if you don't explain clearly, don't blame me for being rude. Master, these were really given by the other masters. Where? Why don't I believe it? A sneer sounded, and at this moment, the door was suddenly kicked open. Bang, a figure was directly smashed into the table, and the dishes were scattered all over the floor. Looking carefully, it was the waiter just now. Master, I was wrong, I was wrong. I was wrong. These Xingyang pills are all for you, okay? The waiter suddenly said with a sad face. Of course. At this moment, at the door, a figure walked in. The person who came in wore a black robe, had a muscular body, and 8 eyebrows. He looked arrogant and perverse. When this person stepped into the room, his gaze swept past the waiter and skipped over him. Looking at Muyun and the rest, the young man's gaze finally locked onto Jiao. Although Jiao was wearing a mask to cover her charming face, at this moment, her neck and the curves under her white muslin dress still made one's imagination run wild. The man saw the bright spots on Jiao's body at a glance. Temperament, soft and boneless temperament. So there's such a beautiful woman sitting here. Miss, forgive me for my rudeness. The young man smiled faintly and cupped his hands together. I'm Gu Tianyuan, the son of the Dark Shadow Sect's vice sect leader, Gu Qing. I'm so happy that I don't know what to say. May I know your name? Gu Tianyuan walked forward and cupped his hands together with a smile. I suspect that this waiter stole your elixir, so I'm here to ask him. Gu Tianyuan said to himself. It seems like it's true. As his words fell, Gu Tianyuan waved his hand. Bang, Gu Tianyuan did not say anything and directly slapped the waiter's head. He did not care whether it was right or wrong. With a bang, the waiter's face turned pale and sweat rolled down his forehead. He didn't steal it. Under Gu Tianyuan's palm, a leg stretched out and blocked Gu Tianyuan's attack. Oh? Seeing that someone actually stopped him, Gu Tianyuan's gaze fell on Muyun. He didn't steal it? Gu Tianyuan sneered. If I say he stole it, then he stole it. As his words fell, Gu Tianyuan ignored Muyun and slapped out again. Bang, but this time it was still blocked by Muyun. Friend, I helped you find your lost elixir. It's fine if you don't thank me, but you even stopped me from killing this little thief. Isn't that too unkind? Do you have any shame? Muyun stood up at this moment and helped the waiter up. She looked at Gu Tianyuan and said, I asked you if you have any shame? I said that I gave him the elixir. If you want to kill him, you have to ask me, if I agree. Hearing this, a cold smile appeared on Gu Tianyuan's lips. You can leave first. There's nothing else for you to do. Muyun looked at the waiter and said indifferently. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The waiter cowed out again and left hurriedly. Stop right there. Did I say you could leave? Gu Tianyuan shouted and charged out. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Did I allow you to leave? How dare you stop me? Gu Tianyuan yelled and charged at Mu Yun when he saw Mu Yun making a move. Gu Tianyuan's strength as a first-grade celestial king was immediately revealed. However, Mu Yun was a fifth-grade celestial king. Gu Tianyuan was just a child in front of him. Mu Yun took a step forward and waved his hand. Gu Tianyuan was powerless against the powerful power of law. You're a celestial king, Gu Tianyuan was shocked. In this small samsara city, there were very few immortal king realm martial artists. However, he had not expected to meet one. You said you're the son of Gu Qing, the vice-sect leader of the Dark Shadow sect? Mu Yun asked. This is Samsara City. If I remember correctly, this is the territory of the Samsara Palace. What are you doing here as the son of the vice-sect leader of the Dark Shadow sect? I'm here to sell herbs. Can't I do that? Gu Tianyuan snorted. It seems like you're not telling the truth. Mu Yun shook his head and waved his hand. A sudden cracking sound could be heard as one of Gu Tianyuan's arms was broken off. Ah, Gu Tianyuan screamed in agony. His face was pale, and he could not say a word. Alright, can you answer my question seriously? Mu Yun said calmly. Who are you? Me? Mu Yun smiled. I'm the Hall Master of the Samsara Palace, the real Hall Master. You're not. Gu Tianyuan yelled. The 3 Hall Masters of the Samsara Palace are from the Demon Clan. Man Yuan, Zhu Li, and Shui Yunqi are not. You know the 3 of them? Mu Yun smiled. They're my subordinates. What? Gu Tianyuan felt the world was spinning when he heard this. Since when did Man Yuan, Zhu Li, and Shui Yunqi become this person's subordinates? That's impossible. He knew that the 3 of them were very powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to stand firm in the northwest of the land of extreme chaos for 500 years. Furthermore, the 3 of them were from the Devil Clan. The Devil Clan was extremely arrogant. How could they submit to a human like Mu Yun? Stop lying to me. Gu Tianyuan snorted, I advise you to let me go. I'm not the only one here. My father is also in Samsara City. If you let me go, I can consider letting you live when I destroy Samsara City. Mu Yun frowned and said, You want to destroy Samsara City? This is the headquarters of the Samsara Palace. Are you planning to destroy the Samsara Palace? That's right. Master Mu. At this moment, Empyrean Polaris appeared outside the door. Tian Jikong walked to Mu Yun's side and bowed. I've received news that the Dark Shadow sect and the Spirit Dragon sect seem to have designs on the Reincarnation Palace. They may make some moves. Oh? Mu Yun did not expect that Empyrean Polaris would hear this news while he was out for a while. She did not expect that the Dark Shadow sect and the Spirit Dragon sect would actually attack the Reincarnation Palace. Mu Yun bent down and looked at Gu Tianyuan. Let me ask you, why do you want to attack the Reincarnation Palace? Humph. Hearing Mu Yun's question, Gu Tianyuan snorted and did not answer. Eh? You're not going to say it? Mu Yun waved her hand and grabbed Gu Tianyuan's other arm. I'll say it. Gu Tianyuan could not resist Mu Yun's threat. It's because, after the battle 500 years ago, Fen Shichen, the Valley Master, was injured by Meng Zimo. It's said that he hasn't recovered yet. Therefore, the Dark Shadow sect and the Spirit Dragon sect were prepared to join forces to deal with Fen Valley. We wanted to overthrow Fen Valley and drag the Reincarnation Palace down with us. Who knew that the Reincarnation Palace would be so ungrateful and refuse? In this case, we can only destroy the Reincarnation Palace first, and then find an opportunity to destroy Fen Valley. You guys sure have a good plan. Hearing this, Mu Yun sat down. She roughly knew why the Reincarnation Palace was unwilling. Man Yuan, Zhu Li, and Shui Yunqi seemed to be very obedient. Mu Yun said indifferently, Alright, I won't kill you. Call your father over now. What? You didn't hear me, did you? Mu Yun said indifferently, Do you need me to say it again? No. Gu Tianyuan hurriedly said, I'll inform my father immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Tianyuan immediately took out a jade stone and said something in a low voice. Then, he crushed the jade stone and sent out a spatial fluctuation. After doing all this, Gu Tianyuan looked at Mu Yun with less fear in his eyes and more confidence. He sat up. Did I ask you to sit? Seeing Gu Tianyuan sit up, Mu Yun immediately spoke. No. No, Gu Tianyuan sat on the ground obediently and covered his arm. However, he was cursing Mu Yun in his heart. When my father arrives, all of you will die. At the same time, Mu Yun waved her hand and called Gale over. She whispered a few words in his ear, and Gale nodded and left immediately. Not long after, several powerful auras suddenly swept across the sky from outside the inn. Those figures did not hide their auras. Upon closer inspection, each of them was a 5th-grade celestial king. Who is so bold? A thunderous voice rang out. In the entire restaurant, some customers panicked and immediately fled. At this moment, Gu Tianyuan ran out and shouted, Father, Father, I'm here. This guy wants to kill me. Gu Tianyuan broke through the door and jumped down from the 2nd floor. Tianyuan. Seeing his son, Gu Qing was instantly furious. Who crippled my son's arm? The entire restaurant began to crack and shatter at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun walked out of the private room and stood on the 2nd floor. She looked down and said, It's me. As soon as she said that, Gu Qing's gaze immediately fell on the 2nd floor. Mu Yun walked down the stairs step by step. Brat, you're courting death. When Gu Qing saw that Mu Yun was still walking around leisurely, he was instantly enraged. With a low growl, he threw out a punch. The fist wind condensed into a fire lion with black flames and charged directly at Mu Yun. Roar, a whistling sound was heard, and the fire lion immediately exploded. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people immediately spread out. Mu Yun walked down the stairs, unmoved. Brat, you're dead. Gu Tianyuan immediately shouted when he saw the scene. Whoosh, however, at this moment, there was a sound of something breaking through the air. A figure directly appeared in front of Mu Yun. It was Tianjikong. Tianjikong hugged his arms, and the roaring fire lion was immediately blocked. His body tilted, and the fire lion directly turned around and charged at Gu Qing. Seeing this scene, Gu Qing's face turned pale. He immediately raised his palms and struck out. Bang, there was an explosion, and the entire restaurant directly exploded at this moment. Brat, what kind of trick did you use? Gu Qing's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he suddenly became dispirited and listless. Tianjikong didn't answer. He directly rushed forward, walked forward, and lifted Gu Qing in his hands. He was originally a 9th-grade immortal king, an ordinary immortal king. However, after Mu Yun rewarded him with a limitless heaven-seizing elixir, he had now reached the level of a 3rd-rate immortal king. As for Gu Qing, he was merely an 8th-grade immortal king. He was no match for him at all. Kneel down. Tianjikong didn't hesitate and directly threw Gu Qing to the ground. You, what about you? Tianjikong raised his palm, and Gu Qing immediately became listless. Jikong. At this moment, Mu Yun walked down the stairs and said indifferently, Don't kill him first. Kill Gu Tianyuan first. Father, father, quickly save me, save me. Gu Tianyuan was so frightened that he wet his pants and begged. Who exactly are you? Gu Qing asked. I have never heard of a 9th-grade immortal king in the reincarnation palace. There are demons everywhere. You are not from the reincarnation palace. I said, I'm the reincarnation palace master. Mu Yun found a chair and sat down leisurely. She looked ahead and said, Gu Qing, right? The deputy sect leader of the Anying sect? You are preparing to deal with the reincarnation palace. Do you think it's right for me to kill you? As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun waved her hand, indicating for Tianjikong to attack. Don't. Gu Qing suddenly roared. Let go of my son. I, Gu Qing, am willing to do anything for you. Gu Qing had a son a few years ago, but because he cultivated an immortal art, he became infertile. Gu Tianyuan was simply his heart. If Gu Tianyuan died, he would feel even worse than death. Wouldn't it have been better if you had known earlier? Mu Yan waved her hand and said again, since you have decided to deal with the reincarnation palace, you are not the only one here, right? Your sect masters should be here too, right? That's right. The Dark Shadow sect has 2 sect masters named Dark Lord and Shadow Lord. Both of them are here too. So, the sect master of the Spiritual Dragon sect is here too? Gu Qing nodded and said, the sect master of the Spiritual Dragon sect, Long Hao, is here personally. How strong are your Dark Lord and Shadow Lord? And Long Hao too. They are both 9th grade immortal kings, 3rd-rate immortal kings. Long Hao is an ordinary immortal king. Oh? As soon as he said that, Mu Yun was even more curious. So, 2 third-rate immortal kings and 1 ordinary immortal king dared to look for the reincarnation palace? Mu Yun smiled and said, looks like you are still not honest. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, Tian Jikong immediately walked forward and raised his sword. A scream was heard. Gu Tianyuan's other arm was directly chopped off. The scream was heard again. At this moment, Gu Qing was completely afraid. What are you doing? What am I doing? You are not honest. Mu Yun smiled and said, just 3 people and you want to deal with the reincarnation palace? The 3 demon kings are at least 9th grade immortal kings now. The demon clan is originally stronger than the human clan. Why are you still not telling the truth? I'll tell you. Not only did Long Hao of the Spiritual Dragon sect take action, even Long Yuan came out of seclusion. Long Yuan? Hearing this, Mu Yan's expression became unnatural. A figure suddenly appeared in his mind, but he was not sure if this Long Yuan was the Long Yuan that Gu Qing was talking about. Long Yuan is Long Hao's elder brother. Long Hao was able to manage the Spiritual Dragon sect well all these years because Long Yuan supported him from behind. Gu Qing said, this is all that I know. As for the outcome, I can't say for sure. Can you let my son go now? I just chopped off his 2 arms. It's not like they can't grow back. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Greetings to the Temple Master. Go? Where to? To my reincarnation palace, of course. Since all of you have come to Reincarnation City, shouldn't I show you around my reincarnation palace? Although. Mu Yun looked outside the inn and said indifferently, I have never seen it before. Mu Yun looked outside the street. She yearned to see how powerful Man Yuan, Zhu Li, and Shui Yunqi were over the past 500 years. How powerful had the reincarnation palace become under the 3 of them? Mu Yun waved her hand and said, let's go. Dong dong dong. However, just as Mu Yun was about to set off, a series of dull thuds suddenly sounded on the street. Thud 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 thud. Numerous figures strode over. Those figures were at least 2 to 3 meters tall. They held various kinds of spears and swords in their hands. They looked majestic and impressive as they stood in neat rows. There were 3 tall horses in the lead, and 3 figures were riding on them. The 3 figures had powerful auras and extraordinary cultivations. At first glance, they gave off a strong sense of oppression. Bang bang bang, the 3 figures landed on the ground and knelt on one knee. Greetings to the Temple Master. Greetings to the Temple Master. Greetings to the Temple Master. In an instant, the entire street echoed with these 4 words. The tall and burly demon race warriors with extraordinary auras were all very respectful at this moment. Even the 3 demon lords, who were leading the group, bowed respectfully to Mu Yun. At this moment, the air seemed to be quiet. At this moment, Gu Qing and Gu Tianyuan, father and son, were completely stunned. He is really the Temple Master of the Reincarnation Palace? Gu Tianyuan was completely dumbfounded at this moment. You rascal, how did you provoke this guy? Gu Qing was very clear in his heart. Man Yuan, Zhu Li, and Shui Yunqi had been famous in the northwest region for hundreds of years. The 3 of them had been decisive in building the Reincarnation Palace and establishing a foothold. Even Fenchen Valley did not suppress them too harshly. It could be said that the 3 of them would rather live standing than die kneeling. But now, he was actually so respectful to Mu Yun. This was impossible. At this moment, Tianjikong was also stunned. He had heard of the three great demon kings before. But this Samsara palace. What was going on? Before coming here, Mu Yun had never mentioned that he was the Samsara temple master. For hundreds of years, Mu Yun had been in the demon domain. When did she come here and build the reincarnation palace? The questions in Tian Jikong's heart were no less than those of Gu Qing and Gu Tianyuan. At this moment, Jiaoer was standing lazily with Auntie Shay in the corridor on the second floor, leaning against the railing. Your sweetheart is indeed not simple. Master, you're talking nonsense again. Jiaoer narrowed her eyes and smiled faintly. Little Yun is indeed very powerful. After all, he once established the Cloud Alliance 10,000 years ago. He is the master of a region and one of the 10 great celestial kings. He's on the same level as you, master. Right now, he's not worthy. Auntie Shay said faintly. But this kid is very meticulous. He just established a foothold in the demon domain and made Tian Fengxiao listen to him. Now, he ran to the land of extreme chaos. I think the land of extreme chaos is going to be even more chaotic. A smile appeared on Jiaoer's face when she heard this. She was also very surprised that Mu Yun had actually built the Samsara Palace in the northwest area of the land of extreme chaos. The Samsara Palace, Samsara, get up. Mu Yun waved her hand and said faintly, so grand. Are you afraid that others won't know that I'm not dead? I wouldn't dare. Man Yuan stood up and chuckled. When we first heard the news, we were scared out of our wits. But we remembered that the temple master said that if you died, we would die too. Since we didn't die, it proves that you're definitely not dead either. Man Yuan's tone was full of reverence. Temple master, don't listen to his nonsense. Shui Yunqi covered her mouth and laughed. This guy was scared out of his wits. He kept pulling me and Zhu Li and asking if we'd die. Looking at the three of them, Mu Yun nodded. The three of you are still in the mood to joke here. They're ready to destroy you. Oh? Who's so daring? Zhu Li laughed sinisterly. I'd like to see. Here. Mu Yun stepped aside, and Gu Qing and Gu Tianyuan appeared in front of him. So it's the Shadow Sect spy sect master, Gu Qing, Zhu Li laughed loudly. Temple master, we know about the schemes of the Shadow Sect and the Spirit Dragon Sect. We've already taken precautions. We'll know when they'll make their move. Don't worry, Temple Master. If they dare to attack Samsara City, we won't let them off easily. We'll kill them immediately. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled and didn't say anything. It seemed that Man Yuan and the other two were already prepared. Shui Yunqi walked forward and said respectfully, Temple Master, you don't know. We followed your orders and only developed in Samsara City and the surrounding hundreds of miles. On the surface, our strength is about the same as the Spirit Dragon Sect and the Shadow Sect, but in fact, Shui Yunqi lowered her voice and said, the Samsara Temple already has more than 2,000 immortal kings. Even the combined forces of the Dark Shadow Sect and the Spiritual Dragon Sect are not enough. Oh? Mu Yun said in surprise. It seems that I'd like to hear what you've been doing for the past few hundred years. Mu Yun said again, take the father and son with you. Don't kill them for the time being. I need them. Now, take me to see what the Samsara Palace is like. Yes. Man Yuan and the other two immediately got busy and didn't dare to delay. At this moment, Mu Yun turned to look at Jiaoer and Aunt Shui and waved her hand. The group continued to move towards the center of the city. After half a day's journey, a city wall appeared in front of them. The city wall was simply piled up with black meteorite iron. There was no special array to support it. Black meteorite iron was extremely strong. However, no matter how strong the defense was, it was useless without the support of an array. However, the demon clan had never been good at such things. Mu Yun also knew this. At this moment, the city gate was wide open. Figures stood on both sides of the gate. At a closer look, they were all warriors of the demon clan. There were 3 people standing in the middle of the group. At a closer look, the 3 people had extraordinary auras. They seemed to be 8th grade and 9th grade immortal kings. Qin Yuan, Chen Qi, Fang Yu, the 3 of you, quickly greet our temple master. Man Yuan immediately shouted. The 3 figures immediately knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. These three people are humans, Mu Yun said in surprise. Man Yuan laughed and said, Temple Master, these three people are the ones we've subdued in the past few hundred years. They're quite capable, so we'll let them stay in the Samsara Palace. Don't worry, Temple Master, they're absolutely reliable. Oh? Mu Yun looked at Man Yuan and the other two and was even more surprised. It seems that the three of you have been very diligent in the past few hundred years. Of course. How would we dare to neglect the Temple Master's orders? They indeed did not dare to neglect. If Mu Yun wanted them to live, they would live. If Mu Yun wanted them to die, they would die. Alright, there's no need to say these words. Mu Yun nodded and said, since that's the case, let me see what the Samsara Palace looks like. Yes. The three of them left and led the way. Along the way, Man Yuan kept explaining the current state of the Samsara Palace. The entire Samsara Palace was built in the center of Samsara City. It was like a city within a city. There were millions of people in Samsara City. The Samsara Palace was undoubtedly the core. In the center of the Samsara Palace, there was a large hall that stood tall. The large hall occupied a few miles and looked very grand. After entering the large hall, the first thing that greeted them was a hall that was 100 meters long. At this moment, there were about 100 people standing on both sides of the hall. Greetings, Temple Master. Greetings, Temple Master. A majestic voice rang out. The hundreds of people sat down in order. From the looks of it, all of them were extremely powerful. You may rise. Mu Yun stepped into the large hall and went directly to the throne in the depths. On the throne, there was a round plate that stood quietly. The round plate was half black and half white. It looked very strange. Man Yuan explained, since the Temple Master named it Samsara, we designed this black and white wheel. We intend to rotate continuously and reincarnate endlessly. Alright. Mu Yun said, why don't we let everyone wear uniform clothes with this black and white wheel printed on them? They will represent the disciples of the Samsara Palace. Yes, Temple Master. Mu Yun walked forward and sat down. The three of you have done a good job. I will naturally reward you. Mu Yun said, what realm are you in? Now? Temple Master, we are third-rate immortal kings. Mu Yun waved her hand and 3 jade boxes appeared. She said, these 3 elixirs should be able to help you improve. Take them back and cultivate. Thank you, Temple Master. Seeing this scene, Tian Jikong was envious. Mu Yun should have given them the infinite heaven-seizing elixir. The 3 of them didn't know how precious it was, but he knew. Next, let's talk about the conspiracy of the Dark Shadow Sect and the Spiritual Dragon Sect. Mu Yun nodded and said, you should know the whole story. What are you going to do? Temple Master. Shui Yunqi bowed and stood up. She cupped her hands and said, the Dark Shadow Sect and the Spiritual Dragon Sect are really cunning this time. Now that the Temple Master has returned, we don't have to hide ourselves anymore. We should let them know the power of the Samsara Palace. That's right. A demon race warrior below shouted, those little bastards think that we are afraid of them. All these years, we have followed the Temple Master's orders and have been developing secretly. Many of the experts in the palace have been sent out to guard other regions. We have not revealed ourselves. Yes, as long as the Temple Master gives the order, the Dark Shadow Sect and the Spiritual Dragon Sect will be annihilated. Seeing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Mu Yun nodded. It seemed that Man Yuan and the other 2 had developed well in the past hundreds of years. Tens of thousands of demon race warriors and other warriors had joined in the past hundreds of years. Now, the Samsara Palace had begun to take shape. Everyone, listen to me. Mu Yun waved her hand and motioned for the crowd to be quiet. This time, the Dark Shadow Sect and the Spiritual Dragon Sect were angry because the Samsara Palace didn't join forces with them to deal with Fenchen Valley. In that case, we will join forces with them. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, the Dark Shadow Sect and the Spiritual Dragon Sect are nothing. Our goal is Fenchen Valley, the overlord of the Northwest region. As soon as these words came out, the hall suddenly became quiet. Yes, they had been following Mu Yun's orders and developing in a low-key way. That was why they didn't agree to cooperate with the Dark Shadow sect and the Spiritual Dragon sect, which led to the two sects killing them. Jiaoer is jealous. Man Yuan brought his fists together and said, "Yes, Hall Master." As soon as he spoke, the others immediately brought their fists together. "Let's not talk about this for now. I'll explain it to the three of you later," Mu Yun said with a wave of her hand. "As the Hall Master, I'll naturally give everyone a welcome gift." Mu Yun waved her hand as soon as she finished speaking. Clattering sounds could be heard as immortal weapons and immortal pills suddenly appeared in the hall. The demon race has always lacked immortal pills and immortal weapons, so I prepared a lot for everyone. From today onward, Man Yuan, Zhu Li, and Shui Yunqi will be the vice hall masters of the Reincarnation Palace. Those between the 6th and 9th Great Immortal Kings will be elders. Those between the 1st and 5th Great Immortal Kings will be deacons. Those in the perfected Golden Immortal Realm will be hall masters and branch leaders. Qin Yuan, Chen Qi, Fang Yu, Man Yuan, since the three of you said you're reliable and hardworking, I'll leave these matters to you. The disciples of the Reincarnation Palace will be divided into groups according to their strength. I'll discuss it with the three of you later." "Yes, Hall Master." Mu Yun smiled and said, "Well done, I can help the three of you reach the Immortal Emperor realm." As soon as Mu Yun said this, the expressions of the three changed. They immediately knelt on the ground. "Thank you, Hall Master." The three of them were 8th grade and 9th grade Immortal Kings. They had joined the Reincarnation Palace because of the strength of Man Yuan and the other two. Now that they saw how respectful Man Yuan and the other two were to Mu Yun, they knew Mu Yun was not simple. Mu Yun looked at the immortal pills and immortal weapons on the ground and said, "Give the order to distribute them equally. I'll refine pills and forge weapons for those who contribute in the future." "Thank you, Hall Master." The crowd gradually dispersed. Only the three demon kings, Qin Yuan, and the others were left in the hall. Mu Yun looked at the three demon kings and said, "Are the Shadow Masters and Shadow Masters of the Dark Shadow sect here?" "Yes, we found out where they are." "Alright, bring me to them tomorrow." "Yes." Mu Yun said again, "Pass down the order now. Keep an eye on them, but remember, there must be no conflict." "Understood." "Also, do you know what happened during the Battle of the Cloud Alliance 500 years ago?" When he heard this, Man Yuan immediately replied. "Hall Master, Fenchen Valley isn't completely unrelated to other regions. According to my investigation, the Valley Master of Fenchen Valley, Fenchen Chichen, seems to have been a genius of the Nine Elements Immortal Sect, Chen Qi, a few tens of thousands of years ago." Chen Qi, upon hearing this, Mu Yun was surprised. He had heard of this person before. He was once an outstanding genius of the Nine Elements Immortal Sect. However, this person rarely showed himself. It was said that he died during a training mission. Because of this, the Nine Elements Immortal Sect was furious and killed many people. "Interesting," Mu Yun smiled and said, "It seems that the land of extreme chaos is really not simple." However, 500 years ago, the #1 pill celestial of the Cloud Alliance, Meng Zimo, came alone and fought with Fenchen Chichen in the Fenchen mountain range. This person originally had the strength of a second-rate immortal king. It is said that after that battle, he was seriously injured and has been in seclusion. That's why the Dark Shadow sect and the Spirit Dragon sect dared to have such thoughts. "I see," Mu Yun smiled and said, "this is also a good thing. Then let me ask you, with the current strength of the Reincarnation Palace, can we destroy Fenchen Valley?" Hearing this, Man Yuan and the other two looked at each other and shook their heads. "How much is the difference? Fenchen Chichen is a second-rate immortal king after all, an existence second only to the 7 great immortal kings. If the three of us join forces, I'm afraid we won't be a match for him. 10,000 years ago, the 10 great immortal kings were all first-rate immortal kings. However, too many things had happened in these 10,000 years. First of all, Mu Yun had fallen 10,000 years ago. In addition, Yu Huafeng had died. In addition, the Blood Cloud sect master had entered the Immortal Emperor realm. Now, the 10 great immortal kings had become the 7 great immortal kings. "I understand." Mu Yun said faintly, "Since that's the case, let's go and meet the people from the Shadow sect tonight. Palace Master, you are now a 5th great immortal king. If you go, it will be a little dangerous." The Dark Master and the Shadow Master are both third-rate immortal kings. They are on par with the three of us. It doesn't matter. Mu Yun shook her head and said, with you guys around, they won't be able to kill me. After saying that, Mu Yun said again, let's arrange for the distinguished guest to rest first. Yes. Man Yuan once again brought Mu Yun out of the main hall. They passed through the side of the main hall and arrived at the back. Mu Yun discovered that there was a garden behind the main hall. In the garden, there were houses built. It was exceptionally tranquil, as if it was a paradise. Palace Master likes tranquility, so we specially built this place for Palace Master. Man Yuan laughed mischievously. You also know how to flatter? Mu Yun looked at Man Yuan and said with a smile, I know what you guys are thinking. When the time comes, I will take out all 5 pieces of the 9 spirit heaven capturing steel and place them in the secret area. You guys and the blood guards can cultivate together. Thank you, Palace Master. Man Yuan was instantly overjoyed. Palace Master, this way please. This is the place that I specially chose for you. Man Yuan laughed mischievously and said, Palace Master, you will know once you enter. After saying that, Man Yuan revealed an expression that said, you know what I mean. Alright, you guys should get busy. Yes. Aunt Shui, Jiao, the two of you are right beside me. If there's anything, just say it. Alright. The 3 of them entered the room separately. However, just as Mu Yun entered the room, there was a knock on the door. She opened the door and saw Jiao standing outside. At this moment, she had taken off her veil, and her extremely charming face was suffocating. Jiao? What's the matter? Nothing. I came to see if there's anything strange about your room. Jiao smiled faintly and strode into the room. The design of this room was rather luxurious. The main hall was about 100 square meters in size and was enough to accommodate dozens of people to discuss matters at the same time. After passing through the main hall, it was the dormitory. The dormitory was not small either. Greetings, Palace Master. However, just as Mu Yun followed Jiao into the dormitory, voices suddenly rang out. Looking around, in the room, other than the table and chairs, there were 9 figures standing in front of the bed. Among the 9 figures, there were humans, demonic beasts, and even beauties from the Fox clan. Each of them was wearing a thin gauze dress. They had different figures and appearances, but all of them were extremely beautiful. Most importantly, after the 9 of them bowed, they all looked gorgeously dressed. Mu Yun was instantly stunned. This was the preparation that Man Yuan had mentioned? Cough cough, smiling awkwardly, Mu Yun waved her hand and said, all of you, leave. A hint of anger appeared on Jiao's face, but she still looked at Mu Yun with a smile. It seems that I have disturbed Palace Master Mu's good time. 9 of them. I wonder if Palace Master Mu can take it. After saying that, Jiao turned and left. Mu Yun hurriedly pulled Jiao and said with a smile, I didn't ask you to prepare this. Why are you angry? I still have something to discuss with you. Why am I angry? What do I have to be angry about? Jiao's face turned red, and she immediately scolded, Little Yun, I think you are still the same as 10,000 years ago. You still have a bad habit. No way. Mu Yun said with a bitter face, I admit that I am not a loyal person, but I don't want just any woman, okay? Seeing the 9 women leave, Mu Yun revealed a hint of reluctance in her eyes. However, when she saw Jiao's glare, Mu Yun sat down and said righteously, I was quite a bastard in my previous life, but in this life, at least when I did not control my good brother, I was brave enough to bear the consequences after doing bad things. Is that so? Jiao tapped Mu Yun's head and said, look at you. Until now, you have Qin Mengyao, Wang Xinya, Xiao Yuner, your senior sister Yi Sueki, and your good disciple Miao Xinyu. Your harem group is not small. By the way, I reckon that your disciple has already made her move. You won't let your master, Meng Zimo, off either. Not bad, there are already 6 of them. Mu Yun thought about it carefully. It seemed that, it was indeed so. Cough cough. This is also something that I can't do anything about. You can't do anything about it? I think you are just finding excuses for your unfaithfulness. Jiao scoffed. Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. She sat in front of Jiao and looked at her beautiful and charming face. What are you looking at? Jiao immediately asked. Speaking of which, Jiao, what about my wives? They all know that I have more than one, but they are still willing. Moreover, they are not as angry as you are. I want to ask you, why are you so angry? Hearing this, Jiao was stunned. I'm not angry. Jiao snorted and said, why would I be angry? Oh? Is that so? Mu Yun leaned forward and looked at Jiao's face. She said, little Jiao, when you lie, your face will turn red. As Mu Yun spoke, she pinched Jiao's cheek. How dare you make fun of me? Jiao snorted and was about to slap Mu Yun. Can you bear to hit me? Mu Yun laughed. While Jiao was in a daze, she turned around and walked to the bedside. Looking at the bedside, Mu Yun was stunned. Wasn't this bed a little too big? It was an entire 9 meters long and 9 meters wide. This man Yuan was really treating him like an animal. Mu Yun shook her head with a bitter smile and sat upright on the bed. Isn't it a little boring? If you want to summon those 9 women back, just summon them back. Jiao sipped a cup of tea and said with a faint smile. Alright, stop laughing at me. Mu Yun said, I really have a serious matter to discuss with you this time. What is it? Mu Yun looked at Jiao and asked, your Aunt Shui is not simple. Who is she? Hearing this, Jiao replied, she is a senior of my fox clan. When I arrived in the celestial world, I was originally a little fox. On the way to awakening my 9 tails, I was also awakening my memories. Aunt Shui has always accompanied me. I acknowledged her as my master, so she has always followed me. However, Aunt Shui is very powerful. The former leader of the 9-tailed fox clan wanted me to marry her son, but that old woman forced me. Later, she was killed by Master. Killed? Hearing this, Mu Yun was extremely surprised. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios Pillstorm, what's wrong? Jiao was puzzled. Master treats me extremely well, and there's nothing on me that's worth her concern. Don't worry. Oh. Mu Yun nodded and said, Jiao, you must protect yourself well. In my previous life, you lost your life because of me. I thought I would never see you again in this life. Although I don't know why you were reborn, and you still have your original appearance and temperament, it's still good. In this life, I won't let you be in danger. You must protect yourself well. Hearing this, Jiao was stunned for a moment. He could feel the sincerity in Mu Yun's heart at this moment. If you say that again, I'll be so touched that I'll cry and then give myself to you. Jiao teased. I'm still a virgin. You have to be responsible for me. Okay. Mu Yun smiled and said, my 6 wives are all different in appearance, but you're the first one as charming and moving as you. Why don't you be the 7th? Get lost. Jiao scolded jokingly and threw a punch at Mu Yun. However, when Mu Yun grabbed Jiao's fist, he realized that this fist was not threatening at all. On the other hand, Jiao staggered and fell on Mu Yun. Feeling Jiao's rich body pressing down on him, Mu Yun could even feel the speed of Jiao's heartbeat and the fragrance of her breathing when they were close. Jiao, you're so beautiful. Mu Yun praised sincerely. His hands unconsciously crept up to Jiao's waist. The 2 figures overlapped each other without any gap between them. At this moment, Jiao's heart was racing, and her face was flushed. Coupled with her charming and moving posture, a veteran like Mu Yun could not bear it at all. In an instant, Mu Yun's mouth moved closer, and a moist mouth entered his mouth. At this moment, Jiao did not resist at all. Instead, she went along with Mu Yun. He could feel that the suppressed emotions in Jiao's heart seemed to be gradually released. Mu Yun understood. Jiao was probably interested in him. However, it would be a lie to say that Mu Yun did not have any reaction. As long as it was a beauty, he would have a reaction. The 2 of them hugged each other passionately and rolled on the 9-meter-long bed. For a moment, both of them fell into a state of confusion. Dong dong dong, suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Jiao struggled to get up. Don't bother. I'm the most powerful person in this reincarnation palace. Mu Yun flipped over, not caring at all. At this moment, Jiao also ignored him. Dong dong dong, but at that moment, someone knocked on the door again. This time, it was as if the door was about to be smashed apart. Jiao, are you inside? Auntie Shue's voice rang out. Upon hearing this voice, Jiao immediately shuddered. She broke free from Mu Yun and said, "It's my master." "No, I want to go out." "Why bother with her? If master is looking for me, it must be something urgent." Jiao flipped over and was about to get up. Mu Yun immediately smiled bitterly. Thinking of the warmth just now, Mu Yun was reluctant to part with Jiao and tugged at her messy clothes. "Let go." Jiao smiled and said, "Are you always so irritable? You tore my clothes. Be careful next time." "There's still a next time? Dream on." Jiao snorted and said, "You like your wives, right? I don't want to be a member of your harem and share you with other women for nothing." With that, Jiao left. Mu Yun only felt that it was boring, and he immediately let out a sigh. This master is too blind. Lin Fan muttered to himself. Mu Yun's expression was gloomy. She sat on the bed and recalled the warmth from before. Her heart rippled. Outside the room, Jiao opened the door. Auntie Shui was standing outside with a pale face. "Auntie Shui, why are you looking for me?" Jiao pulled Auntie Shui's arm and asked playfully. "Humph, come back with me." With that, Auntie Shui looked at Jiao and reprimanded, "If I didn't call you, I'm afraid you would have given birth to a little fox for this kid." "No way." Jiao muttered to herself, "If I were to give birth, it would be a little boy." "What did you say?" "Ah? No, nothing." Jiao waved her hand and said, "Master, what's wrong?" "Jiao, I don't care if you like Mu Yun. I don't mind the two of you being together, but not now. The 9 tails in your body are transforming. Once you succeed, you will be the fox, the arch of the Fox clan, the future immortal emperor. Moreover, the bloodline in your body is different from others. If you combine with Mu Yun and destroy the bloodline in your body, it will be very disadvantageous for you to become a god in the future. So I'm warning you. You can't have any substantive development between a man and a woman with him." "I understand, master." However, Jiao didn't care. How could this have anything to do with the 9 tails in her body? However, she still listened to her master's words. After returning to the room, Jiao grounded Auntie B Shui, not allowing her to take the opportunity to go out. If she wasn't careful, although Jiao was the leader of the Fox clan, she was a novice when it came to men and women. Mu Yun already had 5 wives and could be said to be an old hand. With just a few words, he could coax Jiao into running around in circles. This kid, how many women is he still not satisfied? He still wants to taint you. I don't think he has good intentions. That won't happen. Master, I knew Xianxia in my previous life. At that time, he was a famous playboy in the immortal world. However, at that time, I was very familiar with him and he did not do anything to me. Then why is he not honest with you now? Auntie Shui stared at her. Maybe it's because he also likes me. Upon hearing this, Auntie Shui was speechless when she saw Jiao's expression. I think he likes your body. You are so charming, and the 9-tailed soul in your body is different from others. Any man will like you. Auntie Shui snorted and said, I think that kid is no different from his previous life. He is a complete pervert. Achoo, in the room, Mu Yun suddenly sneezed. Who's scolding me? Mu Yun rubbed her nose and said faintly. Seriously, it wasn't easy for me to grasp some enlightenment, but I was interrupted again. Mu Yun complained. After being intimate with Jiao, Mu Yun prepared to cultivate in order to calm herself down after they separated. However, she was interrupted again after a while. Sigh. According to my current speed, it will take at least 100 years to advance to a 9th grade immortal king. 100 years will be too long. Mu Yun sighed helplessly. Who said that? However, at this moment, Guai could not help but interrupt. You are cultivating the corpse divine technique now. The bones and blood in your body are self-formed laws. The current you can use elixirs to advance. The corpse divine technique is a divine technique, not an immortal technique. Kid, you are looking down on divine techniques too much. F***ck, why didn't you say so earlier? Mu Yun scolded. If I had said so earlier, I would have already advanced to a 9th grade immortal king. You didn't ask. Guai said leisurely. Hearing this, Mu Yun really wanted to strangle Guai to death. Without further ado, Mu Yun immediately took out a few medial grade king level elixirs. These elixirs were priceless in the eyes of outsiders. However, to Mu Yun, they were nothing. He now had a lot of king level elixirs stored in his body. With a wave of his hand, over 100 king level elixirs were directly swallowed by Mu Yun like jelly beans. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and in an instant, a storm of elixirs brewed in his body. What are you doing? Guai shouted at this moment. Do you want to die? No, I am using them to advance my cultivation level. Mu Yun said matter-of-factly. Didn't you say that the corpse bone divine technique is more powerful and that I can digest these elixirs now? You idiot, I said that your bones can, but it doesn't mean that your flesh and blood can withstand it. Do you understand? Guai scolded. Are you stupid? Ah? Mu Yun was speechless. Then what do we do now? What do we do? Wait for your body to explode and die. Guai shouted and stopped talking. However, after that, even if Guai started talking, Mu Yun could not hear anything. Inside his body, his bones were happily drinking the medicinal effects that had been dissolved. He was so hungry that he couldn't be picky. However, gradually, as the elixir spread, his bones absorbed the elixirs. His flesh and blood began to absorb the elixirs. Gradually, his flesh and blood became complete. His entire body seemed to have become a kettle filled with water. However, he had only absorbed less than half of the elixirs. Under such circumstances, Mu Yun felt as if his entire body was about to be torn apart. The pain was spreading. What should he do? What should he do? Mu Yun kept thinking about these questions in his mind. Time passed. Suddenly, a solution appeared in Mu Yun's mind. The Indestructible Blood Codex. Now, he had cultivated the Indestructible Blood Codex to the 5th level, but he had only awakened 3 bloodline powers. These elixirs could all be poured into his bloodline. After making up his mind, Mu Yun immediately took action. At this moment, all the power in his body poured out. His entire body relaxed. Although it was still painful, he was thinking of a way to solve it. Immediately, an abundant amount of energy poured into his bloodline. It was an invisible power that could not be described clearly. However, it was changing his body. His flesh, blood, meridians, and bones were fused more closely. As time passed, his immortal soul was also gradually improving. The combination of the 4 became more complete. Mu Yun seized the opportunity and began to comprehend the laws. The laws of time and space combined. In his law domain, everything was changing. His strength was increasing, the powerful aura of a 6th grade immortal king immediately spread. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was not in a hurry at all. He continued to grasp that feeling. His power of law was still increasing. Not long after, he reached the 7th grade immortal king level. At this moment, Mu Yun finally stopped. He could not increase his power of a 7th grade immortal king anymore. He would not do anything that would make him grow faster. After sitting down, Mu Yun immediately looked inside his body. However, he discovered that apart from the increase in his laws and the strengthening of his flesh and blood, his left hand and heart had become completely different. They were completely different from the other parts of his body. He could not explain it clearly. Dong dong dong. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios discussing serious matters. Little Yun, what's wrong? Jiaoer's voice sounded at this moment. Mu Yun got off the bed and opened the door. When she saw Jiaoer's worried gaze, she immediately smiled and said, I'm fine. I'm just cultivating. Cultivating? Why are you wailing in pain when you're cultivating? Wailing? Is there? Mu Yun asked. Jiaoer ignored Mu Yun and directly entered the dormitory. When she saw that there was no one in the room, she heaved a sigh of relief. I think you're not worried about my safety. You're worried about whether there's a woman in my room, right? Mu Yun teased. No. Jiaoer scolded, eh? Your cultivation level increased? That's right. Not only that. Mu Yun walked forward and placed her left hand behind Jiaoer's back. She pulled her into her embrace and squeezed Jiaoer's chest. What are you doing? You're hurting me. Don't move. Mu Yun suddenly said, it's definitely a good thing. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun ignored Jiaoer's resistance. Waves of energy surged into Jiaoer's body from her heart and left hand. At this moment, Jiaoer felt as if there was an additional wave of energy in her body. Although that wave of energy was not enough to improve her cultivation level, it greatly improved her body and soul. Oh? How did you do it? Jiaoer asked in surprise as she looked at Mu Yun. It's very simple. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, my body is very special. My bloodline is powerful and unlike ordinary people. Moreover, my essence can help me improve. What? Jiaoer immediately scolded, Lecher, how disgusting. You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, we can try. Mu Yun teased. Try your head. Jiaoer immediately scolded, I didn't expect you to be the same as what Master said. You're really a pervert. Is that so? Then I'll show you how bad I am. Looking at Jiaoer's charming figure and face, Mu Yun directly leaned over and kissed her. The temperature in the room instantly rose, Hall Master. At this moment, a shout came from outside the door. At this moment, Man Yuan was just about to step into the room when he saw this scene, and he was instantly dumbstruck. Ayaya, my eyes. Ayo, Hall Master, my eyes suddenly had an eye problem just now. I didn't see anything at all. As Man Yuan spoke, he hurriedly left the room. It's all your fault. Jiaoer looked at Mu Yun and scolded angrily, Little Yun, you're getting worse and worse. Is there? Mu Yun smiled and said, Jiaoer, tell me, have you liked me long ago? I didn't. Really? Of course not. Hearing this, Mu Yun sighed and said, if that's the case, then forget it. Just take it that I was impulsive just now and couldn't resist the temptation of your beauty. Forget it. How dare you? Hearing this, Jiaoer snorted and said, since you've gone overboard, you should be responsible for me. Overboard? Mu Yun smiled naughtily and said, how is this considered overboard? I haven't done anything overboard yet. Jiaoer pretended to hit Mu Yun, but Mu Yun jumped away. Her palm left Jiaoer's neck, and she sniffed and said with a smile, how nostalgic. Big pervert. Jiaoer scolded angrily. Haha. Big pervert is going to do serious business now. Jiaoer, wash up tonight and lie on the bed to wait for me. As Mu Yun spoke, she laughed and left the room. Dream on. Looking at Mu Yun's back as she left, Jiaoer waved her fist. Her face was red, and she looked even more charming. As a member of the Fox clan, she was born with an innate charm. Therefore, anyone who saw her for the first time would be able to see through her naked desire at a glance. However, in her previous life, Mu Yun was known as a playboy. But when they met, Mu Yun was very angry with her. The clarity in her eyes could not be faked. At that time, she and Mu Yun could be said to be close friends. Mu Yun had never done anything improper. However, in this life, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with passion when they met. However, not only did this not make her hate it, but it made her very expectant for something to happen. What's the matter? Outside the room, Mu Yun looked at Man Yuan and asked. Temple Master, I didn't do it on purpose just now. No wonder you sent all the women I carefully selected back. It turns out that you have a beautiful woman accompanying you. Cut the crap. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, Speak, what's the matter? Reporting to Temple Master, the people from Dark Shadow Sect and Spiritual Dragon Sect seem to have sensed something. They are now showing signs of retreating, so we stop them. Mu Yun said, what kind of place do they think Reincarnation City is? Do they think they can come and go as they please? Just nice, we can go and meet them. Yes. In a wealthy courtyard in Reincarnation City. Dozens of figures were carefully investigating the surroundings. In the small courtyard, a few figures stood still. In the center of the courtyard, 2 figures sat before a stone table. Dark Lord, Gu Cheng's whereabouts are unknown. I'm afraid the Reincarnation Palace has discovered something. We are not ready yet. It's unwise to have a conflict now. A middle-aged man cupped his hands and said, "Dark Lord, please make a decision as soon as possible. Although these demons are brainless, this is Reincarnation City, the headquarters of the Reincarnation Palace. Our every move is likely to be under their surveillance." Hearing those words, the black-robed man among the two people on the stone bench frowned. "Where did Guqing go? Don't you know?" The man's voice was a little angry. "Dark Lord, please calm down." Deputy sect leader Guqing said that he left to deal with some personal matters. "We really don't know." "Humph, a bunch of trash. That's enough." At this moment, Shadow Master, who was dressed in a long black dress, said, "This seems rather strange. We'd better be careful. The Reincarnation Palace can't run away anyway." "That's right. The Reincarnation Palace can't run away anyway. Dark Lord and Shadow Master, we are honored by your presence. I wonder if it's too late for me to welcome you now." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. A few figures appeared at the entrance of the small courtyard. Swoosh, 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 in an instant, dozens of figures surrounded them and stared at them covetously. "Who are you?" Dark Lord stood up and looked at the few figures and asked cautiously. "Haha." At this moment, Mu Yun laughed and said, "Dark Lord and Shadow Master came to the Reincarnation Palace, but you don't know who the Reincarnation Palace leader is?" "The Reincarnation Palace leader?" The Dark Lord and Shadow Lord looked at each other in surprise. Wasn't the Reincarnation Palace leader one of the three great demon kings? When did such a human appear? "I'm the Reincarnation Palace leader. You can call me Palace Leader Yun." Mu Yun was dressed in a black robe and a black cloak that covered his face. It was not suitable for him to reveal his true appearance now. If someone saw him, they would definitely recognize him. "You are?" Seeing Dark Lord's bewildered expression, Man Yuan immediately shouted, "This is the real Reincarnation Palace leader, Palace Leader Yun." The Shadow Masters and the Dark Masters were both stunned when they heard this. When did the Reincarnation Palace have a Palace Leader Yun? Mu Yun walked out step by step, came to the stone table, and sat down. "Both of you, please have a seat." Mu Yun waved his hand and went straight to the point. "I'm here because of Guqing, the deputy sect leader of the Shadow Sect." "You captured Guqing?" Dark Lord stood up as soon as he sat down. "Dark Lord, why are you in such a hurry?" Mu Yun said calmly, "I did capture Guqing." "That's right. But Dark Lord, you have to listen to what I want to say, right?" Shadow Master pulled Dark Lord and said, "Palace Leader Yun, please speak. First of all, Guqing's son, Gu Tianyuan, caused trouble in the restaurant. I beat him up and taught him a lesson. As the Reincarnation Palace leader, I was bullied by a deputy sect leader's son. It's not too much to teach him a lesson, right?" "Of course." Mu Yun said again, "So, when Guqing saw his son being bullied, he wanted to stand up for him. After a few words, deputy sect leader Guqing wanted to kill me. He even said that the Reincarnation Palace would be destroyed soon." Dark Lord and Shadow Master's expressions changed when they heard this. In that case, Palace Master Yun must have found out about their plan. Shadow Master shook his head and smiled. "Guqing is talking nonsense. Palace Leader Yun, please don't mind him." They had discussed with Spirit Dragon sect about attacking the Reincarnation Palace. But now, both sides had not made a perfect plan, so the plan could not be executed. If Mu Yun saw through it, they would not be able to leave Reincarnation City today. "I think so too. That's why Deputy Sect Leader Guqing was detained," Mu Yun said and waved her hand. Outside the small courtyard, a few demon race soldiers immediately brought Guqing and Gu Tianyuan out. "Now, the deputy sect leader of Shadow Sect has been sent back. This is a misunderstanding. I think the two sect leaders won't mind, right?" Of course, of course." Dark Lord and Shadow Master nodded. They were a little confused now. What was Mu Yun thinking? Good, the misunderstanding is resolved. Mu Yun clapped her hands and smiled. This matter is over. Then, shall we start to discuss business? Discuss business? What business? Dark Lord and Shadow Master were confused again. Previously, I heard that Dark Lord and Shadow Master, as well as Long Hao, the sect leader of Spirit Dragon sect, came to my 3 deputy palace leaders to discuss cooperating to attack Fenchen Valley. I was not there at that time, so the three deputy palace leaders could not make the decision. So, we refused. Now that I, the palace leader, have returned, this matter is settled. The Samsara Palace is willing to cooperate with your sect and Spirit Dragon sect to attack Fenchen Valley. Dark Lord and Shadow Master were completely dumbfounded when they heard this. They had tried their best to rope in the Samsara Palace, but at that time, Man Yuan and the other two rejected them cleanly. So, this matter was dropped. But now, Palace Leader Yun actually agreed to it. Why? Could it be that Palace Leader Yun was afraid because Spirit Dragon sect and Shadow sect had joined forces to attack the Samsara Palace? But that was not possible. If he was afraid, he should have sent his elites to surround them in the Samsara city and kill them right there and then. In this way, Shadow sect would be leaderless and would naturally be in chaos, let alone attack the Samsara Palace. But this guy did not do so. Palace Leader Yun, what are you trying to do? Dark Lord asked. I've said it before. Mu Yun said again. Previously, because I was not there, the three deputy palace leaders could not make the decision. But now that I'm back, the Samsara Palace will also participate in this plan. Moreover, I think the two of you should know that even if Fenchen Valley's Valley Master, Fenchen Valley's Valley Master, is injured, he is still comparable to a first-rate celestial king. It will be difficult for the Dark Shadow sect and Spirit Dragon sect to defeat him. Not to mention Fenchen Valley, even if the Samsara Palace, Dark Shadow sect, and Spirit Dragon sect want to defeat him, they will have to pay a huge price, right? Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Vice Captain Long Yuan. We need to discuss this with the Spiritual Dragon sect. Sure. Mu Yun nodded. Coincidentally, I'm heading over as well. Samsara City has only a population of 1 million. Even the Dark Lords and Shadow Lords are here. Even sect leader Long Hao is here. How could the Dark Masters and Shadow Masters not understand? Palace Master Yun had already figured out their location. He just didn't do anything. Guqing was just a bait. It seemed like Palace Master Yun had come prepared this time. They left the small courtyard and walked along the street. Before long, they arrived in front of a house. The house looked simple. It had 2 floors and was decorated in an ancient style. It didn't look eye-catching at all. Mu Yun stepped in. The Dark Masters and Shadow Masters were stunned. It seemed like Mu Yun had really figured out their location. Please come in. Mu Yun smiled and said to the 2nd floor, Sect Leader Long Hao, I'm Palace Master Yun of the Samsara Palace. I'm here to visit. Would Palace Master Long Hao do me the honor? Whoosh, as Mu Yun spoke, a figure rushed down from the 2nd floor. A cold light flashed and a dagger pierced towards Mu Yun. Although the figure was fast, Tianjikong's reaction was faster. Taking a step forward, Empyrean Polaris blocked that person's path. Then, he punched out, and with a loud boom, that person broke through the wall and disappeared. Sect Leader Long Hao, is this how you welcome your guests? Mu Yun's voice was cold. Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps rang out as a figure slowly walked down the stairs from above. The person wore a pale golden robe with a golden ribbon around his waist. He had a stocky figure and wasn't tall. However, the aura he exuded when he walked down was like that of a king. Who is Palace Master Yun? The man asked. I only know that there are 3 palace masters in the Samsara Palace. I've never heard of Palace Master Yun. Hee. Mu Yun smiled faintly and didn't reply. Man Yuan shouted, Long Hao, open your eyes wide and look carefully. This is the true hall master of our Samsara Palace. The 3 of us were merely acting as hall masters. Oh? Hearing this, Long Hao was slightly surprised. He smiled and said, I didn't expect that the 3 great demon kings would lower themselves to be subordinates of a human. Moreover, the human is only a 7th grade immortal king. Even if the throne is no longer there, he shouldn't have fallen to such a state, right? Hearing this, Mu Yun did not care. Sect Leader Long, you don't have to sow discord here. It's true that the 3 demon kings are my subordinates. Although I'm a 7th grade celestial king, they are willing to follow me. It's useless no matter what you say. Mu Yun looked at Long Hao with a smile on her face. Sect Master Long Hao, I'm here with a friendly attitude this time. Mu Yun said with a smile, as for what I want to do, I'll ask Master Dark and Master Shadow to discuss it with you. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, you guys chat first. I want to meet someone. I wonder if Sect Master Long Hao is willing to recommend me. Who? Your elder brother, Long Yuan. Mu Yun said resolutely. Why do you want to meet my elder brother? You don't have to worry about this. I just want to meet your elder brother and talk about something. As for what it is, I think your elder brother will be very happy to know. Hearing this, Long Hao hesitated. Since Palace Master Yun wants to meet me, please come upstairs for a chat. Just as Long Hao was about to speak, a voice suddenly sounded from upstairs. Mu Yun smiled faintly and walked upstairs. Palace Master. Man Yuan stepped forward and followed. No need. Mu Yun waved her hand and went up to the attic alone. At this moment, Master Dark, Master Shadow, and Long Hao were standing together and discussing something in a low voice. Mu Yun walked to the second floor and came to the center of the attic. A figure was sitting on the ground and looking out of the window. This person was dressed in a gray robe and had a thin figure. He looked completely different from Long Hao. The moment she saw this person, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. She had mixed feelings in her heart. In the end, she did not speak and sat down directly. Palace Master Yun is so bold. A 7th grade celestial king dares to stand alone in front of me. Isn't Palace Master Yun afraid that I will kill you? You can't kill me, Mu Yun said confidently. At least before Man Yuan and the rest rush over, you can't kill me. Hearing Mu Yun's confident words, the man was stunned. May I know why Palace Master Yun is looking for me? Long Yuan asked. It's nothing important. I just want to find Mr. Long Yuan and have a chat. Oh? Chat about what? Mr. Long Yuan is an orphan. When did you have a younger brother? Mu Yun asked. As soon as he said that, Mu Yun immediately felt a strong murderous intent from Long Yuan's body. Why? Did I ask the wrong question? Mu Yun smiled and said, Mr. Long Yuan is an orphan. How can you have a younger brother? What are you trying to say? Nothing. Mu Yun said again, Mr. Long Yuan came from the Cloud region. Previously, he was the deputy captain of the Cloud Guards under the leader of the Cloud Alliance, Mu Yun. During a mission, he was kicked out of the Cloud Guards because he disobeyed the captain's orders. In a fit of anger, he left the Cloud Alliance. Am I right or am I wrong? Who are you? Long Yuan couldn't help but shout. Haha, why do you care who I am? Mu Yun smiled and said, you are now the boss of the Spirit Dragon sect. You are hiding behind the scenes and controlling a sect. How awe-inspiring is that? Now, you want to attack Fenchen Valley. In the future, you might become the overlord of the chaotic Northwest region. Such an identity and status is better than being a deputy captain of the Cloud Guards, right? Bullsh *T. Hearing this, Long Yuan suddenly scolded, what do you know? The leader of the Cloud Alliance treated the Cloud Guards like brothers. Every time we were in danger, Master was always the first to explore and never let us risk our lives. Outsiders say that the Cloud Guards are Mu Yun's guards, but who in the Cloud Alliance doesn't know that Mu Yun is our guard? Even if I left the Cloud Guards, I am still a member of the Cloud Guards. I was born as Mu Yun's man, and I will die as Mu Yun's soul. Back then, if I wasn't worried about Master's safety, I wouldn't listen to orders during that expedition and took risks without permission, causing the deaths of several brothers. Master lost an arm to save me, and her strength was greatly reduced. I left the Cloud Alliance because I felt guilty. You don't understand what the spirit of the Cloud Guards is. Long Yuan said in a low voice. Later, when I found out that Master didn't die, I was half happy and half worried. I was happy that Master didn't die. It was a great thing, but I was worried that as someone who was kicked out of the Cloud Guards, how should I face the Cloud Guards and the Cloud Alliance? After he said that, the room was silent for a long time. Mu Yun nodded and said, this is your purpose for hiding here all these years? Of course. Long Yuan said again, I said, you don't know the unity of the Cloud Guards. Everyone sees each other as brothers. Although I left the Cloud Alliance, because of my mistake, Master punished me. It's only right. Oh, When I found out that Captain Mu Tiange was dead, I couldn't wait to kill my way to the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. However, at that time, Fenchen Valley joined forces with Zhao, the Nine Elements Immortal sect, and the Sinister Wind Pavilion to deal with the Cloud Alliance. I had no choice but to stay here and deal with Fenchen Valley from behind. I didn't expect you to be so loyal. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, in this world, no one's life should be sacrificed for others. Mu Yun has no right to ask you to die for her. What do you know? Long Yuan shouted, Master has never asked us to do anything for her. Instead, she has always done something for us. You won't understand this kind of feeling even if I explain it to you. Long Yuan said again, but now, since you already know, then I can't let you live. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Yuan directly slapped Mu Yun with his palm. Seeing that palm, Mu Yun was extremely calm. On the surface of her body, a 7-colored light rose, and with a low boom, her entire body was directly blasted back at this moment. What are you doing? Mu Yun immediately shouted, you want to fight because of a disagreement? This concerns the life of Dragon Abyss and my Spirit Dragon sect. If people know that I'm the vice captain of the Cloud Guards, I'm afraid that the number of people who want to kill me is enough to form a long line in the entire land of chaos. It seems that you've caused a lot of trouble. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Long Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, why would I cause trouble? This is all my master's fault. Mu Yun immediately smiled awkwardly and said, okay, I won't tease you anymore. Long Air, take a good look at who I am. As Mu Yun spoke, she directly took off her hat, and a rather delicate and pretty face appeared. 10,000 years ago, I didn't die. 500 years ago, I still didn't die. Mu Yun laughed and said, in this world, the person who can kill me hasn't been born yet. Long Yuan was stunned when he saw Mu Yun laughing heartily. Then, with a wave of his hand, 2 scrolls appeared. The first scroll was the appearance of Mu Yun in her previous life. Her style was similar, but the shape of her face was quite different. In her gentleness, there was a hint of arrogance and haughtiness. And on the second scroll was the current him. He looked like a scholar, very delicate and pretty, but that strand of hair gave people a feeling of evil charm. However, it seemed that he did not have the arrogance and perverse attitude of his previous life. Stand properly. At this moment, Long Yuan took a step forward and instantly came in front of Mu Yun. His hands pinched Mu Yun's face. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Long Air, what are you doing? Mu Yun could not help but grit her teeth. There were even finger marks on her face, and blood flowed down. Is it really you? Long Yuan looked at Mu Yun and held Mu Yun's cheeks tightly with his hands, laughing loudly. Mu Yun, master, is it really you? However, after laughing out loud, Long Yuan suddenly burst into tears. Master, how much have you suffered in your previous life? Your appearance has completely changed, and your soul breath is also different. If not for the great life abduction skill, we really can't be sure that you are still alive. One moment he cried, the next he laughed. At this moment, Long Yuan was at his peak. Brat, shouldn't you be happy to see me? Why are you crying? Mu Yun's eyes were slightly red, and she shouted, you are embarrassing me. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The moon is full and people are good. Long Yuan, the former deputy captain of the Cloud Guards, greets master. Long Yuan's kowtow was sonorous and powerful, and it came from the bottom of his heart. Seeing the expression on Long Yuan's face, Mu Yun patted Long Yuan's shoulder and scolded with a smile, kid, can't you work harder? From today onwards, I appoint you as the captain of the Cloud Guards and take over Mu Tiange's jurisdiction. In that case, from today onwards, I will revert to my original name, Mu Long Yuan. Long Yuan said excitedly. Most of the disciples of the Cloud Guards were adopted by Mu Yun. Most of them had no parents, so Mu Yun personally gave them the surname. Long Yuan was not just called Long Yuan in the past, but Mu Long Yuan, after. Leaving the Cloud Guards, he did not dare to use the surname Mu anymore. That would be a disgrace to Mu Yun and the Cloud Guards. Okay. Mu Yun nodded and said, Mu Long Yuan, from today onwards, you are the captain of the Cloud Guards. Yes. Mu Long Yuan stood up respectfully. Master, I heard about Brother Tiange's matter. You must be very sad. Mu Longyuan said nervously. At the mention of this, Mu Yan smiled bitterly. Sad, perhaps he could no longer feel sad. Otherwise, he would not have burned 99,000 years in one breath and caused Guai to sleep for hundreds of years. Mu Longyuan knew that among the cloud guards, Mu Tiange had a calm personality, and Mu Tiansheng had a violent personality. These two were also the two people Mu Yun trusted the most. Therefore, Mu Yun's pain should be the deepest when Mu Tiange died. So this time I don't want to rely on anyone's strength. I will rely on myself. I will never give the 33 heavenly sword sects a second chance. Mu Yan's eyes were full of murderous intent. The two sat in the room and chatted until the sun set in the west before they said goodbye. Mu Yun instructed Mu Longyuan to do as usual and not to treat her differently. However, the cooperation of the three major sects this time should be sorted out. After bidding farewell to Mu Longyuan, Mu Yun returned to the reincarnation palace. I thought you're not coming back today. Jiuyai translation, Jiuyai translation. How is that possible? Mu Yun replied casually and opened the door to enter the room. Seeing that Mu Yun was Jiuers, and followed her into the room. What's the matter? No, nothing. Nothing, Mu Yunyai translation. You translation. Yujio translation, Yai translation Yai translation of translation Geo translation, Geo of translation. Yai, of Mu's Mujio translation Geo Mu's Geo translation she SSSS hers. Hearing the dejection and exhaustion in Mu Yun's words, Jiuer did not say anything and allowed Mu Yun to hug her. Jiu Yai, do you know? I was the happiest in my previous life. I was carefree. Together with Xie Qing, we explored the secret land, traveled the world, and did whatever we wanted. We were free and unrestrained. Later, in order to protect my brothers from being bullied, I established the Cloud Realm and the Cloud Alliance. At that time, I often went to the heaven-destroying swordsmanship sect to look for master. I often sparred with eldest senior brother, and I often acted coquettishly to master's wife. However, later on, the 33 Heaven Sword sect destroyed master's heaven-destroying swordsmanship sect and killed master. Zhao and the 9 Elements Immortal sect deliberately stopped me, so I could only hear the news of master's death. Therefore, I went crazy. I went to the 33 Heaven Sword sect and almost died. Later on, in order to fight for a magical treasure that everyone in the immortal world yearned for, I saw the people of the 33 Heaven Sword sect, Zhao, and the 9 Elements Immortal sect. I was furious. I wanted to kill them all. Therefore, I used the Great Death Requisition technique and burned hundreds of thousands of years of my life. Tens of thousands of immortal kings were either killed or injured. I thought I would die, but I didn't. For 10,000 years, I wandered around like a ghost. I became the new Mu Yun. I kept cultivating so that I could return to the immortal world. I saw Xueshao die, and I saw Tiange die in front of me. I was powerless to change all of this. Therefore, I kept working hard to become stronger. However, Mu Yun paused and said, I realized that the immortal world I knew wasn't that simple. Is Xueshao dead or not? Is there only one Jian Luyun in the sword sect? Including the death of my previous life. Another scene kept appearing in my mind. The last time I saw Kai Ling Tian, he told me that there really was a human called the shepherds in the divine race. However, they were destroyed tens of thousands of years ago. The shepherd's leader is called Mu Qingyu, and the shepherd's young leader is called Mu Yun. What kind of coincidence is this? Is it just a coincidence? I really want to ask Father why all of this happened. Mu Yun's words became agitated. For hundreds of years, he had been haunted by these doubts. If he was really the young leader of the shepherds in the divine race, then what was the immortal king in his previous life? During this period of time, his personality had also changed. You are you, the one and only you. Jiuer patted Mu Yun's head and said indifferently, in my eyes, you are the unscrupulous and lawless you. You are also the current you who cares about the feelings of the people you care about. In the past, I liked you very much. I liked that you were reckless, that you were fearless, and that you always had a confident smile on your face. In this life, you are still the same. I can always see you. Even when you are on the verge of death, you are not afraid. Hearing this, Mu Yan raised his head and looked at Jiao. Jiao, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Jiao looked into Mu Yan's deep eyes. It was this pair of eyes that had captured the hearts of so many people. At the same time, it had also captured her heart. At this moment, she forgot Auntie Shue's words. Her clothes were removed from her body one by one, and her perfect body was revealed in front of Mu Yan. Jiao was originally a beautiful immortal fox with a charming appearance. But at this moment, Mu Yan's heart was filled with the most primitive impulse. In the room, the lights were bright, and the moonlight shone into the room through the window. The two bodies were completely entwined together. Under the guidance of Mu Yan, a veteran, the two gradually entered a good state. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, when Mu Yan woke up, she felt something pressing on her body. Looking carefully, Jiao's face was flushed, and her breathing was steady. She was lying on her chest, still in a deep sleep. At this moment, Mu Yan exhaled. This time, he had harmed another one. It seemed that he was walking deeper and deeper on the path of being a pervert. Thinking about it carefully, Qin Mengyao, Wang Xianxia, Xiao Yun Yi Sueki, Miao Xianyu, and Jiao all had their own characteristics. Some were cold, some were pure, some were shy, some were charming, some were mischievous, and some were fiery. Perhaps, this was a real man, Mu Yan shamelessly explained to herself in her heart. Humph. At this moment, Jiao suddenly opened her eyes. You're awake? Jiao leaned on Mu Yan's shoulder and responded. Thinking of the madness last night, Jiao still couldn't believe that it was her. Jiao, Mu Yan smiled faintly and said, aren't you a nine-tailed immortal fox? I heard that the nine-tailed immortal fox's 9 tails are mysterious and especially beautiful. Why don't you show it to me? As Mu Yan spoke, a mischievous smile appeared in her eyes. Okay. When Jiao heard this, she didn't think much and sat up. With a swishing sound, 9 tails appeared on her back. Even 2 furry ears grew out of her head. Mu Yan was stunned for a moment. It had to be said that Jiao's appearance was really too beautiful. Not only was she charming, but she was also pure. Mu Yan immediately flipped over and said with a smile, let's start the morning exercise now. Jiao screamed and immediately scolded, well, you did it on purpose. You're really too bad. The two of them saw that a big battle was inevitable. At this moment, with a bang, the sound of a door breaking suddenly sounded. This explosion gave the two of them a fright. Mu Yan only had time to put on a shirt before a figure walked directly into the bedroom. Master. Aunt Shui. Looking at the person at the door, even Mu Yan blushed. This Aunt Shui was too unromantic, right? Of course, Mu Yan wouldn't say that out loud. On the other hand, Jiao put on a gauze dress and stood up. She tugged at Aunt Shui and whispered, what's wrong? Aunt Shui? What's wrong? You're asking me what's wrong? Aunt Shui said angrily, did you and this kid last night? Aunt Shui, don't be angry. I don't feel anything wrong with my body. Hearing this, Aunt Shui was stunned. She took Jiao's palm and carefully rubbed it. Eh? After a moment, Aunt Shui's expression suddenly changed. It shouldn't be, Aunt Shui said in surprise. How could it be? Aunt Shui was in a daze. She muttered to herself and turned to leave the room. Seeing this strange scene, Mu Yan was even more puzzled. This person was completely crazy. Jiao walked in front of Mu Yan and pinched Mu Yan's face. She smiled and said, little Yan, don't be angry. My master is doing this for my own good. She said that the bloodline in my body is different from that of ordinary 9-tailed immortal foxes. I can't have physical contact with men. Otherwise, it will damage my bloodline unless my bloodline awakens. But yesterday, seeing that you were a little sad, I couldn't help it. This time, it was Mu Yan who was surprised. He immediately opened the chart of celestial extermination and asked Guai. After hearing Mu Yan's question, Guai sneered. Rascal, now you know how to look for me. Every time you have fun with your wife, you make me stay here. If there's anything, you'll drag me out? Ahem. After Mu Yan coaxed him, Guai spoke. Get this little fox to drip a drop of blood essence for me to check. Mu Yun looked at Jiao and said, Jiao, give me a drop of blood essence. Okay. Jiao directly dripped a drop of blood essence and placed it in Mu Yun's palm. That drop of blood essence directly gathered in the chart of celestial extermination and disappeared. Not long after, Guai's bewildered voice sounded. She's really not simple. Guai smiled and said, if I'm not wrong, you've gotten a great bargain this time. What bargain? This little fox is not an ordinary nine-tailed immortal fox. She has many remnant divine beast spirits and bloodlines in her body. If I'm not wrong, she should be a divine beast, nine-tailed celestial fox. Nine-tailed celestial fox? Mu Yun had never heard of this race. Nine-tailed immortal foxes and nine-tailed celestial foxes are two completely different concepts. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the bloodline and soul in this little fox's body are not ordinary nine-tailed celestial foxes. Guai said seriously, nine-tailed celestial foxes, when cultivated to the extreme, are comparable to the dragon race. There are strong and weak divine beasts? Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Joint Cultivation. The immortal world has only existed for a short period of time, but the divine world is different. No one knows how humans and other races appeared in the primordial age. Later on, cultivation began to exist in the primordial age. Then came the ancient age and the primordial age. Those ages were not measured in terms of tens of thousands of years. Hearing this, Mu Yun immediately interrupted, the treasure with the primordial age that you mentioned was used to cultivate your vitality. Doesn't that mean it was in the primordial age? That's right. So, you existed in the primordial age? I didn't exist in your head. Guai scolded, the primordial age, primordial age, primordial age, and primordial age are just divisions. The more ancient you are, the earlier you are born, and the stronger you are. So, there might be these things in the immortal extermination painting? Of course. Hearing this, Mu Yun was immediately excited. But you'd better not think about it. Even I can't get those things. Although I'm the spirit of the immortal extermination painting, I can't open it. As for you, I think you might be able to open it after cultivating for 100,000 years. Guai said again, you won't understand even if I tell you this. Let's talk about it in the future. But your wife will definitely be extraordinary in the future. Then, will my union with her affect her growth? If it were anyone else, it would. But you're special, so it won't. Guai chuckled and said, moreover, your bloodlines can merge with each other. Guai said again, I think you should have guessed that you're not an ordinary person. You have the bloodline of the shepherds of the God clan. All the God clan, which is called a big clan, are old monsters with God ancestors in their family. Your Mu clan is the same. So, your bloodline is not the same as the bloodline of the divine dragon clan. It's quite beneficial to merge with this little fox's nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline. Moreover, your cultivation of the immortal blood codex is increasing the power of your bloodline. If you're together with this little fox, you'll improve rapidly. You mean to say that my bloodline is special and contains the power of my bloodline? That's why I can cultivate the indestructible blood codex so quickly? Mu Yun was not stupid. He had guessed that she was a Protoss, but he was not sure. Now that Guai said it, it must be true. He was really Mu Yun from the God race. If that's the case, then Jiao can also cultivate the imperishable blood codex. No wonder Yao's cultivation speed is so fast, while Xian and Yun can't even begin. So it's because of the limitations of my bloodline. I have a bloodline inheritance, so I can improve so much. Upon hearing this, Guai nodded. Something's wrong. However, suddenly, Mu Yun shouted, that's not right. Shui Wuqing and Shui are Shui Zhao's descendants. How could they cultivate the indestructible blood codex so quickly? Mu Yun was stunned. This was obviously impossible, but at that moment, Guai did not say anything. Mu Yun's heart was in turmoil. A crazy idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Shui Xiao was not a simple Shui Xiao. For a moment, Mu Yun found it hard to accept. Guai seemed to realize that he had said too much at this moment, so he fell silent. However, Mu Yun understood that the more Guai remained silent, the more it proved that his guess was right. Xiao was not simple. That was why Shui Wuqing and Shui Yi could cultivate the indestructible blood codex. It could be said that Xiao had an inheritance bloodline. If that was the case, how could he die? For a moment, Mu Yun was completely shocked, and sweat dripped from his face. Xiao Yun, what's wrong with you? Jiaoer asked with concern, but Mu Yun ignored her. He needed to sort out his conjecture. It seemed that Shui Wuqing and Shui Yi's bloodline was not ordinary. Since they were Shui Zhao's descendants, and Shui Yun, the leader of Blood Fiend Divine Sect, favored them greatly. If that was the case, could it be that Shui Yun was Shui Zhao's ancestor? However, if that was the case, why did Shui Yun want to kill him when he found out that he was Mu Yun? Even if the two of them did not have much interaction, he should have known from Shui Wuqing and Shui Yi that Shui Xiao was his good brother. At this moment, Mu Yun was really having a headache. Xiao Yun, what's wrong with you? Jiaoer could not help but shake Mu Yun. Is there any change in my body? No, Mu Yun shook his head and said, your body is fine. On the contrary, your body is very healthy. Moreover, my bloodline and the nine-tailed celestial fox's bloodline in your body can harmonize with each other. If the two of us cultivate together, we can quickly improve our realms. Cultivate together? Hearing this, Jiaoer scolded, what do you mean by cultivate together? It means that we can happily communicate with our bodies every day and improve each other's strength. Mu Yun said with a smile. Rogue. Come. If you don't believe me, I'll let you try. I can't. Jiaoer suddenly said shyly, yesterday was too crazy. Moreover, I feel that the remaining essence in my body has not been digested in time. The essence has a very magical power. Hearing this, Mu Yun laughed and said, see, I didn't lie to you. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Jiaoer nodded. This was the first time she had seen such a strange person. Mu Yun's essence actually had such a miraculous effect. Alright, don't think too much. Nothing will happen to your body. I understand your master's worries. Mu Yun said with a smile, you just have to explain to her. There's no problem with negotiating with me. Instead, it will greatly improve your strength. Mu Yun looked at Jiaoer after she finished speaking. Jiaoer, you still haven't told me who your master is. My master is Yao Shiueji. Jiaoer said matter-of-factly. Hearing this, Mu Yun almost choked on her saliva. Yao Shiueji, one of the 10 great immortal kings. Mu Yun was a little dumbfounded. That's not right. I remember that Yao Shiueji is also from the nine-tailed immortal fox clan, but she's young and beautiful. She doesn't look like this, Mu Yun said guiltily. That's a disguise. Master is as beautiful as a flower. Moreover, no one in the demon realm knows that Yao Shiueji, one of the 10 great immortal kings, is a nine-tailed immortal fox. Seeing that something was wrong with Mu Yun, Jiaoer smiled and said, no, how do you know that my master is as beautiful as a flower? Did you do something wicked in your previous life? It's no wonder that whenever my master mentions you, he's always so angry. No, how is that possible? Definitely not. Mu Yun immediately denied it. Definitely, absolutely not. Quarreling sounds came from the room. However, the quarreling sounds gradually dissipated and were replaced by sounds that made one's imagination run wild. After learning about the existence of the nine-tailed immortal fox divine beast in Jiaoer's body, Mu Yun was relieved at the same time. Joining forces with the Dark Shadow sect and the Spirit Dragon sect was already part of the plan. With the existence of Mu Long Yuan, no one in the Spirit Dragon sect objected at all. Originally, the Spirit Dragon sect and the Dark Shadow sect were ready to attack the Reincarnation Palace, and their manpower had already been mobilized. However, now, all of them had to carry out a new plan. However, the few leaders had also finished their discussion and did not move at all. They might as well go with the flow and give Fenchen Valley a false impression that the 3 major sects had started a war. When everything was ready, they would directly attack Fenchen Valley when they were unprepared. During this period of time, the 3 major sects had been secretly planning. Even Fenchen Valley's sphere of influence had been divided by the 3 major sections. And this wait was a full year of planning and planning. During this year, the 3 major sects even fought some big and small battles in order to make the show more realistic. Mu Yan also did not idle during this year. Man Yuan, Zhu Li, and Shui Yunqi were now his three trump cards. They were originally second-rate immortal kings, but under Mu Yan's boundless heaven-seizing pill, the three of them were infinitely close to the first-rate immortal king realm. Even Qin Yuan, Chen Qi, and Fang Yu had reached the third-rate immortal king realm from the 8th grade and 9th grade immortal king realm. As for Mu Long Yuan, Mu Yun focused on nurturing him. His realm was also infinitely close to the first-rate immortal king realm. During this year, Mu Yun carefully studied alchemy on weekdays. He refined pills during the day and cultivated at night. Cultivating with Jiao made the two of them improve at lightning speed every day. Jiao was originally a second-rate immortal king. Now, she had directly jumped to the first-rate immortal king realm. However, Mu Yun understood that the so-called 9th-grade immortal kings in the immortal world were divided into 4 levels: ordinary immortal kings, third-rate immortal kings, second-rate immortal kings, and first-rate immortal kings. If these 4 levels were carefully divided, the former 10-grade immortal kings were not in this category at all. Although some people described the 10-grade immortal kings as first-rate immortal kings, in fact, the 10-grade immortal kings should be super first-rate. The current top power in the immortal world, to be precise, should be the immortal emperor. Below the immortal emperor were the famous 7 great immortal kings. They were super first-rate existences. The alliance master of the 9 elements immortal sect, Zhou Yuanqing. The patriarch of the Zhao clan, Zhao Shanhe. The pavilion master of the spirit region Spirit Pavilion, Ling Qing Tian. The demon race's demon supremacy, Mo Tian. The immeasurable Buddhist sect of the Buddhist domain, Ru Zongxing. The 33 heaven sword sect Jian Nan Tian. The mysterious Yao Shuiji of the demon region. These 7 people could be said to be existences second only to the immortal emperor in the entire immortal world. After them were the first-rate immortal kings, followed by the second-rate immortal kings. For example, the 9 demon kings of the demon region, the 18 demon kings of the demon race, and the top elders of the various realms were all second-rate immortal kings. As for the third-rate immortal kings, there were more of them. There were even more ordinary immortal kings. Such a detailed division was not only a difference in cultivation level, but also a difference in combat ability. For example, as one of the current 7 great immortal kings, Jian Nan Tian could kill a lot of ordinary 9th-grade immortal kings. This was the top strength. The 9-tailed fox aura in Jiao's body was originally dormant. However, under the combination of the two, this aura was broken, and Jiao's strength also increased. This was naturally related to Mu Yan's bloodline. But at the same time, Jiao's 9-tailed fox aura also played a great role in Mu Yan's own improvement. In a year's time, the two of them improved each other's strength, and their strength was remarkable. Jiao had reached the level of a first-rate immortal king, and could be said to be second only to the 7 great immortal kings. The monarch pill was completed. Mu Yan's cultivation had surpassed the 7th great immortal emperor realm and reached the 8th great immortal emperor realm. Most importantly, the power of his bloodline had finally reached the 5th level. The power of the 5th level, at this moment, Mu Yun could feel that by activating the bloodline in his body, his strength had increased exponentially. It meant that he could kill someone with a higher cultivation than him. On this day, many people were gathered in the reincarnation hall, including Long Yuan and Long Hao of the Spirit Dragon sect and the Dark Master and Shadow Master of the Dark Shadow sect. Everyone was in a panic as if they were waiting for something. Hall Master Man Yuan. Long Yuan looked at Man Yuan and said, "Is your Hall Master really going to refine an Emperor-level immortal pill?" "Yeah." Man Yuan said, "Long Yuan, you old fox, my master has given you 3 Wuji heaven-seizing pills in the past year, allowing you to improve your cultivation from the 2nd-rate immortal emperor realm to the 1st-rate immortal emperor realm. Do you still not believe in my Hall Master's ability?" "Of course not." Man Yuan said with a wry smile, "It's not that I don't believe in him, but, it's hard to believe." Man Yuan was left speechless upon hearing this. In the end, he still did not believe in him. Meanwhile, the Dark Master and Shadow Master were standing together with complicated expressions too. They had witnessed the improvement of the 3 demon emperors and Long Yuan in the past year. Apparently, they had obtained the Wuji heaven-seizing pills from Hall Master Yun. This medicinal pill was truly sinister. They had cultivated for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, yet it was difficult for them to improve so quickly. However, it was even more difficult to get their hands on one of the pills. After all, Hall Master Yun was the Hall Master of the Reincarnation Hall. A single Wuji heaven-seizing pill was priceless. How could they sell it so easily? Dark Master, Shadow Master. Long Hao came up to them and looked at them. Hee. The Dark Master brought his fists together and said with a smile, Sect Leader Long Hao, I can see that your strength has improved tremendously in the past year. You're now a second-rate immortal emperor? Not at all, it's just faster. Faster? The two sighed upon hearing this. Long Hao was only an ordinary immortal emperor in the past, but now, Sect Leader Long Hao, Sect Leader Long Hao. The Dark Lord could not resist pulling Long Hao and said in a low voice, How did you and Long Yuan get the limitless heaven-seizing pill from Hall Master Yun's hands? Well, Long Hao could not help but say, to be honest, the two of you, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I really don't know either. The everlasting heaven-seizing pellet that I obtained was asked by my big brother, Long Yuan, from Palace Master Yun. I really have no comment. Hearing this, the Dark Lords and Shadow Lords became anxious. They had long wanted to get a limitless heaven-seizing pill from Mu Yun's hands, but Mu Yun had always tactfully refused. This Palace Master Yun was too strange. At this moment, everyone had gathered in the main hall and were discussing animatedly. In an instant, a ray of 7-colored light shot up into the sky from the Reincarnation Hall. All the immortal emperors in the immortal world were shocked once again. However, before those old foxes could do anything, the 7-colored heavenly mark had already disappeared. In the land of extreme chaos, the tyrannical auras that had just erupted suddenly stopped. 7-colored elixir mark. In the Cloud region, in the Cloud Alliance. Meng Zimo was dressed in a light green robe. Her noble and arrogant aura was vividly displayed. Someone has refined an emperor-level immortal pill. Meng Zimo muttered to herself, it seems that my title as the #1 alchemy immortal is going to change hands. Yuner, it should have been you. You should have been the first person to enter the ranks of emperor-level immortal alchemists in the immortal world. It's a pity that those people harmed you. Master didn't protect you well. Meng Zimo's words slowly spread and dissipated. At this moment, the entire immortal world was completely shaken. Last time, it was in the demon region. This time, it was in the land of extreme chaos. Was it done by the same person, or did it mean that another person had become an alchemy immortal alchemist? No one was sure. Because this time was the same as last time. The 7-colored elixir mark appeared quickly and dissipated quickly as well. At this moment, everyone in the Reincarnation Hall was completely dumbfounded. The 7-colored elixir mark had really appeared, and it was in the Reincarnation Hall. Mu Yun had succeeded. In this immortal world, after hundreds of thousands of years, another alchemy immortal alchemist had finally appeared. The entire immortal world would definitely be in an uproar. In fact, what happened in the demon region had already caused a stir among the immortal emperors in the immortal world. But this time, they were even more shocked. Mu Yun was dressed in a long black robe and a black cloak that covered his face as he slowly walked out. His face was a little pale, and he looked very tired. Congratulations to Palace Master for refining an emperor-level immortal pill and becoming an emperor-level immortal alchemist. Following Man Yuan's words, the people of the Reincarnation Hall in the main hall all kowtowed. Rise. Mu Yan's voice revealed the vicissitudes of life as he said, don't make this matter public. Do you all understand? This subordinate obeys Palace Master's wishes. At this moment, Man Yuan was truly convinced of Mu Yan's abilities. So what if the former Alliance Master of the Cloud Alliance died? In less than 1,000 years, he had made a comeback. Now, he was even more powerful than 1,000 years ago, an alchemy immortal alchemist. There was only one such person in the entire immortal world. Everyone, this time, we have joined forces to attack Fenchen Valley. We can only succeed and not fail. If we fail, I'm sure you all know what will happen to us. Mu Yun said, the Valley Master of Fenchen Valley. Fenchen Valley is the most talented disciple of the 9 Elements Immortal Sect. Xianxia, I'm sure everyone has heard of this person's reputation. Even though he was severely injured 500 years ago, his strength is still not to be underestimated. Not to mention, Fenchen Valley has dominated the northwest region for tens of thousands of years. The experts in the valley, Dark Master, Shadow Master, since we are sincerely cooperating this time, please accept these 2 infinite heaven-seizing pills. Muyan waved his hand, and 2 immortal pills appeared. He had a faint smile on his face. The Dark Master and Shadow Master looked as if they had obtained a treasure. It was really the infinite heaven-seizing pills. The 2 of them were stunned. Muyan waved his hand and said, "Everyone present is the top echelon of the 3 major sections. This is a good time to discuss this. After 3 months, we will attack Fenchen Valley and take Fenchen Valley's head. Remember, if we fail, I'm afraid we will receive a great counterattack from the 9 Elements Immortal sect. If we succeed, we will immediately occupy Fenchen Valley and join forces. At that time, even the 9 Elements Immortal sect will not dare to do anything blatantly. This northwest region is where our 3 major sects are located." A touch of pride appeared in Muyan's eyes. "I, Muyan, hereby promise that everyone present will receive 1 infinite heaven-seizing pill after we attack Fenchen Valley. I will not go back on my word." As soon as these words came out, the entire hall suddenly became lively. At this moment, dozens of people were beaming with joy. Some of them were well aware of the endless magical effects of the infinite heaven-seizing pill. As for the others, although they did not take the infinite heaven-seizing pill, they also knew that the people who took the infinite heaven-seizing pill improved their strength at a shocking speed. Muyan's move was undoubtedly a great temptation. After the discussion ended, everyone dispersed and began to make preparations. Muyan returned to the back hall and went to the room. Not long after, Jiaoer and Yao Shuiji rushed over. "Little Yun, where's your Emperor-grade immortal pill? Why didn't I see you mention it?" Jiaoer held Muyan's arm and said with a smile. "Here." A brocade box appeared in Muyan's hand. When the brocade box was opened, a faint 7-colored light suddenly spread out, and an immortal pill suddenly appeared. "This is an Emperor-grade immortal pill?" Jiaoer said in surprise. "It's indeed more dazzling than an Emperor-grade immortal pill." "Of course," Muyan said with a faint smile. "An Emperor-grade immortal pill needs to be refined with the power of law. Moreover, I have the heavenly fire, which is different from others. Moreover, this immortal pill has a special characteristic." "Oh?" "I refined it with my own blood essence, and my blood essence contains dragon's blood." As soon as Muyan said this, Jiaoer held the immortal pill and became more and more surprised and curious. At the side, Yao Shuiji's expression changed. Dragon's blood, this word was enough to make anyone's expression change. "Little Yun, what's the effect of this immortal pill?" "It's a little complicated to explain, but to explain it simply. It helps immortal kings to reach the immortal emperor realm, and it helps immortal emperors to improve and stabilize their realm," Muyan said with a smile. "So magical? What's the name?" The name, Muyan hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's call it the Yin-Yang Dragon Pill." "Yin-Yang Dragon Pill," Jiaoer muttered softly. "It harmonizes yin and yang and contains dragon's blood. If this immortal pill of yours is really as magical as you say, then I'm afraid that in the entire immortal world, countless top immortal kings will go crazy because of it." Jiaoer giggled and said, "But what's the success rate of your Yin-Yang Dragon Pill?" 40%, 40%? Jiaoer said in shock. 40% is already very high, but according to your alchemy skills, I'm afraid it will be even more advanced in the future, right? Yes. Muyan nodded and said, "On the path of alchemy, I have always followed the path of my predecessors. However, after reaching a certain level, I might be able to create my own pill formula and refine immortal pills. This Yin-Yang Dragon Pill was created by me, Muyan, and it has been passed down through the ages. Since ancient times, those who could create new immortal pills were all alchemy powerhouses. And at this moment, Muyan had achieved this, so she was naturally full of pride." "Don't be so smug." Jiaoer covered her mouth and laughed. "If you don't try this immortal pill, how will you know if your judgment is right?" No need, no need," Muyan said with a smile. "The 7 colors falling from the sky proves that this immortal pill has been recognized by heaven and earth, so there won't be any problems." "I don't believe it." "Let's give it a try." Jiaoer smiled and said, "This Yin-Yang Dragon Pill is just right for my master." My master is one of the 7 great immortal kings. Since your Yin dragon pill has a 40% chance of success, it will definitely work if you give it to my master. My master has already been at the peak of the immortal king realm for tens of thousands of years. He has accumulated enough and is only one step away. Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Yin Mysterious Dragon Pill. Little Yun, this Yin Mysterious Dragon Pill is the best for my master. Jiaoer continued to persuade him. My master really needs it, cough cough. Mu Yun coughed and said, why don't I give it to you instead of your master? It's okay, you can refine it again. Pfft. Hearing this, Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood and said, what do you think this emperor-level immortal pill is? I spent a year refining it intermittently and consumed a lot of blood essence. If it weren't for my powerful bloodline, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to get out of bed now. Hearing this, Jiaoer pouted and approached Mu Yun. She whispered, you're lying to me. You refine pills in the day and still have the energy to look for me every day at night. You still say that you consumed a lot of blood essence? Mu Yun smiled awkwardly and said, it's not impossible to give it to your master. Okay. But I have a condition. Mu Yun suddenly said. Condition? Jiaoer immediately understood what Mu Yun meant. She immediately looked at Yao Xueji and said, okay, my master and I will listen to your condition first. That is, if your master becomes an emperor, promise to stay by my side and help me for 100 years. Jiaoer looked at Yao Xueji and did not say anything. Mu Yun's meaning was obvious. If Yao Xueji became an emperor, Yao Xueji would be his hired thug for 100 years. With an immortal emperor as a hired thug, it would be much more convenient no matter what he did. Jiaoer was not sure if her master would agree. You are indeed as smart and capable as you were 10,000 years ago. Yao Xueji said at this moment. She looked at Mu Yun and said indifferently, an emperor-level immortal pill for 100 years seems to be a profit for me. Moreover, I don't seem to have the confidence to break through to the immortal emperor realm. After Yao Xueji finished speaking, she took the Yin Mysterious Dragon Pill from Mu Yun's hand. Since that's the case, I will cultivate in seclusion for the next period of time. You can attack Fenchen Valley by yourselves. Oh right, Mu Yun. Yao Xueji suddenly turned around and looked at Mu Yun. She said, you have to protect my disciple well. If anything happens to her, I will kill you. Senior, you're exaggerating. Mu Yun smiled and said, don't worry. If it's a problem that even Jiaoer can't handle, we will definitely back off. Don't try to fool me. Everyone knows that immortal King Mu Yun's great life confiscation technique is unstoppable. You have already used this technique twice. The first time, tens of thousands of immortal kings were buried with you. The second time, you killed one of the 10 great immortal kings, Yu Huafeng. Not to mention that you are now an 8th great immortal king. Yao Xueji smiled and said, I have to admit that without the great life confiscation technique, you were almost on par with me in my previous life. But with the great life confiscation technique, even if I burned 10,000 years of my life, I still wouldn't be your opponent. After Yao Xueji finished speaking, she turned and left without saying anything else. Jiaoer pursed her lips and smiled. How is it? If I don't do this, my master will definitely not agree to it. She is proud and arrogant. Asking her to be your guard for 100 years is no different from killing her. Little Jiaoer, if your master knows what you've done, if you don't say it, and I don't say it, who will know? Jiaoer smiled proudly. You're right. Since the war is approaching, shouldn't we cultivate more and improve our strength? Mu Yun's eyes scanned Jiaoer's body, and she couldn't help but say. What are you up to now? No. I just want to improve my strength. Moreover, I feel that my improvement will be greater when you use the 9-tailed form. The room gradually filled with charm and fragrance. On one hand, Mu Yun was indeed greedy for the Fox clan leader's body. On the other hand, when their bloodlines merged and their bodies intertwined, they could achieve twice the result with half the effort when cultivating. It was indeed a great improvement. Time passed by slowly. In these 3 months, Mu Yun and Jiaoer were inseparable. They cultivated day and night wholeheartedly. Jiaoer's strength finally stabilized. Although Mu Yun didn't advance to the 8th grade celestial king realm, her power of law had also become stronger. Especially in the past year, he had been familiarizing himself with some of the celestial arts from his previous life and the various blood skills in the indestructible blood codex. Those bloodstains were very powerful and their power was also extraordinary. They originated from his own bloodline. At the same time, the 3 celestial arts that the old man, Jian Luyun, had given him in the sky-bearing pagoda in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect finally came in handy. Everything was ready. The war had finally begun. On this day, Mu Yun, Man Yuan, and the other 2 were ready to set off. All the plans had been made. The Reincarnation Palace and the Spiritual Dragon sect were in the north of Fenchen Valley, while the Dark Shadow sect was in the south of Fenchen Valley. The 3 major sects set off together to attack Fenchen Valley from the north and south. The whistling wind was like a sharp blade that cut through iron. In the sky, the figures of the demon clan's warriors were ready to set off. Let's go. Mu Yun was dressed in black with a black cloak. A strand of hair in front of her forehead danced in the wind. This would be her first step. This time, she didn't look for the heavenly extermination swordsmanship sect or the eldest senior brother because she wanted to completely start a new road to rise. The land of extreme chaos had countless cities. The humans, demonic beasts, and the demon clan that lived there were also complicated and incompatible. Everyone often had conflicts with each other. However, where there were people, there would always be conflicts. When there were conflicts, there would be division of forces. As a result, the land of extreme chaos gradually formed the northwest region, the northeast region, the southwest region, and the southeast region. They were respectively controlled by Fenchen Valley, Evil Wind Pavilion, Shocking Sky Sect, Heavenly Extermination Swordsmanship Sect, and Tai Chi Sect. 500 years ago, the 9 Elements Immortal Sect, Zhao, Fenchen Valley, and Evil Wind Pavilion joined forces to attack the Cloud Alliance, forcing the Cloud Alliance to activate the cloud formation left by Mu Yun and seal the entire cloud region. It had been 500 years. In that battle, Mu Yun didn't know how many disciples of the Cloud Alliance died. However, he knew that every disciple of the Cloud Alliance regarded him as a fanatical believer. Even if one of them died, he would feel heartache. The Cloud Alliance hadn't been established, but the people of the Cloud Alliance were still there. He was, as the leader of the Cloud Alliance, he would take revenge for all the humiliation that the Cloud Alliance faced. Today, he would start from Fenchen Valley. The large army set off quickly. Everyone immediately flew toward the place where Fenchen Valley was located. The people of the Spirit Dragon sect soon joined the warriors of the Demon Clan from the Samsara Palace. The 2 sects were absolutely inferior to Fenchen Valley individually. However, now that the 2 sects had joined forces, their strength was definitely stronger than Fenchen Valley. In addition, the Dark Shadow sect was making trouble behind the scenes. Fenchen Valley was attacked from both sides. It was not impossible to break through in one fell swoop. Report. At that moment, in the Fensky city where the Fensky Valley was located, a report suddenly rang out in a magnificent hall. Valley Master, something bad has happened. The people of the Spirit Dragon sect and the Dark Shadow sect are coming toward our Fenchen city in large numbers. They are now less than 100 miles away. What? As soon as these words came out, all the higher-ups of Fenchen Valley in the entire hall were shocked. Are the Samsara Palace and the Spirit Dragon sect crazy? They dare to start a war with our Fenchen Valley. They are simply courting death. That's right. Do they really think that our Fenchen Valley has dominated the northwest region for tens of thousands of years and is a pushover? The elders of Fenchen Valley were filled with righteous indignation at this moment. Quiet. At this moment, in the center of the hall, a man in a fiery red robe waved his hand and said, "It's just the Samsara Palace and the Spirit Dragon sect joining forces. Why are you panicking?" This man was the Valley Master of Fenchen Valley, Fenchen Chichen. Fenchen Chichen stood up at this moment. He looked forward and said indifferently, "Look at how agitated you are. We will deal with whatever comes our way. If the Samsara Palace and the Spirit Dragon sect want to die, I will fulfill their wish." "Father." A young man beside Fenchen Chichen stood up and cupped his hands together. He said, "Your son, Fen Yuan, thought that you would take the lead and kill the enemy personally." The young man had delicate features and a kind face. He looked a little shy, but when he spoke, he was full of killing intent. Father, your son, Xianxia, is also willing to solve your problems for you. The auras of the two young men were unusually strong. If one looked carefully, they were at least at the 9th grade celestial king realm. Good. Xianxia waved his hand and said, listen to my orders. Now, everyone is on guard. All the disciples of Fenchen Valley, come back immediately and destroy the Samsara Palace and the Spirit Dragon sect. Yes. Everyone in the main hall immediately cupped their hands together and stood still. Xianxia, the two of you lead a group of people and elders to meet the enemy. Stop them from attacking and prevent them from damaging Fenchen City. I will be in the middle and command the 3 armies. Yes. Clattering sounds could be heard. Immediately, the people in the great hall began to withdraw. Xianxia stood in the middle of the main hall and looked outside. He said coldly, interesting. Su Xingrong, looks like your news is true. The Samsara Palace has a palace master Yun. The 3 sects have become completely different. After Xianxia finished speaking, the void beside him shook and a figure slowly walked out. This person was wearing a brocade and a gray-brown robe. He was clean and tidy. He had a square face and looked as honest as the uncle next door. Qianqi, the head of the sect ordered me to come and help you after you were severely injured by Meng Zimo. For the past few hundred years, I've been investigating your northwestern region very clearly. I just don't know where this palace master Yun came from. According to the investigation, he is a 7th grade immortal king. However, he is able to make Man Yuan and the other 2 obey him. This is very strange. What you said is indeed very strange. Xianxia said with a smile, however, my injuries have healed. It is not a problem. But I would like to see how powerful this palace master Yun is. Aren't we going to see him soon? The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. Dong dong, dong dong dong, the wind whistled and the war drums thundered. In a forest 50 miles away from Fenchen City, figures were lined up neatly. It was the allied army of the Samsara Palace and the Spirit Dragon sect. Palace Master, Sect Master Long, the Fenchen Valley has received the news. The army should be here soon. Alright, then let's wait here. Mu Yun nodded. The war had begun. Mu Yun glanced at Long Yuan and scolded, Kid, you're still worried about me. Don't worry, I'm now an 8th grade immortal emperor. Even though I'm no match against the 1st tier and 2nd tier immortal emperors, I have no problem protecting myself. Besides, I only have less than 70,000 years left. I won't waste it. Hearing this, Long Yuan was about to say something, but at that instant, a series of piercing sounds could be heard. Reincarnation Hall and Spirit Dragon Sect, how bold of you. Who gave you the courage to come to Fenchen Valley's territory and gather so many people here? Do you think you've lived too long, and want to reincarnate as soon as possible? Before the crowd had even arrived, a shout was transmitted over. His voice was like muffled thunder, exploding. I was wondering who it was. Long Hao chuckled and said, so it's Xianxia's sons, Fen Yuan and Fen Shang. What is it? Your father has yet to recover from his injuries, and he sent you here to die. Fen Yuan and Fen Shang were infuriated upon hearing the words. Long Hao, it's been a while since we last met. Your strength didn't improve, but your temper did. Faint laughter could be heard as numerous figures suddenly appeared at this moment. The one leading them was none other than Xianxia. Valley Master Fen, it's been a while. Long Hao smiled at Xianxia. It has indeed been a while. I didn't expect to meet you in such a manner. Xianxia placed his hands behind his back and looked at the crowd. What is it? Are you trying to devour Fenchen Valley to grow stronger after developing for a few hundred years? I'm afraid you won't be able to devour Fenchen Valley despite your huge appetite. Mu Yun smiled when she heard the words. She went up to Fenchen Valley and said, Valley Master Fen, I believe we can still devour Fenchen Valley, but with your sect, the 9 Elements Immortal Gate, we won't be able to devour it. What did you say? Qianqi, why bother hiding your identity? You are a member of the 9 Elements Immortal sect, so why don't you tell me? Mu Yun smiled and said, anyway, even if I lose today, I should force you. I'll let you see what will happen if the big and small forces around Fentian, as well as the immortals who are rogue cultivators, find out that Fentian Valley was set up by the 9 Elements Immortal sect. I don't understand what you're talking about. I know that the Nine Elements Immortal sect is good at pretending to know. But to think that the Nine Elements Immortal sect is also good at pretending to know. When Mu Yun said this, Fen Shichen's face darkened. He had been hiding for several dozen millenniums, so how did Hall Master Yun find out about him? Looks like Palace Master Yun and sect leader Long have come prepared. However, I'm curious. The three great demon kings of the Samsara Palace were not willing to accept my offer back then. But now, why are they willing to submit to a puny 8th grade celestial king? Hehe, Fen Shichen, stop joking around. Forget about trying to sow discord. How can someone like you understand the means of our Hall Master? Man Yuan, you're just a demon king who's past his prime. What right do you have to show off here? Fen Yuan could not help but say. Hey, kid, you're not convinced? Why don't you spar with me? Sure, I'm afraid you won't be able to. Fen Yuan took a step forward, and a long saber appeared in his hand. Seeing this, everyone knew that the show was about to start. Hey! Man Yuan, don't be rude. Mu Yun crossed her arms and walked to the front. Looking at Fen Yuan, she smiled faintly and said, Fen Yuan, you're Fen Shichen's son, right? Not bad, you seem to be very powerful. Let me spar with you. When Mu Yun said this, everyone was shocked. Fen Shichen's two sons, Fen Yuan and Fen Shang, were both 9th grade immortal kings. They were talented and famous, and were second to none in this chaotic land. Mu Yun wanted to spar with Fen Yuan now. Palace Master. This kid is a 9th grade immortal king. He can't be underestimated, alright. Seeing that Man Yuan was about to persuade Mu Yun, Fen Yuan immediately spoke and nodded, Palace Master Yun, right? Since you've invited me like this, I, Fen Yuan, naturally can't refuse. When Fen Yuan's words fell, he immediately took 100 steps forward and looked at Mu Yun with killing intent surging in his eyes. In his eyes, Mu Yun was only an 8th grade immortal king, an opinionated fellow. He had seen many geniuses who could challenge those of a higher level. However, he was also a genius and was not afraid of these people. Seeing Fen Yuan walk forward, Mu Yun smiled wholeheartedly. Unfortunately, this smile could not be seen by others. Thinking about it carefully, the 3 immortal arts that he had obtained from the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, Heaven Trapping Finger, Immortal Sealing Palm, and Green Lantern Sword art, could not be used. The sword techniques that he was more famous for before could not be used either. Since that was the case, he could only use blood techniques. Mu Yun walked forward step by step. As he looked forward, a trace of killing intent emerged in his heart. Sneaky fellow, I'd like to see what you look like. Fen Yuan directly took a step forward and killing intent emerged. Rumbling sounds immediately sounded. A sharp blade energy vortex formed around his entire body and wrapped around his entire body. Not only that, the blade energy vortex even spread out and directly charged towards Mu Yun. Blade Soul Astral Wind. With a slash of his blade, Fen Yuan's body directly rushed out. Seeing this scene, the smile in Mu Yun's eyes became strange. He slowly raised his palm, but no fluctuations appeared. Just as everyone was astonished, suddenly, a bloody palm appeared in Mu Yun's palm. The bloody palm expanded and curled up, turning into a bloody claw. The bloody claw split into 3, then from 3 to 9, and instantly spread out. Die. As his words fell, it was like a spell. In an instant, Fen Yuan's body directly exploded. The bloody mist dispersed and Fen Yuan's body disappeared. Fen Yuan. At that moment, Fen Shang roared and shouted, You killed my brother, die. With a low roar, Fen Shang rushed out again. Blood Dragon's Roar. At that moment, Mu Yun pushed out both of his hands. At that moment, the blood in his body surged and roared, forming sound waves that surrounded Fen Shang's body. In an instant, Fen Shang's body was shattered by the sound waves. He turned into a pile of ashes and disappeared. This scene caused everyone present to be completely dumbfounded. In just one move, Fen Shichen's 2 sons were killed. Moreover, it was an instant kill. Palace Master Yun, you deserve to die. Fen Shichen roared and directly rushed out. Hehe, Fen Shichen, your opponent is me, Man Yuan. At that moment, Man Yuan chuckled. His body suddenly became dozens of meters tall and immediately rushed out. In an instant, Man Yuan took a step forward and waved both of his arms as he fiercely attacked. Palace Master Yun. Long Yuan looked at Mu Yun and said softly, "We, kill." At that moment, Mu Yun did not hold back. She roared and took the lead to rush out. Long Yuan was taken aback when he saw that Mu Yun was the leader of the Cloud Alliance. Nothing could happen to her. Without another word, he immediately rushed out and followed closely behind Mu Yun, afraid that there would be any accidents. Even if he died, Mu Yun could not die. At that moment, under the leadership of their leaders, the three armies had completely converged. The sound of killing spread throughout the valley. "Die, brat." Just as Mu Yun rushed out, a figure suddenly appeared beside Mu Yun like a ghost. Su Shenrong's figure appeared beside Mu Yun and directly clawed out. "Palace Master Yun, be careful." Long Yuan was quick to react and immediately stopped Su Shenrong. "Long Yuan." Su Shenrong saw Long Yuan make a move and shouted, "Are you really not afraid of death? Making an enemy of Fenchen Valley is making an enemy of the 9 Elements Immortal sect. I think you don't want the thousands of years of accumulation of your spirit dragon sect anymore." "Hee. Su Shenrong, I've wanted to kill you for a long time. You're with Fenchen Chen. Look at this guy, he must be Fenchen Chen." Long Yuan sneered. "I'll show you my strength." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Yuan's aura suddenly became violent. "Second-rate Immortal King." Su Shenrong was shocked. "No, not only second-rate, your strength is close to that of a first-rate Immortal King. You're not stupid." Long Yuan sneered and immediately rushed out. In an instant, the scene began to become chaotic. Mu Yun also discovered that apart from Fenchen Chen and Su Shenrong, who were close to that of a first-rate Immortal King, there were more than a dozen second-rate Immortal Kings among the elders of Fenchen Valley. As for third-rate and ordinary Immortal Kings, there were more than 100 of them. As expected of Fenchen Valley. It really has a deep foundation. Mu Yun sighed. "Jiaoer, you don't have to follow me. Take care of those second-rate Immortal Kings and relieve the pressure on Reincarnation Palace and Spirit Dragon Sect," Mu Yun said. "I can guarantee my own safety." Okay. Jiaoer and Mu Yun were close friends in her previous life. She cared about Mu Yun and knew that Mu Yun was not an arrogant person, especially now. Without much hesitation, Jiaoer immediately charged toward the elders of Fenchen Valley. At this moment, Mu Yun was wandering among the crowd. The two sects united, and the number of Immortal King warriors was not less than that of Fenchen Valley. What they lacked was top-level Immortal Kings. Ordinary 9th grade Immortal Kings, third-rate 9th grade Immortal Kings, and second-rate 9th grade Immortal Kings. These 3 levels were what the two sects lacked. Now, he wanted to rely on his own strength to kill those third-rate and ordinary Immortal Kings. "Blood Guards, it's time for you to enter the stage," Mu Yun shouted in a low voice. Streaks of blood shadows flew out from his side and charged into the crowd. At this moment, Mu Yun grinned and looked ahead. Holding the dragon bone sword in his right hand and the rainbow sun-penetrating spear in his left hand, Mu Yun's eyes were bloodshot. The power of the Bloodline 5 Paths was completely activated. Today, Fenchen Valley was dyed in blood. Charge! In an instant, tens of thousands of top disciples of the 3 sects were fighting in the valley. The lowest cultivation was at the Golden Immortal Realm. The Golden Immortals were the main force, and the Immortal Kings were the top fighters. In such a big battle, even if an Immortal King was careless and was surrounded by several Golden Immortals, he might die with regret. However, when one's strength reached Mu Yun's level, it would definitely not be like this. When Fenchen Chen saw Mu Yun in the crowd, wielding a sword and a spear, he immediately roared, "Bastards, kill that kid." Yes. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Betrayal. Seeing this, Mu Yun sneered. "Alright. Just come at me." Mu Yun laughed, showing his crazy attitude. Once upon a time, he had fought with his brothers like this. Now, everything had changed, but what didn't change was his hot-bloodedness. Swoosh, swoosh. 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 In an instant, 3 figures charged towards Mu Yun. Those 3 people were all ordinary Immortal King level elders in Fenchen Valley. Their aura swelled as they charged towards Mu Yun with weapons in their hands. Get lost. Seeing the three people charging over, Mu Yun sneered. Immediately, the rainbow sun-penetrating spear stabbed out, and the dragon bone sword slashed out. Poochie! 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 The two figures in front of him had their bellies cut open, and their bodies exploded. When the third person saw this, he didn't dare to go forward. He turned around and ran. But how could Mu Yun let them run? The spear and sword attacked together. Poochie! 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 The last elder also died with hatred in his heart. When Mu Longyuan saw this scene, he was shocked. He knew that his master had cultivated with the number one sword in the immortal world, exterminating heavenly flame, in his previous life. However, his sword skills weren't strong, and his spear skills were powerful. But he didn't expect that in this life, Mu Yun had made up for his shortcomings. That was obviously the power of the sword Dao. Moreover, Mu Yun's spear skills were much more powerful. The combination of sword and spear. At this moment, Mu Yun had really changed. He had become even stronger. With a ripping sound, the Fenchen Valley elder's flesh was torn apart. Mu Yun had a smile on his face as he looked around. That sneer was obviously a silent mockery towards Fenchichen. That was exactly what he wanted. He wanted to exterminate these self-righteous people. Damn it! At this moment, Fenchichen was entangled by Man Yuan and couldn't escape at all. Although Man Yuan hadn't reached the level of a first-rate immortal king, he was a demon after all. Demons were born with a strong physique and vitality, so they could often kill humans with a higher level. Now, he was utterly unable to deal with Man Yuan. What was even more unbelievable was that 300 guards with terrifying defense suddenly appeared beside Mu Yun. Those people did not seem to be afraid of death at all. Moreover, all of them were immortal kings. Although they weren't 9th-grade immortal kings, the total number of 9th-grade immortal kings in Fenchen Valley didn't exceed 200, and there were only 1,000 immortal kings. Mu Yun's move simply widened the gap between the two great sects and Fenchen Valley. Damn it! Fenchichen was annoyed by Man Yuan. Palace Master Yun, Long Yuan, do you think you can destroy my Fenchen Valley like this? You forced me to do this. At this moment, Fenchichen suddenly shouted, if you want to die, I will fulfill your wishes. With that, Fenchichen suddenly roared towards the sky. Dark Lord, Shadow Lord, kill them all. Fenchichen roared, sweeping up waves of dust. In the blink of an eye, numerous figures charged out from behind. The two people in the lead were the Dark Lord and Shadow Lord of the Dark Shadow sect. The martial artists from the Spirit Dragon sect and the Samsara Palace were in disbelief. Dark Lord, Shadow Lord, what are you doing? Long Hao couldn't help but shout at this moment. Didn't I ask you to launch a sneak attack on Fenchen City? What are you doing here? Long Yuan also said with a look of surprise. Doing what? The Dark Lord chuckled and said, of course, to kill you. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized. The Dark Shadow sect, on the surface, had allied with the Samsara Palace and the Spirit Dragon sect, but in private, they had long been in cahoots with Fenchen Valley. I see. At this moment, Mu Yun wasn't too surprised. Instead, she said very calmly. Palace Master Yun, you already knew? Long Hao looked at Mu Yun and asked. Not at all. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, I only found out now, but it's not too late. Hearing this, Long Hao was immediately puzzled. Mu Yun seemed to not be surprised by the Dark Lord and Shadow Lord's betrayal at all. Instead, she seemed to have expected it. In fact, Mu Yun was indeed prepared for the worst this time. Mu Longyuan was once his vice-captain of the Cloud Guards. He knew this person's temperament, so he wasn't worried about the Spirit Dragon sect. What he was worried about was the Dark Shadow sect. Therefore, this time, he had already thought about what he should do if the Dark Lord and Shadow Lord betrayed him. Palace Master Yun, why are you pretending to be calm here? The Dark Lord sneered and said, thank you for your infinite heaven-seizing pill. My husband and I have improved our strength. To tell you the truth, my husband and I are the protectors of the 9 Elements Immortal sect. Oh, Mu Yun suddenly understood. Palace Master Yun, the Samsara Palace and the Spirit Dragon sect want to devour Fenchen Valley, but Fenchen Valley also wants to devour you. You know that we have the 9 Elements Immortal sect behind us, but you still dare to act so recklessly. I think you're tired of living. Is that so? Muyan smiled faintly and said, why don't I think that we're tired of living? Oh? Are you prepared? In the Northwest region, other than the 4 major sects, who can help you? You. Muyan smiled and said, you can help me. Help you? The Dark Lord sneered and said, I'm afraid you're dreaming. No, no, no. Muyan waved her hand and said, Dark Lord, Shadow Lord, I order you to let the disciples of the Dark Shadow sect kill the people of Fenchen Valley immediately. Do you hear me? Haha, the moment these words were spoken, Fenchen laughed out loud. Palace Master Yun, you're really dreaming. The Dark Lord and Shadow Lord are the elders of the 9 Elements Immortal sect. They are loyal and devoted. How can you, disciples of the Dark Shadow sect, listen to my order? However, before Fenchen could finish his sentence, the Dark Lord suddenly roared, kill the disciples of Fenchen Valley. Kill Fenchen. This roar caused Fenchen to stop halfway through his sentence. Dark Lord, are you crazy? Fenchen shouted, what order did you give? At this moment, the Dark Lord's eyes suddenly flashed and said in horror, I didn't want to, but I suddenly attacked. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Palace Master Yun, what did you do to me? The Dark Lord looked at Mu Yun and shouted in a deep voice. What did I do to you? Mu Yun laughed and said, when you were young, didn't your parents tell you that you can't eat things given by strangers? Infinite heaven-seizing pill. The Dark Lord's expression suddenly tensed. You tampered with the pill? The Dark Lord shouted. Originally, if you all joined forces honestly, I wouldn't have triggered it. But now, it seems that I'm indeed prepared, despicable. Despicable? Muyan sneered and said, compared to you, it's not just a little bit worse, right? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Haha, Mu Longyuan laughed loudly and said, Fenchen, you're finished. Fenchen Valley is finished. The Northwest region has changed hands. Fenchen was completely dumbfounded. The Dark Shadow sect that the Dark Lord and Shadow Lord cultivated was the second branch of the 9 Elements Immortal sect in the Northwest region. Fenchen Valley was the first branch. However, the land of extreme chaos had always been against the interference of the 10 Great Fields. Therefore, when he established Fenchen Valley, he asked his subordinates to be loyal to him and not the 9 Elements Immortal sect. How could the people of the Dark Shadow sect know that the 2 sect masters were from the 9 Elements Immortal sect? This time, they only listened to orders. The Dark Lord and Shadow Lord were controlled by Mu Yun, and the people of the Dark Shadow sect would definitely kill them directly. The 3 major sects' foundation and strength were weaker than Fenchen Valley, but when the 3 major sects joined forces, it was a different matter. Especially the Reincarnation Palace. Most of the Reincarnation Palace's warriors were from the Demon Clan. These Demon Clan warriors had disappeared together with the 3 great demon kings 10,000 years ago. They were the elite warriors of the 3 major demon clans. Therefore, the Reincarnation Palace was able to grow rapidly in the land of extreme chaos, under the nose of Fenchen Valley, and he could do nothing about it. Now, it was even more dangerous. Su Xingrong left Longyuan and approached Fenchen. He said in a low voice, we can't resist this situation. Why don't we preserve our strength and retreat first? Hearing this, Fenchen was furious. He had spent 10,000 years to establish Fenchen Valley, the overlord of the Northwest region. How could he retreat like this? This was a slap to his face. He couldn't bear this kind of humiliation. Palace Master Yun, Longyuan, even if I, Fenchen, die, you will die with me. Disciples of Fenchen Valley, listen to my orders. Fight to the death. Kill all the disciples of the 3 major sects. As soon as these words came out, tens of thousands of disciples of Fenchen Valley instantly attacked. At this moment, Mu Yun's lips curled into a cold smile. Fenchen Valley's defeat was certain. Disciples of the 3 major sects, listen to my orders. Kill. A simple word, but it proved Mu Yun's awakening. This time, even if he had to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of his own men, he would kill all the people of Fenchen Valley. the reincarnation palace was going to be the overlord of the Northwest region. This was only the first step of what he had to do. In the future, he would take the entire land of extreme chaos for himself. In an instant, mountains and rivers flowed, and the earth collapsed. The disciples of the three major sects and Fenchen Valley added up to more than 100,000 people, and the lowest realm was a golden immortal disciple. At this moment, a bloody battle broke out. At this moment, Jiao freed up her hand and approached Mu Yun. She whispered, "Little Yun, you're good. How did you do it?" "I don't trust the Dark Lord and Shadow Lord. Mu Longyuan is a member of the Cloud Guards, and he can't harm me. But these two people can't be trusted, so I added my life and death seal to their limitless heaven-seizing pills." Mu Yun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he hadn't refined the Emperor-level immortal pill, he would have really died this time. The Emperor-level immortal pill contained his blood essence and his immortal king law. The life and death seal was combined with his bloodline, so it wasn't difficult to tamper with it in advance. One shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but one must be wary of others. This time, he was right. The Dark Lord and Shadow Lord were extremely angry at this moment. They didn't want to make a move, but their bodies didn't listen to them at all. They didn't want to follow the orders given to them by Mu Yun, but their bodies were very obedient. It was certain, it was only a matter of time, but Fen Shichen was not willing to admit his defeat. Su Shenrong was panicking. He waved his hand helplessly, summoning a ray of light into the sky. Buzz, the sky changed color as soon as the ray of light appeared. A vortex appeared in the air. "Su Shenrong, didn't I say you can settle everything with Chen Qi? Why did you call me here?" A figure stepped out from the vortex as the voice spoke. The moment the figure stepped out, Mu Yan's entire body, from his skin to his bones, began to burn. She was too familiar with the person. He was one of the 10 great immortal emperors, and one of the 7 great immortal emperors, the patriarch of the 9 elements immortal gate, Zhou Yuanqing. However, Zhou Yuanqing's expression shifted slightly when he saw the corpses scattered across the place and the scent of blood lingering in the air. "Patriarch, the Reincarnation Palace has teamed up with the Spirit Dragon sect to attack the Fenchen Valley. We can't hold on any longer. The Dark Master and the Shadow Master are being controlled by Hall Master Yun of the Reincarnation Palace. We can't hold on any longer." Su Shenrong brought his fists together and said respectfully, "Patriarch, please lend us a hand. We have no choice." The battle between the immortal emperors of the two factions came to a stop. Man Yuan, Zhu Li, Shui Yunqi, Mu Longyuan, Long Hao, Tian Jikong, Jiao and the others stood close to Mu Yun. However, the 9 of them had strange looks on their faces. Man Yuan, Zhu Li, and Shui Yunqi's lives were in Mu Yan's hands. Their first thought was to protect Mu Yun. Mu Longyuan was the vice-captain of Mu Yan's Cloud Guards. He had prioritized Mu Yan's safety over his own life for the past 10,000 years. As for Long Hao, he would follow his brother wherever he went. He would do whatever his brother asked him to do. As for Tian Jikong, he always remembered his father's words. He could die, but Mu Yun could not. As for Jiao, there was no need to mention it. However, the 9 of them did not know the relationship between the others and Mu Yun. They immediately surrounded Mu Yun like a dumpling. Cough cough, Mu Yun coughed awkwardly and said, "Why are you surrounding me so tightly?" "Hall Master." "My lord." "Master Mu." "Little Yun." In an instant, the 9 of them opened their mouths, but the way they addressed him was completely different. Okay, stop talking. I've said it before, unless an immortal emperor comes, no one can kill me in seconds. Back off a little." Mu Yun waved her hand and stood on the spot calmly. The Dark Lord and Shadow Lord were also forcefully summoned to Mu Yun's side. At this moment, the top leaders of the 3 major sects all surrounded Mu Yun. Who was Zhou Yuanqing, the sect leader of the 9 Elements Immortal sect, was one of the 7 great immortal kings in the immortal world. Seeing this scene, how could he not understand, Fenchen Valley was in big trouble. Furthermore, while the 3 great sects appeared to each have their own leader, the person leading them was actually that black-cloaked man with a black hat. Palace Master Yun, Zhou Yuanqing frowned at Su Shenrong and Fen Shichen. "The 2 of you, go back and accept your punishment." Zhou Yuanqing's voice was calm, but it gave people a strong sense of oppression. What a great reincarnation palace, what a great palace, Master Yun. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious to annex Fenchen Valley, occupy the northwest region, and become the overlord? Zhou Yuanqing looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, I have to say, even though the Cloud Alliance leader Mu Yun was so talented, it took him thousands of years to establish the Cloud region. Palace Master Yun, you're even more ambitious than him. Hearing this, Mu Yun laughed. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. The former Cloud Alliance leader Mu Yun was the #1 genius in the immortal world. He spent thousands of years to establish the Cloud Alliance and unify the Cloud region. No one in the immortal world could compare to him. Mu Yun cupped his hands and said with a smile, for such a talented person to appear in the immortal world, it's really admirable. I don't dare to compare myself to him. Hearing this, Man Yuan, Jiao and Mu Long Yuan had strange expressions. He was too shameless. They all knew Mu Yun's true identity, but they didn't expect him to praise himself like this. Was it really okay? He's indeed a genius, but it's a pity that he's dead. Zhou Yuanqing put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, he's dead, and I have one less opponent. I'm really lonely. Come on. Mu Yun scoffed and said, if he was still alive, he would have left you behind by 10 streets. Are you worthy of being an opponent? A smile rose from the corners of Zhou Yuanqing's mouth. It's useless to say more. Unfortunately, he's dead. Zhou Yuanqing looked at Mu Yun and said again, it's not hard to see that you're the leader of this battle. I think they're all following your orders. In that case, I'll give you 2 choices. Zhou Yuanqing smiled faintly and said, first, surrender. Fenchen Valley will take you in and truly unify the northwest region of the land of extreme chaos. You'll all belong to Fenchen Valley and be the subordinates of the 9 Elements immortal sect in the future. Second, die. His voice was indifferent, and there was no room for discussion. Give the order. Zhou Yuanqing's words were like an order. Hearing this, Mu Yun's smile became even more playful. I'm sorry, Fenchen Valley. I'm going to destroy it today. Hearing this, Su Xinrong and Fen Shichen were instantly filled with anger. How dare you? Fen Shichen shouted, Hall Master Yun, do you know that the person standing in front of you is the sect master of the 9 Elements immortal sect? Su Xinrong also shouted, you're digging your own grave. The 2 of them understood that although only their sect master came, it was enough. One person was equivalent to thousands of troops. All right. Mu Yun smiled and said, come and kill me. The moment these words came out, Mu Yun immediately chuckled and said, feel free to come and kill me. If you can kill me, it's your win. Arrogant, crazy, not to mention Fen Shichen and Su Xinrong, even Jiao and the others were shocked when they saw Mu Yun at this moment. Only Mu Yun dared to say this. If there's no room for discussion, then it's the second option, die. After Zhou Yuanqing finished speaking, he waved his hand and immediately attacked Mu Yun. Be careful. At this moment, Jiao Man Yuan, Zhu Li, Shui Yunqi, Long Yuan, Long Hao, Tian Jikong, Master of the Dark, and Master of the Shadow immediately attacked. Jiao was a first-rate celestial king. Man Yuan, Zhu Li, Shui Yunqi, and Long Yuan were close to first-rate celestial kings. Long Hao, Tian Jikong, Master of the Dark, and Master of the Shadow were all second-rate celestial kings. Among the 9 of them, only Jiao was a first-rate celestial king and could resist Zhou Yuanqing's strength. Oh? You have the advantage in numbers? Zhou Yuanqing smiled faintly and said, not bad, there's a first-rate celestial king 9-tailed fox demon. Very good, I haven't exercised my muscles for a long time. This is just right for me to exercise. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately stood proudly among the 9 of them. Fen Shichen, Su Xinrong, capture this palace Master Yun alive. I really want to see who this person is. Zhou Yuanqing gave the order, and Fen Shichen and Su Xinrong obeyed. Little Yun, be careful. Jiao wanted to help Mu Yun at this moment, but Zhou Yuanqing would not give her the chance. A super first-rate celestial king, one of the 7 great celestial kings, was not nonsense. Zhou Yuanqing immediately waved his hand, and 8 tentacles appeared in the sky, entangling Man Yuan and the others, while his main body directly attacked Jiao. Among the 9 of them, only Jiao could make him treat her seriously. Hee hee. Kid, no one can help you now. Su Shenrong looked at Mu Yun with a cold smile. I'll make you pay 10 times the price for killing my son. Fen Shichen said angrily. Fen Shichen, don't mess around. The sect leader said to capture him alive. I know. Fen Shichen snorted and said, but the sect leader didn't say that we can't cut off his arms and legs. As soon as he said this, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. They had just been forced to retreat by the 9 people around Mu Yun. Now, they naturally had to get back at them. A mere 8th grade celestial king was not worth mentioning in their eyes. 9th grade celestial kings were divided into 4 levels, from ordinary to 3rd rate, 2nd rate, and 1st rate. Both of them were 1st rate celestial kings, and were on par with Jiao. Killing Mu Yun would be a piece of cake for them, let alone capturing Mu Yun alive. Seeing this, Mu Yun held her spear and sword tightly in her hands. Today, it was really a battle to the death. If he killed 2 first-rate celestial kings, the name of Palace Master Yun in the northwest region would spread throughout the land of extreme chaos. Then, the Reincarnation Palace would completely gain a foothold in the northwest region after destroying Fenchen Valley. If he could not do it, everyone would die. He did not want to see failure again. He did not want to hug his brother's corpse and cry bitterly again. If you want to fight, then let's fight. These 6 simple words caused a frenzied surge of battle intent. At this moment, the 5 bloodline paths were released instantly. Stinking brat, die. Fen Shichen and Su Shenrong, one on the left and one on the right, charged toward Mu Yun. Kill. In an instant, the 3 figures violently collided. Boom, in an instant, with the 3 of them as the center, the forest completely collapsed. The surrounding disciples were swept away, and thousands of them died instantly. With this roar, everyone's hearts were in their mouths. The difference between a first-rate celestial king and an 8th grade celestial king was simply a chasm. Bang bang, 2 bangs suddenly rang out. Between the mountains, another banging sound rang out. 2 figures appeared. It was Fen Shichen and Su Shenrong. However, at this moment, the 2 of them were not smiling, but shocked. The thick fog dispersed, and a figure stood proudly between the 2 of them. In the hundreds of feet deep pit, the figure was emitting a dazzling 7-colored light. Upon closer inspection, it was Mu Yun. Dragon transformation. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yuanqing suddenly exclaimed. Since ancient times, the divine dragon had been a legendary existence. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Killing Su Shenrong. Fen Shichen, Su Shenrong, I want this person alive. If you lose a single hair on him, I'll kill you. Zhou Yuanqing's sudden roar startled Fen Shichen and Su Shenrong. The 2 of them looked at Mu Yun and felt that it was very troublesome. When the 2 of them attacked together, an ordinary 8th grade celestial king would have been turned into powder. However, Mu Yun was completely unscathed. If that's the case, it's still a troublesome matter. Fen Shichen said impatiently. Troublesome for what? Su Shenrong sneered. It's just a dragonized body. With his 8th grade celestial king cultivation, even if he's in dragonized body, how can he withstand our attacks? However, it's just nice. We can use our full strength and see how many attacks he can withstand with his dragonized body. That makes sense. The 2 of them looked at each other, and the smile in their eyes was self-evident. If they couldn't kill Mu Yun with a casual attack, then they shouldn't attack casually. They might as well use their true strength and let Mu Yun see some blood. As long as they didn't kill him, it would be enough. Su Shenrong and Fen Shichen immediately made up their minds. They already had a plan in their hearts. Whoosh, a ray of light rose up, and a 7-section whip appeared in Su Shenrong's hand. However, the 7-section whip turned into a stick when Su Shenrong swung his hand. It was tightly held in Su Shenrong's hand, and emitted a faint light. At the same time, a celestial sword in Fen Shichen's hand was shining with golden light, and there was an inexplicable throbbing. The 2 of them obviously treated Mu Yun as an opponent. Seeing their actions, the corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up slightly. Dragonization is only my first step. You can't imagine the secrets I have. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. At this moment, the aura around his body settled down, and a 7-colored light quietly descended and covered the surface of his body. At this moment, he was the real him. Seven-colored light flowed on the surface of his body. He clenched his hands tightly, and there was a metallic feeling. What are you two hesitating for? Although Zhou Yuanqing's strength was tyrannical, Jiao was still a first-tier immortal king after all. Moreover, she wasn't an ordinary first-tier immortal king. Her body contained the nine-tailed fox's bloodline and soul, as well as fragmented memories. For a time, Zhou Yuanqing basically had no way to suppress Jiao, let alone the fact that there were still 8 other immortal kings attacking him from the side, causing him to have no way to fully focus on dealing with Jiao. Now that he saw that Fen Shichen and Su Xinrong were still hesitating, he was naturally anxious. Understood. The two of them looked at Mu Yun and immediately rushed out. In an instant, the 3 figures converged. At this moment, the battlefield was divided into 4 parts. Zhou Yuanqing was fighting against 9 people by himself, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Instead, he was constantly turning the situation around and gaining the upper hand. On the other hand, Mu Yun was being besieged by Fen Shichen and Su Xinrong, 2 first-rate 9th-grade celestial kings. As for the rest of the crowd, the Immortal King Realm cultivators also started a group battle. As for the disciples of the 4 great sects who were below the Immortal King Realm, the battle was the most intense. At this moment, because of Zhou Yuanqing's arrival, the flames of war in the entire valley did not extinguish. Instead, it became even more intense. Raging flames burning the heavens. Fen Shichen shouted in a low voice. His aura rose from all over his body. At this moment, he was like a man on fire as he charged directly at Mu Yun. Mu Yun was about to use the dragon bone sword in her hand to resist, but on the other side, Su Xinrong had already used the 7-section whip and rushed forward with a loud bang. One on the left and one on the right, the two of them attacked again. Slash! The dragon bone sword slashed out, and the wind whistled as the sword slashed out. However, Mu Yun's attack was ultimately much weaker than Fen Shichen's. This sword was directly broken by Fen Shichen. His entire body instantly retreated in a sorry state, and instead, he was blasted in front of Su Xinrong on the other side. Die. As the whip fell, the long whip in Su Xinrong's hand directly turned into a whip shadow at this moment and immediately pounced at Mu Yun. Bang! This whip landed directly on Mu Yun's back. His clothes were instantly torn apart, and crackling sounds could be heard. All the bones in his entire body were crackling at this moment. This scene instantly caused everyone present to be extremely shocked. Mu Yun actually did not die after taking this whip head-on. However, at this moment, Mu Yun's skin was the body after the dragon transformation. Although it was unharmed, the flesh and bones under his skin had already completely exploded at this moment. Who knew how many pieces of his bones and flesh had been shattered? Mu Yun directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale. Hee, kid, you're still too inexperienced. Su Xinrong immediately sneered as he looked at Mu Yun. Inexperienced? Mu Yun snorted. Old thing, do you believe that if it wasn't for Fen Shichen, this hall master would have no problem killing you at all? What big words? Su Xinrong sneered. Shichen, don't speak. I'll kill him. All right. When Fen Shichen saw that Mu Yun was at the end of his rope, he laughed and stood on the other side to watch the show. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun gradually brandished the dragon bone sword in his hand. The level of the rainbow sun-penetrating spear was indeed not enough for the current him. However, the dragon bone sword was different. Although he did not know what kind of divine dragon this dragon bone sword was from, it was still a dragon bone after all. Its spirituality and toughness were incomparable to other items. Mu Yun's lips curled into a cold smile. At this moment, he completely forgot about the pain in his body. The immortal chi in his body was adjusted and unified. At this moment, the power in his entire body was constantly rising. When moving, nirvana heaven and earth. When calm, nirvana self. Mu Yun whispered to himself in his heart. The color of blood in his eyes rose again. Nirvana sword Tao, bloodline 5 paths. At this moment, a completely different aura soared into the sky from his entire body. Green lantern sword art, green lantern cloud, green lantern, radiant light, illuminating heaven and earth. Mu Yun muttered to himself in his heart. He directly took a step forward. At this moment, the dragon bone sword's entire body emitted a radiant light and instantly floated up. Slash. In an instant, the sword fell. Seeing this sword, the sneer at the corner of Su Shinrong's mouth did not diminish. So what if Mu Yun was an 8th grade immortal king and had the body of a dragon? After all, he was only an 8th grade immortal king. Sometimes, the gap between realms could not be made up for by other things. It was as if even a body-tempering realm cultivator holding a divine artifact could not cause any harm to him at all. Die. Su Shinrong snorted. He waved the 7-section whip and directly wrapped it around the dragon bone sword in Mu Yun's hand. In an instant, a tyrannical power of law enveloped the dragon bone sword in Mu Yun's hand. At this moment, his dragon bone sword did not listen to his orders. After all, Su Shinrong was at the 1st grade immortal king realm. The power of law was several times stronger than his. As soon as he controlled his long sword, Mu Yun lost his sharp blade. Come here, brat. The 7-section whip rolled up, and a tyrannical sealing power attacked Mu Yun's body. In an instant, the long whip wrapped around Mu Yun's body and approached Su Shinrong. Brat, you are far from being able to fight with me. Su Shinrong sneered and rushed out. At this moment, all the power in his body exploded. Slash. However, at this moment, Mu Yun suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. The dragon bone sword, which was originally bound, suddenly broke free from his hand and broke free from Su Shinrong's restraint. With a boom, it charged in all directions. The dragon bone sword did not charge directly at Su Shinrong. Instead, it kept spinning around them. Layer by layer, circle by circle. Suddenly, a scene of sword chi appeared around the two of them. Su Shinrong. At this moment, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. Do you really think that I am afraid of you? Cultivation realm does not represent strength. Mu Yun sneered. Have you forgotten that 10,000 years ago, when I was only at the 1st grade immortal king realm, I killed your 2 sons, Su Xing and Su Rong? When Mu Yun said this, Su Shinrong was completely dumbfounded. 10,000 years ago, he was an elder of the 9 Elements immortal sect. His 2 sons were both at the 4th grade immortal king realm. If they did not die, they would have reached the same height as him in the past. However, one time, they were killed by someone and their corpses were left in the wilderness. That person was Mu Yun, the leader of the Cloud Alliance. Mu Yun killed his 2 sons. However, he never dreamed that this person was Mu Yun? Have you figured it out? Mu Yun sneered and said, You are as stupid as your 2 sons. I said that if they worked together to kill me, it wouldn't be considered as their ability. Your son fought me one-on-one. Although I am a 1st grade immortal king and they are 4th grade immortal kings, one-on-one, they are really stupid. You. It's you. You are Mu Yun. Su Shinrong spat out a mouthful of blood, and the hatred in his heart spread. I will kill you and tear you into pieces. Su Shinrong let out a deep roar and raised the whip in his hand. However, at this moment, he no longer had the chance. Withdraw. At this moment, blood flowed out from the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. In an instant, the sword chi surrounding the two of them suddenly stopped. Then, like 10,000 arrows, all the sword chi was aimed at Su Shinrong. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. 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 The sword chi fell and everything disappeared. Su Shinrong's figure turned into ashes under the sword chi of the green lamp sword technique. When the dragon bone sword returned to her hand, Mu Yun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The green lamp sword technique is indeed the most powerful sword technique of the sword gate. It is profound and mysterious. It seems that I have to practice this sword technique properly in the future. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. If it was not for the green lamp sword technique, he would have been a corpse now. More importantly, the dragon bone sword. This immortal sword that he had personally forged with the dragon bone was indeed closely connected to his body, and would never leave him. Moreover, at the last moment, she told Su Shinrong that she was Mu Yun and told him about the deaths of his 2 sons. It was undoubtedly a huge blow to Su Shinrong from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Fen Shichen was already dumbfounded. Just now, Mu Yun was about to be beaten down by Su Shinrong. However, in a short while, the sword chi in the sky formed a whirlpool that surrounded the two of them. When the whirlpool descended, Su Shenrong was already dead. Dead, how could this be? 9 spirits heaven sealing formation. Good lad, I didn't expect that. I really underestimated you. The corner of Fen Chichen's mouth twitched as a trace of embarrassment appeared in his eyes. This was simply too humiliating. When the two of them attacked Mu Yun together, they thought that Su Shenrong's final attack would capture Mu Yun alive and that everything would be over. But they didn't expect that Su Shenrong would die before Mu Yun died. Moreover, his death was inexplicable. Most importantly, Su Shenrong's death was too strange. No, you didn't underestimate me. Mu Yun hurriedly waved his hand and said, you overestimate yourself. You. At this moment, Fen Chichen was already panicking. Mu Yun had the ability to kill Su Shenrong, which proved that this kid also had the ability to kill him. But on the other hand, if Mu Yun had paid a huge price to kill Fen Chichen, then he was most likely on his last legs now. No matter what, Zhou Yuanqing's order was here, so he couldn't back down. Slash. Fen Chichen waved his hand, and his sword fell. A rainbow of sword chi descended from the sky, whistling as it shot out. Bang 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 sounds rang out, and the entire ground creaked at this moment. A beam of sword chi directly pierced through the ground and shot towards Mu Yun. Seeing this sword, Mu Yun knew that Fen Chichen was using his true strength to test him. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth, and he took advantage of the momentum to stab his sword into the ground. The move he used was one of the moves of the Green Lantern sword art, earthquake in all directions. When the sword stabbed into the ground, the sword chi shook all directions. Boom, in an instant, a rumbling sound rang out, and the ground around Mu Yun cracked open. Crackling sounds could be heard, and rumbling sounds could be heard. Mu Yun's shock wave directly faced Fen Chichen's sword chi. When the two sides met, deafening crackling sounds immediately rang out. However, under the crackling sounds, it was clear that the sword might emitted by Mu Yun was gradually decreasing. On the contrary, the power of Fen Chichen's swordsmanship continued to increase. Explosions rang out one after another at this moment. The dull thumping sounds made everyone feel as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse. Boom, finally, Mu Yun's figure could no longer hold on. The ground rippled from the inside to the outside, then from the outside to the inside, and completely exploded. Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood as she fled back in a sorry state. His body flew up into the air like a fallen leaf. Blood and bits of flesh sprayed out of his mouth. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. At this moment, Mu Yun was trying her best to stabilize herself. Damn it. Previously, he had been severely injured by the two of them, so he had used all his strength to kill Su Shenrong. However, Fen Chichen was waiting for him. If this continued, he would definitely die. Mu Yun looked around and tried her best to calm herself down. However, even if she thought of everything, she did not seem to have any hope of turning defeat into victory. Guai. Mu Yun said, didn't you say that the 9 spirits heaven seized tablet is a divine tablet with endless uses? Now that I have 5 9 spirits heaven seized tablets, shouldn't it be of some use? It should be of some use, but I'm not sure if your current body can use it. Guai smiled and said, if you are willing to give it a try, killing Fen Chichen should be very easy. However, this is success. If you fail, you will die. Hearing this, Mu Yun cursed in a low voice. Stop talking nonsense. What method do you have? Hurry up and say it. All right. Guai chuckled and said, to tell you the truth, the 9 spirits heaven seized tablet is the divine tablet of your shepherds. It is related to the ultimate inheritance of your shepherd's bloodline. You were able to obtain 5 tablets not because of your own efforts. I reckon that your father, Mu Qingyu, also used a lot of methods. Therefore, the indestructible blood codex, even Qin Mingyao's ice phoenix spirit cultivation speed is not as fast as yours. If you want to control the 5 9 spirits heaven seized tablets, it's simple. Trigger your own blood essence and use the power of your bloodline to communicate with the 5 divine tablets. You can construct the 9 spirits heaven seal formation. 9 spirits heaven seal formation? Mu Yun was stunned. That's right, the 9 spirits heaven seal formation. Guai nodded and said, the 9 spirits heaven seized tablet contains the comprehensions of your shepherd's ancestors. The profound meanings within it have evolved into countless classic divine techniques. You are a descendant of the shepherds. Triggering the 9 spirits heaven sees tablet should be able to cause quite a stir. Although there are only 5 divine tablets now, and their power cannot be compared to before, it should be enough. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. What should I do? Simple, I will tell you. Guai chuckled, as if he was looking forward to it. At this moment, Fen Shichen saw Mu Yun standing on the spot without moving and thought that Mu Yun had reached her limit. How is it? Hall Master Yun? Fen Shichen sneered. Now, you should obediently accept your death, right? His words fell, but Mu Yun did not pay attention to him at all. From beginning to end, Mu Yun only stood on the spot and did not move. Don't dare to speak? Fen Shichen sneered. Then prepare to die. After saying this, Fen Shichen took a step forward, and his strength of a first-rate celestial king continued to rise. However, at this moment, Mu Yun's originally lowered head suddenly lifted up. We don't know who will die yet. After saying this, Mu Yun placed her hands on her chest, and an inexplicable aura gradually rose. Seeing this, Fen Shichen was stunned. You still want to resist? Do you still have any tricks up your sleeve? Fen Shichen became cautious. Although Mu Yun was an 8th-grade celestial king, how could he still treat Mu Yun as an 8th-grade celestial king, an 8th-grade celestial king who could kill Su Shenrong? Her strength had long surpassed the limit of an 8th-grade celestial king. You will die. Mu Yun looked at Fen Shichen and said indifferently. When she said this, Fen Shichen's anger could be imagined. He waved his sword with both hands, and sword after sword, the long sword gradually gathered in front of him to form a sword shadow. The sword shadow flashed, and crackling sounds could be heard, causing people's ears to ring. Seeing this, Mu Yun stood on the spot and did not stop him. He wanted to see what kind of tricks this Fen Shichen could use. At this moment, bloody scars appeared on the surface of his body. Under his robe, bloody scars covered his entire body, causing his aura to rise. Rumbling sounds could be heard, but those sounds were all from within his body. Others could not hear it at all. Mu Yun's matter seemed to be brewing something that others did not know about. Sword against the universe. Fen Shichen pulled out his sword, and at this moment, hundreds of thousands of sword chi gathered in front of him, and instantly transformed into a 100-foot-tall figure. He was like an ant compared to the 100-foot-tall figure. However, the 100-foot-tall figure's majestic aura was not to be underestimated. It seems like you are ready? What? Fen Shichen was stunned when he saw Mu Yun. Where did this brat get his confidence from? He was still so calm even now. Could it be that he still had some trump cards? Let me ask you, are you ready? Mu Yun smiled and said, if you are, I can send you on your way. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun waved her hand. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the 5 blood steels turned into 100-foot tall and stood behind Mu Yun. 9 spirits heaven seizing steel, open. 9 spirits heaven sealing array, activate. A shout sounded, and a sneer appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. Clang clang clang, in an instant, the 5 steels seemed to be rooted in the ground. Invisible bloodlines connected Mu Yun's body to the 5 steels. In an instant, the power in Mu Yun's body surged crazily. In an instant, she reached the level of a 9th-grade immortal king. At this moment, Mu Yun's blood chi was exuberant, and even the power of law surged. As expected of the sacred artifact of the shepherds, the 9 spirits heaven seizing steel. Guai muttered to himself in the chart of celestial extermination. Such a sacred artifact, after millions of years of accumulation, will definitely become a powerful divine artifact. The shepherds do have some foundation. At this moment, Mu Yun did not care about what Guai was saying. The moment he activated the 9 spirits heaven sealing array, he only felt that the 5 9 spirits heaven seizing steels seemed to be brewing a unique aura. 5 powerful auras condensed and transformed in his body. At this moment, there was a trace of excitement in the world. Blood Fiend Divine Sect, in the Divine Sect Hall. Shui Yun suddenly froze. This is the bloodline of the shepherds. Shui Yun whispered. Could it be Mu Yun? It's impossible. The bloodline of the shepherds is pitifully weak. It's just the initial comprehension. It can't be him. Could it be Mu Qingyu? It can't be. Mu Qingyu is in the divine realm. It's impossible for him to come down. Shuiyan looked outside the hall. For a moment, his mind was filled with complicated thoughts. At the same time, in the immeasurable Buddhist sect of the Buddhist realm. Inside a magnificent hall, 3 figures were seated with their legs crossed. Dipankara, is this the aura of the fated person? Among the 3 figures, a Buddha in the middle asked. Yes. Dipankara waved his empty left hand and said, I owed someone a favor, so I promised that person to keep something for him for a period of time. I've done it. The person you mentioned, yes. Dipankara nodded again and said, everything in the world is caused by karma. This time, the overlord of the 10 great immortal kings in the immortal realm is caused by karma. There must be an effect if there is a cause. This person will begin to show the effect of karma. Then our immeasurable Buddhist sect, a person on the right said. Of course, of course. Dipankara Patriarch said and stopped talking. It sounded as if he didn't say anything, but it seemed that only the 3 of them understood what he meant. At the same time, a figure sat proudly on a chair in a large tent in the middle of the dark world. He closed his eyes and pondered. Sometimes he frowned and sometimes he shook his head. Taking a closer look, this person was Mu Qingyu. Beside Mu Qingyu, Chou Qian and Ren Gangang stood still. They were wearing blood-red armor and looked mighty. Patriarch. At this moment, 2 figures walked in together from outside the tent. They were Bai Zhongtian and Bao Qingyu, who had disappeared for a long time. Bai Zhongtian was wearing a golden armor and looked majestic. He didn't look as elegant as before. Bai Qingyu, on the other hand, was clad in a suit of green armor. Her beautiful figure was fully accentuated, and she looked like a heroine. How is it? Translator, Naiweibo Studio. The figures of the stone tablet, they have backed away. Bai Zhongtian said with a hint of joy. They have backed away? Mu Qingyu let out a relieved sigh. Great, great, we've finally made some progress after a few hundred years. Mu Qingyu let out a relieved sigh. But suddenly, the figure that had just relaxed suddenly became nervous. Patriarch, what's wrong? Qiu Qiyan blurted out after noticing the change in Mu Qingyu. It's Yuner. Mu Qingyu frowned. What's wrong with the young master? Bao Qingyu asked nervously. Mu Qingyu frowned and said slowly, no, nothing. He seems to have activated the 9 spirits heaven sealing formation. Hearing these words, the faces of the people present immediately lit up with joy. Patriarch, it's great news that the young master has activated the 9 spirits heaven sealing formation. Ren Gangang said excitedly, it means the rumors about the 9 Fate Emperor are true. Mu Qingyu nodded, it is indeed great news, but I initially planned to bring him back to the shepherds after he arrived at the martial god realm, and let him activate the 9 spirits heaven sealing formation, but it's too early now. Isn't it too early? Ren Gangang was confused. Patriarch, you've arranged for the young master to reincarnate 3 times and alter his aura so that no one would be able to recognize him. It's to prevent the young master from becoming a target because of the rumors about the 9 Fate Emperor. Isn't it a good thing that the 9 spirits heaven sealing formation has been activated? It is. Mu Qingyu said hesitantly, even though I've done it discreetly, Yuner is the young master of the shepherds. I've kept his corpse when he died. The other tribes are looking for his corpse. If they can't find it, I'm afraid they won't believe Yuner is dead. What about the young master's first corpse? Qiu Qiyan asked. I've scattered it all over the place, but his heart and left hand have already merged with his body. As for the rest of his body, I'll have to take it one step at a time. If someone were to notice something amiss, all my efforts would be in vain. The crowd was startled hearing this. They knew how much the patriarch had sacrificed for the sake of the young master's 3rd reincarnation. Patriarch, you're overthinking things, perhaps. Mu Qingyu nodded and said, but I keep having the feeling that there are people from the 9 divine clans who are secretly interfering with my plans. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell silent. Clan leader, why don't I descend to the lower realm again? No. Mu Qingyu shook his head and said, now, if we shepherds want to establish ourselves again, many people have their eyes on us. If we spend some effort to descend to the lower realm at this moment, it will definitely attract the attention of others. I'm not worried about Yun'er's safety. Mu Qingyu pondered and said, I've already asked a friend to help him. A friend? The four of them were puzzled. Hee. We can't really be considered friends. Mu Qingyu smiled bitterly and said, I can only say that it's someone I have some friendship with. Hearing this, although the few of them were puzzled, they did not ask further. Alright, I guess we won't be going to the celestial world for some time. In the divine world, I've been planning for tens of thousands of years to make those people pay the price. The suffering that Yun'er suffered in his third reincarnation was all because of them. Even if I, Mu Qingyu, have to be poor for the rest of my life, I'll make sure my son comes back in glory. Yes. At this moment, the celestial world was in chaos. Outside burning Sky City, the army of the four sects was fighting fiercely. At this moment, Mu Yun's face was filled with shock. The moment he was promoted to the 9th grade Celestial King, he actually saw 5 figures on the 9 Spirits Heaven Seas tablet. The first tablet seemed to have transformed into a figure in front of him. However, the figures formed from the 2nd to the 5th stone tablet were very blurry. Only the first figure was full of vigor and vitality. When he raised his hand, it gave people a kind of tyrannical and overbearing power. Mu Yun was also in a daze for a moment. What exactly was this? Wasn't the 9 Spirits Heaven Seas tablet the sacred object of the shepherds? But what was going on with these figures? Guai. Don't ask me, I don't know either. Guai shook his head and said, You shepherds still have some foundation. No wonder you are the 9 Fate Emperor, I finally understand. Understand what? Nothing, you should think about how to deal with Fen Shichen first. After Guai finished speaking, he did not speak anymore. At this moment, Mu Yun stood on the spot and looked at the huge figure behind him. He communicated with his mind, but it seemed that only the figure of the first tablet was paying attention to him. The other 4 tablets did not care about him. At this moment, Fen Shichen had already attacked. His aura was surging all over his body. At this moment, Fen Shichen had already become crazy. The whistling sound of the wind was constantly heard. At this moment, Fen Shichen's entire person had become violent. Mu Yun, your time of death has come. Fen Shichen shouted. The sword shadows in front of him swept out one after another crazily. Crackling sounds reverberated throughout the sky. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Damn it, it's you. At this moment, Mu Yun took a step forward. Suddenly, among the 5 tablets that were connected to him, the other 4 remained motionless. However, the first tablet directly shook at this moment. A crackling sound rang out in his mind. In an instant, countless memories flashed through his mind. A figure in a white robe, holding a sword to the sky and killing decisively. The scenes of his life flashed before his eyes. This person's name was Mu Fengchen. Who was Mu Fengchen? Mu Yun was stunned. However, at this moment, it was no longer the time to think about this. With a wave of his hand, a figure stepped out from the first tablet. A white robe with a long sword, looking down on the world. That person had already appeared and slashed out with his sword. Meteor storm. Whoosh, in an instant, Fen Shichen's attack disappeared without a trace. His entire body's attack completely stopped. This scene made everyone feel incredulous. What was going on? Crackling sounds suddenly rang out. Just as everyone was puzzled, Fen Shichen, who was charging towards Mu Yun, turned into pieces and completely dissipated. Dead, in an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. This? What happened? Not to mention them, even Mu Yun was dumbfounded. However, when Fen Shichen's figure dissipated, Mu Yun instantly felt that all the strength in his body had been drained. Not only his strength, but even his soul power and blood essence had disappeared at this moment. His body went limp and directly fell to the ground. Huff, huff, panting heavily, Mu Yun felt that all his strength had dissipated at this moment, and he had become an ordinary person. He understood that this was the exhaustion of his strength. It was too severe. With a single attack, all the energy in my body was sucked dry. Is the person inside the stone tablet real or fake? Mu Fengchen. Who is Mu Fengchen? The power of a phantom is so strong. If I can summon 5 phantoms, wouldn't I be able to kill an immortal emperor with a wave of my hand? At this moment, Mu Yun was muttering to himself. He sat on the ground and panted heavily. His entire body was heaving up and down. He really had no strength left. Now, not to mention Fen, even a random child could take out a sword and kill him. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yuanqing was completely enraged. Su Xingrong and Fen were first-rate immortal kings, but they actually died in the hands of Palace Master Yun. Samsara of the Sun. With a low shout, Zhou Yuanqing's entire body began to emit a scorching light. A tyrannical and unrivaled power began to spread. Immediately, the 9 people led by Jiao collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure. Bang, bang, bang. 9 figures fell to the ground one by one at this moment. Jiao was still fine, but the other 8 people looked miserable. There were wounds all over their bodies. Well done, Palace Master Yun. Only now did Zhou Yuanqing free his hands. He looked at Mu Yun and said, Dragon transformation, powerful stone tablet formation. It's not luck that you were able to kill Su Xingrong and Fen. You're a person that people can't see through. Zhou Yuanqing smiled and said, since that's the case, I have to catch you and see who you are. Catch me? Can you? Mu Yun was sitting cross-legged on the ground at this moment. She could finally move. Looking at Zhou Yuanqing, Mu Yun sneered and said, everyone knows that in the 10 major regions, there is a super first-rate immortal king in each region. Sect Master Zhou, one of the 10 major immortal kings, Zhou Yuanqing. Don't you know how you became one of the 10 major immortal kings? What did you say? Hee, you killed your own brother and took your sister-in-law. Zhou Yuanqing, everyone in the immortal world is ashamed of your trivial matters. You're courting death. When Zhou Yuanqing heard this, killing intent spread in his heart. I'm courting death? Mu Yun sneered and said, yes, I'm courting death, but, can you kill me? The smile on Mu Yun's face grew wider and wider. Why don't you try to kill me? At this moment, Mu Yun was gambling. He had already shown too many unbelievable things just now. Jiao and the others no longer had any combat power. They were no match for Zhou Yuanqing. It was already impressive that they could hold on for so long. However, they could not hold on any longer. As for himself, he did not have any combat power left. What else could he do? He could only bluff, although that sounded ridiculous and might not succeed at all, it was the only way. Damn it. Seeing Zhou Yuanqing standing in midair and looking down, Mu Yun became more and more anxious. If he was not careful, all of them would die. Could it be that this time, it would end in failure? No, Mu Yun made up her mind. This time, she could not fail again. She still had one last chance. Great death abduction technique, a hint of determination appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. Don't do anything stupid. At this moment, Jiao suddenly appeared in front of Mu Yun. She looked at him and said, even if I die, I won't let you use that technique again. It wasn't easy for you to return. I won't let you die. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing this time. Mu Yun touched Jiao jade-like hand and said, I'm now a 9th-grade immortal king with 90,000 years of lifespan. I don't need to burn 90,000 years of my lifespan. Perhaps 10,000 years will be enough to deal with Zhou Yuanqing. But, don't worry, although 10,000 years of lifespan is long, if I become an immortal emperor, I can make up for it in an instant. Mu Yun comforted her. Unless it was a last resort, he did not want to use the great death abduction technique. It would expose his position. Translator, Transin editor, Transin the voice of Magic Palace Master Yun. Zhou Yuanqing smiled faintly and said, you don't have to scare me. Right now, you are already exhausted. Not only is your immortal chi, even your soul power is so weak that it doesn't even exist. What other methods do you have to deal with me? After all, Zhou Yuanqing was one of the 7 great immortal kings. It was not difficult for him to see that Mu Yun was indeed exhausted. Really? You can try. Mu Yun smiled and said, you have 2 choices. First, you fight me to the death. Second, you leave now. I can guarantee that the Samsara Hall will unify the northwestern region and will not attack the 9 Elements Immortal Sect. Attack the 9 Elements Immortal Sect? Haha. Hearing this, Zhou Yuanqing burst into laughter. Palace Master Yun, oh Palace Master Yun, are you lying to yourself? Zhou Yuanqing burst into laughter and said, attack the Nine Elements Immortal Sect? The Nine Elements Immortal Sect had existed in the immortal world for more than 100,000 years. How could the Reincarnation Hall, with only 500 years of history, claim to have destroyed the Nine Elements Immortal Sect? How can you say such big words? Back then, Fen Shichen said the same thing when I said to destroy Fentian Valley. The smile on Zhou Yuanqing's face froze as he looked around. At this moment, the disciples of Fentian Valley were retreating in defeat. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. This sect master wants to see how much strength you haven't brought out yet. As soon as Zhou Yuanqing finished speaking, he took a step forward and waved his palm. Powerful immortal chi condensed into a chain and directly climbed up to Mu Yun. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun pushed Zhou away. An inexplicable force began to rise in her body. However, at this moment, a faint laugh suddenly rang out. Interesting. The moment the laughter rang out, Mu Yun's expression changed. This voice was too demonic. Mingyue Shin. Mu Yun turned around, but a jade-like arm was placed directly on her body. Little fellow, where are you looking? A voice filled with ridicule rang in his ears. Mingyue Shin's figure appeared on the other side. She was wearing a light blue dress that dragged on the ground. It was very long. Her figure was tall and slender, and her long hair casually spread out, making her look like a proud and aloof peacock. This was Mingyue Shin. Other than when they first met, Mu Yun found that this woman's personality was becoming more and more different from before every time they met. In fact, until now, Mu Yun could not tell whether Mingyue Shin had fused with the water god or if the water god had fused with Mingyue Shin. It's you? Mu Yun instinctively exclaimed when she saw Mingyue Shin. Why are you here? Mingyue Shin's entire body was lying on Mu Yun's back. Mu Yun only felt a soft weight pressing against her back. But now, he wasn't enjoying it. Instead, he was very tired. You don't welcome me here. Mingyue Shin smiled faintly and said, I once told you that we would definitely meet again. Look, after a few hundred years, we meet again. Hearing this, Mu Yun laughed. I thought you'd be in the god realm by now, and we'd never meet again. Of course not. Even if we reach the divine realm, we will still meet. Maybe we can even fight side by side then. Fight side by side. Mu Yun felt uncomfortable when she thought of the few times she was humiliated. Cooperate with her? Cooperate for what? To have children? What exactly do you want? Mu Yun was a little impatient, and her tone became unfriendly. She said, I don't have time to mess around with you now. I don't have time to mess around with you either. Mingyue Shin smiled faintly and said, You're about to die. If I don't come to save you, can I watch you die? Back then, I humiliated you and left a shadow in your heart. It's not good. Now, let's clear up the misunderstanding. You're still talking about it. Okay. I won't talk about it anymore. Mingyue Shin touched Mu Yun's cheek and smiled faintly. If you continue, you'll hate me. I don't want you to hate me. As Mingyue Shin spoke, his body was almost sticking to Mu Yun. He whispered in her ear, Actually, I forgot to tell you something. I have your child. What? Mu Yun was completely stunned when he said that. Child, what a joke. Hee. Seeing Mu Yun's nervous look, Mingyue Shin suddenly chuckled. I lied to you. Mingyue Shin smiled and said, Although your shepherd's bloodline is very precious, I'm the reincarnation of the water god. I can't see shepherds relying on you. However, your essence is indeed very useful. I like it very much, just give up on that idea. Mu Yun snorted and said, I didn't ask you to help this time. You came here on your own. If anything happens, it's none of my business. Look at how unfaithful you are. Could it be that I'm worse than those women of yours? Mingyue Shin shrugged as he spoke. Stop talking. Can't you see that Zhou Yuanqing's eyes are spewing fire? Zhou Yuanqing? Mingyue Shin was stunned and looked ahead. At this moment, Zhou Yuanqing was really looking at the two of them cautiously. There's still such an annoying person here. Mingyue Shin covered his mouth and chuckled. You can leave now. Why are you still here? The surrounding people were stunned when they heard this. Who was this woman? He had appeared out of nowhere and dared to say such a thing. Why, don't you want to leave? Ming Wuxian looked at Ming Wuxian and said with a smile, this is the man that I, Ming Wuxian, have taken a fancy to. If you want to kill him, I'll kill you. Hearing this, Mu Yun was speechless. He knew that nothing good would come out of this woman's appearance. The others were also stunned. Mu Yun's women were really too many. Who are you? Zhou Yuanqing looked over and realized that he could not see through the cultivation level of the woman in front of him. He became completely cautious. This palace master Yun was really annoying. Why were there so many people around him willing to obey him? Zhou Yuanqing clearly saw the strength of Mu Yun's dragon form and the power of the stone tablet that Mu Yun summoned. Mu Yun relied on these to kill Su Shenrong and Fen Chichen. He really wanted to capture Mu Yun and find out what was going on. But this woman in front of him was not to be trifled with. Hee, Ming Wuxian smiled faintly and said, me? I'm his woman. You want to kill my man, so of course I have to come out to protect my man. As for how many women I am, I don't know, Ming Wuxian, Mu Yun shouted in a low voice. Ming Wuxian immediately smiled and said, look, my man is shy. It's all your fault. He can't beat you, so I have to do it. If you don't leave, then I'll kill you. As soon as she finished speaking, Ming Wuxian waved her hand. In an instant, an abundant immortal qi of heaven and earth swarmed out. The immortal qi, along with streams of tyrannical spiritual energy, swept out directly, giving people a very strong sense of oppression. Gradually, the sound of flowing water could be heard from the spiritual power. Streams of water splashed and formed a water dragon that ran directly towards Zhou Yuanqing. Seeing this, Zhou Yuanqing's expression changed. He waved his hand and formed a barrier around him, blocking Ming Wuxian's attack. Crack, crack, crack. However, that level of defense only lasted for a moment before it was broken. In an instant, the water dragon wrapped around Zhou Yuanqing's body. His body was directly entangled by the water dragon, and he could not move at all. He frantically scrambled back in a sorry state. Along the way, there were even lines of blood in the water flow that rose up. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Ming Wuxian, this old man will remember your name. We'll meet again someday. At this moment, Zhou Yuanqing was no longer trying to be brave. The moment Ming Wuxian attacked, he already felt that this person was not someone he could deal with. The Celestial Emperor realm, and it seemed that he was not just a lower Celestial Emperor. Zhou Yuanqing's face was livid. With a wave of his hand, he suddenly turned into an invisible shadow and disappeared. At this moment, everyone looked at Ming Wuxian, dumbfounded. My little husband. Ming Wuxian bent down, exposing her snow-white skin in front of Mu Yun's eyes. How is it? Am I very powerful? Powerful, powerful. Mu Yun said resentfully, thank you, Miss Ming. You've helped me, and I can't thank you enough. You can leave now. Why are you so cold? Ming Wuxian stepped forward and came in front of Jiao'er. Looking at Jiao'er's figure, she covered her mouth and laughed. My little husband, you have good luck with women. Your wives are all different in terms of beauty. This nine-tailed celestial fox is extremely beautiful and naturally charming. I guess you can't get out of bed every night, right? Let me count. Your first beauty, Qin Mengyao, has the bloodline of the ice phoenix spirit. The second beauty, Wang Xinyao or Xiao Yuner? I can't remember clearly. Who is the fourth? Your good senior sister Yi Sueki, right? Ming Wuxian said in detail, the fifth should be your good disciple, Miao Xianyu. Many years ago, a young girl dreamed of marrying you when she grew up. It seems that her dream has come true. Now, there's another nine-tailed celestial fox. You really won't let humans and demons go. Have you said enough? Mu Yun's face was ashen. Looking at everyone, Mu Yun directly ordered, what are you all standing here for? Zhou Yuanqing has escaped. Fenchen Valley is finished. Those who surrender will not be spared. Those who resist will all be killed. Yes. Yes. Mu Yun gave the order. Immediately, everyone hurriedly left the place. Ming Wuxian's background was unknown, but it seemed that he knew everything about Mu Yun's words clearly. It was just that they didn't know what the relationship between the two was. However, listening to Ming Wuxian's words, there was more than one beauty like Jiao Er by Mu Yan's side. Other than Jiao Er, there were 5, or even more. At this moment, Long Yuan left Mu Yan's side and couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the hall master. You're still not satisfied with just Jiao Er. Tianjikong smiled and said, Mr. Long Yuan, you don't know. Master Mu's previous wife is now in seclusion in our Demon Moon ancient city. She's also a heavenly beauty. I haven't seen his other wives, but they must be devastatingly beautiful. And that's not the important thing. Master Mu's women are very, temperament? Long Yuan suddenly spoke. Yes, temperament. Tianjikong nodded. Long Yuan sighed in his heart. The Alliance Master was still the Alliance Master. In his previous life, as long as he liked a woman, he would sleep with her. Background Long Yuan couldn't help but sigh. As expected of Mu Yun, when he returned to the Cloud Alliance, he would probably be surrounded by his wives. Even an army of women would appear. He just didn't know what the number 1 pill immortal of the Cloud Alliance would think then. The few of them left and began to deal with the stubborn people of Fenchen Valley. At this moment, Mu Yun struggled to stand up. Jiao Er hurriedly came up to support her. She looked at Ming Wuxian with a look of rejection. She and Mu Yun had been stuck together for the past few days. The appearance of this woman made her naturally vigilant as a woman. Speak, Ming Wuxian, why are you here? Mu Yun said seriously. Seeing Mu Yun's expression, Ming Wuxian did not lie this time. He smiled and said, to be honest, Mu Yun, although you are the heavenly son of 9 lives, everyone in the divine realm thinks that you are dead. I am also very surprised to meet you. Previously, I thought that you and I were both reborn people. I didn't look at you in the eye, but I didn't expect you to be the son of the God clan. Oh? Looks like you know a lot. Of course. Ming Wuxian smiled faintly and said, the 10 great God clans dominate everything in the divine realm. In the human world, no one can resist them. Although I am born from heaven and earth and am a water god, no matter how strong I am, I can't compare to a group of people. At first, I only thought that you were the immortal king of the immortal world. Later on, I found out that you are the crown prince of the shepherds of the divine realm. He already knew what Ming Wuxian said. At this moment, Mu Yun was not that surprised. How do you know my identity? It's simple. Ever since you and I fell in love and integrated into each other, I knew. Ming Wuxian said with a smile, Crown Prince of the Shepherds, Mu Yun, your name was illustrious back then. Anyone in the God realm would pale in comparison to you. Do you know that because of your appearance, all of the rankings in the God world have only ever ranked second? No one has ever ranked first. Why? Ming Wuxian walked up and chuckled, because as long as you can participate in the ranking list, you will be number 1. You little fool. Mu Yun really couldn't stand Ming Wuxian calling him that. It sounded like he was a gigolo. Get to the point. I think you should be very curious about why, right? Ming Wuxian leaned against a tree trunk and said with a smile, the God realm is different from the immortal world, and it's even more different from a small world. It's vast and immeasurable, and there are not only humans there, but also dragons, phoenixes, bones, and so on. Of course, humans have always been shameless enough in this regard, calling themselves the living beings of heaven and earth. The 10 great God clans of the human race are all reclusive. Moreover, those with powerful cultivations can even unify the God realm. You shepherds, 30,000 years ago, could be said to be the most powerful race in the God realm. Oh, right, there's no other race. But ever since you were born, have we become weaker? Mu Yun said. Of course not, we've become stronger. Ming Wuxian said with a smile, do you know that Bao Qingyu? She was originally the young master of the Bai clan. The Bai clan is just a small god clan under the jurisdiction of the shepherds. You saved her back then. Bao Qingyu, however, originally, when you grew up, the shepherds became stronger. However, there was a rumor in the God realm about a 9th son of heaven. 9th son of heaven again, what did this mean? It said that a 9th son of heaven can only be born after millions or even hundreds of millions of years. Oh, right, I vaguely remember that the last 9th son of heaven was that, the first god emperor, Yi Xiaoyao. Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. Wasn't this the master of the Guai? What does a nine-fate son of heaven represent? Mu Yun asked. It represents that if you grow up, you will unify the human race in the god realm. It's not just the human race, but all other races will submit to you. This is a supreme honor, but also a supreme disaster. You shepherds were attacked by other god clans because of this and perished. As for you, you were ambushed during a battle. It said that you were surrounded by many old monsters and couldn't be more dead. Ming Wuxin said with a faint smile. Dead, that meant that he had died in the god realm, but why did he appear in the immortal realm? At that time, he was only a child. You should be very curious as to why you appeared in the immortal realm after you died, right? That's why your father is so powerful. Ming Wuxin said with a smile, your father is the patriarch of the shepherds, Mu Qingyu. As for this person, I only have one word to describe him. What word? Powerful. Ming Wuxin said with a smile, you can put it this way. The rapid rise of the shepherds in the god realm has 99% to do with your father. As for the last 0.1%, it's because the ancestors of the shepherds left behind their bloodline. Were you a match for my father when you were at your peak? Of course not. Ming Wuxin said frankly. You're the water god, your father is the patriarch of the shepherds. Ming Wuxin said with a smile, oh, by the way, I remember that your father disappeared for a period of time a few years ago. Before he disappeared, he was just a very ordinary core disciple of the shepherds, but after he returned, your father became very powerful. Oh, by the way, it was at that time that you appeared in the shepherds. What about my mother? Mu Yun said. Your mother? Ming Wuxin shook his head and said, that, no one knows. I'm afraid your father knows. You can ask him. Ming Wuxin covered his mouth and laughed. What are you laughing at? No, nothing. Ming Wuxin couldn't help but say, actually, I have a very gossipy guess. You know how to gossip? Tisk. Ming Wuxin said, I suspect that your father accidentally entered a race and might have had you with someone. Then, that race was very powerful, and your father was equivalent to a country bumpkin, so, you're really gossipy. That's hard to say. Ming Wuxin said with a smile, think about it, your father's talent was mediocre, but after he returned, he cultivated like a madman. Then, you appeared, and you were a genius among geniuses. Isn't that strange? Maybe your mother is very powerful. You seem to have gone off topic. Okay, let's talk about the question just now. Ming Wuxin said again, the reason why I said that your father was strong was not without evidence. When you died, the entire heavenly realm was relieved. Even if the shepherds were attacked and riddled with holes, they didn't destroy the shepherds in the end. At first, I thought you were dead, but when I saw you in the small world, I felt that something was interesting. It was only when I reached the immortal realm that I found out that you weren't dead. At that time, I was surprised by your father's strength. Hearing this, Mu Yun was even more puzzled. You silly guy. Ming Wuxin scolded with a smile, do you think that when you died in the heavenly realm, you were resurrected for no reason? Do you think that when you fought a death battle in your previous life, you were resurrected for no reason? That was all your father's arrangement. He made you live 3 lives in order to change your soul aura and remove the soul seal. Aren't you curious that when Jian Nantian checked your marriage last time, he didn't find out that you were the immortal King Mu Yun? Hearing this, Mu Yun suddenly understood. No wonder Jian Nantian was very sure that he wasn't Mu Yun after checking. It turned out that unknowingly, his soul seal had changed. No, even if I was reborn, how could my soul be changed? The soul is the foundation of everything, how could it be changed? That's why your father is so powerful. Ming Wuxin said with a smile, your father had planned everything long ago. Once you live 3 lives, he can bring you to the heavenly realm. At that time, no one will be able to recognize you. Think about it, those guys from the immortal clan will see a new Mu Yun standing in front of them, but they won't recognize you at all. At that time, I feel that it's fun just thinking about it. Is it fun? It's just a joke. Ming Wuxin said with a smile, but your father did it anyway. Otherwise, when you became an immortal king in your previous life, your father didn't care about you at all. He couldn't wait for you to die earlier so that you could be reincarnated. This life is different. He's afraid that you will die again. Originally, he had already planned that under his leadership, the Biluo Huangquan school would help you destroy your enemy and fulfill your wish. However, something happened in the heavenly realm and he had to leave. So last time, you besieged the 33 Heavenly Sword sect and suffered a crushing defeat. My father is in the heavenly realm now? That's right. Ming Wuxian said with a smile, so are Chou Qian and Ren Gangang. So are Bai Zhongtian and Bao Qingyu. If the 5 of them were here and cooperated with you to put on a show, the heavenly realm would be destroyed in minutes. Although these words came out of Ming Wuxian's mouth casually, Mu Yun was really shocked when she heard it. That kid Ren Gangang really deceived me. But you can't blame him. Your father did so much for you. Besides, the 2 of them are your personal lackeys. Hearing this, Mu Yun said, "Did you come here to tell me this?" "I'm just helping someone to pass on a message. Your father asked me to tell you this. At the same time, he also told you that from now on, everything depends on you." Hearing this, Mu Yun wasn't worried about herself. She was worried about her father. After 3 lifetimes, her father had done so much for her, but at the critical moment, her father had left. She was afraid that the matters in the heavenly realm would be very troublesome. But now, she couldn't even solve her own problems, let alone help her father. After understanding so much, Mu Yun finally understood why she had been having those strange dreams all these years. It wasn't a dream. It was something she had experienced before. Mu Yun sat down and carefully thought about what Ming Wuxian had said. It had to be said that these words were really too shocking. From the beginning to the end, he never thought that his previous guess was true. In that case, all of this was arranged by her father to let her return to the heavenly realm as soon as possible. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, she could understand what her father wanted to do. Her father didn't do this to train her, but to protect her life. The heavenly realm was the end of her revenge. Slowly, the sun set in the west. The battle gradually came to an end. Mu Yun sat on the dead tree and didn't say a word. End of chapter 1557. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.